Guys, welcome back to WebMonkey. Hope you're doing well. So today's tutorial is easily going to be the biggest I have ever uploaded here on the channel, and it's going to be a masterclass on HTML5, CSS3, and a little bit of some PHP as well. So basically, if you're somebody who wants to learn how to use HTML5 and CSS3 to build a website, also with some PHP, this tutorial is going to be perfect for you. I guarantee you that this tutorial is going to be one of the very best you will ever find here on YouTube. Now, if you're somebody who already knows how to use HTML5 and CSS3, you might still find some value in this masterclass, because not only am I going to talk about HTML5 and CSS3, I'll also talk a little bit about PHP. We'll cover website performance, SEO. Yes, I'm going to show you how you can optimize your HTML website for SEO. We'll also cover web design as well. So you might find some value in here. We're also going to cover responsiveness, mobile responsiveness. I'll show you how you can ensure that your HTML website is responsive. So whether you're somebody who is completely new to HTML5 and CSS3, or you're somebody who already has some knowledge on how to use these two languages, you might still be able to find some value in this masterclass. So let me walk you through very quickly the site we're going to build together. It's called Web Impact. It's a business website for a fictional web design company. So right here, you can see we have the header, we have the logo right there. We're going to have the main menu, and then we'll have the main banner with the background image right there. We'll have our two buttons, our services, get in touch, and I'm just walk you through the sections. We'll have the about us section, services provided section, why work with us, the meet the team section, testimonial section as well, client section, and of course the contact us section. And then finally we'll also have the footer section down there as well. A few things to note: there's some really cool features we're going to add. For example, with the logo right now, if I was to hover on the circle, you can see right now it's rotating. So I'm going to show you how you can add these kinds of effects with CSS. And then the buttons of course also work. I'm going to show you how you can create anchor links. So if I click on team, for example, right here, it's going to go straight down to meet the team section. If I was to click on this arrow right here, it's going to take us all the way back up. So I'm going to show you how you can create anchor links like this. So the way the entire curriculum is structured is that, first of all, I'll introduce you to HTML5, walk you through what HTML is. We'll write some code with HTML. We'll talk about HTML links and attributes and tags and so on. And then after HTML5, we'll move on to the second section where we'll talk about CSS3. Again, we'll work with some CSS code as well. And then section 3 is where we combine what we've learned in sections 1 and 2 to now build this actual site that you're looking at. As you can imagine, section 3 is going to be the biggest section in this entire course. But once we've built out this site, I'm going to walk you through the responsiveness section. So let me minimize the screen right here. You can see that when I reduce the screen size, we now have the hamburger menu in here. And if I scroll down, you can see that it looks fine. It looks fantastic. So this is responsiveness. And if I was to go all the way, make the screen as small as possible, you can see that it is still responsive. It is still looking good. So basically, section 4 is going to be all about mobile responsiveness. And then section 5, I'll walk you through how you can optimize your site for SEO, for speed, and I'll also show you how you can launch your HTML website live on the internet. And then section 6 we're going to talk about web design. So I'll walk you through how you can work with colors, font families, icons, spacing, just basically the basics of web design. And then the final section, I'm going to introduce to you some PHP. I'll show you how you can work with some PHP code. We'll also use PHP to ensure that this contact form right here actually works. So we're going to cover some PHP as well. So like I said, I guarantee that this particular masterclass is going to be one of the very best you will ever find on the internet, because I have spared no effort in making sure that this masterclass is going to be what you're looking for. Also, I'm going to share with you all the assets, the images that I've used in here. In fact, let me show you. There's going to be a link to a Dropbox folder down in the description box. When you download the file, it's going to be a zipped folder. When you extract that zip folder, you're going to find 4 folders in here: the code for the contact form, our code for HTML and CSS. This will be in section 2, and then we'll have the starter kit code for section 3, and then the final code by the end of section 5. There's also going to be this PDF book that I've created for you as well. Let me show you. You can get it for free. It's basically kind of like a summary of some of the code that we worked with. We'll cover some rules of HTML, CSS specificity, things like that. So this comes free of charge, of course. You can use it, keep this as a reference point for you. You'll find that in the folder. And let me also mention that there are going to be a few videos in this particular course, especially the introductory videos for each new section, where I'll come out and say, okay, welcome to the HTML section, or welcome to the CSS section. Those videos, I actually recorded them a few months ago. As you can imagine, this course is 12 hours long. It's taken me quite a while to actually finish this entire project. So don't be alarmed if you see me with a different kind of background, or if I have some hair on my head. Don't be alarmed. It's still the same old me. It's just that these videos, I recorded them much earlier during the process. So don't freak out because of that. And then also, let me mention that in a few instances in this course, unfortunately, there are certain situations where the code might be a little bit too small for you to see. I do try to zoom in whenever I can, but due to the fact I'm working with plenty of code and there's plenty of stuff on the screen, there are times when I was unable to actually zoom in. So in such instances, if you can't see the code I'm working with, you can always use this code I'm going to provide for you, especially the final code in here. You can use this one as a reference point and see exactly what I have written down. So don't worry, it's not going to be too much of a hassle. You can just use the code in here as a form of reference to see what I actually wrote there. And that's basically going to be it. Let me just mention one final thing. If you're interested in getting a certificate for this particular course, one thing you could do is you could go to my personal website, webmonkeyacademy.com. I'll have the link in the box below, and you can purchase this course. I have it on in there as well for just $10. And then when you purchase the course for $10, you can send me an email saying, hey, I've taken your course on YouTube. I'd like to have the certificate. I'll send you the certificate probably the next day or the day after. Let me show you what the certificate looks like. It's right here. So this is an example. This is certified that John McClain successfully completed 12 hours of the course HTML5, CSS3, and Web Design Mastery for Beginners in August of 2022. Or of course, depending on when you actually finish the course, maybe it's September, October, November, I'll make the necessary changes. But this is an example of what the certificate would look like. So if you're interested in getting a certificate, that's the process. Just simply buy the course on my platform for $10, send me an email, and I'll send you the certificate. I think $10 is a very, very fair amount to charge, especially for what you're learning and also for the certificate as well. You don't have to, but if you want to support me and support what I'm doing here on the channel, and this would be a great way to do so. And so that's it. This is going to be quite a long tutorial, about 12 hours in length, but I do hope that you will find it very, very useful, and I do believe that by the end of this mega tutorial, you would have learned enough of HTML5, CSS3, and also some PHP to build a fully functional website. So let's get started. Let's do something fun right off the bat. Okay, we're going to create our very first HTML page. Now, I know you don't know HTML, but don't worry. Just trust me. This is going to be fun, okay? I want you to create a folder anywhere on your computer. For example, I'm in my documents folder, and I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this folder HTML, all right? And then inside of that folder, I am going to create a new file, a new text document rather, text document, and we'll just name that the new text document. I'm going to open it. Now, inside the document, I'm using Notepad. Check this out, okay? I am going to do this. I'm going to open up some brackets. I'm going to type in H1, and then I am going to say welcome. And then I am going to type in H1 again, but now in front of this H1, the second one, I'm going to add a /, okay? And then a new line, I'm going to do something very similar, but this time it's going to be a P. And then I'm going to say, my name is Billie Jean. All right. And then I'm going to close it just like with the H1, a / and then a P. Did you get that? Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit File, and I'm going to save as all files. But now the name, I am going to change the name to billy.html. All right, I'm gonna go ahead now and save. And now inside of that folder, you should see billy.html. Simply double click on it and there you go. I am using a PC, so by default, Internet Explorer is my default browser. So it's open it up in Internet Explorer, and as you can see right now, it says, welcome, my name is Billy Jean. Hopefully you got similar results, and if you did, congratulations, you've actually just written your very first piece of HTML code. For the rest of this course, we're going to be working with a text editor to write and edit our code. Now, there's a whole bunch of text editors out there, but the one I would recommend would be Brackets, for two main reasons. One is the fact that it is free, and second is the fact that it was built specifically for HTML and CSS code. And oh, it's also compatible with both PCs and Mac, so it's a great choice. If you're already comfortable working with another type of text editor, then by all means, you can stick with that text editor, you'll be fine. But if you want to go with Brackets, simply go to brackets.io and then simply click on the blue button that says download Brackets. Now, the actual installation of Brackets is pretty straightforward. On the very first page, you might see something like this. You can simply uncheck these two boxes that would add brackets to the path for command line, and then also to Explorer. You can uncheck these two, you don't need that. And then simply click on next and click on install, and that's pretty much it. So you would see this message, hey, do you want to allow this app to make changes? Yes, just simply go ahead and click yes. And that's basically it. Very, very straightforward, nothing complicated. Shouldn't take too long to install Brackets. And just gonna wait for a few. Okay, I'm gonna pause the video and I'll resume once the installation has completed. Alright, so once you finish installing Brackets and you run it, this is going to be the very first page you would see. You will see on the screenshots, you might see index.html with some sample HTML code, and you will also see another file, main.css. So that's pretty much it for installing Brackets. Join me in the very next video where we'll now begin to explore HTML in much deeper detail. Alright, so let's talk about HTML. What exactly is HTML? Well, this stands for the Hypertext Markup Language. That's exactly what HTML stands for. So the big question right now is, okay, fine, what exactly does HTML do? Well, I like to use this analogy whenever I explain what HTML is. Imagine that a website is the human body. Okay, just think about that for a minute. A website is a human body. HTML would be the skeleton of that human body. So it's basically kind of like the core structure of a website. You cannot have a website without HTML. It's practically impossible. So basically, HTML forms the backbone or the skeletal framework of every single web page on the internet. You cannot have a web page without HTML. It's kind of like having a human body without a skeleton. It's not gonna happen. So that's basically what HTML is. So what I have here is a very simple HTML page on the internet. And what you can see here is mostly just text, but you can also see an image right here. So if I wanted to take a look at the code behind this page, I am using the Brave browser. So if I used Control-U, this will take me to the page source, the source code for the page. I believe Control-U is also applicable for Google Chrome. If you're using Firefox or maybe even the Safari browser, it might be different. But if you right click, you should see something that says View Page Source. Just click on it and you should be able to see the code for the page. So right here, you can see the jargons, right? The code, the very unsexy code behind this unsexy page. So a lot of the stuff you're seeing in here is HTML, but it's not just HTML. You also have some JavaScript right there, but don't worry. Let's just focus on the HTML part. So in here you can see H1, example of a simple HTML page. You can see the P tag, hypertext markup language, P class, all this stuff you're looking at right here is HTML. But don't worry, we're going to delve much deeper into HTML. I'm going to explain to you exactly the core structure, and you will have a much better understanding of how HTML works behind the scenes. In this video, I just wanted to introduce you to HTML and also give you an example of what the source code of HTML looks like. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the very next class. All right, so let's get started with the core structure of an HTML page, and we're going to make use of the index.html page that comes with the brackets installation. Now in here, you can see this is a very long document, but let's take a closer look at what exactly we have here. Let's take a look at this particular section that says what is brackets. Now in here, you can see that we have a P, right? And then we have a closing P as well. The P here is what we refer to as a tag. Basically, anything you see on this page that has an opening and closing bracket is a tag. So examples would be like the head tag, the meta tag, body tag, h1 tag, p, em, h3, samp, and so on. These are tags. Tags are used to identify a particular kind of content in most cases. So for example, the P here stands for paragraph. So it says, all right, all this text that you have in here, welcome to brackets, a modern open source code editor, all this stuff is a paragraph. That's what the P tag is used for. The other one here where you have like an H1, the H stands for a heading. So H1 is a heading 1 basically, and it says getting started with brackets. So this tag, this H1 identifies this text as a heading, just like with the H2 identifying this is your guide as another type of heading, and so on. Those are tags. Now, when you have an opening tag, a closing tag, and of course the content in between those tags, that's what we refer to as an element. So basically, all this stuff you're seeing right here, H1, getting started with brackets, and then the closing H1, all that is what we refer to as an element. One thing I should mention before we move on is that most tags have an opening and a closing. Not all, but the overwhelming majority, okay? That's why you see H1 in here, and then you see the closing H1 with the forward slash, the H2 with the forward slash, H2 to close it. The same thing with the P as well, the EM, and so on. So that's just one very important thing you should know about tags. Most of them have the opening and then the closing. And then the contents that you have in between those tags and the tags themselves combined is what we refer to as an element. Now, you can also have elements inside of an element. The best example here would be the body tag, the body element. Look at this right here. You can see we've got this body tag, right? Now, if I click on it, you can see it's highlighted in green. Now, if I scroll down, take a look at where it closes. Remember, every opening tag must have a closing, and you can see it right down here. This is where the body tag closes. And you can see just how much information, how many tags and elements are inside of this body tag. That is a lot. So just to let you know, again, an element can contain elements inside of it. Tags are used to identify bits of data, whether it's an image or a text or a heading and so on. And then your tags, most of them will always have their closing. So you can have an H1 tag and then the closing H1 tag and so on. So that's basically it for the core structure of an HTML page. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let's move on now to talk about HTML attributes. Now, attributes are used to provide extra information about a particular tag. So as an example, let's scroll all the way down here. And then where you have this A tag with the href attribute, basically the A tag is used to identify a link that you can click on. The href here is the attribute of the a tag telling us the source of the link. So basically, when you click on that link, where do you go to? The href provides that information. Now, underneath the a tag, you have the img tag. The img is used to represent an image, right? And now in here, you've got the attribute, the alt attribute, which is the alternative text. So basically, the alt attribute is telling the browser that, hey, the alternative text for this image is a screenshot showing CSS Quick Edit. Now, if you've ever taken a basic course on SEO, they will always tell you that, hey, to optimize your images, you want to make sure they have alternative text. This is how you would add the alternative text for an image using HTML. And then in here, you also have the src attribute. src stands for the source. So basically telling us, okay, this is the source of the image. This is where you can find this particular image. So that's it for attributes. They basically provide extra information about a tag. You have a whole bunch of them out there. You have attributes that can tell us the style, the color, the height, the width, and so on and so forth of different types of tags. So that's it for attributes. I will see you in the next class. Now that we've learned about HTML tags and attributes, it is time to get our hands dirty by writing our first official piece of code. And to do this, I'm going to go over to brackets and then go to File and then click on New to open up a new file. So first things first is, before we can begin writing our HTML code, we need to identify our document as being an HTML file. And to do this, we have the opening tag, and then we have the apostrophe, and then in caps lock we have doc type, and then space, and then HTML. This basically just identifies this file as an HTML document. It's good for browsers basically, all right? And then next one is going to be the HTML tag itself, officially now identifying, saying, hey, this is an HTML file. And now inside of this HTML file, I'm going to press tab on my keyboard to indicate that, okay, now we're going to have an element inside of the HTML tag, okay? This element is going to be the body tag. The body tag is typically used to identify content that will be displayed on the browser. So images, audio files, video, stuff like that, all that should fall under your body tag. Basically anything inside of your body tag would be displayed on the browser. So we've got the body tag, and now again another tab, and let's add our very first h1 tag, h1. And I'm going to say this is very, very big. I'm going to close the h1 tag. Let's do something very similar. Again, we have h2. This is very big. What do? We close the h2 tag. Let's come down here, h3 tag now, and say this is big. Let's close the h3 tag. And then we can go to h4, h5, but I'll just come straight down to h6, all right, and say this is small. These are what we refer to as headers, all right? So we have h1, h2, h3, and then h6. I'm going to go ahead now and close the body tag, all right, and then finally close the HTML tag. This is how you structure code with HTML. Make sure you indent elements that fall under one particular element, all right? I'm going to go ahead now and hit File, Save As, and let's call this heading.html. Click on Save, and there you go. I'm going to go ahead now and open up the folder that has the file heading.html, double click, and there you go. Now you can see the output. This is very, very big. That's h1, h2, h3, and then h6. So the headings are important because they tell the browser how to display a particular piece of content. Now, because we said this is very, very big, falls under an h1 tag, the browser knows that, okay, I must display this particular text using very large sizes because it's an H1 tag. And it's also important because for your SEO, whenever you're trying to optimize pages or posts for search engines, you want to have a heading structure. So you have H1 at the very top, and then underneath H1 you can have an H2 and then an H3 and so on. So this is also important for SEO. But in addition to the headers, there are 6 of them, H1 to H6, we also have the P tag, which is used to identify paragraphs. So in between H3 and H6, I'm going to open up a P tag and I'm going to say this is normal. All right, I'm going to close the P tag. And now let's go ahead and save the file. Go back to my browser. Let's refresh the page, and there you go. Now you can see the P tag in action. This is normal. So usually the P tag in terms of size tends to fall. It's usually slightly smaller than an H3 tag, but bigger than an H4, H5, or H6 tag. So that's it for the heading tags as well as the paragraph tags. Very, very useful for displaying headings as well as normal text. Normal text would be the P tags, and of course your headings would be your H1s, H2s, and so on and so forth. So that's it. Jump in the next video where we'll continue writing HTML code. Alrighty, we've talked about headings and P tags. Now let's take a look at the A tag used to identify links. Alright, so let's do this. I'm going to open up a new line after the H6 tag, and I'm going to say A, which is the link tag, and then the attribute of href equals, and then in quotes, I'm going to add the URL for the website. So that's www.webmonkeyonline.com. And now the actual text that people will click on, I will say visit my blog, and then we can close the A tag, and there you go. So now you can see what we did here. We have the A tag representing the link, and then the href, which is the source in quotes, and then we closed that, and then we said visit my blog, which will be the actual text, and then we closed the A tag. Let's go ahead now and save this. Let's go over to my browser. Let's go ahead now, refresh the page, and now you can see it right there, visit my blog. Now if I go ahead now and click on the link, you can see it takes us straight to my blog, and that's exactly how links work with HTML. But now that we're talking about links, let me show you something rather cool, okay? You see, when we clicked on this link right here, it took us to the website, but then it didn't open up the new link in a new tab or a new window. We want that to be the case, okay? We don't want this new website to take over the page that we have in here. So how do we get links to open up in new windows or new tabs? Let's go back to our code. And now where we have the href, all right, I'm going to create a space. Okay, I'm going to add another attribute, and that's going to be target equals, and now you can see the option right here of blank, underscore, and then blank. This is the attribute telling us that, hey, when you click on this link, the browser is going to open it up in a new tab. Let's check it out. Let's go ahead now and hit save. Let's go back to the browser, refresh. And now let's see what happens when I click on the link. There you go. It opened up in a new tab. And that's exactly how hyperlinks work in HTML. Now, we could also have internal links as well that will simply link one page to another page, or even instances where we have what we call the anchor links, where when you click on a link, it doesn't take you to another page or another website, but it could take you to another section within that exact same page. We'll take a look at that a bit later in the course, but that's it for hyperlinks. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let me now show you how you can add images to your HTML file. But before we do this, I want you to do me a favor. Go to your current HTML folder and then add one image. So in this case right now, for example, I do have the html.png file. And then inside of your HTML folder, create another folder called images. And then inside of that images folder, add one image. So in my case right now, I do have the skynet.png file. And then in the HTML folder, I do have the html.png file. By the way, your images don't have to be PNG files. They could also be JPEG. It doesn't matter. All right. So how do we display this, guys? Well, I'm going to go over to my brackets text editor. And now let's add the image tag just underneath the A tag. And then I'm going to say src equals, and then I'm going to add the html.png file. Okay, and then space and then /. This is how you would close the image tag. So you don't have anything like open bracket / and then img and then closing bracket. No, this is how you would close the image tag. We've also used the source attribute to indicate the source of the file, as you can see right now. So let's go ahead now and save this. I'm going to go over to Internet Explorer, refresh the page, and there you go. Now we do have our image displaying. But then how do we display the second image, which is going to be the skynet.png file? Well, if we go back to the brackets text editor, we open up another line and then we say img src equals and then quotes, let's say in capital letters, skynet.png and then space, and then we close that. And then I come in here and say save. Let's see what's going to happen. Okay, I'm going to go back to Internet Explorer. Let's refresh the page. And well, as you can see right now, nothing is displaying. In fact, we do have an indication in here that, hey, something is trying to display, but something isn't quite right. So what exactly is going on here? Well, here's the problem, okay? If we compare the two images, skynet.png is inside a folder called images, while html.png is inside the root folder. All right. And also keep in mind that the document is called heading.html. This is the actual file we're working right here, heading.html. Now, because the image html.png and the heading.html file are inside the same folder, which is HTML, we can easily just directly add the source of the image. But since the second image is in a different folder compared to the heading.html file, we would need to specify that folder, the path that folder is in. So basically, we're going to have to come in here now and say images. Oh, sorry about that. Let's go back in here. We're going to say images and then / skynet.png. Now, this is the path to displaying the skynet.png file. First, we're going to go to a folder called images, and then inside of that images folder, we'll find a file called skynet.png. So now I can go ahead, save the file. Let's go back to Explorer, refresh the page, and there you go. Now we have the image being displayed. So this is exactly how you can display images, but also a small lesson in file paths. Whenever you are trying to add an image or anything else, as long as that file is inside the exact same folder as the main document, in this case heading.html, or we can just type in the name of that file. But if the file is in a different folder, we'll have to specify that folder first, and then / and then the name of that file. So that's how you can display images. But before I go, we can also add the alternative text. Don't forget about that. So img src that. We can then also come in here and say alt equals, and then in quotes, let's say HTML file logo. And then in here as well, we can do the exact same thing and then say alt equals and then quotes Skynet logo, stuff like that. All right. So we can just save that, and that's pretty much it. So there you go. That's how to add images to your HTML document. Alrighty, it's time for your very first assignment, and what I want you to do is pretty easy. So far, you've learned how to add hyperlinks using the A tag. You've also learned how to add images using the img tag, right? But what I want you to do in this assignment is to figure out a way how you can make one of your images clickable so that when anyone clicks on that image, it will take them to a new website. So as an example in here, my HTML5 logo, if I click on the image, it takes me straight to the webmonkeyonline.com. So in other words, I do have a clickable image that has a link to the webmonkeyonline.com, plus the link also opens up in a new tab. So I want you to try and think about this, trying to figure out a way how you can make an image clickable using HTML and also ensure that when clicked on, it opens up in a new browser. Good luck. Hopefully you were able to solve the quiz, and if you did, congratulations. But if you didn't, don't worry, I'm going to show you how you can create a clickable image using HTML. All right, let me go ahead first of all and refresh this page. And as you can see right now, the logo is not clickable. So how do we solve this? Well, we're going to go back to our brackets. This is the file, the image we want to make clickable, the html.png file. So I'm going to create a new line. And what I'm going to do is this. We know that the A tag is used for creating links, right? So let's go ahead and add the A tag. Let's add the link that it will take us to, and that's of course https://www.thewebmonkeyonline.com. Remember, it's supposed to open up in a new tab, so we will add the target attribute as well. Let's add that one, underscore blank. Okay. Now, we don't need any text. We just need the image to be clickable. So what we're going to do is very simple. I'm going to create some space in here. The A tag has been opened, as you can see, right? We're going to include the image inside of the A tag. So we're going to add an indent here to indicate that this image is under the A tag. And very simply, we're just going to go ahead now and close the A tag. Let me do that properly. And there you go. We've just created our clickable image. Let's go ahead now and save this. I'm going to go back to our Explorer, refresh the page. And now when I click on the logo, it opens up the webmonkeyonline.com. So that's exactly how you can create a clickable image using HTML. Let's talk about how you can create lists using HTML. And lists are pretty much a big component of lots of websites. And as an example, over here on this dummy HTML page, down here you can see we do have a list of links, brackets.io, brackets team blog, brackets on GitHub. This is a list right here, and it's basically an unordered list. An ordered list, on the other hand, you would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe A, B, C, D, stuff like that. So how can we create lists using HTML? Well, it's very easy. Let's go over to our brackets, text editor, and then what I'm going to do is, let me just go ahead and remove the second image. We don't need that. So just underneath the A tag in here, I am going to open up a new tag, and I'm going to call this UL. This represents an unordered list. If it was going to be an ordered list, we would use OL. But check this out, okay? I'm going to open up a new line, and then underneath it, I am now going to list the actual elements under the list. So the first one here is going to be LI. That represents the first member of this list. So let's call this apple. So we can call this maybe a list of fruits, maybe. So we can close that. L1. Let's open up another line. And let's add another fruit, Li, and this is going to be orange. All right. There you go. And then let's add one more. And what fruit should we add here? Guava. I'm sure you never thought about that. Okay. And finally, we're going to close our unordered list. And there you go. This is how you would create an unordered list. First of all, you would open it up with the UL, and then the actual list items themselves, you'll have the L1 tag and then the closing L1 tags in between each list item. Now, an ordered list, like I said, is pretty much almost the exact same thing. I'm just going to copy this block, right click, copy, and then I'm going to paste it down here. The difference though is that instead of UL, it's going to be OL. This is going to represent an ordered list, and you're going to see the difference right now. Let me just create some space in here. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. And now I'm going to go back to HTML, document, refresh the page, and now you can see our unordered list, apple, orange, guava, and then the ordered list of apple, orange, and guava. So this is how you can create unordered and ordered lists using HTML. One other thing we can do with our lists is to change the default icons representing the list items. Now, by default in here, you can see that the unordered list has like the circle, the black circle representing each list item. And then the ordered list has the regular 1, 2, 3. You can actually change this. And we can change this by adding something known as a style property. We'll talk about properties very, very soon. But check this out, okay? Where you have UL, I'm going to add some space and I'm going to say style equals, and then in quotes, I'm going to say list. And then you can see the property right here, the list style type. What kind of type of the list icon are we going to add in here? Now you can see several values provided to you. However, let's try going with square as an example. All right. And then at the end of square, I'm going to add a semicolon. All right. Let's go ahead and save this. And now let's go back to Explorer, refresh the page. And now you can see that the icon has changed from the dark circles to squares. So this is how you can change the default icon representing the list items for our unordered lists. And as you can see right here, we do have access to other values besides the square. Let's say, for example, what else do we have in here? We also have the disk, but I think disk is the default. Let's try disk. Let's save this. So we're going with disk. Let's see how this would show up. Refresh. Okay, so you can see disk is in fact the default, because sometimes some browsers might interpret disk a little differently. So for Explorer, the disk is the default, but we do have another one we can go with, which is circle. So let's go with circle, and let's see how this would look like. Let's save. Let's come down here, refresh the page. And okay, so basically circle and disk are exactly the same thing with Explorer. If you're using a different browser, say Chrome or Safari, you might have slightly different results. Now going back, we also have a way of changing the default icons for our ordered lists. It's pretty much going to be the exact same method. We will say style and then equals, and then in quotes, we can say list style type right there, and you can see the different values: Armenian, decimal, disk, Georgian. Let's see, we do have lower Greek, so let's go with lower Greek and see how this looks like. Let's add our semicolon at the end, and then we can save. Let's go over to Explorer, refresh, and now you can see we now have the lower Greek numerals representing our ordered list. So this is how you can change the default icons representing the unordered and ordered list items. One last thing to mention before we round this up is that you can also create lists inside of a list. So basically nested lists, that's what we refer to as. So let's say, for example, where you have orange in the unordered list, let's say we want to create another list inside of orange. What we're going to do here is this: simply add an indent to represent the new list, and then it's going to be UL again, and then inside of the UL we're now going to add the nested list. So let's say, for example, we've got the red, oranges, just as an example, red, oranges, and then we can also have what other types of oranges are there? We do have yellow oranges, all right? So we've got yellow oranges. Let's close that one. And then finally, we're going to close the unordered nested list. And there you have it. Let's go ahead now and save this. Let's go over to Explorer, refresh the page, and there you go. Now you can see we do have an unordered list inside of the original unordered list, and that's how you can create nested lists using HTML. Let me now introduce you to the HTML style attribute, and this is an attribute that you can use to add different kinds of styles to different kinds of elements. Now there is a general formula for this, and that would be the tag name in brackets, and then style, of course, equals, in quotes, the property of the style, and then the value of that property. Now a very classic example could be us adding a background color to our body element. So as you can see right now, we do have body style equals background color here being the property, and then blue being the value of that property. This is how you can use the style attribute. Let's put it into action. Let's add the background color to our body element in our brackets text editor. So over here, I'm going to say, just after the body element, I'm going to say body style equals, and then in quotes, we'll have to add the property, first of all, which is going to be the background color, and then colon, and then you can see the different kinds of values that we have. In fact, let's go with burly wood as an example, all right? And then at the end of the value of the property, we'll add a semicolon, and there you go. Let's go ahead now and save our file. I'm gonna go over to Internet Explorer, refresh the page, and voila. Just like that, we've added the background color to our body tag. Now, in addition to changing the background colors of our page or our website, there are other things we can also do as well. We could also add, for example, like change the font color for our text. In this case right now, let's try to change the font color for the H1 tag. So what I'm going to do is I'll say H1 style equals, and then in quotes, we're going to add the color property. Keep in mind that certain properties are only available to certain kinds of elements. For example, you can't add the you can't add the color, you can't use the color property with, say, the body tag. It's not going to work. You would need to use background color instead, right? You can't use a background color on an image tag. It's just not going to make any sense. So in this case, for the H1s, H2s, if you want to change the color of the text, you'll have to use the property color, all right? So in this case, let's give the value of, let's say, red as an example. All right, so we've changed the color to red. Let's go ahead now and save this. Let's go back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So you can see the H1 right now is now in red. So the same applies to the other text tags, your H1s, H2s, H3s, your P tag. You can change the color, the font color, by simply using the property of color. But you could also do something else. We can add another kind of style, which will be the text align. In this case, let's come in here for the H2, and let's say style, and then we'll say equals, and then in quotes, let's go with the text align property, and then we can say center as the value. Other values, of course, would be left, right, justify, things like that. Let's go ahead and put this into action. Let's save this. Let's go back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. We have now aligned our H2 text to the center of our page. So the different kinds of properties and their values, they're quite a lot, and a lot depends on the element or the tag that you're actually applying them to. Now, before I go, let me give you one more example. Let's target the A link right here that says visit my blog. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add 3 different types of properties. So first of all, we're going to remove the default underline. We're going to change the color of the text, and we're also going to transform the text to uppercase. So let's do this. All right, I'm going to go over to brackets, and I do have the A tag right here. So after the target, I'm going to open up the style attribute and then equals, and then in quotes, let's do the first one to remove the underline. That's going to be text decoration property. And then the value here would be none. So no decorations. Let's add the semicolon. The next property here would be the text transform. And we're going to transform it to uppercase. All right, and then the last one here will now be the color. And let's go with, let's say, green as an example, semicolon. So there you go. We've added 3 different properties with 3 different values. Let's go ahead, save. And now let's go back to Explorer, refresh the page, and there you go. No more underline, capital letters, and the text is now green. So you can add multiple properties and multiple values for those properties to one single element. Now, the number of attributes and tags that we've covered so far are just a very, very tiny fraction of the total number of tags and attributes available with HTML. Now, we're going to cover a few more of them later in this course, but if you're interested in getting instant access to all the tags, all the attributes, well, you can go to html.com/attributes, and then in here, you can see all the possible types of attributes that you can apply to different types of tags with the explanations next to them. It is a lot. And then you can also go to /tags. And in here, you will see all the tags available for you to use with HTML. Now, I would not recommend you spend your entire time going through all of these. You don't need to know every single attribute. You don't need to know every single tag. It's kind of like you trying to know every single word in a particular language, let's say English language or in Japanese. You don't need to know every single word. As long as you know the most commonly used tags, the most commonly used attributes, and then the properties and the values of those properties that you can apply to them, you'll be good to go. Plus, when you begin to learn about CSS, you will find CSS much easier to work with and make styling changes to your elements. And overall, when it comes to styling, CSS you're much better off investing more time learning CSS than HTML styling. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching. Join me in the next class where we'll now take a look at text formatting. I'll see you then. Welcome back, and I really do hope that you are enjoying the course thus far. We've covered quite a lot on HTML, and let's keep going. So right now, I'm going to show you how you can make some formatting changes to your actual text. But before we can do that, let's add an actual paragraph with some lines. So to do this, I'm going to go over to loremipsum.io. Lorem Ipsum basically is used for generating dummy text that developers use for testing purposes. So I'm simply going to go ahead now and let's copy some of these lines right here. Let me just go ahead and copy this. And I'm going to go over to brackets. Let's open up a new paragraph tag at the bottom right here. P tag, add that, and then let's close the P tag. Okay, so how can we make formatting changes to our actual text? We can't use the styling attribute because attributes are only applicable to tags, right? But what if, for example, we wanted to make consecutor right here, this particular word, wanted to make it bold? How would we do that? but we can make use of certain kinds of tags. And specifically, to make it bold, we're going to make use of a tag called the B tag, which is, of course, represents the bold tag. So I'm going to come over here right now and close that B tag. So right now, consecutor is going to be bold. Let's add another tag to use mode right here. Let's make this italic. Okay, let's make that the italic style. I'm going to come in here. Let's close that one. In fact, let's make use Mont tempo. So 2 words. Let's make those 2 in italics. Let's close that. We do have another tag, which is the emphasize tag, which is going to be, of course, EM. We're just going to add all the tags, and then we'll see how they look like once we refresh the page. So let's come in here, close that. We can also make some other additional changes like add or make certain kinds of text subscript or even superscript. So let's make the sapien here. Let's make this a superscript. So it's going to be SUP. Don't worry, you will see what these actually do in just a moment. And after the S, I'm going to go ahead and close that. So we've made the S in sapien a superscript. Let's see, senectus, we're going to make the last S here a subscript. So let's use the SUB tag. And then let's add S right there. I'll close this. All right. And okay, let's go ahead now and save this. So we've added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different kinds of tags. Let me go over here to my Brave browser, refresh the page. Let's come down here and, well, there you go. Now you can see consecutor is now bold. Use Mont tempo is in italic. Magna is emphasized, which is also very similar to the italic style. But then down here, you can see sapien, the S is superscript, which means it goes on top. And then in senectus, the S is a subscript, which means it goes down. So this is how you can make formatting changes to specific words or even specific letters using tags with HTML. Now, before I go, there is one other tag that is very similar to the bold tag, and that's going to be the strong tag. So as an example, let's add the strong tag to ipsum. All right, so let me type in ipsum. Let me just come over here and remove the first one. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and save this. Let me come back here to Brave, refresh. Now you can see ipsum is also now bold. But the question is, what is the difference between the bold tag and the strong tag if all they do is actually just make the text bold? Well, from a display point of view, there isn't any difference because both are bold. However, behind the scenes, browsers will put in more importance to text that has the strong tag. The strong tag should be used for text that is very, very vital, very, very important, and have a sense of urgency. The bold tag instead is used just to simply make certain kinds of text bold, maybe a name of a person, name of a place, stuff like that. And then it also becomes important when you start working with CSS, because with CSS, you can say, okay, all elements, all tags, all text, whatever that have the strong tag, make them red, and then all text or words that have the bold tag, just make them regular black. You could do something like that. So at the end of the day, it's not super important as to whether you use the strong tag or the bold tag, but for the purposes of doing it the right way, use the bold tag when you just want to make a text a bold. And then if you have certain text that is of very, very huge importance, maybe like a quote or something like that, you could use the strong tag for them. Of course, we'll talk a bit more about these as we progress into CSS, but that's it for text formatting with HTML. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let's continue with the course, and now let's talk about something very, very important, and that's going to be the concept of inline and block elements. You see, in HTML, you generally have two types of different kinds of elements. You have the block elements and then you have what we call the inline element. Now, the difference between these two is that the block elements are elements that by default would occupy their own separate lines. As an example, in here, you can see that when we outputted the H1 tags, the H2s and H3s, and even the P tag, you can see they all stand on separate lines. That is because they are block elements by default. So a block element, you display it, it occupies one line. It's on its own, on a single line. Every other element that comes after it, it will push to the next line. That's what we call block elements. Now, inline elements are the exact opposite. You can add as many inline elements as you want on the same line. Now, if we go back to our text editor, over here, we've identified that the H1s, the P tags, and all of that, those are block elements. However, your inline elements would be the A tag and the image tag. So let's say, for example, in here, where I have the first link, I'm going to go ahead and I will simply copy the exact same text. And then let's create a new line and then paste the same link all over again. Let's go now and save. Let's refresh the page. And now down here, you can see that we now have the two links side by side. And that's because A tags are naturally inline elements. If you copied an H1 tag or an H1 element and you pasted it right next to another H1 element, I guarantee you that the second one will go to the next line. That's how block elements work by default. Now, you could actually change the way these elements work by default. So for example, if I wanted to force, let's say, the first A tag down here to act like a block element, I can actually do that. And of course, there is going to be a property for that. Let's do this. Okay, I'm going to go over to style. And then after the green value for the color attribute, I'm going to add a new property. And that property is going to be called the display property. And then the value is going to be block. All right. So now I am telling the first link, the first A tag, to act as a block element. Let's go ahead now and save this. And let's see what's going to happen. I'm going to refresh the page now. And there you go. Now you can see that the first A tag is on top, down, up here, while the second one is down there. So you can force inline elements to act as block elements. And coincidentally, you can force block elements to act like inline elements. So instead of using the value of our block for the display property, you would use inline in that case. So this was just to introduce you to the concept of block elements and inline elements. This will become very important once we begin to delve into CSS. But for now, I wanted you to know the difference between these two. I will see you in the next class. I want to draw your attention to a particular tag which I feel you would find very useful as you begin to build websites with HTML. Now, previously, I showed you how you can force inline elements like your A tag to act like a block element by simply using the display property and then the value of block, right? However, there is a much better way of actually achieving the exact same results without using the display property. What you can do in this case right now is, let me just show you. I'm going to go ahead and remove the display property. All right. So if I want to force the first A tag here to act like a block element, what I can do is to create a new line, and then I'm going to add the tag BR and then space and then /. This is basically a break tag. It tells HTML that, hey, create a new line for the content that's to follow. That's basically what this tag does. So let's go ahead now and save. Let's go back to my Brave browser, refresh the page, and there you go. The exact same results achieved, but in a much easier way. Now, the more tags you add, the more break tags you add, the more space. So as an example, let me just copy this. Okay, and let's do this. I'm simply going to go ahead now and paste a few more. Let's go ahead now, save. Let's refresh the page and, oops, excuse me. Let's refresh this page, and now you can see the results. Now you can see there's a lot of space in between the very first tag right here and the second tag. Now you might be wondering, hey Alex, wait a minute, what about this image? Why is this image kind of appearing in between the first tag and the A tag, even though if we go to our page here, you can see that the image comes after the second A tag. Actually, what you're seeing here is exactly correct. It's because this image is so big, you think it's above the second A tag, but they're actually on the same line. If you notice, the A tag is right here, and then the image is right next to it. It's just because the image is really, really big. That's why it looks like, oh, the image is actually above the second A tag. It's not the case. They're actually on the exact same line. So that's it for the break tag. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let's talk about two very important tags, and that's going to be the div tag and the span tags. Now, let me ask you a question, all right? If you wanted to change the color, let's say the color of a certain word, let's say, for example, fames, the word fames down here, right? If you wanted to change the color from the default black to, let's say, red, how would you do that? Now, we know that there is a property called color, with which we could use to change the color from black to red. And we know there is an attribute known as style that we can actually use to implement this change, right? But the problem is that attributes only work with tags. Now, fames is just a word. It's not an attribute. So how can we change the color of this particular word? Well, this is where the span tag comes into play. See, with the span tag, we can target words, we can target letters, numbers, we can target anything and use the span tag to change the property of that particular element. So let's say we wanted to change the color from black to red right now for fames. I'm going to do this. I'm going to open up a new tag and say span, and then I'm going to say style. Now we can attach the style attribute to this span tag, and then we can now say, okay, equals, and then in quotes, we're of course now going to say color, and then we'll now of course add the value of red, semicolon, and now let's go ahead and close the opening. But remember, of course, it's a tag, so we also have to close the tag. So after the word, I'm going to come in here right now and add and close the span tag, right? So there you go. Let's go ahead now and save this. Let's refresh the page. Let's go down here, and there you go. So you can now see that fames is now in red thanks to the span tag. So you can use the span tag to target words, letters, figures, anything, all right? We could also coincidentally change the property we're dealing with. We could change maybe the text align property. We could change the text decoration, the display property, and so on and so forth. So that's it for the span tag. But what about the div tag? Now, the div tag is used to target sections on our web page. So as an example right now, we do have, let's say, for example, we wanted to specifically target a section containing the H1 all the way down here to the first A tag, right? Let's say we wanted to give this particular section a different background color. We would use the div element in such a case. So as an example, we could come in here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a tab to push everything to the right. Let's come down here after the body tag, and then we're going to open up the new tag, which is of course going to be the div tag, div. And then down here, I can now go ahead and close the div tag. So basically, we have now given this all new section. We've divided this section from the rest of the web page. So from here right now, I can come in here and say, okay, div style equals, and then in quotes, I'm now going to come in here and say background color, and let's say green as an example. All right, let's go ahead and save this, refresh the page, and if I scroll back up, now you can see that the section containing the heading element all the way to where we have the A tag, which you can't see because it's the exact same color as the background color. We've basically changed the background color of this entire section using the div tag or the div element. So that's what you would normally use divs for. Now, technically, you could kind of get away with using multiple body tags. So for example, you could close the first body tag, over here and then open up another body tag, but that is just terrible coding. That's like the worst HTML coding of all time. So please don't do that. Your web page should only ever have one single body tag. If you need to divide sections of your page, well, use the div tag. That's what it's there for. So that's it for the divs and the span tags. The span tags, once again, are used to target words, letters. You can use the tag to change the properties of these kinds of elements, while the divs are used to target sections on your web page. And of course, div tags or elements are block elements, while your span tags are usually inline elements. So that's it for divs and spans. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Now that you're familiar with what block and inline elements are, let's do some playing around, okay? Let's see how we can actually combine both inline and block elements together to display content. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the background color for the div that we created previously. Let's go with orange this time around and not green, so we can see our A tags. Let's save that. Okay, let's try something funny. All right, now we do have the H1 tag right here. This is very, very big. What if we actually added a P tag inside of the H1 tag? So basically, we're now adding a block element inside of another block element. How is this going to affect the display? Let's see. Let me just go ahead and remove this extra words. Okay, so we've got the P tag inside of the H1 tag. Let's come in here, let's save, and let's see if there's going to be any difference. Let's come in here, refresh the page, and well, as you can see right now, there is no difference. It's still acting as an H1 tag. So really, adding block elements inside of other block elements doesn't really change anything. It's going to be you pretty much will get the exact same result most of the time. However, what if we came down here to where we have our A tag? All right, let's go with the second A tag now. What if I came in here and I said, you know what, I'm going to make this an H1 tag. All right, so now we're adding the A tag inside of the H1 tag. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's close the H1 tag. Let's go back in here, save, go back to our browser, refresh the page. Now you can see that the second tag, the second A tag, is now as big as the H1 text over here. The only reason why it looks bigger is because all the letters are capital letters, while the ones here are all small letters with the exception of the first T. So that's basically what happens when you combine block elements. If you had block elements instead of other block elements, you're not really going to get any change. But if you add an inline element inside of a block element, well, guess what? The block element will affect the way the inline element is being displayed. Note, however, that this isn't always the case. There are instances where even if you add an inline element instead of a block element, you might not see any difference. Don't worry, as you begin to get more comfortable working with HTML and you start taking different kinds of tasks, working with different attributes and tags and things like that, you will get used to how these things actually work. But for now, I just wanted you to know that you can add inline elements inside of block elements and thus affect the way those inline elements are actually displayed. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let me introduce you to one of the most important tags for HTML, and that's going to be the header tag. This is a tag with which you can use to display very important information about your site, including its title, description. You could even target keywords for SEO using the header tag, and you could even include some CSS styling as well. So let's do this. I'm going to show you how you can make use of this tag. First thing though is we're going to create a new indent, and then up here under HTML, directly under it, we're going to add the head tag. It's not header, but head. All right. Now it typically falls under the HTML tag. So first thing we're going to do here is we're going to change the title of our website. Right now, as it is, take a look over here. All it says is heading.html. And this makes absolutely no sense. If we uploaded this page right now to the internet, all it would say is heading.html. What does that mean? So to give our website a descriptive title, we're going to go back to our header tag and we're going to make use of a new tag called the title tag. And then we can now say HTML tutorials for beginners, right? Let's go ahead and close that. Let's now come over here right now and save the document. Go over to our browser. Now pay attention to the tab. Let's go ahead and now refresh. And there you go. Now it says HTML tutorials for beginners, much more descriptive. Now, in addition to working with the title tag, we could add another kind of tag. And let me just do this. I'm going to paste the tags I've already copied previously. And this is going to be the meta tag. Very, very, very important and very useful tag. Basically, the meta tag can be used to display certain kinds of very important information, such as the character set, a description of the site, the keywords we're targeting for SEO, and so on. Now, the first one in here is the meta character set. And you can see the value there of UTF-8. What exactly is this? Well, if you begin to include symbols on your site, such as the @ symbol, the ampersand symbol, things like that, there are ways, there's actually HTML code that you need to use to display these kinds of characters. Now, in order for your browser to be able to interpret those HTML symbols, you would need to include the character set you're working with. UTF-8 is generally the preferred option because it's universal and it contains the overwhelming majority of symbols and characters. The only other instance where you may not use UTF-8 and use a different value would be if you were creating a website using a different kind of language, maybe Spanish or Greek or something like that. But usually it's going to be UTF-8. That's what this is for. Now you've got description, meta name equals description, and then the content basically are free web tutorials. In this case right now, we're just describing the overall content about the website. Now here, the meta name equals keywords and then content, HTML, CSS. These are the keywords we're targeting for SEO. So if you wanted to optimize your pages for SEO, this is exactly how you would do so. And then finally, you've also got the meta name equals author. This is if you want to include the name of the author of the website or the post or the page, and then this is exactly how you could do that. One more thing to mention, it would be styling. You can actually include some CSS styling inside of your header tag. How do we do this? Okay, let's say for example, we wanted to change the background color of our entire website. Note that over here, we already have the body style, equaling background color, Burley wood. The thing is, this body tag is only going to affect the home page or whatever page this particular code is on. It's not going to affect other pages on our website. However, if we wanted to target all the pages on our site or all the body tags on our site at once, we could use CSS. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to remove all the values that we have in here and just leave the body tag as it is. Check this out, okay? I'm going to include the new tag of style, and then inside of the style tag, we're now going to add the element we want to target. In this case, it's going to be the body element, right? So it's going to be body and then curly braces, all right? Open up a new line, and now let's add the property. In this case right now, it's going to be background color. And let's say aqua. Actually, not aqua. Let's go with blue as an example, and then semicolon. Now, basically, we're saying, okay, every body element on our website, change its background color to blue. All right. Let's add one more. Let's take a look at the LI elements that we have in here, like apple, orange. Let's say we wanted to give all of them a single color of, let's say, green, right? So to do that, very simply, we'll just say LI. That's the element we're targeting, right? Curly braces. Oh, sorry about that. Curly braces, and then in a new line, we're going to say color, and then we'll say green, semicolon. Now, basically, we're saying every single LI element on our website, change its color to green. Let's go ahead now and close the header tag. Don't forget to close your head tag, very, very important. Let's go ahead now and save this. Let's go over to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So first things first, our page is now has the background color of blue, but then down in here, you can see that the LI elements are in green, and okay, green and blue is not a great combination. So let me just do this real quick. Let's change the background color from blue to let's say gray instead. All right. Let's go back in here, save, go back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So now you can see every LI element has been set to green. And then of course our background color is set to gray. Of course, we did set a specific background color for the div in here. That's why it still has its orange color. So the background color of a page will not overwrite the background color of a div inside of it. So that's exactly how to make use of the header element. And believe it or not, what you're seeing right here, this style, this is your first introduction to CSS. This is what we refer to as internal CSS because it's contained inside of an HTML document. Regular CSS would be a separate file on its own, and then you would have to link your HTML document to that CSS document. We'll talk about that a bit later, of course, but for now, this has been your introduction to the header tag. Very, very important, very vital tag for HTML. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. As we begin to round up this section on HTML, I'd like to take a look at the HTML5 semantic elements. So what exactly are these semantic elements? Well, they're used mostly for providing structure to your content. And the reason why they're important is because by giving your content structure, search engines will better be able to understand what your content is about. And as a result, you'll be able to optimize your content much better for search engines. And in addition to this, it just makes your content look so much easier and so much cleaner to read and understand. Let's take a look at some of them. You've got like the article, aside, you've got the footer, you've got the header, you've got the nav. Now, before I continue, this header tag right here is different from the head tag we talked about previously. What is the difference? See, the head tag is used for containing information that you typically would not see on the front end. Information about the keywords you're targeting, the title of your website, its description, the character set, and so on, the scripts. Those are the kinds of information contained inside of your head tag. Your header tag, on the other hand, would typically contain information like the logo of your website, the main menu, and so on. As an example, let's take a look at my blog over here. If I was going to break this down, see where I have the logo and then the main menu, this would be inside of my header tag. And also because if I go to any post or any page on my site, the information contained within the header tag is usually consistent. The same applies to the footer tag, which contains information in the footer section of my site. In this case right now, you can see we've got an about section, some site links, and some social media. This would be contained inside of the footer tag, which is the one you see right here. So these semantic elements contain information about the structure and also content of our website. Now, you've got the nav element right here. This would be used to contain your main navigational menu. And then you've got other ones like your main section, article. You could typically interchange these ones because they basically are used to contain the actual content of your website. And in here right now, you can see kind of like a breakdown, the breakdown of how these semantic elements are used. So at the top, you've got like the header tag. At the bottom, you've got the footer. And then you've got the nav containing the main navigational menu. And then the actual content, you could use your elements like section, you could use article, you could even use divs. We've talked about divs already. You don't necessarily have to use section or article. And then aside is typically used to contain information that would be to the side of your page. In this case right now, maybe like a sidebar, just as an example. So we'll be working much closer with these elements as we begin to build our actual website. But for now, I just wanted to introduce you to them because it's important that you know that they exist and what it is that they actually do. So feel free to go to this website, freecodecamp.org, and then you can search for HTML5 semantic elements. This is a very, very descriptive article that'll describe to you what these elements are and how they are used. But like I said earlier, we'll be taking a closer look at them when we begin to build our website. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Well, there you have it. We've come to the end of this section covering HTML5, and you've learned quite a lot. Now you've learned about the HTML tags, the attributes, the styling properties, their values, elements, and so much more. Now, we haven't, of course, covered everything regarding HTML5. We haven't talked about HTML forms. We haven't talked about tables either. But we'll take a look at these once we begin to build our site, so don't worry. In the meantime, if you want to learn a bit more about HTML on your own free time, I would highly recommend you go to w3schools.com and then check out the tab for HTML. In here, you can see all the necessary information and containing all kinds of information about the different kinds of elements and tags and attributes and all that stuff. So if you're interested, I would highly recommend you check out w3schools.com. But that's it for now for HTML5. You've learned the basics. Let's now move on to learn about the basics of CSS. All right, so welcome officially to the CSS section, and we're done with HTML for now. Moving forward, it's all about CSS from now on until we get to section 3, where we'll now combine HTML and CSS to build this particular website that you're looking at. So in this section, I'm going to introduce you to the basics of CSS and also talk about the most common types of designs that you can apply with CSS. Now, CSS is a very, very, very broad topic. I could make a 10-hour course just talking about CSS, but we don't have 10 hours. So what I'm going to do in this section is I'm going to introduce you to the most popular, to the most common types of designs that you can apply with CSS. And then in section 3, when we build this particular site, I'll introduce you to even more CSS skills. So sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy this section. Let's get started. All right, before we move on with the rest of the CSS course, I want you to do something for me. Attached to this video, you would find a zipped file. And when you download and unzip that file, you should have these 3 files. Basically, you would have an index.html file, a style.css file, and also you would have a folder containing 3 different images. So depending on the platform where you're watching this or you're taking this course, you would either find it attached to this video or you may even find it in your projects section. But please go ahead, download the zip file, unzip it, and confirm that you have access to these documents before you move on with the rest of the course. Well, hopefully you didn't have any issues downloading and getting access to the files. And if you didn't, please go ahead now and open up the style.css file using the brackets text editor or any other text editor that you're using. So let me show you exactly how the syntax of CSS is. Basically, you're going to pick an element that you want to apply your styling to. So if we go to our index.html, we do have the h1 tag right here. So let's try to apply some style to our h1. We're going to come in here right now and then say h1. That's the element we're applying the style to. And then curly brackets. And then inside of the curly bracket, we're going to pick a property of that element we want to apply the style to. In this case, let's say we wanted to change the font size. and we want to make it a bit bigger. So let's go with 30 pixels and then semicolon. This right here is the basic syntax of any CSS code. First, you have the element that you're applying the styling to. You will have your curly braces, and then inside of the curly brace, you would have the property. In this case, it's font size, a colon, and then the value of that property, and then a semicolon. Let's add one more. Let's go with the text align, and let's go with center, semicolon. And there you go. Let's go ahead now and save this. Now, if we try to go over to our browser and refresh the page, you will notice that there has been no change. The H1 tag here, the getting started with CSS, it's still aligned to the left, and the font size hasn't changed yet. That is because even though we have the style.css file, it is not linked to our index.html file. So we need to link both of them together. And how do you do that? I'm going to show you in the very next video. I'll see you then. Welcome back. Now, previously, we successfully added some code to our style.css file. But unfortunately, because we've not linked the style.css file to our index.html file, the changes were not applied. So the big question right now is, how do we link our style file with our HTML file? Well, to do this, I'm going to go over to index.html, and then inside of the head tag, check out this new attribute. It's called link. All right. So basically this says, hey, we're adding a link, and the first value here is going to be rel equals, and then in quotes, style sheet. So basically the rel is a way of saying, okay, what kind of link is this going to be? In this case right now, it's a style sheet file. And then the next value here is going to be for the href, the actual source, the link to that file, the link to the style sheet file. And just like with images, because the style.css file and index.html file are in exactly the same folder, it's just going to be very straightforward, style.css. If, of course, if the style.css file was inside another folder called styles, for example, then the href here would be styles / and then style.css, just like with images, right? So there you go. We've successfully done the linking. Let's go ahead and close this. I'm going to come in here right now, save my file, and now let's go over to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Now you can see that the H1 is now aligned to the center, plus the font size has also been set to 30 pixels. So congratulations, we have now successfully linked our style.css file with our index.html file. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully linked our HTML document with our CSS style sheet. But the big question right now is, what exactly is so special about CSS? I mean, fine, we were able to add a font size and also align our H1 tag to the center, but we could have done this with HTML as well, right? So why CSS? Why even bother styling with CSS? Well, you see, the true power of CSS lies in its ability to make styling changes to multiple elements from one single line of code. Now, as an example, if I went back to my index.html, in here you can see that we have several h3 tags, right? For example, we've got the projects in brackets. There's an h3 tag. We have an h3 tag here as well. We have another h3 tag here, another one down here. If we wanted to give our h3 tags a particular color, with HTML, we would have to go to each one individually and then say, okay, h3 here equals the text color equals blue, and then go to the next one, text color blue, and so on and so forth. With CSS, we can change the color of every single h3 tag from just writing a very small piece of code like what we have in here. So as an example, if I came in here right now and I said h3, and then let's give it a color, and we're going to say color here is blue. Let's see what's going to happen. I'm going to come in here right now, file, let's save, and now let's go over to our browser, Come in here, refresh the page, and now you can see that every single H3 tag is now in blue, just like that. So this right here is the true power of CSS. You can make changes to all kinds of elements from one single line of code. It's as simple as that. But the thing here is this, okay? You can impact multiple types of elements at the same time. What I mean here is this, okay? So we've got H1, we've got H3. If we wanted to, for some reason, if we wanted to add the exact same styling to both of these types of elements, we can do them as well. So all I will do in this case would be to come over here. After H1, I will add a comma and then H3. Now basically I'm saying for all H1 and H3 tags, give them a font size of 30 pixels and align them to the center. Let's check it out. I'm gonna come in here again, save, go back to my browser, refresh the page, and just like that, you can see right now that the H1 and the H3 tags are all aligned to the center, and they all have a size of 30 pixels, just like that. So here is the true power of CSS, having the ability to make multiple styling changes to multiple elements all at the exact same time. And the best thing is, if in the future I wanted to change my mind and say, you know what, rather than giving these guys a font size of 30 pixels, I want to change it to 24 pixels, all I would need to do is just to come in here, change the value of 30 to 24, and that's it. I save my changes and all the H1s and the H3 tags are affected at the exact with the exact same value. I don't have to go to each individual H1 tag or each individual H3 tag and make the change there. So therein lies the true power of CSS, the ability to make multiple changes to multiple elements all from one single line of code. Let's talk about one of the most important properties that you can ever set on your website, and that's going to be the font family property. Extremely important, and it's not enough for you to just set a value and say, okay, yep, that's the the value of my font family, I'm going to move on. No, you have to be very careful, and there are certain rules that apply whenever you try to set a font family. The font family essentially is a property that will dictate the kind of font that your website would use. Now, ideally, in your HTML document, there are three main types of tags that you can target. You can target your headings, your H1s to H6. You can target your P tags, which would be the normal text, and you can also target your A tags as well. Of course, there are certain instances where you can also target like your list elements and so on. But the big three are usually your headings, your normal text, and your hyperlinks. Now, here's the thing, all right? There are different types of font families, thousands and thousands of them, but there are also different types of browsers. You've got Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and so on. Not all browsers are able to interpret all types of font families. And in fact, there isn't a single browser that can interpret every type of font family. What this means is you might choose a particular font family that would look good on the Mozilla Firefox browser, but on Chrome it might look different, and that's because Chrome might have difficulty in reading or displaying that type of font family. Remember that your browsers are like interpreters. They interpret your HTML and CSS code, and then they display what it is that they've interpreted. With that being said, there are certain font families that are considered to be web safe. What this means is that these are font families that all browsers can interpret. Now, if you go over to w3schools.com and you look for the CSS web safe fonts document, in here you can see the font families that are safe. You've got the serif fonts, you've got the sans serif fonts, you can see the examples right there. You've got your monospace fonts as well. So these are the font families that every type of browser would be able to interpret. This is important because you typically want to set a fallback font family whenever you've chosen your primary font family. What I mean is, if you choose a custom font family, you want a backup so that in case a particular browser cannot interpret your first choice for font family, it will interpret the second choice, which will be your fallback. And you always want to set one of these font families right here as your fallback option. One thing to mention also is that for your regular text, you've got serif fonts and you've got sans serif. You typically want to go with the sans serif. These are the fonts that don't have like styling, for example. Like in here where you have your serif fonts, take a look at the T's, for example, and the G. You can see the way it's styled. When you have text and you have a lot of text, these might become a bit more difficult to read. But with sans serif, you can see the T is displayed normally, the G is displayed normally. So for your text, you typically want to go with one of the sans serif fonts. That's how you want to go. For your headings, you could use one of the serif fonts. I think that will be fine. You won't have too much of an issue there. So one other thing to also mention is that whenever you're setting your font families, you don't want to use more than maximum of 3 different types of font families on your website. Typically, you would set one font family for your headings, for your titles, another font family for your regular text, and then maybe another font family for your hyperlinks, your A tags. But I would often recommend you go with 2 font families, one for your headings and then one for your regular text and your hyperlinks. That's usually the way you want to go. So no more than 2 or 3 font families on your website. Okay, let's go back to our HTML document. All right, what I want to do here is this. I'm going to show you how you can set the font family for your P tags, your regular text. Let's go over to style.css. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say P, and then let's open up our styling option. Now check this out. I'm going to say font family. All right, and I'm going to say sans serif will be the font family. Let's add a semicolon. Let's come in here. Let's save. Let's go over to our browser. Now note that the default font family is typically Times New Roman. That's usually the default font family for all browsers. So let's refresh the page now, and now you can see that it's changed to the sans serif. Okay, perfect. Sans serif is one of the web safe fonts. You can see it right here, sans serif. But let's use a different font family now as our primary font family for the P tags. Now, Google has almost 1,000 different Google fonts, and one of my favorite fonts is the Mont font. I like using that font for my regular text. It's the one, let me show you. It's right here. This is it, Mont, right? Let's go ahead and try this. I'm going to go back to my HTML document, and rather than saying sans serif, let's now come in here and say Mont. The good news about Mont is the fact that just about every browser can interpret it as well. Even though it's a custom Google font, it's still quite safe. So I'm going to say Mont. Let's save that. Let's go back to our Brave browser, refresh the page, and now you can see the font has changed to Mont. Awesome. However, even though Mont is a Google font and you have other Google fonts in here, not all of them are able to be interpreted easily by browsers. As an example, let's come down here. See, there's another font in here called Sophia. All right, just as an example, let's come down here. So here it is, Sophia. This is a terrible font family for your regular text, but I'm going to use it just to demonstrate what I want to talk about. Right? Let's change the value of our font family from Montserrat to Sophia instead. Sophia, come back in here, save. Let's go over to our Brave browser, refresh the page. Did you notice a difference? It's changed. It's no longer Montserrat, but this isn't Sophia. Look at how Sophia looks like. You can see it's very, very stylish. But what you have right here is Times New Roman, because the Brave browser cannot interpret the Sophia font family. If I go over to Firefox and I refresh, you can see it's the exact same thing. No difference. It's still the same Times New Roman. That's because browsers typically have a difficult time being able to interpret the Sophia font family. So In this kind of instance, you want to set a default fallback option. So in this case right now, I'm going to add my comma and then say sans serif as the fallback option. Let's go back in here, save, go to our browser, refresh the page, and now you can see sans serif is now in action because the Brave browser cannot interpret Sophia. So this is exactly why you'd want to set a fallback option. But what if you actually wanted to use the Sophia font family? Well, there is a way how we can do this. What you want to do is you want to go over to your HTML document, and then where you have your head tag, I'm going to paste some code in here, and here it is. Basically, I am providing the link to the font family of Sophia, and this is it right here, https and then fonts.googleapis.com/css and then family equals Sophia. Let's now go ahead and save this and see what happens. I'm going to go back to my Brave browser, refresh the page, and now you can see this is the Sophia family, a font family in action. That's because we've said in our HTML document where our browser can find the font family. So in instances where you set a regular Google font for your text and it doesn't seem to be working, you'd want to go to your head tag and then attach this kind of link. So you would just substitute Sophia for the name of the other font family that you actually want to use. With that being said, let me just say that later on in this course, I'm going to show you a better way of linking custom Google fonts to your HTML document. This works perfectly well. It's just that it could impact the speed of your website when it loads, because now your website will have to first of all link to Google and then find the font family that you've specified in here. It's usually much better to have that font family stored locally on your web server. I'll show you how you can do that later, so don't you worry. I'm going to go back in here and just change Sophia back to Montserrat. Let's go back in here. Let's save. Go back to our browser. Refresh the page. And there you go. Okay. So that's typically it for the font families. Again, just a quick recap. You've got your web save fonts and you want to set one of them for your fallback option. For your text, you typically want to go with the sans serif fonts. For your headers, you could go with a serif font. And also, for your Google fonts, many of them would work normally with your browsers. However, in certain instances where it doesn't seem to be working, then you'd want to go to your HTML head tag and then add this link right here, and then add the name of the font family that you want to link to your website. So that's it for font families. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Alrighty, so we successfully dealt with the font family in the previous video, but now let's take a look at some additional text properties with CSS. And as you can see, I have already added 4 extra properties. We have the font size, which of course indicates the size of our text. These can go anywhere from 1 pixel to 10,000 pixels. It really depends on how big or how small you want your letters to appear. And then font weight basically refers to how bold or how light the text would be. Now, the value here you see is 600. But you do have other values like bold, lighter. So let me just remove this 600 and let's see the values that we have. So we've got lighter, bold, bolder, and then normal. Normal is of course the default value. But like I said, rather than going with lighter or bolder, you can specify it in numbers. So you can go with like 300, for example, or 400, 500. So as an example, let's just go ahead now and save this and let's see the difference. So it's 300, which is very, very light. Let's go back to our document right here, refresh. So now you can see this is the value of 300. But if we go back and I said, you know what, I'm going to make this 700. Now this is going to be a lot bolder. Let's go back in here, refresh. Now you can see the text is now a lot bolder. Keep in mind though that the values here will depend on the font family. Not all font families will have values for 600 and 700 or even 800. It all depends on the font family. Many times you will discover that most font families at least would have a light variation, which is usually 300 or 400. they will have the normal variation, which is usually 500, and then a bold variation, which is usually 700 or 800. So you can just play around with the values and see what font family values are available with the specified font family that you've chosen. Now, line height, of course, this indicates the distance between words on different lines. So right now, this is 16 pixels, but to demonstrate, let's go ahead now and change this value all the way to, let's say, 24 pixels, so you can actually understand what I'm trying to say here. All right, let's go ahead and save this. Let's get back to our browser, refresh the page. So now you can see this is 24 pixels, so there is now more distance between the lines of text that we have. You can see that's what the line height essentially does. And then we also have letter spacing. The spacing between the letters, 2 pixels is what we have currently. Let's make this 8 pixels so you can see the very obvious difference. Let's go back in here. So this is 2 pixels, and now this is 8 pixels, which is of course which is just terrible. Ideally, you don't even want to use letter spacing in most cases. You do have other properties, which we'll talk about in just a moment, but there is one more we really need to talk about, and that's going to be the color property. Now, so far we've been used to giving values like blue, red, green, but with CSS and even with HTML, you actually have access to thousands and thousands of different kinds of colors. Now, if you go to htmlcolorcodes.com, in here, you will see this bar, and right here, you can choose the kind of color you want to go with. Literally, we've got millions of colors available in here. So what you want to do is, once you've chosen, once you like a particular variant of a color, in here, you've got what is known as the hex value. Simply copy the value in here, and then you can simply apply that for your text value, the color value rather. So let's do this. I'm going to go ahead now and save this. So this is going to look like orange. Let's go back to our text document, refresh, and now you can see everything now is like in orange. So again, you can use this to pick out very specific colors that you want to apply on your text. So that's pretty much it. One more thing to mention: if you go to the w3schools.com CSS and then look for the CSS text tab in here, all the way down here you will see some additional properties such as the direction, text decoration. This is where you can specify if you want to underline your text or maybe add a dash, things like that. You've got text overflow, which we'll talk about a bit later. You've got word spacing, which is like letter spacing, but now this deals with the distance between words in your text. And then, of course, vertical align, which we'll talk about a bit later. So there are a few more properties which we'll discuss as we continue in the course. But for now, these are usually the most popular properties that you would apply to your text. One more thing to mention before I round up is that please keep in mind that all these are also applicable to your headings, your H1s, H2s, and so on. And also, for the most part, your A tags as well. Basically, any kind of text. That also includes lists. So that's it. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let's continue with our journey into the world of CSS, and let's talk about something very important which you cannot do without when it comes to CSS coding. I want to ask you a question, all right? Let's go back to our editor right here, our index.html file. Now, you would notice that we do have several divs, right? We do have one right here, which is the first div that contains this text. We've got an empty div right here. We have another div here as well. This is another div. There's another one down here as well that contains our images and some paragraphs. Okay. Now, we could easily come in here and say, you know what? We want to give our divs a background color of, let's say, red, just as an example, right? I'm going to go ahead and remove the color of our text so it goes back to black. So let's do this, background color of red. Now, if I go over to my browser and I refresh, now you can see all our divs have the red background color. Awesome. But what if you wanted to give specific divs the background color of red and others leave them as they are? How would you do that? What if you wanted to give a background color of blue to only one particular div? How would you do that? This is where the concept of classes and IDs comes into play. See, with classes, you can assign a class to a group of elements and then apply the exact same styling to all of them at the same time. But then with an ID, you can target one specific element and apply its own unique styling to that particular element. So let's go back to our index.html file right here. So let's say, for example, I wanted to give the very first div in here, we're going to give it the background color of red, okay? I'm going to say div class equals, and now in here, red. I have given this div the class of red. Let's come all the way down to the very last div, which is the one we have over here. Let's also give it the same class of red, okay? But then I'm going to do something else. I'm going to go over to the div in the middle, actually the one that contains the images down here. Let's go ahead and give this one an ID. We're going to give it an ID, not a class, but an ID of blue. So what I'm going to do essentially is I'm going to give this particular div the background color of blue, and the other two that have the class of red a background color of red. So to do that, I'm going to go over, let me just save my index.html file first. Let's go over to our style.css. So what I'm going to do here is this, okay? I am going to first of all say dot.red. The dot right here represents class. So basically I'm saying any element that has the class of red, give it a background color of red. And then any class that has an ID of blue, IDs, you use the hashtag to represent an ID, all right? So any element that has the ID of blue, well, give it a background color of blue. All right, so let's put this into practice. I'm going to go ahead now and save. Let's go over to our browser, refresh the page, and look at that. So the very first div here is in red. The last one is in red, while this one is in blue. So this is exactly how you can make use of IDs and classes. But it gets even more interesting. You can actually apply multiple classes to a single element. Let's go back to our index.html, all right? Let's say, for example, some of these divs, we wanted to align the text to the center. What I will do here is the very first div, the one that has a class of red, I will add another class with a space and then say center, okay? And now let's take a look at another div right here. Let's see, which other div can we apply this to? Okay, we do have, actually, guess what? I'm going to apply this class of center to not only a div, but another element. In this case right now, I'm going to give it to the p tag under the h3 headline that says projects in brackets, okay? So let's do this. I'm going to say p class equals, and then of course, red. So note what I've done right here. I've given the exact, I'm sorry, not red, but center. I apologize, center, okay? So we've given the first div the class of center, and we've also given these p element right here the class of center as well. Let's go ahead now and save. Now let's come over here to our style.css. I'm going to add another class right now. That's going to be center. Okay. And now what we want to do here is we want to align our text to the center. So I'm going to say text align center. All right. Let's go ahead now and save. Go back to our browser, refresh the page, and let's see what we have. Okay, well, check this out. So the very first div right here has the text in the center, and then the p tag here has its own text in the center. You can see it's the one just underneath projects in brackets. If we go back to our HTML document, so you can see projects in brackets right here, and then the p class of center, which is exactly why the text here is centered. So you can see how you can apply classes as well as IDs. IDs are specifically for one single element. You shouldn't apply an ID to more than one element. IDs are unique. They're meant to be specific for one single element. But with classes, you can use classes to assign styling to several different kinds of elements, and it doesn't even have to be the same element. You can see in here, going back to style.css, we applied the class of center to a p tag right here, and also to a div. And we were also able to do this because the particular style or property we wanted to apply, which is text align, goes for both divs and text. There is no way we'll be able to apply a text align of center to, let's say, an image, for example, because you cannot text align an image element. It's not just going to happen. Now, you could also get very specific while using the class. Right now, as it is, we're saying dot center. Basically, we're targeting every element that has the class of center. But if I now come in here and say p dot center, now this changes because now we're saying every p tag that has a class of center, make its text align to the center. This is very different from just saying dot center. Let's put it into a test. Let's save. Let's go over to our browser. Let's refresh the page. And now you can see the first div, its text is no longer aligned to the center, while the p class right here of center, its text is aligned to the center. So note the difference between including just the class and then including an element or a tag before the class. There's a big difference between those two. Now, you could also target multiple classes and IDs at the exact same time. To demonstrate this, I'm going to give you an example. Let me just go ahead and remove the font weight here of 700. All right. Let's go ahead now and just save this first, and let's just see the difference. Let's refresh. Okay. So all the text right now is basically regular in weight. Nothing is too bold. Okay. Let's go back in here. Let's do this. Okay. I'm going to come in here right now and say every class of center, and then I'll now add a comma, and then I'll say every class of red as well, another comma, and then I'll say an ID of blue. And now we can add the property and say, yep, font weight of 700. What I've done here is I've said every element that has a class of center or has a class of red or has an ID of blue, make its content have a font weight of 700. Note that we used a comma to separate the classes and IDs. Let's go in here right now and save. Go back to our browser, refresh the page, and now you can see that the first div right here that has a class of red, its font weight is 700. This one too is 700 as well because it has a class of center. While the regular text in here is still regular because this div doesn't have a class of red or center or an ID of blue, and so on and so forth. So this is how you could make use of IDs and classes. The bottom line here is classes can be used to target multiple elements at the exact same time, while IDs are used to target one very specific element. That is the core difference between classes and IDs. And of course, you will be exposed to working with classes and IDs a lot more as we progress in this course. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying this CSS course thus far. Now, so far so good. We've explored one major way of adding a background to our elements, and that's been the use of the background color property, which of course adds a background color. But what if we wanted to add an image instead? We wanted to use an image as a background. How would we do this? Now, I want to go back to the folder that contains our HTML files. In the images folder, these are the three images we have, right? Pay very close attention to the second image, this one right here. It's 300 pixels by 168. This is going to become relevant very, very soon. But I want us to use this image right here as our background. All right. So to do this, I'm going to go back to brackets and let's go over to our index.html file. And I'm going to apply that image as a background to this empty div that we have right here, the one just above the get started with your own files comment. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this div an ID. All right. And I'm going to call this image dash section. All right. So this is how you would use more than one. If you're going to name your IDs or your classes with more than one word, use a dash to separate those words. Okay. So image section. I'm going to go ahead now and save the file. Let's go over to our style.css. Now, I'm going to say div, hashtag, and then section, image section. All right. Now, first of all, I will add a background color, first of all. So let's do this. Background color, and let's just go with black. All right. Now let's see what's going to happen. I'm going to save, go over to our browser, refresh the page, and well, as you can see right now, we don't see any div with a black background. That is because the div right now as it is empty. There is nothing inside of it. There is no text, no image, absolutely nothing. So one way to actually show a black background color would be to add some content, or we can set a height and width for the div. And I'm going to introduce to you right now two new properties of height. In this case, I'm going to say 1000 pixels, and then width, let's say 1250 pixels. So you can set a definite height and width for your containers, your divs, your sections, and so on and so forth. So let's go ahead now, save this. Let's go back to our browser, refresh the page, and okay, so here it is right now. It's the one right here. So you can see right now we now have our empty section or empty div with 1000 pixels in height, 1250 pixels in width, with the background color of black. Awesome. Okay, now let's go back. Let's now apply the background image. To do this, I'm going to say background dash image. Now you will have to specify the URL. Where will CSS find this file, this image that we want to use as a background? So we're going to say URL, and then in brackets, quotes. Remember the file path that we learned about in HTML. I'm going to say images because it's in a folder called images, and then images, and then it's going to be css-2.png. This is the source of our background image. Let's go ahead now, save, go back, refresh the page, and take a look at that. Right now, you can see that, okay, the image now has taken over the entire width and height of our section. But you would also notice that, wait a minute, it's repeating, right? Remember that this image is only 300 by 168 pixels, I believe. But we set the height and width of this section to be much, much larger. As a result, by default, CSS will repeat the background image so that it can occupy both the width and height of its container. But let's do something else. I'm going to add a new property, and this is going to be called the background size. Very, very, very important. Now, check this out. Auto is usually the default. This is kind of like the safe option. Let me save, go back in here to our browser, refresh, and you can see there's really no change as such. Basically, auto is a way of saying, let the browser determine the best way of displaying the background image. Okay, no change. But if I go back in here and I say, you know what? I'm not going to repeat the background anymore. New property, background, repeat, no repeat. That's right. Now I'm saying do not repeat the background image. Okay, let's see what happens. Go back, save, come in here, refresh. Now, do you see that? With auto, CSS will only display the image as best as it can. It's not going to stretch the image. It's just going to display it as neatly as it can. And then for the rest of the container, it will display the background color. You can see that, right? Okay, let's go back. Now, we're going to switch the background size from auto to something known as cover. What's the difference? Take a look. I'm going to go ahead and save the file right now. Go back to our browser and now check this out. I'm going to refresh and voila. Look at that. Basically, with the cover value for the background size, we're saying, hey, CSS, I want you to ensure that the background image will always occupy the full width and height of its container. I don't care if the background image is smaller than the container. If you have to, stretch that image so that it will always occupy the width and height of its container. And that's why you can see right now that the image has been stretched. It's not clear, it's blurred, and you can even see that part of the image has been cut off. Because in desperation, CSS is trying to say, hey, okay, I am just going to make sure that this image will always occupy its container no matter what. That's exactly what the value of cover does. There is another one, another value, and this one is called contain. Similar, but different. Let's go ahead now, save this, go back to our browser, refresh, and now look at that. There is a difference, right? Right now, you can see that even though the image is still blurred, it's still blurry, you can still see the entire image. And you can even see the background color of black right there. Now, what contain does is that it says, no matter what happens, I'm always going to make sure that the entire background image is always visible. It's not like cover where the priority is the container. Basically, the background image is stretched so that the entire container is covered. But in contain, it is the background image itself that's the priority. We're going to make sure that the background image is always shown. It's fully shown at all times. Even if you have to leave some space, that's fine. In this case right now, the space being the background color, that's fine. The priority is to ensure that the background image is always visible. Even if, and also of course, sometimes the background image will be blurred, just like with cover. But again, at least the entire background image will always be shown. That is the major difference between cover and contain. But let's go back in here. Now, in addition to contain, cover, and auto, you can set values like, say, for example, let's say 75 pixels, and then we can also say 50 pixels. So basically now we're saying, okay, we're going to give the background size 75 pixels in width and then 50 pixels in height. Let's see how this would look like. Let's save. Let's go back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So now we've given that background image, a width of 75 pixels and a height of 50 pixels. So you can see it's very, very small. You could add other values, like say, for example, rather than using two different values, let's say 400 pixels. So basically what this does here is we're saying set a width of 400 pixels and then the height, set it to auto. That's what this is. So let's go ahead, save, go back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go, a width of 400 pixels and a height set to auto. Going back, we also have different values for the background repeat. You can go with values like, say, for example, repeat X. All right, so let's check this out. Let's go with repeat X. Basically, we're saying repeat the background image, but only horizontally. That's on the X axis. So to demonstrate this, let's go back to the background size set to auto. Okay. Let's go ahead, save, go back to our browser, refresh the page. So there you can see right now, it only filled out the horizontal axis for the background image, right? But if I go back in here and I say, rather than repeat X, go with the repeat Y. This right here is going to be vertical instead. So let's save, go back to the browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Now you can see it fills the height of its container. rather than the width of the container. So that's basically the background repeat values in action. Now, there is one more background property I want us to take a look at, and that's going to be the background position property. So in this case right now, it's going to be background position. Now, what this does is with background position, you can tell CSS on what part of the image you want to focus on. So to demonstrate this, what I'm going to do is let's change the background size from auto to cover. And we can even just remove the background repeat, since the size of cover will pretty much cover the entire container to begin with. So there is no need to repeat. So let's do this. I'm going to go ahead now and save. Note, I haven't added any values for the background position yet. So let's go back to our browser, refresh the page, and okay. So right now you can see this is the default way that CSS will display the background image when its size is set to cover. You can see part of the CSS here has been cut off. But what if I came in here and I said for the position, let's focus on the center from a vertical axis and also the center from a right axis. So we're going to concentrate at the center of the image instead. Let's save, go back to our browser, refresh the page, and now you can see that CSS has now shifted its focus so that the image is now properly at its center, is displayed properly at its own center. Now you can see all of HTML and you can see all of CSS. But there are other values we can set in here as well. We can go with, let's say, left. And then we could also say our bottom right here. This is one way. Let's go ahead now, save, go back to our browser, refresh. And now you can see that the concentration is on the left side and then at the bottom. That's where the concentration here is. But if I go back in here and I switch to, let's say, right, bottom instead, save, go back to our browser, refresh the page, and now you can see the focus has now shifted instead to the right of the image and then the bottom. So you can see these are ways how you can change the way or the angle with which you want CSS to display your image at. And usually for the first values in here, you typically go with either left or right or maybe even center. And then for the second value, this would be for the vertical axis. This would either be top, center, or bottom. So that's the background position in action. Of course, we'll take a look at this a bit later once we begin building our website. But these are the most common background properties, especially when it comes to dealing with the background image that you'll be dealing with. You know, background size, background repeat, background position, and of course the background image itself. You could set more than one background image if you want to. It's possible. But we'll take a look at that much later once we begin building our site. But for now, this has been how to set your background image, or how to set an image as your background. One very last thing to mention is that always ensure that the images you're going to use as backgrounds, at the very least, are equal in size to the container with which you intend to apply them to. So ideally, if we're going to apply a background image for this section with a height of 1000 pixels and a width of 1250, ideally we would have gone with this image, the one, the bigger one, the css-1.png. This would be a much better image to use as your background because it's very big. It's big enough to occupy the width and height of our section. So just as a reminder, always ensure that your background images, the actual image themselves, are big enough to occupy the full width and height of the container you intend to set them to. That way they will never be stretched. That way they will always be displayed as cleanly as they possibly can. That's it for background images. I'll see you in the next video. Now let's talk about a particular property which you would find very useful, and that's going to be the display property. Now we already discussed about this a bit briefly when we were talking about HTML, and specifically the differences between inline elements and block level elements. Now, just as a refresher, block level elements are your headings, your H1s, H2s, your P tags, your divs, and they typically stand alone on a line. They don't stand or sit side by side. Inline elements can actually stay side by side, and these tend to be your hyperlink tags, your A tags, your images, and so on. Now with the display property, you can actually change the way block level elements are displayed, and you can also change the way inline elements are displayed. As an example, over here we've got our H1, which says getting started with CSS, and then we have H2 that says this is your guide. Now by default, of course, they are now on separate lines, as you can see. But if I went back to my style.css and I said, I'm going to add a new declaration and say H1, H2, let's open up our curly braces. Now the property of display, I'm going to give it a value of inline. All right, let's save, go over to the browser, refresh, and now you can see that the H1 and H2 are now staying side by side. We could do something opposite with the images down here. You can see that image 2 and 3 are side by side. If we give them a display property of block, then they will be on their own separate lines. So that's how the display property works. But there's actually another value which I want us to talk about, and that's going to be called the inline block value. So how exactly does this work? You see, by default, you cannot add a height or width to inline element or a block level element. You can't. But if you give them a display of inline block, you will then be able to provide them with a set width. Let's do this. I'm going to remove our declaration that says inline for H1, H2. I'm going to come down in here and I'm going to say image. All right. So we're targeting the 3 images in our HTML document. I'm going to come in here and say display. Now check this out. I'm going to say inline block. All right. And now I'm going to say width of 33%. So basically I'm saying, all right, every image in our HTML document, display them as an inline block and then give them a width of 33%. This 33% simply means this is in relation to their container. In this case right now, if you come over here, you would notice that the 3 images are inside of a div with an ID of blue. So basically, the first image will occupy a third of the width of the entire div container, and then the second will occupy another third, and then the last one will occupy a third as well. That's what that simply means. Let's go ahead, save our document. Let's come over here right now and see what's going to happen. Now note that the first image, of course, is very, very large, but let's see what happens. I'm going to refresh, and now you can see all of a sudden the 3 images are now side by side because we've given them a set width of 33%. But before we could give them that width of 33%, we had to set them, or rather give them, the display value of inline block. So this is where inline block will be very, very useful when you want to set or provide a height or width to either a block level element or an inline element. You want to give them the display value of inline block first. Now there is one more property or value rather, which is the value of none, basically. So in here you're saying, you know what, don't display the element. So if I save this, let's go back to our browser, come in here, refresh. Well, there you go. No more images. Now the question, of course, is when would you use this particular kind of value for display? This typically, or rather, is very, very popular with responsive displays. When you're designing your website to look good on a mobile device, there are certain elements or content like maybe animations, sliders that will not look that good on a mobile phone. So you could specifically say that, hey, if someone is viewing this website on a mobile phone, do not display this slider, do not display this image or something like that. So that's where you could use the value of none for the property of display. Let me go ahead and remove that. Let's change it back to display, inline block. Okay, so that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. Now let's talk about another set of properties that are very, very important. And we're talking about margins, paddings, and borders. And these are very vital for the way your content is displayed. But what exactly are these three? What is a margin? What is padding? What is a border? Well, to demonstrate this, we're going to do some things. First of all, with our HTML document, I'm going to go ahead and remove this ID of blue for the div that holds our images. And then down in here, right, the very first p tag under this div, I'm going to give this an ID of, let's say, orange. Okay. And then the immediate next p tag, I'm going to give it an ID of, let's say, gray. Okay, let's save. Go over to our style.css. Now check this out, okay? I'm going to give the very first one, which is orange. Let's say p orange, so that we're very specific. Curly braces, open it up. Let's give it a background color of orange, obviously. And then we'll give it a width of, let's say, 475 pixels. And then I'm going to give it a height of 100 pixels. All right. I'm going to go ahead now and I'm going to copy everything. And then I'm going to paste. And then I'll simply change the ID of orange in here to gray. And then, of course, change the background color here from orange to gray as well. Let's save. Go to our browser. Refresh the page and let's see what we have. And there you go. All right, both p tags with the background colors and with the height of 100 pixels, width of 475 pixels. Now, you might notice that the text is right at the edge of its container. Look to the left and even look to the right of the orange p tag. You can see right there that the D for end, it's right next to the border. It's right next to the edge. How do we create some space? Before I show you how to do this, let's add borders, right? I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say border 2 pixels solid red. What exactly have I done here? I've added a border around the p tag and I've said make it thick of 2 pixels. So 2 pixels here represents the thickness of the border. Solid means the type of border because you can have solid, you can have dotted, dashed, and so on. And then red represents the color of the border. I'm going to go ahead and save, go back in here, refresh, and now you can see the border right there. But still, the text is right next to the border, and over here as well, the text is right next to the edge of its container. So if we wanted to create some space between the text and its border or container, we're going to need to use paddings. That's what paddings are for. They create space between content, whether it's an image, text, or any kind of element. It basically creates space between that element and its border or container. So if I go back to brackets and I say, for the first p orange, let's come in here and say padding of 20 pixels. Okay, let's save, go back in here, refresh the page, and now you can see there's a lot more space around. 20 pixels from the top, 20 pixels on both sides. The bottom, it's irrelevant because there is always space between the text and the bottom to begin with because we gave the container a height of 100 pixels. If we didn't provide any height, in fact, let's do that. Let's remove the height completely. So no more height of 100 pixels. In here as well, no more height of 100 pixels. Let's save, go back to the browser, refresh, and now you can see the difference. The first p tag looks a lot neater and cleaner because there is padding, while the second looks very, very rough because there isn't any padding. But let's change that, okay? I'm going to go back to brackets. And now for the second p tag, which is the one with the ID of gray, I'm going to come in here and say padding. Check this out. I'm going to say 10 pixels and then 20 pixels. You will notice the difference that in the first one here, we gave padding 20 pixels. Here it's 10 pixels. Oh, 10 pixels, not 10x. Sorry. 10 pixels and then 20 pixels. The difference here is that in this scenario where you have two different values for your padding, the first value will be for the top and the bottom. The second will be for the sides, left and right. So let's save this. Go back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Now, p tag number 2 has 10 pixels from the top and bottom, 20 pixels to the left and right. There is another way how you can write paddings. In here, you can give a third value. In this case right now, it's going to be 50 pixels. What this will do is 10 pixels from the top, 20 pixels for both sides, 50 pixels from the bottom. Save, go back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So now the bottom has 50 pixels, right? There is even a fourth way of writing our paddings, and that is by providing a fourth value. In this case right now, I'm going to say 100 pixels. If you can guess, what this means here is that 10 pixels from the top, 20 from the right, 50 from the bottom, 100 from the left. Save, go back to our browser, refresh, and now you can see that the left has the most because it's 100 pixels and the other paddings remain the same. So these are the 4 different ways how you can write the values of your padding. You can give 1 value, 2 values, 3 values, or 4 values. Okay, awesome, beautiful. We've seen what borders are, we've seen what paddings are. What about margins? What exactly is a margin? Margins are used to create space, a distance between one element and another. It's different from borders that create space between an element and its container or its border. Paddings are more internal. Margins are external. Margins is now, okay, create space between one element and another. If I come in here where you have P orange and I said margin, check this out, bottom, 100 pixels. I'm gonna save, go back to our browser. Notice the distance between the first p tag and the second right here. It's not that much, right? But if I refresh, now you can see it's a lot more because we've given it a margin bottom value of 100 pixels. Basically, we've said from the bottom of the p tag with the ID orange, give a distance of 100 pixels to the next element, which happens to be the p tag with the ID of gray. We could create this same effect by doing the exact opposite. We could come in here right now and say, okay, p gray, let's give you a margin from the top 100 pixels. Save, go back to the browser, refresh the page, and there is no difference because we've simply created the same display but by changing the values the opposite way. So instead of giving the p orange margin bottom of 100 pixels, we've given p gray a margin top value of 100 pixels. So you could also write margin left, margin right. You can add values for those. And in the same way, you could even write paddings the same way. So rather than saying padding 10 pixels from the top, you can say padding top and then 10 pixels. This essentially is a shorthand way of writing padding values for all 4 sides. If you wanted to add padding for just one single side, let's say to the right, you would say padding dash right, okay? So keep that in mind. One more thing to mention before I round this up is that paddings can never have negative values. It is impossible. Margins, on the other hand, can have negative values. Check this out, okay? I'm gonna go back to the browser. It looks good, right? The content right here looks decent. But what if I came in here right now and I said, you know what? Let's remove the margin top. Rather than say 100 pixels, all right? I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna say negative 25 pixels. Ho, 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 ho. What's gonna happen? Let's save, go back in here, refresh. And now you can see that the second p tag has essentially jumped into the first p tag in here. You can see that, right? If I go back, let's increase the value here to 50 pixels. Let's double it. Come back in here, refresh, and now you can see it's now gotten up even more. So this is the effect of adding a negative value for your margins. There are certain situations where you may want to use something like this. It might usually involve you trying to set maybe like a background video for a container, and you notice that you also want the background video to occupy another container as well. These are the kind of scenarios where you may need to use like a negative margin. It's not very common, but there are uses for this. As you begin to build websites with CSS, HTML, you might run into a situation where you might need to use negative margins, but for the most part, you won't need to use them as such. So let me just change this 50 pixels back to, let's just say regular 50 pixels, save, go back. Now let's just refresh, and there you go. So that's essentially it for margins, paddings, and borders. We'll of course be dealing with them a lot more as we progress in this course. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Alright, before we progress in the course, I want to talk about the CSS Box Model because it's important that you understand exactly what this actually is. So the box model is used to calculate the total height and width of an element. So as an example, if you're going to calculate the total width of an element, this would be the formula. You would have the width, the set width of the element to begin with, and then you would have plus the left padding, the right padding, the left border, right border if there are, and then of course the left margin and then the right margin. This would be the formula for calculating the total width of an element. In pretty much the same way, you can calculate the total height of an element by first of all adding the set height and then the top padding, bottom padding, top border, bottom border, and then top margin and bottom margin. This would be the way to calculate the total height of an element. So with this formula in mind, let's try to calculate the total width and height of our P tags. So let's start with P orange first of all. Okay, let's calculate the total width. The total width here is going to be the set width first of all, which is 475. And then notice that we've got 2 pixels of border left and right of 2 pixels, so that will be 4 pixels. So it's going to be 475 plus 4, and then the padding 20 pixels on all sides. So left and right will have a padding of 40 pixels combined. So that's going to be 475 plus 4 plus 40, which should give you 519. So the total width of the P tag with the ID of orange is 519. But what about the height? There is no set height, so we'll just go with the padding first of all, which will be 40 pixels because we have a padding 20 from the top, 20 from the bottom, and then another 4 because we've got 2 pixels of border from the top and bottom, so it's going to be 40 plus 4, which would give you 44 pixels in height. What about the second P tag right here with an ID of gray? You can pause this video and try to calculate the total width and total height of this element. You can pause the video right now, and I'm going to go ahead and solve this. So what about the total width? First of all, we've got the set width of 475, and then in here the patterns are written different, but we know that the second value here is for the right, the third value here is for the left. There are no borders, that's fine. So we're just going to go with 475 plus 20 plus 100, which should give you 595 for the total width. And then for the total height, there is no set height, but we know that the padding here, 10 pixels, is from the top. The third value here is 50 pixels from the bottom, so that's 60 pixels, and then margin top, another 50 pixels, which gives you 110 pixels in total height. So that's basically how to calculate the total height and width of an element using the CSS box model. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let's talk about another property which you would find very useful, and that property is going to be the max width property. What exactly is this property? Well, it's usually used to create responsive designs of your website. Now, what exactly is a responsive design? Well, a responsive design is when your website would look very good regardless of the screen size. So whether someone is viewing your website on their computer, their tablet, or maybe even their mobile phone, your site will always look presentable and neat. Now, the max width property is very vital for creating such an effect. Now, to demonstrate this, I'm going to go back to our HTML document, and let's take a look at what we have in here. We do have the div section in here with the ID of image section. What I'm going to do is to go to style.css, and I'm actually going to hide that entire div. So let's come in here and say display, and let's say display is set to none. All right. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Now there's another thing we're going to do, and that is I am going to remove the set width for the p tag with the gray, with the ID of gray. Let's remove that set width. Save. Now let's go back to our browser. I'm going to refresh the page, and this is exactly what we have right now. Now you can see the obvious difference between the two P elements. The first one has a set width of 475 pixels. The second one no longer has a set width, and as a result, being a block level element, because it's a P tag, it's now occupying the full width of our screen, as you can see. Okay, but let me say something right now, right? What if we were going to make this screen size smaller? Now, at this point, you can see that everything still looks pretty good. And if I begin to reduce the size of the screen, you can see that even the images are getting smaller. The text is kind of like breaking into several lines at this point. You can see right now that it's still responsive. And one way how you can tell when a page is responsive is when you don't see any horizontal scroll bar. At this point right here, you can now see we now have a scroll bar. Whenever you see this, that means that the website is not responsive. And this happens when there is content that is wider or bigger than the current screen size. And as a result, you now have kind of like an overflow. Now I'm going to make this as small as I possibly can. And you can see, yes, we definitely do have a bit of an overflow somewhere. Now, if I start from the top, you can see right now that the div with the red background doesn't seem to be overflowing, because if I shift to the right here, you can see nothing. But if I keep on scrolling down, everything is still aligned. It's still aligned. But now you can see that the P tag with the ID of orange is the one causing the overflow. You can see with this particular portion right here is outside of the actual screen size, and that's why we now have this overflow. But if I keep going down, let's just make sure it's the only one. So you can see right now it's the only one. The final div with the red background is responsive, but it is this main P tag right here that is not responsive. And the reason for this is simply because we've given it a set width of 475 pixels, but the screen size currently is probably about maybe 400 pixels. Okay, so what is the solution here? Solution is to change the width to max width. Save, go back to our browser, refresh the page, and now you can see there is no longer an overflow. The entire page right now is responsive. This is the big difference between width and max width. Basically, with max width, you are saying, okay, never go beyond this particular width, this particular set width. If you need to make the width smaller so that it's responsive, then do that as well. That's exactly what the max width property is all about. So that's it. Before I go though, I'm going to say something real quick. And it's going to be kind of like a question actually. What if we wanted to centralize our P tag right here, the P element? We wanted to centralize it, put it right there at the center of our screen. How would you do that? We cannot use text align because text align only works with actual text, but we're dealing with an element basically right here. To centralize this, what you want to do is to go to the element. In this case right now, it's the P orange. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say margin and then 0 and then auto. Okay, let's go ahead, save, come back in here, refresh the page, and now you can see that our orange element is now right there at the center of our screen. So this is one of the CSS tricks that you need to be aware of. Basically, to centralize any block level element, you need to give it a set width and then set the margins to 0 and auto, just like we did right here. We gave it a set width. Now, you could also do the regular width and do margin 0 auto. It will also centralize the block level element, but remember, it's not going to be responsive. But you do a max width, and then you set your margins to 0 and auto. That will automatically centralize your block level element. So that's it for the max width property. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let's talk about one final property, and that's going to be the position property. Now, as you might have already guessed from the name, it's basically used to set the position of an element on our web page. Now, by default, whenever you create content with HTML and you use CSS to style it, browsers will render such content naturally. You can see right now that the content goes from left to right, the elements stack on top of each other, and so on. And even down here, with the p tag with the ID of orange, remember in the previous video, we set the value here to the exact center using margin 0 auto. All these are natural, right? But what if we wanted to, let's say, for example, shift the position of this p tag right here slightly more to the right, or maybe slightly more to the top? How would you do that? This is where the property of position comes into play. Now, by default, we do have a value of static for every single element. So if I came in here right now and I said position, and then I said static, this right here is, I'm sorry, position. That's a spelling mistake. All right. So if I came in here and I said position static, this really doesn't do anything because all elements have a position of static by default, right? But what if I came in here right now and I said, I'm going to change this now to relative. And I'm going to give a value of top 400 pixels. Now pay close attention. What this does, this relative value for position, what this does is that it says, consider the natural position of this element first. Use its position as an anchor. And then from that position, shift its position by whatever values we place for maybe top or left or right or bottom. So in here, we've said from the top now 400 pixels, right? Let's see this effect in action. I'm going to go over to the browser. Pay close attention to the natural position of this element right now, right? That's the natural position at the center. If I refresh, you can see right now it has bumped it downwards by 400 pixels from its natural position. This is how relative works. Now you might be thinking to yourself, wait a minute, didn't we say that it's supposed to be from the top? Yes. You might be thinking, because we said top here, it's supposed to bump the content upwards, right? But no, it's the opposite. That's how this works. If I came in here right now and I said, okay, let's do left 200 pixels. You might think, okay, this is going to shift the P tag. It's going to shift its content to the left by 200 pixels, but it's actually going to be to the right. Let's go ahead and save. Go back to our browser. Now refresh. And now you can see it's jumped now to the right by an additional 200 pixels. That's exactly how the value of relative works. And just like with top and left, you can also add values for right and bottom as well. Just keep in mind that the values here tend to act in the opposite direction. So if you give a value to the bottom, it will shift the content upwards. You give a value to the right, it will shift the contents to the left. That's exactly how that works. Okay, awesome. I'm going to go ahead now and remove this. Okay, let's save. Let's talk about the second value for our position property, and that's going to be the value of absolute. Let's go over to our index.html file. Now pay close attention in here, right? We have a div, And inside of this div, we have the h3 tag. We also have a p tag with a class of center. In case I haven't mentioned this yet, all these elements are basically children of this div that occupies everything. This div is essentially the ancestor or the parent of every single element inside in here. Now, this is important to understand because we're going to be talking about the absolute position right now. The absolute position essentially ignores the natural position of the element, unlike relative that says, okay, starting from the position, the natural position of this element, let's now shift it by so and so. With absolute, it doesn't consider the natural position of the element. Rather, it will consider the position of the immediate ancestor of that element. And if there is no immediate ancestor of that element, it will simply use the viewport as an anchor. What am I talking about? Let's come in here. Let's go to style.css. And I'm going to target this class right here of center. Okay, the p class right here of center. Let's target it. I'm going to come in here right now and say position absolute. And I'm going to say top of, let's say 20 pixels. Go over to the browser. Now this is the element we're targeting, right? This is the text right here. Now if I go ahead and refresh, now you can see it has been bumped up right here. How did that happen? You see, the absolute position has a law, it has a rule. And the rule essentially here is this. First of all, it will take a look at the element we've currently applied the value of absolute to for its position. In this case right now, it's the p class of center, right? What it's going to do is that it will say, okay, what is the immediate ancestor of this particular element? In this case right now, it's the div, this div right here. Now, because we've not given this div a set value for the position, it's going to look at the next possible ancestor, which in this case, if we were to go all the way up, it's going to be the section tag right here, because this div is inside of this section. It will check for the section to see, okay, what about this section? Does it have a set value for its position? If it doesn't, it will take a look at the next possible ancestor, which would be the body. And if finally body doesn't have, or rather if the final ancestor doesn't have any set value for the position, it will simply use the viewport, which is the browser, as its anchor. That's exactly how it works. So to demonstrate this, let's go over here and say, okay, for this div, let's use this div as the anchor point. So we'll say div style equals, and then we'll give it a position of relative. All right, let's go ahead now and save. Now, if we go back to the browser and we refresh, now it's jumped down here because now it is using its div, its immediate ancestor, which is a div, as the anchor point. Let's try something else. I'm going to grab what we've done here, this style. I'm going to cut this. So this div is no longer the immediate ancestor. We're going to go all the way up here to section. Paste that, let's save, and now if we go back to the browser and we refresh, now you can see it's now down here because it's using, or rather it's up here because it's now using the section tag as its anchor. That's exactly how the absolute position works. It ignores the natural position of the element the value of absolute is being applied to, but instead it will look at the next ancestor to see if there is a set value for it, and if there isn't any, it will simply use the viewport as its own anchor. That's exactly how the absolute position works. Now, to be honest, you probably might not find too many uses for the absolute position. In fact, it tends to break the layout of websites quite a bit, but it does have its uses, and we'll take a look at those a bit later. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and remove the value because we no longer need it. Let's save. Let's go over to index.html, and I'll also remove the style for the section. Okay, let's take a look at one more value for the position. And in this case right now, it's going to be the value of fixed. All right, this is a very, very interesting one. Fixed essentially says that, hey, no matter what, do not move the position of this element. Even if the user is browsing down or browsing upwards, keep that element exactly where it is supposed to be. As an example, let's go back to our browser. So in here right now, you can see as we scroll down, the content scrolls up essentially, right? You can see that's basically how it works. But let's say, hey, we want to make quick edit for CSS and JavaScript. We want to make this always appear. We want to make it fixed so that when we scroll downwards, it doesn't scroll upwards. Let's do this. I'm going to go over to our index.html, and it's the one, where is it? Okay, it's the one right here, quick edit for CSS and JavaScript, right? So let's do this. I'm just going to very, very quickly give this an ID so we can use our style.css. We'll just say HID equals, and we're going to say fixed. All right. Let's save, go over to our style.css, and then just down here, I'll just say fixed. And then I'm going to say position right here is basically fixed. Okay, let's save, go back to the browser. Let's refresh the page. And now you can see it is right here at all times. Even if you scroll up, you scroll down, it's always going to appear. So essentially, it is sticky. So whenever you see those navigational menus at the top of websites that are always there, even when you scroll down, they're basically using this value right here of fixed for the position of the navigational element. So this is one of the best uses for this particular value. You can use it to set sticky menus at the top of your browser. And of course, if we wanted to put this H3 tag at the very top, we'll just come in here and say top of 0. Put it semicolon, let's save, go back to our browser. And now if we refresh, it's always going to be at the top right here, no matter what. And you scroll down, it's always going to be at the top, no matter what you do. Plus, this will ignore setting text align to the center or stuff like that. So for example, if we came in here right now and we said, okay, let's make this text align center, save, go back in here, refresh. You can see right now that it doesn't go to the center. It's still at the exact spot right there. So if you wanted to push this to the center, this is where you would now need to use things like you come in here and say left, let's say maybe 400 pixels. Actually, let's go more like 700 pixels, I'm guessing. So we save that, go back to our browser, refresh. So now it's, yeah, maybe 700 was a bit too much, maybe more like 600, but now it's more towards the center. So that's basically how the value of fixed works for the position property. One final position to talk about before we round this up is going to be the value of sticky. Now, I know we just talked about the fixed position and how it's used for sticky menus, but in actuality, the value of sticky is actually a bit more useful and it's a bit better to use than the fixed position. What am I talking about? Right now, you can see that the quick edit for CSS and JavaScript, it's always fixed. It never moves, it never scrolls up, it never scrolls down, right? But if we go back to our CSS file, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change fixed here to sticky. And let's remove the left 700 pixels. Let's save, go back to the browser. Now, if I refresh the page, now you can see the text right here. It's in its normal, natural position, right? And as we begin to scroll down, notice it's also scrolling up. Normally, nothing has happened so far. But as we keep on scrolling down, now you can see it has reached, now you can see here, right here, it has reached the top of the viewport. It has reached the top of the browser, right? Now, if I keep scrolling down, notice it's no longer scrolling up. All the content beneath it is now going to start scrolling up, scrolling up, scrolling up, until we get to this point where it now also scrolls up. But at a certain range here, it did not scroll up. Now, why? That is because there is one restriction with the sticky element. Basically, an element will continue to be sticky as long as its parent is visible in the viewport. If we go back to our index.html and we come over here, the parent here is this particular div. So as long as we can see the contents of this entire div, the element here, which has the position of sticky, will continue to stick at the top of the browser. That's how that works. So to demonstrate this better, let's do this. Okay, I'm going to remove this ID here, and we're going to take it all the way to the top over here. And in fact, let's do this. I'm going to create a new tag right here and call this, let's call this another h1 tag. We'll give it the ID of fixed, and we'll just say I am sticky. All right, h1. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and remove this h1 tag right here because we don't want to have more than one h1 tag on our page. Save this, go back to our browser. Let's come over here, refresh the page. All right, you can see I am sticky at the top right here. And as we scroll down, it begins to scroll up, but now it's forever going to be at the top because its parent is essentially the body tag, which is basically the parent of all content on the web page. Let's demonstrate this even a bit more. I'm going to go back to the fixed here, and I'm going to say margin top of, let's say, 100 pixels, right? Let's save this, go back to the browser, let's refresh. And okay, so you can see right now, this is the starting position because we've given a margin of 100 pixels from the top. Now, if we scroll down, you can see it's scrolling up until it now gets to the top, and then it's always going to be right up there. So in reality, if you want to create yourself a sticky menu, using the position of sticky might actually be better than using that of fixed. So, whoa, I know this has been a very, very long video, but hopefully you've now learned the different values for your position property, relative, absolute, fixed, and of course, sticky. Thank you so much for watching the video. I will see you in the next class. All right, let's take a look at one final property. I know I said in the previous video that position was going to be the last property, but I promise this is going to be the last property we're going to talk about, and this is going to be the z-index property. Quite useful. Now, to explain what this particular property does, I have made some small changes to our HTML document. Basically, what I did here was I gave the orange tag a position of absolute and then position top minus 4 pixels. And then the gray p tag, I gave it position absolute and then position top minus 10 pixels. But then I also made the div right here that holds them, I gave it the position of relative so that they would use this particular div as their anchor point. And of course, this is the result right here. You can see right now that the second div with the ID of gray is overlapping the first p tag with the ID of orange. This is where the z-index property comes into play. What if we wanted the orange p tag to actually be displayed first, and then we'll display the gray p tag behind it? We would use the z-index for this kind of situation. So the default value for z-index is 0. So all you would need to do in this case right now to push the orange p tag forward would basically be to come in here and then go to the p orange and then give it a z-index of anything above 0. So we can just say 1, for example. Let's go ahead, save this, go back in here, refresh the page, and now you can see that the P element with the ID of orange is now in front. This is the use of the Z index. Likewise, we could go back in here and say, okay, well, we're going to give our gray tag right now is Z index of 4. All right, save. And as you might guess already, it's going to go back in front of the P tag with the ID of orange. So that's basically what we use the Z index for. Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next class. To round up this section on CSS, let's talk about CSS specificity. Now, this is an extremely important concept of CSS, and it's one that you should be familiar with because, like I said, it's very, very important. So what exactly is specificity? Well, let's say, for example, there are 2 or more conflicting CSS rules that point to the exact same element. Your browser, in this case, will follow some rules to determine which one is most specific and will therefore be applied to the element. Now, think of specificity as kind of like a score or rank that will determine which style declaration is ultimately applied to an element. Now, just so you know, specificity is usually a common reason why some of your CSS rules don't apply to certain elements even when you think they should. It's usually because there is another rule out there that's a bit more specific than the one you are currently working with. So what exactly is this specificity hierarchy? What are these rules? Well, there are basically 4 categories which will define the specificity level of a selector. You've got the inline styles, which of course we've worked with. It's basically the one where you apply a style directly to an element, usually in an HTML document. Next, you've got the IDs with, of course, the hashtag symbol. Then you've got your classes, attributes, and pseudo classes. We've talked about classes and attributes. Pseudo classes we'll talk about a bit later. And then finally, on level 4, you've got your elements and your pseudo elements, which of course, we've not talked about pseudo elements. We'll talk about those a bit later. These are the 4 main categories, with inline styles the most powerful, followed by IDs, then classes, and then your elements. So how exactly would you calculate this specificity? Well, let's take a look at some examples in here. Now we've got your regular h1 tag just on its own, but then next you've got the class h1, and then next you've got the ID h1 as well, and then finally you do have the inline styling for the h1. All of them have different colors applied to them, but ultimately it is option D which has the inline styling that will win out because, well, it's the most powerful. Now, if we only had 3 options with the element, the ID, and the class, well, it is the ID in this case that will win out because IDs are more specific, they're more powerful than classes. And then finally, of course, if you only had 2 options between the element and then the class would win because the class is more specific, it's more powerful than just the element standing on its own. Now, in a rare occurrence where the same rule is written twice in an XML style sheet, then it's usually the lower rule that would be applied. So in this case, for example, if you had 2 different background colors for the exact same element, in this case right now, yellow is applied first and then red, which is second, will be the one that will ultimately be applied because it is lower than the yellow declaration in the style sheet. Let's now take a look at CSS specificity in action using some live examples. And what we're going to do is we're going to target this structure right here, the one with the body tag all the way over here. So basically we've got the body element, which is the outermost element. We're going to have the section, the next, the immediate inner element. And then inside of the section, we'll now have a div. And then inside of the div, we have the P tag here. And then you can see we also have the M tag. So we're going to be targeting the M tag because it is the innermost element. We'll be using that as our guinea pig in this experiment. Let me first of all go ahead and remove this H1 because we no longer need it. Let's save. I'm going to go over to my style.css, and I'm also going to remove the background color for this particular div with the class of red. It's right here. So I'm going to remove this. Let's remove that background color. Let's save, go back to our browser, and okay, so it looks good as it should. Fine. Let's now go back to brackets. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give the body tag, the body element, let's give it a color, and it's going to be my all-time favorite color, which is pink. I'm joking, that's not my favorite color. Let's go back to a browser, refresh the page, and okay, so pink has taken over. Okay, let's go back. And now what I'm going to do here is this. Okay, let's give this section, let's give it a class of, let's say section 8. Okay. And then while we're adding this, let's also come down here and give this particular P element a class of, let's say class, no, not class, sorry. Let's give it a class of inner dash P. We'll also give it an ID of outer dash P. I am so not creative with my IDs and classes, but hey, whatever. Let's just let's just move on. I'm gonna save this. Let's go back to our style.css. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm going to give class of section 8. Was it section 8? Let me confirm that. It was section 8. Okay. Just making sure I'm not losing my mind here. Section 8. And then let's give this a color of Aquaman. All right, Aqua, save, go back to the browser, refresh the page. Aqua has taken over. Okay, fine. We know all this. Okay, let's continue with what's happening right here. Now, just so you're aware, the class obviously is more powerful than the regular element. So class will be more powerful than just our body. We've talked about that already. But let's go back to our index.html and let's do something else in here. We've targeted this class, right? Section 8. We're going to add a color for the div right now, which also has a class of red. And we'll also give this P class right here another different color as well. So let's do this. I'm going to come in here right now and I'm going to say, okay, for red, we already have the declaration right here. We're going to give it its own color of red. But then check this out. I'm going to come in here right now and I'm going to say, what's the P class again? It's inner P. So I'm going to come in here right now and say inner dash P has its own color of, and let's go with, let's see, which one do we go? Let's go with coral. All right. Let's save. Okay. So now who is going to win this contest? Because we're dealing with classes now. We've given section 8 its own color. We've given the red class its own color. We've also given the inner P class its own color as well. So which one is going to win? Let's go back to our browser, refresh the page, and now you can see that it's going to be coral essentially that has won, but the red color also won in a way. Why? If we go back to our document, take a look at this. Even though this div contains this P class right here of inner P, and we gave this color of inner P of coral while we gave this div right here of red, because the P class here is closer to this M tag right here with the text, it's going to apply to the M. The M is going to have the coral color. If we go back to our browser right here, you can see that the brackets is a different type of editor, has the coral color because it is inside of a P element that has a class of inner P. So even though the div right here, which also in a way holds this M tag, even though it has its own color of red, the M would go with the most immediate ancestor's style. In this case right now, the P class had the color of Coral P. That's why the M went with it. But let's do a little twist in here. Let's go back to style.css. This exact same P class right here that has the class of inner P, we're going to give its own ID a different color, which is outer P. I'm going to copy this. Let's come back in here, paste that. Let's change inner P right now to outer P. And then for the color, let's see, but let's go with blue. Simple, save, go back in here to our browser, refresh the page. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Oh, I think we made a mistake. And oh yeah, of course we made a mistake. Yeah, I did not change the class to an ID. I'm such an idiot, forgive me. All right, so outer P, that's the ID. Go back to the browser, refresh, and now there you go. The color has now switched to blue because remember that IDs are more specific than classes. But we're not done. Let's go back to index.html. And now for the M right here, we're going to give it its own style equals color. And let's go with Azuri. And I'm sure by now you already know what the result is going to be. Of course, right here you can see this is now the Azuri color in action because we have given it an inline styling, which is of course the most powerful declaration that you can give to a particular element. So that's it for CSS specificity. We'll be working with this a lot more in the very next section, but that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next section. All right, the time has come and I hope you are ready because together we are going to build ourselves this full one-page website called Web Impact. Now, Web Impact is a fictional business company. Well, they're a business. They specialize in web services, internet services, basically. So they offer things like cybersecurity services, web design, web development, applications, things like that. So this one-page website is all about promoting the company and describing what the company is all about. So as you can see at the header, we do have our logo. We have our main navigational menu. We also have this section where you have like the main headline describing who they are. You can see the background image basically blends into the background because the logo and the navigational menu are on top of the background image. So I'll show you how you can achieve that. You have the two buttons right there. An About Us section, services provided section as well. Why work with us? Very, very important. A Meet the Team. There are 8 of them. Testimonial section, a client section, of course, and then finally a Contact Us section with a form. And of course, there's going to be a footer with some more links, social media icons, and of course the all rights reserved text. So as you can see, this is a full one-page website, but it's not just about the content and the sections and the columns. There's also going to be some animation. You can see right now, you see this button right here to the right. Most of all these sections have this particular button, these 2 arrows. When you click on that arrow, it takes you all the way back to the top, which is useful, very, very useful for one-page websites. So I'll show you how you can achieve that. The logo also has a little bit of an animation. You can see when you hover on the circle, it begins to rotate continuously. So I'll show you these other little additional skills that you can apply to really make your website stand out and make it very, very exciting. So far so good. You've learned about HTML, you've learned CSS, but it's quite another thing to be able to combine both of them to build a full website. So this is exactly what you're going to learn in this section. You will learn some more HTML, and of course, you will learn a lot more CSS as well. I hope you're as excited as I am because now this is the real deal. Now we're getting our hands really, really dirty. We're building something real. So sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy this section. Let's get started. All right, so we're about to begin the project, but before we do so, I need you to download some files. You will find them either in the project section or in the attachments to this video, depending on where you're taking this course. But you will find 2 zip files, Final Code and Project Starter Kit. We'll be working with the Project Starter Kit. First of all, you will find an index file, a CSS file. That's the code we'll start the project with. And then the final code is the complete code for the entire course. You can use that as a reference whenever you get stuck. And then finally, there is an HTML CSS guidebook I've created for you. It's just going to provide you with some very quick tips about CSS, HTML, and also some links to some other websites where you can learn more about HTML and CSS. So I hope you find this file very, very useful. So that's it. Go ahead, download the files, and I'll see you at the start of the project. So hopefully you've been able to extract the documents and the files, and this is what you should be left with once you're done. You will have the index.html file, which is, well, as you can see right now, there is no content yet in the file. But then in your assets folder, you should have two other folders. You will have the CSS and then images. Images is pretty straightforward. In here, you would have your favicon, your logo, the hero, which will be a background image we'll take a look at. And then you'll have images for your team members, for the clients as well. And then, of course, for the backgrounds, which we'll be using. And then for the CSS folder, right in here, you'll have two files. The main.css, which will have some code already in it. All this code you're already familiar with, right? You have the body tag, you've got the font family, the font size, background color, and so on. I do have the tag here for strong, which will make the text bold at a font weight of 700. And then for the headers, I've added some styling for H1s, H2, H3. And then for the paragraph, I've also added 3 properties for the font size, line height, and then some margin. So of course, as we progress in the course, we might be making some little tweaks here and there, but this is the code you should be left with for the main.css. And then for the index.html, we do have the same old code you've seen before, HTML language, some header tags as well. In here we have the title, Web Impact, Build Amazing Websites. And then right here, we've linked the two style sheets, normalize.css, which I'll talk about in just a moment, main.css, and then also the 5 icon. You'll find it in here as well. That's the 5 icon for the website. And now let's take a look at the normalize.css. So what this does basically is, let me come down in here. The normalize.css is a file written by a particular individual who loves CSS. But what it does is that the file is meant to stabilize the way your content looks across all different browsers. So the idea here is that by default, the different types of browsers, Firefox, Internet Explorer, Chrome, they have slightly different ways of interpreting content. So as an example, if you tried displaying an H1 tag with, let's say, Firefox, Firefox might add maybe like 0.5 pixels margin to an H1. But for Chrome, Chrome might add a 0.2. Internet Explorer might not add any margins, and so on and so forth. So basically, the idea here is to make your content look exactly the same across all browsers. Now, if we take a closer look at the actual code itself, I open this, right here, there's a lot. There's a lot of code in here, many of which you're already familiar with, for example. So in here, you can see the comments right here, right? For example, right here, it says remove the margin in all browsers. So like I said, some browsers might add some additional margin to certain kinds of tags. So right here, we have said margin is set to 0 for the body. The main display is set to block as well. Down here, you have some additional properties and some values. So as you scroll down, you begin to see everything right there. The font family, monospace for the code, KBD, SAM tags, and so on. You come all the way down here and you see some other information. Don't worry, I know some of these you're not familiar with yet, but by the end of this course, you'll be able to understand exactly what all these properties are and what the values mean as well. So that's pretty much the code that we shall be starting off with. So jump in the very next class where we will now begin to build the header for our website. Okay, so before we begin the project section, I wanted to spend a few minutes to introduce to you a tool that we will use in this section. And this is a tool that you cannot do without as a web developer, and that's going to be the inspect tool. Now, what you're looking at right here is the finished product, the finished website, which we're going to build by the end of this section. But notice that when I right click anywhere on the website, you will see this line here called inspect. Now, let me point out that I'm using the Brave browser, but it's pretty much the same concept on any other kind of browser. If you're using Firefox, you're using Chrome, you're using Apple Safari, Internet Explorer, it's pretty much the same thing. You will either see inspect, inspect element, or inspect tool, either one of those three. Now, when I click on it, it basically, sorry about that. I didn't intend for that to happen. Okay. You see, it's always weird when I record, strange things begin to happen. It's like, you think these browsers, they have a mind of their own. They know when I'm recording and they begin to misbehave. Anyway, so what happened? It basically brought out this particular window, and right here, this is what we call the inspect tool. It allows us to take a look at the underlying HTML code as well as the CSS code making up the website. So over here to the left, we have the HTML code. Over here to the right, we have the CSS code. However, if this is the first time you're opening this tool, you might discover that it is not detached from the browser. You can see mine is already detached. I can move it around. So what you want to do to detach it would simply be to, let me first of all reattach it back. So right up here, I have these three buttons. I am going to dock it back to the bottom. So you might find yours to be something like this, right? You can see it's no longer detached. It's connected, it's fixed to the page. So you want to look for three buttons at the very top right here. And this depends on your browser. You might see something like detach. It's usually within the first or the second option. So mine in this case, because I'm using the Brave browser, I'm simply going to click on unlock right here. And now it is free. So if you're using Chrome, you might see something like detach or set free or something like that. It all depends, but it's usually the first or the second option. Okay, so mine has been detached, and let's take a closer look at what exactly we have here. Like I said earlier, over here to the left, we have the HTML code. To the right, we have the CSS code. But notice that when I hover my mouse around the elements on the HTML side, different parts of my page are being highlighted. That is to tell you that, hey, where you are right now, what you're focusing on is this particular area. Notice that I have my mouse right now on the div class of brand, and you can see what's been highlighted. The web impact and the logo is now being highlighted. That should tell you that, okay, right now, this is the element holding or controlling that area of my website in the header where I have the logo and the text. If I scroll down, if I move down to the nav class of menu, all of a sudden, now you can see that menu becomes highlighted. So if I want to work on the menu, I can come in here and then simply open up the menu and begin to walk inside. You will also notice that we have arrows pointing forwards to the right. That will indicate that inside of this particular element, there are other elements. That's why when I click on div class of brand, I click in there, notice that we now have a div of a class of logo-wrap, and then also there's a span class called name. Both of them also have inner elements, so I can click on div class of logo wrap, click in there, and now I have an A tag, but there's still an arrow. I click on that arrow again, and right here you can see we now have the image. And notice that when I hover on the image class, you can see the aspect of the logo that's now been highlighted. It's specifically the circular logo. And notice there are no more arrows. This tells us that the image class right here, this is the innermost child of this particular div. The same thing applies to the span class of name. I can expand it. Inside I have an A tag. I can expand that again. And then right here you can see we've got two span classes, one for the web text /text, and then the other for impact. And there it is. So what I'm going to do right now is I am going to basically unexpand all the elements. And right here, you can see this is basically the two big granddaddies or the big mummies of this particular page. We have head and then we have body. Body is the tag holding everything. But even at that, note that both of them are still inside of the HTML, the almighty HTML tag. The head tag, basically, which we'll talk about, has just the links to favicons, to scripts, and so on. We'll talk about that later. It's actually the body tag in this case that holds all the content of the entire page. And when I expand the body tag, you can now see these are like the lieutenants, the lieutenant divs or the lieutenant sections or the generals of all the major sections. So we have header. Note, by the way, that when I hover on header, it appears like it's the entire page that's been highlighted, but that's not true. If I just scroll down here and I go back to header, notice that header now stops just above the white background with the About Us text. That tells us that, okay, this is the area that the header tag occupies. It occupies the background image you're seeing, the logo, and then of course the menu. And then if I begin to scroll down here, let me scroll down with the browser. You can see we have the About section highlighted. We have the, let me try and make this maybe a bit smaller. Okay, if I scroll down further, you can see we have the About Us section, Services section. We have the Why Us section right here being highlighted, as you can see. Same goes with the team. You have testimonials and so on and so forth. Okay, let me make this a bit bigger. You might also notice that when we hover around all these sections, you might begin to see different kinds of colors. Most notably, the green color. Do you see this green color right here, just at the bottom right there? Let me maybe drag this down a bit. So you see this green color right there. That tells us that that is padding. Green in this case indicates padding. It might also depend on your browser. I'm using Brave, like I've said, and with Brave, green signifies padding. And if you notice, if I click on section ID, and let me come over here, I am going to uncheck this box right here that says padding 30 pixels. If I uncheck that, I remove the padding. Now you can see there is no more padding, and when I hover on services, the green color no longer exists. So once again, green usually represents padding. And then for margin, you might have a different kind of color, which is usually maybe orange. So in this case right now, notice that when I hover on the div class of content wide, notice that we now have orange on the sides, left and right. That signifies or shows margins. That shows margins are being applied. So again, it depends on your browser. Orange might mean padding in your own browser, but mine in this case, orange is for the margins, and then green, which you can also see right there, green is all the paddings. Let's talk about the CSS aspects now. Over here to the right, like I've said, you have the CSS sections, okay? So it all depends on which aspect or which area of your website you decide to inspect. If I came down here and I right-clicked on the send button and I go to inspect, you will now see that in fact the tool has taken us straight down to the HTML area where the button is being outputted. You can see it's right here. You can see it belongs to the div class of field-call, and it has a class of button, submit, and then green. It has 3 different classes. But interestingly, look over here to the left, and I'm sorry, to the right, and right here you can see the CSS being applied to that button. You can see this is where we have the background color. So if I came in here right now and I clicked on the value and I said, you know what, I'm going to change this to red. Now you can see all of a sudden the color has now changed from green to red. Note, however, don't get too excited. These changes aren't live. It's not like when you make a change right here, it's automatically saved. No, this is just for our front-end testing, basically. If I refresh the page, the change will go back to normal, to go back to the initial lemon color. The use of the inspect tool is just to allow you to see your changes live as you apply them, so that rather than you having to go to the back end, apply your code, save, you come back to your browser, refresh, you can just apply those changes right there at the get-go and see how they look like. In the same way, I could change the font size, which is 15 pixels right now. I could go with something bigger. Let's go all the way to 30 pixels, and right there you can see this is how 30 pixels would look like. However, I also want to draw your attention to something. Some buttons might have like a hover effect, or some elements might have a hover effect, which means that when you hover on them, like I'm doing right now, when you hover on them, something happens. As you can see right now, when I hover on the button, it changes from red to green. So if you want to check out the CSS for such, what you will need to do is a little bit tricky, a little bit, but don't worry, I'll show you. Over here, right here, where you have the basically the toolbar, you can see you've got the hover toggle element state. If I click in there, right now you can see the different kinds of states that can be applied to the button. We're looking for hover, right? So if I click on hover right there, notice that now you now have the CSS that's been applied when we hover on the button. That's why right here you can now see it says button.submit and then :hover, and you can see the hover effect right there being applied. So the reason why I said this might be a bit tricky is because different browsers have different ways of triggering the hover state, but everyone has it. You will find it somewhere along the toolbar. So let me just uncheck this again. And like I said, the whole point of the inspect tool is to allow you to take a look at the underlying HTML structure of a page and then try to apply live CSS changes. So again, let's do one more. If I went to the, let's say, let me come down here to services provided, all right? So we have service provided section right here. If I go to services all the way up here and I click in there, now you can see services has the ID of services. This is the background image being applied. I could choose to uncheck the box, and you can see right now we no longer have a background image being applied because we've unchecked the box. Again, you can make live changes. Let me put that back in. Let me expand the section. I have a class of content. Okay, I'm going to expand that further. I've got an H2 service provided. So if I clicked on the H2 tag right now, over here to the right, you can see all the CSS being applied to our H2. We have a font size of 32 pixels, a text transform of uppercase, and so on. So again, I can come in here and say, okay, the font weight 400, let's test out 800 instead. Now you can see the text is a lot more bold because we've changed from 400 to 800. You can expand the A tag right here for this link. You can take a closer look at and see how it's constructed, make live changes, and so on and so forth. So that's the whole idea behind using the inspect tool on any website. Now to round this up, I just wanted to remind you that you can apply the inspect tool to any website on the internet. It doesn't matter if the website is for the FBI, the CIA, the White House, MI6, whatever. As long as the website is live on the internet, you can inspect that website. So right here, for example, I'm on webmonkeyacademy.com. I can decide to just right click in here, click on inspect, and then begin to make just some fun changes, right? So as an example, I could even click in here where you have the HTML, and I could change the text just for the fun of it and say, hey guys, you know, look at me or something, just something weird, right? I press enter, and now all of a sudden, the text in here now says, hey guys, look at me. The point I'm trying to make here is that you can do anything you want to do on a website, like as if you are the one who actually owned that website. So you can make changes to the colors, the font sizes, and so on and so forth, and just have some fun. But on a more serious note, if you wanted to actually take a look and see the HTML structure or maybe even the CSS being applied to a website, you can do so with the inspect tool just to get some inspiration or just to get an idea of how something was done. As an example, I do have Facebook pulled up in here, and I really do like the blue color that Facebook has. This particular shade of blue is one that this is probably my favorite shade of blue. So if I wanted to find out what color this is, I can right click right there on the bar, click on inspect, and then I'll just simply begin to look around here and see, just begin to switch between elements and see where, okay, you can see right now, this is exactly where we have the background color being applied. And to confirm that, if I uncheck this box, okay, it's still the same. Let's uncheck this box. Okay, so right now you can see that the blue background color is no longer there. So this definitely tells us that, hey, this is the color being applied, this particular shade of blue, and that's the value. It's 3B5998, and there you go. So again, you can use the inspect elements to find out more information about the website, what colors they're using, even the kinds of font family they're using, right? So if I maybe highlighted this text right here, I right click, let's inspect. Let's see what font family is being used right here. Let's see it. Can we find it? We don't see. Okay, it's supposed to be like Helvetica, Arial, sans serif, but that's cancelled out, as you can see. So whenever you see like a dash appearing on the property and its value, that means there is another value overwriting the value that you're looking at currently. So to do that, we need to, okay, so you can see right here, there's another font family property being declared right here, and it's called inherit. So inherit just means that the actual font family is being taken from a div that's above this particular div we're looking at. So if we begin to click up here, we keep on clicking up here, you can see it still says inherit. It hasn't changed. Let's keep on going higher and higher. Okay, let's close this. Let's expand this. Inherit, inherit, inherit. Looks like it goes all the way to body. And then finally in body, now you can see this is where we have Helvetica, Arial, and sans serif. So indeed, these are the fonts being applied on the website. And there you go. So I would really encourage you to spend some time, play around with the tool, go to your favorite websites, right click, inspect the tools, try to find out what font sizes have been applied on particular buttons, or find out the background color being applied, things like that, and just have fun. The more you use the tool, the more comfortable you will get at using it. So that's it. Thanks so much for watching. If you have any questions about how to use this tool, by all means reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to answer your questions, because this is a very, very important skill to have. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next class. Okay, so let's go about building the header for our site, and I've pulled up the finished product right here, and you can see this is the goal. This is what we're aiming for. So let's take a closer look at what we have, right? On the left, we do have the logo, but you might notice that this logo is actually two parts. You do have the image that is spinning around when we hover on it, and then you have actual text, which are web and then impact. So I want you to think for a moment, how do you think we can achieve this kind of design? I'm talking specifically about the text right now. You would notice the web is in white, and this forward slash is in white as well, and then impact has a light blue color. How do you think we can achieve this kind of design? While you think about that, over here to the right, we have our menu items. We have 7 of them, and they also do have some styling, which we'll take a look at a bit later. But let's think about the structure, because we're talking about HTML now. So the structure here is we're going to have a container that will hold the logo and then the menu items on the right. But then we can also have one column specifically for the logo, which we can style, and then another column specifically for the menu item. So let's do this. I'm going to go over to my brackets, and before we begin to add the HTML to the index.html file, there is something we need to do that's very, very important, and I deliberately left this out. The thing is, usually a lot of developers tend to forget to close their tags. I am guilty of this. I have done this so many times before. So take a look at the file right now and tell me which tags do you think we need to close. It's pretty simple. It should be pretty obvious. We need to close the body tag. So let's go ahead and close that one first of all. Let's come down here. All right. And then finally, we also need to close the HTML tag. That is another tag that we need to close. Okay. That is that. I'm going to create some space now. So let's bring this down here. And let me just go ahead and remove that indent. Okay. All right. So the first thing we'll need to do right here is we're going to add the header tag, because we're working in the header. So let's do that one. And then right off the bat, I'll also go ahead now and simply close the header. Let's create some space. All right. So what do we now do? The first thing I'm going to do is to create the container that will contain both the logo and the menu items. So let's do this. We're going to add a div, and we can call this, let's give it a class of our content. We're going to be reusing this particular class over and over again, and you'll see why. So this is going to be the div containing the menu items and the logo. Let's go ahead and simply close the div right now. Okay, I'm going to create some space. And fine. Okay, so now we have the container all set. We now need to add a column specifically now for the logo. So let's create another div. And let's give it a class. And I'm going to call this class brand because the logo is the brand, right? So let's give it a class of brand. Let's close the div. And now inside of the brand div, let's begin to add the contents for the logo. So first things first here is I'm going to add another div right here. And we can call this div class. Let's give this a class of, let's say, logo wrap. Okay. And now inside of this particular div, we are going to add the image, the logo itself. So let's go ahead now and give it image. And we'll just give it a class as well. Let's call the class logo. And now for the source, it's going to be, we have it in assets, CSS, I'm sorry, assets, images, and then logo.png. Okay, that should be correct. And I'm going to add something else called the alt text. Now, if we've not talked about the alt text and you don't know what it is, basically, alt text is very, very useful because people who are blind, they use particular software to read the contents of a website. Now, because they cannot see the images and because such software cannot describe images, they would use the alternative text for that image to describe what that image is to the blind person. So it's great for blind users, and also search engines like Google will reward you if your images have alternative text. So it's very, very, very important. So to add the alt text, we'll simply say alt equals, and then in quotes, I will say web impact logo, because that's what it is, right? Web impact logo. And I think we are good. And okay, I'm just going to go ahead now and save this, and let's take a look at what we have. Let's come down here, refresh the page, and okay. So fine, now we have the logo appearing. Okay, let's go back to our brackets. All right, what next? Right now, we're going to add the name, the web impact text. So again, we're going to create a new div. Or rather, we don't even need a div in this case. We can go with a simple span. So let's do this again. I'm going to go with a span. And we'll call this a class. Span class equals. And then we'll just simply call this name. And then on a new line, I'm going to come in here right now and say span class equals. So now we're going to add the very first text, which is web. So we'll just give this a class of, let me come in here and say name, let's say web. Okay. So that text right here is going to be web and then /, because remember right here that in the logo, let's go back right here. You see web and then / is in white. So those are together, and then impact is in blue, which will be a different class. So let's go back. So that's web. Let's close the span. And now we can add the new span for the impact. So span class equals, and then I'm going to say name and then impact. Okay. And then the text itself right now will be impact. And now we can close the span. And then we can close the span itself, the main span holding the text. And that is it. Let me just make sure that we are fine. Let me remove any empty space. And okay. There is a bit of an issue because you can tell right now that body and HTML are in red. So this tells us right now that something is missing somewhere. Let's make sure this is all correct. So this div is closed. This div has been closed. This div has been closed as well. And oh, right here, the span has not been closed. So let's go ahead and close that span. Okay. This is the kind of issue you're going to face as a web developer, specifically with HTML and CSS. So start getting used to this. I'm going to go ahead now and save the file, and let's go back to our browser and let's see what we have. Let's refresh. And okay, so fine, we now have web, impact, and of course we'll now have to do some styling to get it to look exactly like this, which is going to be quite interesting. But you should be thinking of the kinds of properties we'll be applying in here. For example, web and impact, obviously the font size will be bigger. They will have separate classes for their spans, and of course text transform. The logo itself is going to be a lot smaller than what we currently have, and most important of all, the text and the logo appear side by side. So these are things we should be thinking about. Let's go over to our brackets and let's go over to our main.css. And since we're styling specifically the brand section, remember we're dealing with the brand area right now of the header. I'm going to create some text in here, so I'll just copy this right here. Let's copy this, come down here and paste that, and we'll call this brand. This is going to be all the styling specifically for the brand section. All right, so which do we handle first? Let's go with the easier one, right? Let's go with the text first of all, okay? So going back to our index.html, we do have the span, name web, which is web, and then name impact. So let's do this very, very quickly. I'm going to come in here right now, type in name-impact. And the only thing we need to do right here will be to give it the color. So let's do this, color, and it's white. So it's going to be FFF, FFF, 6 Fs. I'm just going to copy all this, come down here, we paste, but now we're dealing with name, which would be our web, I believe. So let's come down here, change the span to web. Now for the color, I know the color here is going to be 5B DAFF. Okay, but if we go back to our HTML structure, up here, remember we do have a span class of name holding both. And I specifically created this because note that the text is capital letters and also the font size. So rather than us having to apply the same font size and the same text transform uppercase to this span class and then this span class right here as well, we can just apply it only to the span class of name. That's why I created this class. So let's do that. It's going to be at the top right here. So let's do this. I'm going to come in here right now and say dot name. And then let's go ahead and add some properties. So the first one here is going to be the font size. Let's go with 17 pixels for now. We might need to change that. Text transform obviously is uppercase. And then let's go with the font weight as well. We'll make that one 700, so it's a bit bold. And I think we should be fine. Let's go ahead now and simply save this. Let's take a look at what we have, refresh. And okay, so obviously you're not going to see the impact because, well, it's white, and we will need to add the background image for it to show. But we made a mistake. Web is the one in white, and then our impact is the one in blue. Oh my gosh, I apologize for that. Let's quickly make that change. Web right here should be white. I am such an idiot. Let's come down here and make that change real quick. Okay. F. Okay, now this should be, I promise this should be accurate. Now let's go back in here, refresh, and okay. So web is in white, impact is in blue. Okay, let's go back. And now let's take a look at what else we can do in here. Let's try to get the text to align to the side of the image. So to do this, we're gonna have to make some changes to the logo itself. let's take a look at what we have in the index.html. So right here, we have the class of logo wrap holding the logo. So maybe we can apply display inline block to this class of logo wrap. So let's do that. I'm going to come in here and let's go with the logo at the very top. So let's create some space. So I'm going to come in here right now and say logo. Oh, that's a bit too much. Let me add space right here. Okay, logo. And I'm going to say dash wrap. Let's open up our curly braces. And then let's go with display of inline block. Okay, so let's try and see what will happen. I'm going to go ahead now and save. Let's go back. Let's refresh. And that still did not work. Okay, not a problem. Let's go back and see what else we can do. Right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a width for the logo itself. Take a look at the logo. You can see right here that it's significantly smaller. So we're going to add a logo right here. So I'm going to come in here and we'll simply come right here, dot logo. And I'm going to give this a width of, let's go with 60 pixels for now. Semicolon. Let's save that. Now let's take a look at what we have. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh the page. And right now you can see that we now have the exact size of 60 pixels. But you would also notice the circular border right there. You can see it's in blue. So in order to achieve this particular feature, what we'll have to do is we're going to have to add some border and then a border radius. So let's try that one. I'm going to go back in here and we'll go over to the logo wrap class itself. So I'm going to say border 2 pixels. Let's go with solid. And then I know the color is exactly the same. It's going to be 5BDAFF. And then to make the borders circular, remember there is this property called border radius. And I think it's 34 pixels. That's what we need to make it circular. So let's save. Let's go back. Let's refresh the page. And there you go. Although you will notice that the logo itself, it's a bit further to the top. It's not aligned perfectly at the center of the border. So there is a property we can apply and it's called the vertical align. That will ensure that the logo is placed directly in the center or in the middle of our border. So to do that, I'm going to jump in here, go back to our main.css, and then for logo, right here, I'm going to apply it here and say vertical align, going to be middle. Okay, let's save that. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. And now you can see that the logo is now placed perfectly right there in the middle. And that's where I'm going to stop for part 1. So jump in part 2, where we'll continue to design the header of our website. I'll see you then. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully added our logo. We did some design and we also added the web impact text. But now it is time to add the menu items, all 7 of them. So let's head over to brackets, and in my index.html, I'm going to add the new tag just underneath the span. Please pay very close attention. Right here, this div, for the one for brand right here, we're going to add our new tag for the menu just underneath these particular hierarchy. So right here, I'm going to add some space. And then the tag we'll be using for the menu will be the nav. It is an HTML tag specifically for your menu item, so always use this particular tag as opposed to div. You could use a div if you wanted to, but it's more accurate to go with the nav tag. So right here, I'm going to give this a class, and we'll simply call this menu. Very, very, very simple. Nav class menu. And okay, let's go ahead and close the nav. All right, let's create some space. And we're going to add our menu items as a list. So we'll go with the unordered list of UL. And then just like that, we're going to add our LI, I'm sorry, let's close the UL first of all, and then inside, let's add our LI, the very first one, the very first list item. And that is, I actually don't remember. Let's come back in here. All right, so about services. All right, I'm gonna come back in here. So what I'm gonna do right here is I'm simply going to add all the list items for the menu, and then I'll resume the video once I have finished. Welcome back, and as you can see right now, I've added the remaining menu items. I have also added the tags for them, the A tags, the links basically, and these are what we call the anchor tags. The idea here is that when people click on these links, it will take them to the sections where we have the content for the item they've clicked on. Don't worry, we'll talk about that a bit later, but for now, make sure you have your hashtags and then the text representing the actual menu item. Now here is my page. After I've refreshed, you can see right there, we have all our menu items, but we do need to make some serious CSS changes. So let's go back to brackets, and I'm going to open up main.css. But what I will do right here is I'll grab the brand. Let's copy that. Let's come all the way down here and add the new section, which will of course be menu. Okay. Let's create lots of space. Let's come back up here. All right, first things first is the menu class itself. We're going to make some changes in here. The font family needs to be changed. And it's generally a good idea to have a different font family for your menu items and then another for your text. So Mont will be for the body, and then for our menu items, we're going to use Lato. Feel free to use a different menu item if you want to. We could also add the color of our text, which would be white, but I don't want to do that because the background is already white and we do need to be able to see our menu items. But text transform, definitely uppercase. We're going to make the position relative as well for good measure, relative. And okay, that's for the menu class. I'm going to come down here. Let's make a change to the menu UL because we want to remove the default styling, the circles for the menu item. So we'll come in here right now and say the list style type. And of course, we'll just give this none. We don't want any list styles. We'll give this a padding as well of 1 pixel. And for good measure, margin will be set to 0. And then let's come down here and do similar for the LI items themselves. Let's come down here. And we're going to add margin of 10 pixels. And then 1 pixel for left and right. And that would be that. Let's go ahead and let's just save and see what this looks like right now. Let's refresh. And okay, looking much better right now as it is. But we can make some actual changes to the text themselves. We can maybe change the font size, add some font weight as well. We can also display them as an inline block. So let's do all of that. I'm going to go back to brackets, and down here we'll have menu and then .a. So right now, let's directly make changes to the text. So I will go with the font size, and let's go with 16 pixels. Font weight, let's see, font weight. I'm thinking of maybe something like maybe, let's say 400, I guess. Let's go with 400. And then the color again, we could change the color to white, but I don't want to do that. But we will change the display to inline block. Okay, position, we'll set this one to relative as well. And for good measure, text decoration, let's set this to none. We don't want any decoration whatsoever. Okay, let's go ahead, save, and let's take a look at what we have, refresh. And okay, not looking bad. We're getting there. Now, obviously, the big challenge right here is trying to get our menu items over to the right and while keeping our logo to the left. Now, this is a property I haven't talked about yet, but there is a property known as the float property. The idea here is that with float, you can push elements or content either to the left of your page or to the right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back in here to our brackets. And if we go over to the HTML structure, remember that we have two main columns, one holding the logo, one holding the menu items. The one for the logo is the brand class, while the one for the menu items is of course the class of menu. Let's add our float properties. I'm going to go over to main.css, and for the brand right here, I'm going to open up the brand class brand, and I'm going to say float left. So we're floating the brand to the left. I'll also give it a position of relative, and there you go. And then down here for the menu, I'm going to float the menu over to the right. Let's go ahead now and save, and let's see the changes. Let's refresh, and voila. Now you can see something very interesting happening. The menu items are now to the right. The logo is now to the left, and you'd also notice that the text, the web impact, is now right next to the logo because we floated the contents of our brand over to the left. But our LIs, our list items, are still displayed as blocks, so we could change that by also adding the float left rather for our LI. So let's do this float left. Save. Let's go back. Let's refresh, and there you go. So we're still quite some way from achieving what we currently have right here, but we're getting there gradually. So that's it for adding our menu items and also working with the float property. Join me in the very next video where we'll continue to work on our header. Welcome back. So let's continue to develop our header, but before we do so, I need to point your attention to an error that I made right here regarding the structure. So right here where we have the div class of brand, this closing div here should actually be outside, because this div of class of brand is supposed to contain the logo as well as the name, the web impact name as well. So I'm going to cut this right here, and I'm going to paste it just outside the closing span like that. And then I'm going to do some indentation right here. And this is how it's supposed to be. So in a container of brand, you have the class logo wrap, and then you'll have the span class of name. So I do apologize. It's a mistake on my part, but these are some of the things that happen when you build websites. You're always prone to making these kinds of mistakes. So I do apologize for that, but let's now move on. I'm going to go ahead and save, and let's take a look at what we can actually do on our site now. So right here, you would notice that the content is more towards the center, right? It's not like what we currently have where the content is right here at the edges. So we need to put our content inside of a container and then try to align the contents at the center. So let's go back to our HTML document, and right here you can see we have the div class content. This is the main content holding the logo, the menu items, and so on. And in fact, this class of content is a class we're going to keep using over and over again in this course. So let's do this. I'm going to go over to main, and I'm going to grab the brand text. I'm going to add some styling to our content class. Let me add this right there, and I will call this content. Okay, and now I'm going to add the class of content itself, and let's do some stuff. Okay, first things first is we're going to declare the width, which would be of course 100%. It's a good idea, 100%. But now we're going to set a max width of 1140 pixels. So this is going to be the container width for our content. So let's go ahead now, save. Let's go back to the browser, refresh, and now you can see that the content basically right here is now pushed more towards the right, towards the left, as you can see rather. So we still need to try and figure out how we can centralize our content more towards the center. And because we've changed the HTML structure for the brand container, you can see right now that our text is now aligned right next to the logo. So again, I do apologize for that mix-up. I should have noticed that a bit earlier. But let's try to get our logo and the menu items more towards the center. So do you remember this trick that I showed you, the margin and then 0 auto trick? Well, I'm going to apply that right here. So let's do that. Let's save, go back to our browser, refresh, and there you go. So right now you can see that our content is now more aligned towards the center. So again, very quickly, if you want to achieve this very quickly, you will add a max width for your container and then simply set margin 0 auto. This will give you this kind of structure. All right, a few more things to do. I'm gonna head back to our CSS, and right here I'm gonna add some padding as well. So we can say padding 0.20 pixels for left and right. Now, do you remember the CSS Box Model, where the total width will also include the borders, the paddings, the margins? Well, we're going to do that. So it's going to be box sizing is going to be the property, box sizing, and then the value of border box is what we're going to add. So this right here will mean that the total width will include our margins and paddings, and it's usually the way you want to go when setting your containers. Position, I'm going to go with relative as usual. And voila. Okay, I'm going to come down here to brand as well. And if you notice right here, the logo is still bumped up right there at the top. So we need to add some margin. So we're going to add margins to the class or the container holding the logo, which is of course the brand. So let's go over to brand right now. And right here, I'm going to say margin. And I will say 20 pixels and then 0 for left and right. Let's go ahead now and save. Let's go back to the browser, refresh, and there you go. So things are definitely looking much better now. But there's still some work we need to do. We need to add some margins to the menu item. And if you notice, right here on the finished product, you will notice that the logo and the menu items, basically the header, they are a bit wider than the rest of the actual content. You may not see it now, but trust me, it's there. The header is just a little bit wider. So what we're going to do is we're also going to increase the max width of the header specifically. Okay, so let's do this. First things first, let's go back to brackets and let's go over to main.css. Let's just go ahead right now and add margins to our menu. So I'm going to come in here and say margin is 25 pixels, 0. Okay. And now for our header, check this out. Okay, I'm going to go over to index.html. And right here where we have the div class content, I am going to add another class of wide. Okay. So basically we have two classes right here, content and wide. And now let me just save this. Let me save the file. I'm going to go over to main.css, and where we have the content right here, I'm going to come in here right now and say .content and then .wide. Notice there is no space because these two classes belong to the same element. So I'm going to come in here right now and simply say max width. And I'm going to say 12, let's go with 1250 pixels. So it's just a little bit wider than the 1140 pixels. Let's go ahead now and save this. Let's head back to our browser. Let's come in here, let's refresh. And there you go. Okay, much better. Now over here, you can see how it looks like. And we need to figure out a way how we can get this effect where when we hover on the menu items, you might notice that the initial text you see right here, like about, for example, it goes down and then another about like comes over it. So basically it's like we have two texts right here, one that we can see and then another one that takes the place of the previous one when we hover on that menu item. And you can also see the background color changes to blue as well. So how can we achieve this? Well, the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to change the structure of our menu items. Basically, we're going to repeat the text. So rather than having just one about link right now, we're going to have two. We'll have two for services, why us, and then we will hide one in the default state. And then when we hover on the default one, it will now hide, and they will now show the hovered state version, basically. So I hope that makes sense. Don't worry, it should make sense as we continue to build this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to our index.html, and we're going to change the structure of our menu items. So check this out. Okay, I'm going to create some space here first of all, and I am going to add a new line right here. Let's close this one as well. And okay, so look at what I'm going to do, right? Right here, I'm going to say href is about. Let's create some space here. Right here. So the idea here is we're going to add the about text twice, which means two different span classes. Okay, so I'm going to add the very first span right here, and we'll call this span class equals, let's call this one default. Okay, so this would be the default menu item that we see when we load the page. So let's add the text right here, about. And then I'm going to close the span, and then the next span class here will be the one that will appear when we hover on the menu item. Okay, so let's call this one over. Okay, so basically it comes over when we hover on the menu item. I am going to repeat the text and call that one about as well. I'm going to go ahead, close the span, and there you have it. So right here, this is going to be the structure we will have for our menu item. So like I said, two different span classes, one that will be the default, and then one that will appear when we hover on the default menu item. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the exact same structure for all the menu items. I'm going to pause the video and resume once I have finished. Welcome back, and as you can see right now, I have added the span classes default and over for all the menu items. I have saved. Now when you do the same, this is exactly what you should see. When you refresh, you can see right now we have the text repeating, but it's okay. We're gonna make some major changes now. I'm gonna head back to brackets.css, and the first thing we're gonna do right here is this. Okay, we're gonna style the span classes themselves first of all. Okay, we're gonna add some overall styling for them. So let's do this: menu A and then span. So all the text in the menu items will have these styling together. So first things first is we're going to set a position of a relative, and this is going to be very, very important very soon. Display, we can set this to an inline block as well. And we're going to add some padding of 10 pixels. And also let's do the the box sizing property as well. And of course, we'll go with the border box value. So let's go ahead and save this. Let's go back to the browser. Let's refresh. And there you go. Okay, fine. So right now you can see there is more space right now because we've added some padding as well. We've added the display inline block. So it's beginning to look quite neat. Now, let us style the default states of our menu items. Right here, you can see the default state has the brownish, darkish background. It has the border. It has like a lightish blue border top color in there as well. So let's see how we could add that design. I'm going to head back right here. So we're going to target basically the span class of default. That's what we're going to target, and we're going to do that right here. So down here, I'm going to say .menu space dot default. Okay. And let's first of all add the background color. Okay. So we have the background color and I have it right here. It's 40, 40, 40. We'll add a border as well, which is 1 pixel. It's going to be solid and also brown. So that's going to be 555. And then the border top color, it has that lightish blue color. So I'm going to say border top color, and the value there is going to be a 00 B1 E4. I believe that is correct. And let's also do the display for the inline block as well. And okay, let's go ahead now, save. Let's head back and see what we have. And voila. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. The only thing now is we need to try to figure out a way how we can get the menu items back towards the right, but also how we can hide the over state for the menu items. So all the menu items without the background color, we need to hide them. But how can we do this? How can we hide these menu items? Well, to save time, I'm going to tell you exactly what we're going to do, right? We're going to come back in here and I'm going to add the class menu. This is going to be very interesting. Over, and now I'm going to come in here and very quietly, I'm going to say position. Can you guess the value of the position right here? It's going to be absolute. Voila. Let's go ahead, save this, go back to our browser, refresh, and there you go. The idea here is that, remember, whenever we're dealing with position absolute, such an element will anchor itself to the closest parent element with the position of relative. It's right here. If I go back to index.html, it's right here. You can see we have the about, span class over, which is absolute. But then the A tags themselves, the parent A tags, are positioned relative. It's right here under main.css. You can see right here, position relative. So that's what's happening right now. The absolute position elements are now anchoring themselves to their parent A tags. But you will notice that the text is still kind of spilling around. So to fix this, I'm going to come back in here right now. And for the .over class, I'm going to say left of 0 semicolon. And very quickly, let's come down here to the menu. Let's add, under menu A instead, let's add the color now for white. Okay. Let's do that. Let's save. And now if I head back in here and I refresh, there you go. So basically, because we've set left to be 0, we've basically pushed the absolute position elements to the edge of their parent containers, which are the A tags, which is why you might also notice that the text right now is bold. They're not like the light text you see right here. This is like a font weight of maybe 300. Right here, this is more like a font weight of 600. And can you guess why? That is because we are seeing both texts at the same time. You have the default about text right there, and then behind the about text, you have the about but for the over class. So basically, the texts are doubling up. That's why it's now bold. Do you understand that? So basically, you have the first text appearing, and then right behind it, you now have the text with the class of over. That's why it's bold. And we need to do something about that. So how can we hide the text behind the text with the class of .over? How can we only show the class of default, but then hide the class of over? It's very, very simple. I'm going to head back in here. And here's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to give, check this out, okay? I'm going to give a height to the parent A tags. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say height. Let's go with 40 pixels. Okay. And then For the over, I'm going to come in here right now and I'm going to say top minus 41 pixels. So basically we are going to throw the text with the class of over. We're going to throw it over the A tags themselves. So I'm going to come in here right now, save, head back in here, refresh, and there you go. Now that text has disappeared. To kind of give you a better understanding, let me quickly show you something. If I came back down here and I said, okay, right, instead of minus 41, let's go with minus 13 instead. And let's see the difference. Okay, when I refresh right now, can you now see this is the text behind? It's right there. So we're trying to push it up. We're trying to push it away. So what I simply did again was to give the container themselves the menu A span. We gave it a height of 40 pixels, and then simply to hide the class of over, we'll just give it minus 41 pixels right there. And if I come back here, refresh once again, you can see it's gone. So that's one trick that you might want to apply in the future in your other CSS projects. This has gone way too long. So thank you for watching. Join me in the very next video where we'll continue building out our header. Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying the lessons thus far. So previously we were able to a certain extent, hide the span text for the over class. Right now, all we're seeing on the menu is the text for the default span, but the text for the over span is still actually there. It's right up here. We cannot see it because the menu items, the text has been set to white, and we do have a white background color. So to see them, let's do something. Okay, I'm going to go back to brackets, and for the over class, let's go ahead and add a background color. All right, so let's do this. Background, that's not how you spell background. Background color, and I'm going to give it 00B1E4, and let's also provide the border as well. And I have the value right here. It's 1 pixel, a solid border with the color, this exact same color, 00B1E4. Technically, you don't even need to add the border, but hey, let's just add that. All right, I'm going to go ahead now and save. Go back to our browser, refresh, and there you go. So right now you can see it is right there. But this shouldn't be happening, right? Because we've actually provided a height. Don't forget that we came in here and we said for the A span, we're going to give it a height of 40 pixels. This right here is definitely higher than 40 pixels. So what could be happening? What we need to do is we need to provide a new property known as the overflow property and set it to hidden. Basically, with overflow, whenever contents belonging to an element goes out of its container, it could be because you've positioned such content absolutely, which happens quite a lot. You can use the overflow property to hide that content. So here's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go over to the parent element, which is the menu A, not the span class, but the actual A element itself. I'm going to come right in here and I'm going to say overflow hidden. All right. So basically we are saying right now that any content that goes above 40 pixels, hide it, basically. So we'll go back in here, refresh the page, and now it's gone. It's still there technically, but right now we've said overflow hidden, hide it. We don't want to see that. So this ideally is what we want to see. But how do we now achieve this effect right here, such that when we hover on the menu items, the class of default disappears, and then the one for over appears? You can see the blue background color that appears. That tells us right now that it is the class of over that we're now seeing when we hover on the menu items. How do we achieve this effect? Well, to do so, I'm going to introduce you to a new selector known as the hover selector. Basically, with this selector, we can apply certain kinds of changes whenever we hover on an element. So to do this, check this out. Okay, I'm going to go back in here to brackets, and I'm going to create a new declaration. I'm going to say dot menu a, and now the colon, and then hover. This right here is the hover selector in action. So you choose the element you want to apply the hover effect to, you add a colon and then the text hover, space, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the class of over. We want to now show the over text when we hover on our menu item. I hope that's making sense. I'm going to come in right now, add our curly braces, and let's do this. How do you think we can now display the over text when we hover on the menu item? Think of what we did to hide it in the first place, which was what? We gave it a top position of -41 pixels. So therefore, to make it appear, we can just simply come in here and say top 0. And there you go. Add our semicolon, save, go back to our browser, refresh the page, and now look at this. When I hover on the items, now you can see that the over text is now appearing because the background color changes. Now we know it's the hover text that is actually in there. But we're not done. If you take a look at our model website, notice that the change in the text and the background is kind of smooth. Unlike what we currently have right now, it's very, very instant. We hover on our menu items and it's immediate. Like there is no change. I mean, there's no delay. It's not smooth. It's just very, very instant. And even though this works, it's not quite the same as what we currently have right here. This is a lot more fancy and a lot smoother. So how do we achieve this effect where there's a bit of a delay when we hover on the menu items? And then also notice that the default text seems to go under while the over text comes from above. I don't know if you can see that effect right there. So how do we achieve this? Well, I'm going to introduce you to a new set of properties known as CSS transitions. Basically, CSS transitions allow us to apply effects to an element, typically when we hover on that element. Right now, as it is, if I go back to the brackets, where are we applying the hover effects to? It's going to be to the over class, which we've done so right here. And then later, we're going to apply the same thing to something very similar to the default class as well. So rather than us applying the transition to the over class and then also to the default class, let's just apply it to a class that covers both of them, which is going to be the menu A span. Again, if I go back to my HTML document, notice right here we have over, we have default, both are spans and both fall under the A tag, which coincidentally falls under the menu class. That's why we're specifically going to target this particular element right here, the menu A span. So here it is, transition. All right. And now in order for a transition to work, we need to apply the effect to a certain kind of property. It could be the width, it could be the height, it could be the position. In this case right now, since we are moving elements top, usually we're going to target the top value. So it's going to be top right there. So we're basically saying we're applying the transition to the top property. And now we can now apply something known as the duration. How much time should it take in order for the transition to start and finish? In this case, I'm going to go with 0.2 seconds because it's going to be quite quick. And then finally, we can add the actual effect itself. How do we want to go about the transition? Should it start fast and end slow? Should it start slow and end fast? Things like that. I'm going to go with the ease out. Ease dash out. That would be the value. So basically what this means is that it will start quick but then end slowly. That's what the ease out is. Ease in would be the opposite, where it will start slowly but end quickly. So there you go. That's a transition. I'm going to go ahead now, save. let's go back to our browser, refresh the page, and now can you see the effect? It's basically taking 0.2 seconds to finish the transition, but you can see it makes a world of difference to what we had originally. However, if we go back in here, notice that there is still something missing, and that is the fact that the default text goes down. It goes down when we hover on the menu item while the overtext appears from above. We've been able to achieve the overtext appearing because we already, in our brackets, we already said when we hover on the item, the A element, add top 0 for the over class. So we've been able to achieve the overtext appearing from above. But how do we now set it so that the default class goes down when we hover on our menu item? It's pretty much going to be something very similar. In this case, I'm just going to copy this, and right here under the default, I'm going to come in here, paste. Let's change the over class to default, and now it's going to be top, but now we can go with 41 pixels. However, we're not done yet. One thing you should be aware of is that whenever you're trying to apply transitions to the children of an element, the property you are targeting, you need to set that property to the parent element itself. In this case, what exactly are we doing? We're applying the transition effects to the classes of over and the default, right? And the property we're targeting is the top property. The default class has the value of 41. The over class has a value of 0 when we're applying the transition. As such, we need to go to the parent element, which is menu A span. We need to come in here right now and simply just say top is 0. Give it the default value. This is important in order for your transitions to work. So keep this in mind in the future. Whenever you're applying a transition to children elements and you notice they're not working, that particular property you are targeting, set that property to the parent element and give it its default value. I'm pretty sure your transition will work then. So let's go ahead now and save this. Let's go back to our browser. Let's refresh. And now you can see the effect working properly. And there you go. In fact, let's do one more thing before I round this up. Let's change the duration to 3 seconds instead. So now you can really see the effect in action. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh the page. And now you can see it right there, the 3 seconds. And there you go. Pretty cool, right? And in fact, we could do something interesting. Rather than going with the top 41 pixels for the default, how about we did negative 41 pixels? Let's save. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh. And now you can see the difference, right? You can kind of see the difference, the way that would work. So it really all depends on your own particular preference. I mean, right now this looks kind of ugly, but if we go back again to our brackets and we made this back to 0.2 seconds, it's going to look much better. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh. And now you can see the change, right? It looks a bit better, but it looks kind of weird because it appears both menu items side by side are jumping up at the same time if you see that. So just wanted to show you what you can do with the transition effects, and just to let you know there are possibilities. You know, it's all about changing the values and so on. So let me just make sure that this is set back to the default, which is 41 pixels, not negative 41. Save, go back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So we've finally been able to very nearly finish building out the header. And don't worry about transitions. We will talk about transitions much later in this course. All right, so don't worry. I will cover transitions in more detail. So jump in the very next video where we'll now go ahead and add the background image for our header. I will see you then. Welcome back. So let's continue by trying to add the background image for our header. And this is basically the background image we're trying to apply to the background. So let's do this. I'm going to go over to brackets, obviously. Now, I'm going to create a new section. So I'll just grab the header's text, and we can paste the styling for the header just right here. And instead of headers, I'm going to call this the header. Just header. And let's do this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead now and add the background. I'm sorry, let's target the header tag first of all. Header tag. Open up the curly braces, and now let's add the background image. Background image, and then URL. Open up the brackets, and we're going to add the double quotes as well. So how do we target the image we want to use? Well, if we go back to our folder, right now we're trying to apply the code inside main.css, but the image we're trying to target is inside of another folder called images. And this is the image right here, hero.jpg. So basically, we need to leave this folder called assets and then called CSS, and then jump into the folder called images and then target the image itself. So to accomplish that, check this out. Okay, I'm going to go in here and add two dots to escape the CSS folder. And now we shall jump inside the images folder and then specifically target the hero.jpg file. Let's go ahead now, save this, and let's see what's gonna happen in here. Let's refresh the page, and nothing. There is no background image, but that's because our header has no height. We need to give the header a height of some sort. So let's go back to our brackets. So let's just say, for example, I can come in here and say height. Let's go with 500 pixels. Let's save that. Go back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So now you can see with 500 pixels of height, you can see part of the background image. However, notice that over here, the background image essentially fills the entire height of our screen. It's only when we begin to scroll down that you don't see any more of the background image. So to achieve this effect where the background image occupies the full height of the screen when you launch the page, we will have to add a very special value called the viewport height, VH. So check this out. I'm going to go back in here, and instead of 500 pixels, I will change this to 100. Sorry, did not remove that. I will change this to 100 and then VH. This right here is the standard value given to any height when you want the background image to occupy the full height. And I'm just going to go ahead now, save. And now let's see some magic. Let's come in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Right off the bat, the background image occupies the full height. And that's because we've given the header a height of 100 viewports. So another value you might find interesting could be the viewport width, which would be VW. That is in case you want your background to go the full width of your screen. But since we're using a background image that is large enough, we don't need to set that. So just remember the 100 VH. This will always give your header or whatever element you're applying the value to, always make sure it occupies the full height of your screen. All right, I'm going to add some additional properties in here. Let's go with the background size. Remember, we talked about size. We have cover, content. I'll set this one as cover. Let's also set the background position. I'm going to go with center. And then one more property, background attachment. And I'm going to call this one fixed. Save. Now, you know what the background size does, what the position does. The attachment, it basically will make the background image fixed. It's the value that you see right here. It's what you see right here when we try to scroll down. Notice that the background image just stays right there. It doesn't scroll up as we scroll down. So to achieve that effect, that's why I added the background attachment fixed. So we'll see that in effect once we begin to add text just beneath our header. So I've saved this, and let's just go back in here and refresh. And okay, the next thing we need to add though would be the opacity. Notice the black layer right there. we need to be able to add that to our background image so that when we begin to add our text, like the level up your business, it will be more readable. So to achieve this, there's quite a few ways that we can do that, but I'm going to show you the easiest way to do this. All right, let's go back to brackets. Now, where you have the background image, I'm going to add just a little bit of some space, and then I'm going to provide a new value called the linear gradient. Okay. And now inside of the linear gradient, I'm going to add a color model called the RGBA. You may have heard of this. It basically stands for red, green, blue, and alpha. So with this, we can actually add the black overlay. So check this out. Okay, I'm going to open up new brackets again. I'm going to go with 0 for red, 0 for blue, another 0 for green, and then, I'm sorry, 0 for red, 0 for green, 0 for blue, and then finally, let's go with 0.7 for the alpha. But then we need to repeat this all over again. So I'll copy RGBA all the way to the 0.7. I'm going to add a comma right here, paste that again, and then outside the closing bracket, I'm going to add a comma for the URL. And this should be fine. Let me go ahead now and save. Let's go back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So basically the 0.7 is what dictates just how darkish the background essentially is going to be. So if we come back in here, for example, and we said, well, let's make this one 2 instead. Come in here, make this one 2. Let's go back. You will notice an immediate difference. Refresh. And now you can see it's not quite as darkish as before. It's a lot more bright, essentially. So the values that we have at the end will dictate just how darkish it's going to be. If we went all the way to 0.9, for example, okay, go back in here, and I went back to my browser, refreshed. Now it's very, very, very dark. So 0.7 is a nice spot to be in. So I'm just going to change all this one back to 0.7. And there you go. Okay, let's just go back in here to the browser, refresh, and we're nearly there, almost. Just a few things we need to change. Obviously, the web impact text right here is a lot smaller than what we have right here. So let's try to fix that. I'm going to come in here and use my inspect tool. And let's just see if I come in here to span class name and I change the font size here from 17 and I went all the way to 26 pixels, for example. I think that looks pretty nice. Let's also try to add a vertical align middle. Okay. And then maybe we can also add like a margin on the left to push it away from the logo just a little bit. Let's go with 5 pixels. And let's see. I think this looks similar to what we have here, although this is still a little bit bigger. So let's go back in here and let's go with maybe 28 pixels, maybe. And okay, that should be close enough. I think this is perfectly fine. All right, I'm gonna go back in here and let's add those values. So I'm targeting the name class. It's down here. All right, so what exactly do we have? We have vertical align set to the middle, and then margin left for 5 pixels. And let's not forget, we changed the font size from 17, and I believe we went all the way to 28 pixels. Let's save that. Go back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So not bad at all. We're very, very nearly there. In fact, we've actually successfully added everything we need for the header, with the exception of just the text right here and the buttons, which we shall add in the very next video. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching. If you have any questions, as always, be sure to reach out, and I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. So let's continue building out the header. And what we're going to do here is to add the text for level up your business, build an impactful web presence, and basically the two are call to action buttons. So to achieve this, we're going to have to add some structure to the HTML file. So let's head over to brackets, and I'm going to go to my index.html. So where exactly are we going to add this text? Well, it's going to fall under the menu, but it's going to be still inside of the main div, which is the one right here, which is the content wide. So we have to make sure that we're adding the content still inside of this div. And when I click on it right here, you can see down here, this is where it closes. So just above it, let me just remove the space here, just above it, directly underneath the nav, I am going to open up a new div. And let's do this. I'm going to call this div, let's give it a class of hero. All right, so let's do that, hero. And I'm going to go ahead now and simply close the div to ensure we don't forget later. But inside of this div, let's open up another div, and we can call this, let's give it a class of call to action. Okay, so let's call that call dash to dash action. And now let me just go ahead and close this div as well. And okay, inside of this div, let's now begin to add the text. Let's go with the H1 tag first of all, because typically this is what you want to do for websites. For SEO purposes, basically you want to have your keywords as an H1 tag somewhere on your web page. So that's why we're going with the H1 tag here. So let's do this. I'm going to open up a new line, and I'm going to use the strong tag, because notice that in our design, the level right here, it's bold compared to up your business is bold, impactful is bold here as well, while the others are regular text. So that's why we're using the strong tag right there. So this is going to be strong, and level is the text, and it's going to be level space up your, and then business is going to be strong as well, right? So let's do that one, strong. Let's close that, and inside here is going to be business. Level up your business. Let's close that one, and then I'm going to add the break tag, so that the next text starts on a new line. So let's add that one. And then on the new line, I'm going to say build, and let me just confirm the text again. All right, so impactful is going to be strong, then web presence. Okay, got it. Let's go back. Build and then let's come in here. Let's call this one strong. Let's close the tag right there. So build an impactful web presence. Okay, space web presence. Okay, and that's it. I'm gonna go ahead now and close the H1 tag. Okay. And I think this should be fine. Let's go ahead now and save, and let's see how this would look like. Refresh. And okay. Oh, it's up here. I was looking down here. It's actually up here. Okay. The rest of the text is up here as well. Level up your business, build an impactful web presence. Okay, so obviously we'll have to do some styling and get it right here in the center. But let's go ahead and add the remaining buttons. We have our services and then get in touch. So let's add that to the HTML structure as well. So just underneath the H1, I'm going to add our buttons. So we have the A tag, href equals, and then in quotes, we're going to go with services, and then we'll just type in our services. Let's close that, and basically the same thing all over again. Only difference here is that we're going to change services to contact. Let's go with contact right here. That would be the anchor link for the text, which would be get in touch. I believe it's get in touch. Let me just confirm that. Actually, let me just go back in here. And yeah, so get in touch is the text. Okay. And let me just go ahead and make sure everything is closed. And I think we're done. That's it. So this div is closed. This div right here is closed. This div is closed all the way up here. And then our header is closed. Okay, let me go ahead, save. And we should be good to go now. There you go. All right, so we have all the necessary text. And then we also have our buttons, our links. So jump in the very next video where we'll now go ahead and ensure that it looks exactly like what we have over here. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully added the text for our hero section as well as the buttons, our services, and get in touch. But we now need to get this content to look exactly like what we have over here. Now, the big challenge here is going to be having to centralize the text as well as the buttons right there in the middle of the screen. It's easy to add background colors at this point. It's easy to, change the size of your text. All that is pretty straightforward. But how do you get content right there in the middle of your screen? The beauty about CSS is that there is usually more than one way to achieve the same result. However, one way usually might be better than the other way. So to achieve this, I'm going to show you one new way how we can get our content right there in the middle. And to do this, I'm going to introduce you to a new value for the display property, which is going to be flex. So far, we've dealt with display block, inline block, but now I'm going to introduce you to a new value called flex. Okay, before I get there, there is one thing we need to do. If I go to brackets and I take a look at the index.html, let's observe the structure very carefully. At the very top, we have the header, right? But then we also have the div, which is the content, and then wide. This div basically contains all of the content. It contains our logo, the menu items, as well as the hero section as well. In order for us to use the flex or use display flex, we need to set the parent container to 100% width and 100% height. That's going to be important. All right. And of course, the parent div for the hero div right here is the content right here, the div class of content. That's the parent div. So just follow along what I'm going to do. I'm going to head back to main.css. And right here, where we have the header, I will add our CSS just right there. So I'll say header space.content. So it's going to be height is going to be 100% width 100%. Now I know this is the first time we're dealing with percentage values and not pixels or the viewport, the view height port, or the view width port. So what exactly does percent do? In this case right now, what this will do to the container div is that it's going to set its height to 100% of the height of its own parent div. That's what the percentage does. When you apply a percentage value to an element, in this case right now it's height and width, it is going to set the height and width of our content div right now to be the exact same height and width of its own parent. If we go back to the index.html, who is the parent of the div class content? It is header. But also remember that we've already given the header a height of 100 view port height, VH. So basically, the header right here will have the exact same height and a width, of course, of 100%. Technically, you could come in here and say height 100 VH, width 100 VW. It's the same, you'll get the same result. But this is the very first step to using the display flex. Okay, let's get that one out of the way. Now, I'm going to come down here. I'm going to create a new section specifically now for the hero div. So I'm going to come here. Let's paste that. And right here, I'm going to change this to hero. Okay. And now Let's come down here to a new line, give it a class of hero, that's the div. And now this is where the magic happens. First, in order for us to get the text to align right there at the center, this div holding our content also needs to have a height of 100% and a width of 100%. This is important to centralize the text, right? So I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to say width, also 100%, height 100%. So far, so good. Now, here is where the magic comes into play. I'm going to say display flex. Okay. And now, to do the alignment at the center, I'm going to say justify content. That's a new property. Justify content center. Now we are aligning horizontally. We are aligning the text and the buttons. But also, in order to align them vertically, I'm going to come in here and say align, and then dash, and then items. And then it's going to be center as well. There you go. I'm going to go ahead now and save. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh. And there you go. Right now, you can see that the text right here and the buttons are almost right there at the center of our screen. But now, how do we exactly get them right there at the center? Now, to answer the question, we need to ask ourselves, why isn't the content yet in the middle? What is blocking the content from arriving at the middle? Well, I'm going to introduce the inspector tool right here, and let's take a look at what's happening. So right here, you can see that the header is all full width and height. And of course, the content class is also all full width and height as well. You can see right there. But now if I come down here, notice that the div class hero isn't going full height of 100%, even though we've already explicitly said height 100%, but it's not going 100%. It's stopping right there. Why? That is because we do have margins applied to the menu and the logo as well. It is those margins, especially the one for the menu, that is the one that is pushing the content further down. The thing about display flex is that it will take into consideration margins of other elements placed above it. That's why this content right here isn't exactly at the center. So how do we get the div class of hero to ignore the margins set by the menu and the logo? Here's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to come in here right now and I'm going to say position absolute. And there you go. Right now, when we hover on div class hero, now you can see it goes full height. That is because we've set the position of absolute, and absolute will always ignore paddings, margins, and all that stuff. And if you look at the text right now, it is right there at the center of our screen. So that is some useful information for you, I hope. So let me just go back in here and apply these changes that we've discovered. So I'm going to come in here right now and just simply say position, and we'll just call that absolute. And we'll just also say top 0, left 0 as well. It's a good idea. It's a good practice to apply these values as well. So let's just go ahead, save that one. And there you go. I'm going to go back to the browser, refresh, and there you go. Awesome. But we do have an issue. You see, if I try hovering on the menu items right now, you will notice it no longer works. Why is that? Well, that's because we've given the hero section the full height because we set the position to absolute, and now it's basically staying in front of the menu items and the logo. To prove this, check this out. Okay, I'm going to change the width from 100% to 75%. Okay, now you can see its width. You can see now that the about, menu items, services, YOS, team are all covered. So if I try hovering on these, you can see that nothing happens. But then if I try hovering on testimonials, Now it begins to work. Clients is working, contact is working, but that's because the hero class, the width, doesn't extend beyond just the first two letters of the testimonials menu item. That's why testimonials can still display, clients can display, contact can display, but team, wire, services, and about are no longer displaying. So essentially, we need to do this. We either need to push the hero contents behind the menu items or push the menu items in front of the hero content. So how do we achieve that? Do you remember the property we can use? It is the z-index property. With that property, we can push contents either to the front or behind. So let's do this. I'm going to change the width back to 100%. Okay. But now I'm going to go over to the nav class and give the nav class a z-index of, let's say, 10. And right now you can see that the menu items are now working again. So there you go, the power of the z-index property. So let's do this. I'm going to also give a z-index to the logo as well, just for good measure. So I'm going to go back to brackets and let's do this. So menu, I'm going to give this a z-index of, let's say, 10. And then let's also give it to the brand as well, because that's the div that contains our logo. So we'll give the z-index and let's give it a value of 9. There you go. Let's save. Let's go back to the browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Awesome. Now what we need to do is to simply apply our styling to our text and our buttons as well. And to do that, I'm going to go back to brackets, obviously. And let's do this. Okay, I'm going to open up the new class of call to action. Let's open up our curly braces. So the color should be white. That will be for the text. 4, 5, 6. Text align is going to be center as well. And what else do we have? We have box sizing. Let's go with the box sizing property. And of course, border box is going to be the value, because now we're going to add some padding, and the padding values will be 10 pixels. Let's go with 10 pixels. Let's go with 50 pixels and also 10 pixels. There is a shorter way of writing these values, which we've talked about. So try to figure a shorter way of writing the 4 values for the padding. Essentially, you will only have 3 values as opposed to the 4. So you can give yourself that little assignment. And okay, so let me just go ahead and save this. Let's go back in here, refresh, and looking better. Okay, but let's make the size a lot bigger. Right now, the H1 tag, which is what is showing the hero content, you can see right here, H1. The H1 has been set to, what value did we give the H1? It's right here, 25 pixels. This is kind of small, so let's take this all the way to 40 pixels, and maybe H2, we can make H2 25 pixels, and then maybe H3, we can make H3 20 pixels for now. We might need to change this a bit later, but let's just save these as they are. Go back in here, let's refresh, and okay, now that is much better than what we currently have. Okay, awesome. All right, now for the buttons. Notice in here that they share similarities in the font size, the font weight, the patterns as well. So what we need to do is to provide them with the same class and apply the same properties to that one particular class. So let's do this. I'm going to go back to brackets. Let's go over to index.html. And now over here where we have the ahref, I'm going to come in here right now and give the class of, let's just call the class button, because it is a button. But I'm also going to give another class to the services, because notice that the one major difference between both of them is the background color. So we'll have an extra class that will apply the purple background and also the green background. So our services will have a class of purple. Okay. And now for the contact, we can give it a class of button as well, and then space, and then green. That's going to be for the background. So let's go ahead now and save this. And now let's go back to main.css and let's begin to apply the buttons. So for the buttons, I'm actually going to apply them just underneath headers. I think that might be better. Or let's apply it underneath our paragraph. So let's come in here. I will copy this. And then down here, I'm going to change paragraph to buttons. Yippee! Okay, so we got buttons. And let's begin. Okay, so the first class, of course, will be button itself. And we do have a series of values to provide the button. The first one here is going to be the font size, which is, of course, going to be 15 pixels. I'm going to add the font weight as well, which I know to be 400. The color of the text, of course, let's not forget that one. That's going to be FF. And we need to remove the text decoration as well, because the links are underlined automatically. So let's remove the links. So text decoration would be none. And what else do we have? Let's go ahead and save this and let's take a look at what we have. Refresh. And okay, text transform I think should be in order. Text transform, we can add some padding, add some margins as well. So let's do that. All right, I'm gonna go back in here. Let's do the text transform. Text transform will be uppercase. Okay, let's add the margin. Let's go with 10 pixels for now. We might change this. Let's go with 10 pixels. And padding, of course, we're going to add the background very, very soon. Let's go with 10 pixels and 20 pixels. And let's just go with display inline block as well. Okay, this should be good. Let's add border radius so we can make the borders a little bit circular. Let's go with 3 pixels. And we're good. Okay. Next, I'm going to do right now would be to add the actual background colors. So we have purple is going to be the first one. So purple, and I have the background color. Background color for purple is going to be 40B7FF. And let's also provide its border, which should be 1 pixel. It's going to be solid, of course. And then the colors of, let me see, what do I have here? I have CC72FF. Okay, let's do something very similar for the green button as well. I'm gonna come down in here. Let's add the background color in here, which would be, what do I have? I have 8CB913, and then finally let's also add the border, which is going to be 1 pixel solid as well, and the final value here will be D2F37B. Okay, I think this should be good. Let's go ahead now and save, and let's see what we have. Refresh. And there you go. It's actually not that bad. Okay, awesome. So with lots of styling, we've finally been able to get our content to look almost like what we have over here, except for the fact that, wait a second, the color here isn't exactly the same. What is going on? Let me just confirm this really quick. A03DD8. Oh, okay. I do apologize. I must have made a mistake for the background color. Let's quickly change that. Let's come back in here. And oh, this was a different color I chose. Apologize for that one. Let me check. Okay, this should be correct. Let's go ahead now and save that. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh. And there you go. Okay, that's a lot more like it. All right, one very last thing, of course, right now is you would notice there is an effect when we hover on the buttons. You can see that we don't have that just yet. So join me in the very next video where I'll now show you how to add some cool hover effects to your buttons. Welcome back. So let's now take a look at how we can apply the transition effects to our buttons. And over here, what we have basically is nothing really fancy. The major change here is the border color. The one for purple changes to light blue, and the one for green changes to white. So let's just go ahead and do this. I'm gonna head back to brackets, obviously, and let's add the purple class all over again. And what I'm gonna do right now is to change the border color, and the color we're going to be going with is going to be 40B 7FF semicolon. Of course, I'm going to add the hover selector. Let's not forget about that. Okay, so I'll copy this, and we'll do the exact same thing for green as well. So let me change purple class to the green class. We'll change the border color to white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And cool. All right. So that's it for the hover effects action. Now let's go ahead and apply the transition itself to our button. So I'm going to come in here, transition, and we're changing the border color. That's the property we're going to be changing. So border color, let's go with 0.4 seconds, and we shall ease out. Let's go ahead, save, and I believe we should be fine. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page. And there you go. So 0.4 seconds is maybe a bit slow, but hey, it still works. Okay, now that we're here, I want to use this opportunity to delve a little bit deeper into the world of transitions, and just to show you a few tricks that you can actually apply. The thing here is this, okay? You can actually apply transitions without even having to hover on the element. Right now, the effects are actually being applied. I don't know if you notice, when we refresh the page, look immediately at the buttons. You will see the transition actually taking place. The border color is actually changing. When I refresh, look at that. Do you see that? I'll do it again. Okay, hopefully you saw that, but to demonstrate this better, let's do something, okay? I'm gonna go back to brackets, and where we have the button, what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna come in here, I am going to change the transition from the border color to the background color now. Okay, so check this out. I'm gonna save this, and let's see what's gonna happen. I'll head back to my browser, refresh the page, and there you go. That's a bit too fast. Let me change the time actually from 0.4. Let's go all the way to 4 seconds instead, so you really see what I'm talking about. Let's head back to our browser, refresh the page. Now look at the buttons. It's taking 4 seconds for the background color to actually fill in. And that's because we've applied the transition directly on the button. So if we also hovered right here, we're not really going to see the background color change because, well, of course, we've not added the background color to the hover effect to change. But because we've added background color directly on the transition for the button in its default state, right now, whenever we simply refresh the page or we load the page, the color is going to apply slowly in a transitional effect. So a question you might have here is, okay, fine, but what if we don't want the background color to transition when we load the page, but only when we actually hover on the buttons? How do we achieve that? Well, to do that, very simply, what you can do is to remove the transition effect from the button class, which is, of course, the default state. You can remove that and then simply apply directly on the hover states for purple or green, or we could do something here instead. We could simply say button, and then we could apply the hover selector. And now right here, we can come in here and then apply the transition. So basically right now with this code, we are saying, okay, when a user hovers on the element with the class of button, transition its background color by 4 seconds. And to really see the effect, let's apply some background colors to the hover effects now for purple and green. So for purple, I can say that the background color should change to red when we hover on the purple button, and for the green button, it should change background color. It should change to, let's say, pink. Of all the colors in the world, pink. So let's see what's going to happen. Okay, I'm going to save it right now. Let's head back in here. Now watch, I'm going to refresh. Okay, pretty normal. But now, if I hover on the purple button, you can see right now it transitions to red, and I go to green, it transitions to pink under 4 seconds. That's how you can achieve such effects. So to recap, you can either apply the transition effect directly on an element's default state, which is of course when the element is loaded, or you can specifically apply the hover selector. You can apply the transition specifically to the hover selector for such an element. One more thing I should mention is that in addition to specifying what property you want to transition, the duration, as well as the transitional effect, you can also apply something known as the transition delay. Basically, it will be a time that will have to pass before the transition actually begins. That's what is called a delay. So as an example, let's do this, okay? Where we have the hover for the button, I'm going to come in here right now and say 5 seconds. Okay? So basically, before the background color begins to transition, we'll wait for 5 seconds, and then after 5 seconds, it will start the transition and then finish in 4 seconds. I hope that makes sense. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's head back to our browser. Let's refresh the page. Now take a look at this, okay? I'm gonna hover on the purple. It's not changing yet. It's not changing. It's not changing. It's not changing. Meanwhile, 5 seconds is counting down. Now 5 seconds has passed. Now it's beginning to change. It's beginning to transition right now, as you can see. The same thing for green as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, and now it begins changing, and then in 4 seconds it goes to pink. So that is one other thing you should know about CSS transitions. Now a question you might have here is, okay, does the order matter? Since we have 2 different timers, we have one for the duration, we have one for the delay. Does it matter which one comes first? It matters, because CSS will always recognize the first timer as the duration. That's how CSS works. So whenever you're adding a timer for both your duration and your delay, the one that you add first will be considered to be the duration. That's one very important thing you should take note of. So that's basically it for the transitions. Let me just go ahead and remove what we don't actually need, which is the background color, the hover effects for the button, and we're also changing background color for purple, I believe. And oh yeah, let me just go back and add the the transition for the button class. Transition border color is the property, and we're doing that in 0.2 seconds, and we're easing out. Okie dokie, let's go ahead and save this. Let's just head back, make sure everything is in order, refresh the page, and there you go. Awesome. All right, so that's it for adding transitions to our buttons. Join me in the very next video where we will now begin to add the About Us section. I will see you then. Welcome back. So far so good. We've been able to completely build out the header with a logo, menu items, hero section, as well as the background image. But next we have to build out the About Us section, which is essentially the second main part of the entire website. Now over here, I have already gone ahead to add the basic HTML structure for the About Us section, and let me show you what I have in brackets. So it's basically right here. I added the section tag called content. I gave it an ID. Called about. I gave it an ID of about. And then we have the div of content, which we'll be using over and over again. And then the H2 tag for About Us, and then P tags for the award-winning web development company and successes, blah, 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 blah. Then I added a new div with the class of row, which we'll talk about a bit later. But inside we have the H3 tag of who we are, some P tags, strong tags, and that's basically it. So you can go ahead and simply grab this code and simply paste it in your text document if you'd like to do that. So you can pause the video, do that, and let's now go ahead and design the About Us section. So let's take a look at what we have to accomplish. So right here, you can see that the About Us has kind of like a blue underline, which we'll take a look at a bit later. We can see the text right here is towards the center. The text right here for our success has the font style of italic. It also has a font weight of about 300. But this is where things get rather interesting. You would notice in here that this is kind of like a 2-column section. On one column we have who we are, on the other column we have what we do. And they do have some icons in green, and also the text appears to be aligned to the center. So some pretty interesting work in here. So let's do this. The very first thing we'll do is we're going to head back to brackets. And what I'm going to do is to very simply create 2 new divs for the who we are and the what we do sections, okay? So check this out. I'm going to come in here right now, add a new div, and we're going to give this div a class. And here is the name of the class we're going to give it. It's going to be called the call-1-2 class. This is typically the standard in CSS or HTML. Whenever you're trying to create a class for a 2-column section, if it was a 4-column section, then you would go with 1-4. We'll talk about that a bit later. But that's for the div, for the first div right here. Let me just go ahead and copy this class. And then we're going to do the exact same class in here as well for the what we do. So let me go ahead and paste that. And of course, I am going to go ahead now and close the divs. Let's close the first one. And of course, we'll close the second one down here as well. Let's go ahead and close that. And okay, so we've successfully now have 2 divs, one for the what we do and another for the who we are. Let's go ahead now and add some styling. So let me just save the HTML document first of all. Let's head down to main.css. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new section entirely, because now we're dealing with the content layout essentially. So let's do this just, let's see, just underneath buttons. I'm going to come in here, paste that, and we'll call this section layout. Layout. And okay, so the class of call-1-2. What we're going to do right here is we're going to give the divs with such a class a width of 48.5%. It's not going to be 50% because we still have to apply margins and paddings as well. So you typically want to leave some space for that. So we're going to go with 48.5. And of course, speaking of margins, we're going to give it a margin, or give them a margin. Let's say 1% and 0, and then 1% as well, and another 1%. All right, let me go ahead and add my colon. And I also know we're going to add some padding for them. So let's go with 0 and 15 pixels. Let's not forget the box sizing. Very, very, very important. Border box. And we're also going to float to the left. So let's do that as well. Add our semicolon, and this should be fine. Let's go ahead now and save. And let's take a look at what we have. Let's go back in here, refresh. And there you go. Awesome. So now at least we have the 2 columns right there, but we still have quite some work to do. Let's start with the award-winning and the success. So let's go ahead and try to style these 2 paragraph tags. And to do that, we're going to go back to our HTML index.html file, and let's give them an individual class. So for the first P tag, we can give this one a class, and let's give this one a class of title-1. And then for the second P tag, let's give it a P class of, and we'll go with title-2. Okay, sounds good. Let's save that one. Let's now apply some CSS. For this, we're going to go over to the paragraph section. So over here, just down here, I'm going to come in here right now and I'll say p.title -1. And let's go ahead now and apply some styling to them. Font size, I think we're going to go with 17 pixels. I'm not entirely sure. We might need to change that. That might be a bit too small. Font weight, let's go with 400. Text align, of course, we're going to go with center. The color also is going to be 777, 777. And that's a semicolon. And for the first P title, the margin here is going to be 35 pixels, 14 pixels, and then 14 pixels. So basically 35 pixels for the top, 14 pixels left and right, 14 pixels from the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and copy all of this, and we'll do something very similar for the P title 2. Let's paste, change 1 to 2. And all right, so for 2, it's going to be a little bit smaller. So let's try 15 pixels. Font weight of 300. Text align is to the center as well. The color is actually 888, which is similar. 4, 5, 6. Margin is just going to be 14 pixels all around. Let's go ahead and add 14 pixels. And there is one more thing. Oh yes, the font style. Let's not forget the font style. It is going to be italic. Okay, let's go ahead, save this, and let's see how this would look like. Let's go back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So obviously, the font size in here is way too small. Way too small. We need to make some major changes. Okay, so let's just try something in here. I'm going to go all the way with 26 pixels. Actually, let's go with 30 pixels maybe. 30 pixels looks much better. And then for the second one, the P title 2, let's try 24 pixels. Let's see. Okay, that definitely looks a lot better than what we initially had. So let's go with 24 pixels for P title 2. And then for P title 1, 30 pixels. So 30 and 24. Okay, let's make those changes. 24 right here. And then 30 for P title 1. Let's go ahead, save. Let's head back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so we're very nearly there. One more thing we need to change though is going to be the size of the About Us text. It's the H2 tag. So let's go back in here to our brackets. And where do we have H2? We have H2 at 25 pixels. Actually, if we're going to make H1 40 pixels, this should be a little bit bigger than 25 pixels. So let's try 32 pixels. Let's save that one. Let's go back in here. Let's refresh the page. And okay, not bad. It's looking much better than what we originally had. However, we do need to add some padding for our section, because if you notice, there is more space between the About Us and the background image than what we currently have in here. And that's because the section itself has some padding. So let's go ahead now and target the section tag itself, which, by the way, the section tag is usually used whenever you're creating new sections in your website. So if we take a look at the model site that we have in here, About Us is going to be a section, services provided will be a section, Why Work With Us will be a section, and so on and so forth. So typically for such, you would use the section tag. You could use a div in place of section and simply give it maybe a class of section. But since we're trying to be as accurate as we can with our code, we're going to go with the HTML section tag instead. So let's go ahead now and add some padding to the section tag. And we'll do that in here where we have layout. All right, so I'm just going to come in here. And we'll just call this one section. And Okay, so basically the padding is going to be, we have 30 pixels, we have 0 pixels, and then finally we have 45 pixels. So basically 30 pixels from the top, 0 pixels left and right, and then 45 pixels are from the bottom. So let's go ahead now, save, and let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So looking much better. Finally, let's notice that the who we are text and what we do, the text is aligned to the center. As you can see, it's text aligned center. Now, technically, we could simply go back to our brackets file, and then in here where we have the main.css, we could simply just come in here and give text align center to the call-1-2 because this is the class holding the content for who we are and what we do. We could do that, but it's not the best idea because further down the road, we might need to reuse this class of call-1-2 to create another 2-column section. And in that scenario, we might not need the text to be aligned to the center. So to avoid such issues in the future, let's just create another class and we can call that one center. So let's do the same here as well. Center, let's add center for the second column as well. And then easily, let me just save this. We can just go back to main.css, and then right here where we have the layout, I can just come in here. Or rather, let's come down here to content actually. Let's do that with content. So for content, we'll just call this one .center, and then we'll just say any element with the class of center, just simply give it a text align of center. And there you go. Let's go ahead now, save. Go back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So jump in the very next video where we'll now begin to add some more styling to our About Us section. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully added the content for the About Us section, and I did say that we were going to do some designing. However, if you take a look at the finished website right here, you might begin to notice some similarities from one section to the other. As an example, right here to the right, you will notice we have this anchor link that when clicked on will take us straight to the top of the page. We do have the titles having the blue border right there. Same thing with services provided, why work with us, and so on and so forth. So also, you will notice the number of different icons available. Who we are has an icon to the left, what we do has icons. The headers in the service provided also have icons, and so many other headers in our website also have icons. So the point I'm trying to make here is that it is always best that you figure out the kind of content that you can create and the type that you can postpone for later. Typically, the content you want to postpone for later is content that you would reuse over and over again throughout the site. So the styling here in this case right now for the titles for the sections like About Us, Services Provided, we can apply this later. Same thing with the icons as well. We can ignore the icons for now and simply apply them much later. But for now, let's just concentrate on building out the remaining sections as well as the core content, and also add some styling that is unique to that particular section. So in this case right now, I have gone ahead to add the core HTML structure for the services provided section. So if we go over to brackets, right here you can see I have added the new section of ID services. I have added the div class of content, as well as the H2 title, which is services provided, and then the UL for the unordered list, and then the LI elements, and then H3 for web development, and then another UL for the list items under each particular service. So let's break this down very carefully. You will notice right here that we do have kind of a list of major services and then services that fall under those major services. So we have web development as an example. So that's why we have the very first LI here, and then it's an H3 because it's a header, web development. And then under this particular list item, we do have services under that major service. So under web development, we have custom websites, we have web applications, e-commerce stores, progressive web apps. That's why I decided to create another list inside of the very first list, if that makes sense. So the exact same structure is applied to mobile apps development, UI UX designs, mobile game development, product design, cloud migration, quality assurance, software optimization, and then finally cyber security. So ultimately, this is what you're going to be left with. You will have your H2, which is the services provided main title for the section, and then you'll have your main services and then the sub-services that fall under them. But somehow we do have to get this to look like what we have over here. So let's try to tackle the easiest styling that we can apply, and that's going to be the background image for this section. So in order to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to head back over to brackets, and let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and add a section class to the services. The idea being that if you notice, we do have other sections that have background images. For example, Meet the Team has a background image, and our clients also has a background image as well. So it might make sense for us just to create one class that we can use for these three different sections that have background images. And the class I am going to use for that is going to be, let me just go back to my brackets. Let's expand this. So it's going to be over here where I have my section ID. Let's give this a class we use over and over again. And that class is going to be image-bg. All right, this will be a class we'll use over and over again. Let me go ahead now and simply save this. Let's now go over to our main.css, and we're going to begin to add some styling. So the first one here, let's try to add the background image, what we have over here. So let's do this. I'm going to try and create a new section specifically for services. So let's do this. I'm going to grab the title right here. Let's copy that. And I'm simply going to come over here. Let's paste that. And we can change hero to, let's change this to the services. Okay, services. And now let us create the class. I'm sorry, the ID. We do have an ID here for services, right? So let's do this. I'm going to come in here right now, and I'm going to say services. And then we're going to provide the background image for this. So I'm going to open up my curly braces. Let's come down here. All right, so it's going to be background image. And I do have the structure right here. So let me just take a look at that real quick. All right, we're going to apply the linear gradient. Remember, we applied linear gradient earlier. So it's going to be RGBA. And the first values I have in here are 0, 0, 0, and then 0.2. So it's not really, that's for the opacity. So it's not going to be too dark. Let's repeat that one. Just right inside, comma, RGBA again. And then inside, the exact same value, 0, 0, 0, and then 0.2. I hope I'm not making any mistake right there. And okay, comma, and then now let's now add the URL for the image itself. So in here, we have our quotes, dot to escape, and then it's going to be images / we have background as the folder, background, and then it's going to be services .jpg. Let's go ahead and add our semicolon. Let's go ahead now, save, and let's take a look at what we have. Let's head back over here. Let's refresh, and there you go. All right, so far so good. We do have the background image right there. Okay, I'm going to apply some more styling right now to the class that I'll be using over and over again for the sections that have a background image. So check this out. I'm going to head back to brackets. Let's go back to our index.html. So in here, we've already added the class of image-background. So let's go ahead now and add some styling for this very specific class. And to do this, let's head over to the section area. So right here where we have section, let's do this. Okay, I'm going to come in here right now and let's call this one section dot image dash bg, and then let's open up the curly braces. So let's change the background size that we're going to be applying. Let's go with cover. Okay, and then we can also add a background color for such sections that have a background image, and it's going to be 555 555. Let's add the background position as well, so we can change the angle from which the images will be displayed from. In here, it's going to be bottom and center. And if you notice, if we go back, if you notice right here, the background images do not move. They do not scroll as we scroll down or we scroll up. They don't move. So you should already know what property we're talking about. That's going to be the background attachment property. So let's go ahead and add that as well. So I'm going to come in here right now. It's going to be background dash attachment, and it's going to be fixed. Okay, and that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead now and save, and let's take a look at what we currently have. Let's refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, we're starting to get there, but now let us try and do something about the actual content that we have inside. You will notice right here that the content is actually the same color, but they're all covered in like white background columns, and it looks pretty nice. It's way much better than what we currently have. So there is a very nice property that we can use, and that's going to be the display flex. Remember, we use display flex for some of the content up here for specifically for our menu items. So we're going to try and apply the exact same process in here as well. And to do this, check this out. Again, I'm going to head back over to our index.html. Let's add a class for the main UL. And we're essentially targeting the UL because it is the main element holding all the list services as well as the sub services as well. That's why we're specifically targeting this UL right there at the very top. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give it a class. Okay, and we can call the class, let's say services dash list. I think that makes perfect sense. Let's go ahead, save. Let's head back to our main.css, and then down here on the services section, let's now add some styling. Services dash list, and now check this out. I'm going to go over here right now and say display flex. So let's do that. Display is going to be flex. Okay, and now you can actually specify the direction of our flexing, so to say. So check this out. I'm going to come in here right now and say flex dash direction, and now I'm going to go with row. Let's go ahead, save this, and let's now see what we have. If I head back over here, let's refresh the page, and there you go. Now you can see, because we've said, hey, flex direction is a row, it's going to display all the elements, all the list services in a single row, as you can see right now. However, notice that all of these items are inside of our content class that has a max width of 1140 pixels. So whenever you display your elements as a flex, they tend to break the structure, and the elements might even move outside of the container. Right now, if you notice very carefully, the contents for the cybersecurity list right here, these ones right here, they've gone outside of the container of 1140 pixels. So in order to properly ensure that your flex items stay inside of the container, we have to add another property, and that property right here is going to be the flex wrap. Okay, and right here we'll just say wrap. Let's go ahead now, let's save this, let's head back, refresh, and now you can see now they're contained inside of the container. So this is a very, very important property that you need to keep in mind. Whenever you display items as a flex and you give them a flex direction of row or column or whatever, ensure that you also include the flex wrap. That will ensure that your flex items are contained inside of their container. Let's add some extra properties right here. Padding is going to be 0. And of course, the list style type. Let's go ahead and remove the default styling. So this will be set to none. And that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead now, save this. Let's head back to our browser, refresh, and there you go. Okay. We still have a lot of work to do in terms of like styling the actual list items. But before I round this video up, you will notice that the contents of the About Us section are actually spilling inside of the services provided section. And right here, you can see the text for who we are, what we do. They're basically practically inside of the section for the services. So what exactly is going on here and how do we fix that? Join me in the very next video where I'll show you a classic CSS trick to fix this kind of issue. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully added content for the services section. However, we also noticed that the content from the About Us section is basically spilling over to the services section. So in this video, I'm going to show you exactly what's happening and how we can fix it. But first of all, why is the content spilling over? Well, if you remember, we did give the two columns inside of the About Us section, we gave them the property float left. Floating will always break the structure of your content, of your layout. So you need to fix it. You need to ensure that the floating effects are cancelled. As such, there is a property that we can use, and that's called the clear property. With this property, you can say that, hey, I don't want any elements above me, below me, to my left, to my right, to affect my own structure. The idea here is this. I'm going to give the section container services. Take a look at this. I'm going to come in here right now and say clear. And the thing is, I'm going to say both. And there you go. Now you can see that the services section now has its own content inside of its own container. That is the effect of clear. And it actually has 3 different values. You can go with left, right, or both. So actually, in this case, instead of going both, I could have said left and it will still work because the 2 elements above it, which are the who we are and the what we do columns, are floating to the left. So if I came in here right now and changed left, let's say right, it will not work. But most developers typically just go with both just to be on the safe side. So this would actually work for the services section. However, it is not the best approach because even though we've been able to provide real structure to the services section, notice that the About Us section is still broken. Look at it right here. If I hover on section ID about, notice that the who we are content and also the who we are content as well as the what we do content is still outside. It's floating outside of its container. That's because those 2 elements are still floating. So the ideal approach is to fix those elements with the floating property rather than applying the clear property to other elements they are affecting. So what exactly do we do? You might be thinking, well, okay, if that's the case, why don't we just simply go over to each column and apply the clear property? That's not going to work because you cannot apply the clear property to elements that are floating. It's not going to work. Okay, the other option would be to add the clear property to the parent element, which is row. Notice we have the div class of row that contains these 2 columns that are floating. Unfortunately, that will not work either because applying the clear property to an element whose children elements are floating is not going to work either. So what exactly do we do? And this brings us to a classic CSS trick which you will use over and over again in your journey as a CSS developer. What we need to do is we need to create some dummy content either before our elements that are floating, or maybe after, or maybe even both. And then that dummy content will now apply the clear property to it to offset the effects of the floating elements. Don't worry, I know I'm speaking Greek right now. I'm going to explain this to you very, very carefully. Take a look at this, okay? I'm going to go back to our CSS brackets, okay? Let's open up main.css. Let me just close this one right here. And now I'm going to go over to our section area, the layout rather. And over here, let's first of all give our row a width of 100%. Okay, 100%. Fine. Now, we need to create some dummy content before and after our row class. Please keep in mind we're targeting the row class here because it is the element containing the two elements that are floating. Look at our HTML structure right here. We have the div class of row and then the div class of center right here, who we are and what we do. These are the ones floating. So we need to target the element containing both, which is of course the class of row. That's why we're targeting the row class. Okay, let's head back in here. I'm going to say .row. And now I'm going to introduce you to a new kind of element known as the pseudo element. And we indicate it by 2 colons. And now I can say before, but also I'm going to say .row colons and then after. So basically right now we want to create content before and after our row class. I'm going to open up my curly braces, and this is exactly how we create the dummy content. I'm going to add a property called content. It is going to be empty, of course, because we're not displaying anything. I'm going to add my semicolon. It's good to add some space between the two codes, by the way. So let's add some space in there. And now I'm going to say display table. This is a new one. What this does is it creates an imaginary cell. So it's much better than you saying display block or inline. With table, it kind of creates an imaginary empty cell. So it kind of adds to the content, if that makes sense. And then finally, I'm going to come in right now and say clear both. So what we've done right now is that because we could not apply the clear property directly to the row class, we had to create dummy contents before and after the row. By the way, listen, it's not compulsory that you must go with before or after. You can just say before simply or after simply. It's not going to matter. It all depends on the structure of your HTML page. However, to be on the safe side, just like with clearing both, we typically go with before and after pseudo elements, just to be on the safe side. That's why I decided to go with before and also with after. So now that we've created the dummy content, we can now apply the clear property to them. So let's go ahead now, save. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page. And there you go. Still the same thing, but now notice that if we inspect the About Us section, notice now that indeed the who we are content as well as the what we do content are now contained inside of the About Us section. So that's exactly how you would handle elements that have floating elements contained inside of them. So like I said, this is a trick that you are going to be applying over and over again in your journey as a CSS developer. So take note of this. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. Now let's try and style the services section to make it look like what we have over here. So let's see, you can see right now that we do have 3 rows and also 3 columns. So we should be thinking, all right, maybe we need to provide a set width for the parent LI elements like the web development, mobile apps. All this should have like a set width, and it should be around 33%, so that the addition of all 3 columns will basically amount to about 99% of the entire width for the container. So that's how we should be thinking right now. 33% width for each container. Also, we can see that they do have a white background as well. There's a lot of padding, margins applied. We also have what looks like to be some border radius, maybe about 3 pixels and so on. So let's do this. Okay, what we're going to do first of all is that we're going to provide a width for the parent li elements. Let's go back to our index.html. So right here, we should be targeting these main elements in here. You can see the li. It basically holds web development, and then it holds the sub services under web development. There's another li here as well. So these are the li's we need to provide the width for, as well as the background. However, there's a bit of an issue. You see, these aren't the only li's that are inside our UL class of services list. The subservices themselves are also li elements. So if we come in here right now and we set something like, hey, let's do this, we're going to say dot services, just as an example, I will say dot services dot list, and then I say li. I come in here right now and then I say, okay, let's give all of you a width of 33%. Let's go ahead and save this. The problem here right now is that every single li will have that 33%, including the subservices as well. But we only want to provide the width for the main li elements, the parent li elements, so to say. So how exactly do we specifically target them and them only? Well, I'm going to introduce you to a new selector called the element selector. It's usually represented by the greater than symbol. So what this does is that we can target very specific elements inside of a parent element. So if we want to target the main li's, we can say that, hey, only the li's that are directly under the UL class of services list, provide them with this width. That way, these other li's, the subservices, will no longer be applicable because they don't fall directly under the UL class, because they fall under a UL right here, and then they fall under the parent li, and then finally they fall under the UL class. So it won't be applicable to them because we're only targeting the elements directly under the UL class, which would be the li here, and so on and so forth. So let's do this. I'm going to go back in here. Let's scroll all the way down here. I'm going to remove this, and let's add services dash list, and then the greater than symbol, and then li. All right. Now let's go ahead and add the width as well as the background color. So let's go ahead now. Width is going to be I'm gonna go with 32.3%. Okay, let's also add some margin, and I do have my margins at 1% and 0, 0, and then 1% from the left as well. And let's add our background color, which is going to be FA. Okay, let's see what we have. Let's save. Let's head back to what we have, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, not bad at all. However, we still obviously need to apply some more padding inside. We need to apply some border radius as well. And also we need to apply some margins within the subservices themselves. You can see there is a lot of spacing between them. So let's try to fix that. Let's head back to brackets. All right. So for the parent li's, let's add some padding. Okay. And I do have 5 pixels. I have 20 pixels. I have 20 pixels and 20 pixels again. Let's add the border radius as well. And I'm going 3 pixels. Let's not forget the border, the box sizing property as well. Box sizing, let's just set that to border box as well. Okay, all right, let's save this and let me just take a quick look and see what it looks like. Okay, we're getting there. Now we just need to apply some margins to the LIs that are inside of the parent LIs, and also change what looks to be like the font size. This appears to be a lot smaller than what we currently have in here. Okay, so think about this, all right? How are we going to specifically target the children LI elements now? Because those are the only ones we want to target. We don't want to target the parent LI elements. Can you think of how we can target them specifically? Well, it's not difficult. And I'm just quickly show you how you're going to do that. We're going to go back in here and the exact same thing, services dash list. And now I am going to say greater than, target the LI, and now the UL. Okay, take note. You can see right now, this is the parent LI. So now we're targeting the UL, these guys that are holding the sub-services. That's exactly how we do it. So let's go back in here and let's apply some styling. So I'm going to open up my curly braces as usual, and the list style type, let's go ahead and apply. We do have disk is the style, and then the font size, we do have it at 14 pixels, I believe. And then let's also add some padding to the left. And I do have 30 pixels right here. So let's see how this looks like right now. Let's go ahead now and save. Let's head back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go, looking much better. Just a few more things, especially with margins. They do still tend to have some margins between themselves. As you can see, they don't look that close to each other, unlike what we currently have in here. So let's add margins directly to the sub-services LI elements now. So I'm going to head back in here, and I'm just going to grab this. Let's just copy the whole styling, come back in here, paste, and now I'm going to change the LI right here. I'm sorry, the UL rather. I'm going to change it to the LI. We don't need to add the UL anymore because it doesn't matter. We're still targeting the children elements, the children LI elements that fall under the parent LI element. So we don't have to add the UL anymore. So what we're simply going to add here is going to be the margin. And I do have 8 pixels written down for them. Let's go ahead, save, and we should be fine now. Refresh the page. And there you go. One last thing, as you can see, would be the color of the H2, the services provided. And right here, you can see it's in white. You come down here, you can see Meet the Team is also in white. And then down here, our clients is in white. But remember that we provided a class specifically for sections that have a background image. All right, so all we need to do right now is to simply target the H2s inside of such a class. And to do that, I'm going to head back. Let's go over to the H2 section itself. So all the way up here. So I'm going to come in right here, and I'm going to say section. Okay, and then .image-bg, that is the class we gave them. The sections with a background image, H2. And just very simply, I'm just going to say color here would be set to FFF. So my colon save. Let's head back in here, refresh the page. I'm sorry, refresh this page. And there you go. So obviously we could also still add like a blue border right there, as you can see. We can simply say border bottom, blue, add some margins as well, things like that. But there's another way how we're going to add the blue borders underneath the H2 tag. So don't worry about that. And also notice that the blue background, the blue border rather, is actually present on all H2s regardless of whether or not they have a background image or not. So we cannot apply the styling specifically to this class, because then the sections that don't have a background image will not see the same effect. So we need to find a different way of adding the blue borders to our H2 tags. So that is it. Thank you so much for watching. And of course, as always, I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying the course thus far. And we've made quite a lot of progress We've added our main header with the hero background. We've added the About Us section, services provided, and now we're talking about the Why Work With Us section. And as you can see, I've already gone ahead to add the HTML structure for this section. But let's take a look at what we're supposed to design in here. And it's pretty simple. It's not a complicated section by any stretch of the imagination. It's very similar to what we have in here with the About Us section. The major difference being that while this section had two main columns, one for the who we are, the other for what we do, down here we have 4 columns instead. So right now we should be thinking about creating 4 different divs, giving them a particular class, and that class will have maybe a width of, let's say maybe 23% or 24% or something like that, you know. And then in here, for the text like research, analyze, plan, execute, we can of course use spans for them. And in fact, I have already done that. Let me show you the HTML structure of what I currently have. So it's right here. Pretty simple. We have our section ID, y-us, the same class content, which of course puts all the content inside a container. We have the h2, which is why work with us, and then the main p, which is the we don't just develop, and then of course the spans for research, analyze, plan, execute. And then we have the div class of role, and then right now we now have the main divs holding the major reasons. So div number 1 right here contains the research field and 2 paragraph texts. The second div right here contains the analyze data and so on. So these are the divs that will have to give the class to and provide that class with a width of 24% or thereabouts. But before we do that, let's just handle the very easy styling. And of course, that's going to be adding the colors to the text right here: research, analyze, plan, execute. So let's do this. Okay, first of all, I'm going to give this text right here, I'm going to give it a class of title-3. So over here, I'm going to say class equals, and then title-3. Okay, now let's add classes for these special texts. So the first one here is going to be blue because research is in blue color. Analyze, I believe, should be orange. So let's say orange. That's not how to spell orange. Plan, I believe, was green. Equals green. And then last but not least, execute has the class of red. Red for execute. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's now head over to main.css. So right here under our paragraph section, I'm going to add the styling for p.title-3. And I do have a font size of about 20 pixels. I have a text align of center as well. And I have a lot of margin, which is going to be 35 pixels and 14 pixels and another 14 pixels. Okay, awesome. Let's now add the styling for the spans. So we have span, span.blue, and the color is going to be, let me just check what I have in here. All right, it's 40B7FF. That's going to be for the blue. And then we have span.orange. And let's add the color for orange. Speaking of orange, I do need to eat an orange as well. I love oranges. I don't know about you, but I love oranges. I can suck 6 oranges at a go. I simply love them. Anyway, let's continue. We got span.green. And then green color. Let me just check the value I have for the green. It is 8CB913. And last but not least, we have Mr. Execute. I'm sorry, span.red, not execute. And the color here is going to be FF5050. Okay, now one last thing though is the font weight. And the font weight is actually 500 for all of them. So we can do this. I'm going to come all the way down here. We're going to create a new section. Let's copy that. Let's come all the way down here. And I'm going to call this why us. Okay. And now I am going to say, let's add p.title, or let's just say basically services. I'm sorry, not services, but why us. The ID of y dash us. I believe it's y dash us. Let me just confirm that real quick. Okay, the ID is y dash us. All right, let's head back in here. So y dash us, and then I'm gonna say y dash us span. So any spans inside the y dash us, let's give it a font weight of 500. And there you go. Let's go ahead now, save this, head back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, not bad at all. We're getting there. Let's take a look and see. Okay, this doesn't seem to be, let's just confirm the size of this. It is 20 pixels, but it appears to be a little bit smaller. So maybe we can go with 23 pixels. I think that, okay, yeah, 23 pixels should be a bit more accurate. So let's make that quick change. Let's head back up here. Where do we have the p-title-3? Okay, so let's just change 20 pixels to 23 pixels and we are good. Okay, now for the main stuff, which is to, of course, divide the main text right here into 4 columns. Now remember that when we dealt with the About Us section, we used the .call-1-2 class for the 2 columns. So now we're going to create a new type of column, which would be the .call-1-4. All right. So let's head back in here. Let's go over to layout. I believe that's where we created the structure. And okay, so here it is right here. So I'm just going to copy this. All right. Let's copy that. Come in here, paste that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change 2 here to 4. We'll change the width right now so that it can accommodate 4 columns. So this is going to be 23.75%. That is how much I have. The margins are going to stay exactly the same padding, box sizing, float is left as well. So that's all we need to do. Let's save. Let's head back to index.html, and actually let's just copy this. I'm going to copy this class. Let's copy that, head back to index.html, and now we can just give this class to the div right here, div class equals, and then let's paste the class right there. Let's remove the dot, and there you go. So let's just copy this, and we'll just copy and paste. Come down here. Oops. Let's keep the indentation. Do the same thing here as well. Paste. Backspace to keep the indentation. And last but not least, there you go. Okay, so we should be fine right now. We've added the classes to all our divs. Let's go ahead now, save this one as well. Head back in here, refresh the page, come down here, and we do have a bit of an issue. The green span here has a background color. Huh. Oh, that's because remember we gave the class of green to the get in touch button, and that class actually has a background color. Let's see. It should be around here somewhere. So it's right here. You see green has a background color of this particular lemon type of color. So that's exactly what is going on. So to fix this, the easiest way would just be to change the class from green to, let's say, lemon instead. So let's save that. And now let's head back to main.css and then change the green span, span.green. Let's just change this one to lemon. Okay, let's save that. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page. And there you go. So now we can see the plain text. So again, this is a common issue or a common thing that happens when you're developing with CSS. You might give a class to a particular element, and then later on you'll forget that, hey, wait a minute. Actually, have used this class before, but I didn't remember. You know, these kinds of things happen. So don't beat yourself around if it happens to you, if you forget. It happens to everyone. So that's pretty much it for the Why Work With Us section. Join me in the very next video where we'll now take a look at the Meet the Team section. I will see you then. Welcome back. Hope you're having a wonderful time wherever you are. So previously we were able to create the Why Work With Us section, but now it is time to take a look at the Meet the Team section. So how are we going to create the structure and then design this section? So let's take a look at what we currently have. We do have 8 team members, and you might be thinking, okay, we might be able to use the column structure in here where we might use the class .col-1-4 because we do have 4 columns, but that will not be the best because we do have 2 rows as well. It's not like the Why Work With Us section where we have 4 columns and just a single row. In here we have 2 rows. So right now you should be thinking more of display flex. All right, so you should be thinking of display flex, and then the flex direction should be row. That's exactly what you should be thinking about from the design perspective. But from the HTML perspective, the actual structure itself, right now, this looks like a list. Okay, so we're going to have a UL and some LIs, but we're also going to have some divs. We're probably going to have a div for the picture, okay? And then we can also have a div for maybe the name of the person, and then another div for the title. We don't necessarily have to use divs for this. We could also use spans and maybe display them as a block, or there are numerous ways how we can go about achieving the exact same result. But in my case, I'm going to use divs to hold the picture, to hold the name of the person, and then the position. Okay, so let's try this. I'm going to head back over to brackets, and what I've done as usual is I've gone ahead to add the very basic structure, which is just the section ID. I gave it the ID of team. I've given a class of image-bg because, of course, we do have a background right here for the image, for the background, as you can see. So it's pretty much similar to services provided. So that's why I added the class right there. And of course, the good old div of content, H2 for Meet the Team, and that's what I've achieved thus far. So let's go about creating the list first of all. So I'm going to come in here right now, and let's just add a UL. And let's give it a class immediately. Okay, I'm going to give it a class of, let's call this team list. Okay, now let's go ahead and close this. Now, in order to display our members easily, we're going to use these as li. So we'll have an li that'll be like the parent li, and then the divs holding the picture, the name, the position will be under that li. So it's kind of similar to what we did over here with the services provided. So check this out. Okay, I'm going to head back over to brackets, and under the UL, I'm going to add our parent li. Okay, and then inside, I'm going to add our first div, and we'll give this the class of, let's call this team picture. Team picture. Okay. And let's just go ahead and add the image for this particular employee, who's going to be the CEO, equals quotes. Now, to find the source, I'm going to head back over to my folder, and I believe it's inside the assets folder, and then images, and then team. Okay, so this is where you would find the images. So it's going to be team, images, assets. Okay, I think I've got that. Let's head back in here. So this is going to be assets. We don't need to do any escape because remember that the HTML document itself is inside of the same folder as assets. So it's not like we're escaping out of the out of the index of the HTML. Had it been we were dealing with the CSS file, then we will need to escape out of the CSS folder and then into this folder where we can target assets. But since we're adding the images directly to the index.html file, we don't need to do any escapes, okay? So I hope you got that. Let's head back over here to brackets. All right, so it's going to now be images, / team, and then I believe his name is rusty.jpg, and there you go. All right, let's go ahead and close this first div. Okay, and then I'm gonna jump down. Let's assure this is closed. Let's jump down in here. Let's add the next div. So div class equals, this is going to be for the name. So we'll call this team-name. And his name is Rusty de la Cruz. And let's close the div. I don't know about you, but I've always found that name kind of funny. Rusty. All right, let's just head back in here. Div class equals team, then the position would be POS, and of course he is the CEO. Div, let's close that one. And okay, so we haven't closed something else. Oh, that's going to be the li. We need to close the li, and let's also close the ul. And voila. Okay, so let's just recap. We have the UL class of team list, the li holding the div that holds the image, another div that holds the name, position, and then we've closed everything. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Let's head back over to browser, refresh the page, and he's so happy. He's like, yeah, I'm the CEO. All right, so anyway, we've successfully added the first person, De La Cruz, Mr. CEO. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm basically going to use the exact same structure to add the remaining members of the team. So I'm going to pause the video and resume once I've added all of them. Welcome back, and as you can see right now, I have gone ahead to add all the remaining members for the team. I did make a mistake with the spelling for Rusty, so I have fixed that. But I also added the alt text for the other members, and I'm going to do the same right now for Mr. Rusty de la Cruz. So this is something that you should always try to not forget to do, like I did. Always try to add your alt text for all your images. So let me do that right now for Mr. Rusty de la Cruz. And okay, so let's save this and let's just take a look at what we have right now. Refresh, and of course right now you can see all the images with the people's names as well as their positions. Okay, so let's get into the CSS action. I'm gonna jump in here to main.css and let's scroll all the way down here. Let's grab the us. We're gonna create a new section and we're gonna call this team. Let's call it team members. How about that? Team members. Okay. All right. So the first thing we're going to do right now is to display as flex. All right. So we're going to take the UL class of team-list. Okay. Open up our curly braces. And let's get into some action. All right. So display is going to be flex. And then the flex direction, as you can imagine, is going to be row. And there you go. So let's also do the flex wrap as well. Flex wrap is going to be wrap. And let's also remove the list style type. We don't want any styling for our lists. So list style type, I will set that one to none. And let's just remove any padding as well. Okay, so 0. And okay, so let's save this and let's just see the progress that we've made. Let's come back in here. Let's refresh the page, come down. Okay, we're getting there. We still need to set a width for the actual LIs themselves. So let's head back in here. I'm going to create a new declaration. So team-list li, and then let's open this up. I'm going to give this a width of 24%. Okay, because of course it's a 4 columns, so it can't be 33% or 50% because then it won't have 4 columns. So 24% should be just about right. Margins, I do have my margins at 1%, 0, 0, and then 1% as well, which is pretty standard. I do have the background color, which is the same FA. And I do have a lot of padding, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, 10 pixels, and then 20 pixels. Let's add the box size in. These are pretty standard rules, border box, and there you go. Okay, so now we've added a width to our LIs, margins, background color. Let's save, head back in here, refresh, and okay, so we're almost getting there. I know this looks terrible, but at least right now you can see that CSS is attempting to display the employees into 2 rows with 4 columns. So there's a lot of stuff we need to do right now. The major problem is that the images themselves are quite large. If I head back to my folder, you can see they are all basically, well, they kind of different size. This, for example, is 1280 by 1150. Mr. Sean right here is 950 by 850 and so on. So what we can do is that we can set a maximum height for all the images. And then we can also set our overflow to be hidden. So check this out. I'm going to head back in here. Let's create a new declaration, team-picture. And check this out. I'm going to set something known as the max height, so that no matter what, it will never exceed 200 pixels. Let's also do something known as the overflow. And we set this to hidden. So basically what this does is that any parts of the image that might spill outside of its container, just simply hide it. That's what overflow hidden does. So let's save this, head back in here, refresh, and there you go. Okay, however, there is still another problem. The fact that we've set a maximum height for the image has kind of altered things a little bit, because right now CSS only knows that, okay, this image should not be more than 200 pixels in height. But what about the width? We also need to do something about the width as well. We cannot set a specific width in terms of pixels, but what we can do is a neat little trick. I'm going to head back in here and check this out. I'm going to say team-list, and let's just say image, img, and now width is going to be 100%. Save this. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. What we've done right now is a trick, okay? Even though we've set the maximum height to be 200 pixels, we've also said, hey, CSS, no matter what, display the full width of the image. So as such, CSS now has to think of a way how it can display the full image while keeping the image at a maximum height of 200 pixels. CSS is amazing, but right now you can see this is what we have gotten. So a typical trick that people always use, developers typically use, is when you're setting a maximum height for your images, always go with the width 100%, and most of the time you will get some pretty good results. Okay, let's head back over here and let's see what else we need to do. Over here, so we can see right now that the text is aligned to the center. The position is kind of light, about maybe 300 in terms of weight, and it's also aligned to the center, but it's in italics, right? So we're gonna try and make some changes in here. Let's head back over here and let's do this. The first one we're gonna deal with will be the team name. Team name, let's open up our curly braces. And okay, so I do have text align. Align, that's going to be the center. Okay. All right, let's do the exact same thing for team position as well. Curly braces, text align to the center. And remember, we do have a font weight because it is kind of light, so I'm going to give it 300. And the font styling as well. Font style is italic. And let's also change the font size. I do have a size of 15 pixels right here. And I think this should be fine. Let's go ahead and save this. And let's see what we have. Head back in here, refresh the page. And okay, we still have a few things missing. For example, there's a bit of a margin between the images and the titles, and as well as the names of the employees. As you can see right here, there's quite a bit of margin actually. So we need to do something in here. I'm going to head back over here. Let's add margins to the name first of all. So margin right here is going to be 17 pixels, 0, and then I have 10 pixels. And then let's see, for the position, I do have margin set to 10 pixels and 0. Okay, let's save that one. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page. And okay, so the last things we need to do right now would be to add the background image. But also notice that the LIs have a border radius. Ooh, I almost missed that. So let's quickly fix that one. Where are we? Tim, list LI, border radius. And we're gonna give it 3 pixels. Actually, let's give it 5 pixels. I think it's a bit more than 3. Let's go to 5 pixels. Save. Head back in here, refresh. Okay, that's more like it. All right, let's simply go ahead now and add the background image. So this should be fairly straightforward. We're gonna go over to where we had like the services, for example. So I'll just grab this. Let's copy this, come down here, and where we have team, I'm just gonna go ahead and simply paste that, and then change services to team. Was it team list or team? I don't remember. Okay, I have team, so it's just team. Okay, so that's going to be team background image, and I know the image itself should be team.jpg. Let me confirm that. Let's head back in here. Background, yeah, it is team.jpg, so I think we should be fine. Let's go ahead now and save this. Let's head back to our browser. Refresh the page, and voila, there you go. So hopefully this wasn't too complicated for you, and hopefully you've been able to build your Meet the Team section as well. So that's it. Thank you so much for joining me in this video. Join me in the very next one, where we will now go ahead and create the testimonials section. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully created the Meet the Team section. Now it is time to create the testimonial section, but before we do this, I want to present to you this challenge, okay? I want you to try your best to go ahead now and create the testimonial section all by yourself. I'm going to give you a few hints. Now, the structure for the testimonial section is a bit different from what we've had in the past. We don't have multiple columns in here. It's just basically one single column. But then we have 4 rows. So because it's just one column, we cannot use the column structure like we did with the Why Work With Us section, or even the About Us section. We can't use the .call -1-2 or -1-4, for example. We can't use that. We can't also use flex, the display flex either, because yes, even though we do have 4 rows, and technically we could use the display flex rather, it's not really going to be the best approach because we don't have multiple columns. It's just one column with 4 rows. So the best way, the easiest way to display this would be with the use of divs. So that's all I'm going to say in there. Use divs, try and use the divs to display your testimonials. Forget about the codes that are called, we'll handle that a bit later. And if you can try to think of a way how you can float, I'm just giving you the hint right there, how you can float the second and the 4th testimonials. If you can figure out how to float them to the right, that would be fantastic. So think of divs, think of classes, and also try to do some styling. Try to figure out a way how you can add the white background color for the main divs that will hold the testimonial, and also the name as well as the website for the person providing the testimonial. Take note of the border radius as well, and just have fun. Go ahead, do your best to display these testimonials using divs, and that's it. Good luck. I will see you in the very next video, where I'll now go ahead and create the testimonial section. Okay, so hopefully you've attempted to create the testimonial section all by yourself. If you did, if you made an attempt, congratulations. If you didn't, well, let me now show you how to create the testimonial section. So, like I said in the previous video, we cannot use display flex or the column structure. So we're just going to use divs for this. All right, so we're going to have one div that will hold all the remaining divs. The second div will basically display the testimonial, while the other div will display the name as well as the website for the person giving the particular testimonial. And just on a side note, if you recognize any of these names, well, send me a message, okay? Just tell me where you know these people from, these fictional characters from, and we can have a chat about it, of course, So that's all I will say about that. Let's head on over to the brackets. So what I've done as usual, of course, is to create a new section for the testimonials. And I've added the ID for testimonials. I've added a class, a very special class of gray-bg. That will be for the background, a very special background. So I've done that one already. I've also added the usual div class of content, h2 for the testimonials title, and that is pretty much it. Okay, so now, how are we going to display our testimonials? Well, I'm going to create a new div right in here. And let's just give that div the class of row. Okay, so this will be the main div holding the other divs. So now let's try to add the other div now that we hold the actual testimonials themselves. So this is going to be div class equals, and now testimonial. So this is kind of like the parent div. So now for the div that will display the quote itself, so div class equals quote. Okay, so let's just do this. I'm going to go ahead now and simply grab the quote from Mr. Hans Gruber. So let's copy this right here. Let's copy that. Let's head back to brackets. Let's display that, and let me just make this 2 lines. Let's go ahead now and close this div. Okay, so that's the div for the quote. Let's now add another div right now for the author. So div class here is going to be equal to, let's say author. And in this case, his name is Hans Gruber. And it's asiandon.com. Let's go ahead and close this div. And that is it. So I'm going to go ahead now and close the main div holding the testimonials. Let's close that one. Let's ensure this is indented properly. Okay, and then we can close the row div itself. Hold on a second. Let me just make sure this is indented properly. Div. Okay, so this div is for the row, and then this one is for the content. And let me just make sure I'm not confusing myself in here. Okay, so I have a div right here for the content, a div class for row. Oh, it seems like we have an extra div. So let me remove this div. Okay, so let's see. We did not close the div for the testimonial. Okay, just make sure this is correct. And one more div. Okay, these are the kinds of issues you face when you're building with CSS. It's a bit annoying, but it is what it is. So let me just make sure this is correct again. So div right here. Let me just add a space, div, and then this div right here. Let's push this over here. And okay, I'm just go ahead and save this. Let's head back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so we do have the first div that has been displayed. I'm going to go ahead now and add the remaining divs for Hannibal Lecter, Mildred Ratched, and Michael Myers. Welcome back. So I've added the remaining testimonials for Hannibal Lecter, Mildred Ratched, and Michael Myers, and this is what I now have. When I refresh the page, you can see my testimonials and they're there, but we now need to add some styling to them. So let's take a look at what we have over here. You can see that they have some padding, some margins as well. They have a white background. There's also a border radius for the testimonials. So let's do this. I'm going to head back in here. I'm going to go over to main.css and let's do this. I'm going to grab team members. Let me try that again. So I'm going to come down in here, paste this, and we're going to change the name from team members to testimonials. Okay, so let's go ahead now and add the first class, which is going to be testimonial. Okay, and all right, so let's add first of all a font size, which would be 17 pixels. Let's now add the background color, which is going to be white. Okay, and then let's also add the border, because they have a border, so it's going to be 1 pixel solid, and I know the color here is going to be E0. Okay, there is also a border radius, don't forget about that one, and the border radius here is going to be 10 pixels, and that is it. All right, let me go ahead and save this, and let's see what we now have. If I head back in here and I refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so obviously we now need to add some padding to push the text away from the borders, and also add some margin to separate the testimonials from one another. And also, you might notice that the width of our testimonials are a bit shorter than the regular container width. So we'll have to set a max width for our testimonials as well. So I'm going to go back in here, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to come in here. Let's add the padding first of all. So I do have a padding here of 12 pixels, and I have a margin of 12 pixels by 20 pixels. And finally, let's set something called the max width. Okay, max width here is going to be, let's go with 800 pixels. Okay, so let's save this. Let's now take a look at the new testimonials, and there you go. Okay, we're getting there. Let's now try to change the styling of the text itself. So we do have the author class floating to the right, and we also have the text with a font weight of about 300, and also the font style is italic. So let's go ahead and make those changes. I'm going to come in here. Let's go with testimonial and quote. Okay, so I have the font weight at 300. I have the font style italic, and I'm also going to add a line height of 1.4. Those are the three I have. Let me go ahead now and add the styling for the author. So remember, we're floating the author to the right. So let's do this. I'm going to, oh, I did not press enter for the curly brace. Let me do that again. Okay, let me remove this F right here. Let's go back inside, tab, float. And we're going to float this guy to the right. And what else do we need to add? Okay, let's add a margin top as well. I've got for 5 pixels. And there you go. All right, let's go ahead now, save this, and let's see what's going to happen, okay? I am going to refresh, and there you go. However, you will notice that the author is now breaking the structure because, well, guess what? We're floating it to the right. So to fix this, to ensure that the floated element stays inside of its block, what we're going to do is we're going to come in here, and we're simply going to display our testimonials as inline block. Awesome. Let's save this. And now if I go back in here and refresh, there you go. So that's exactly how you can fix floating issues when you're dealing with divs. If you're floating any of the elements to the right or left, set the parent div to display as an inline block and it will not break the structure anymore. Okay, we are almost there. However, you would notice that right here, the second and fourth testimonials are floating to the right. So how can we achieve the exact same result? Well, it should be pretty obvious at this point. What I'm going to do is very simply, we're going to create a new class for the second and fourth testimonials. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to call that class right. Let's do the exact same thing here as well, right. And now we're going to head back to our main.css. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way to the top where we have the section, the layout section rather. So right here, let's come down here now and say that any class with right, any element with the right class, I mean, let's float to the right. Let's save that one. Head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So we're nearly there. Oh, we still have to add the background. The background here has kind of like a different color. So remember, we've already given the class of gray-bg. So I'm going to go over here right now, and right here, I'll just say section dot gray-bg, and let's give this a background color. Background color of F0, F0. Let's save that one. Go back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So the only thing missing right now is, of course, the colored code symbols, which of course we will take a look at a bit later. But that's pretty much how to build the testimonials section. Jump in the very next video where we'll now add our clients. I'll see you then. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully added and styled our testimonials, but now it is time to add the clients section. We'll have to add the logos of all these companies. And of course, the clients section is a very, very popular section on any business website because the business has to show potential new clients that, hey, you know, we've worked with these companies before, we have the experience, you know, we were competent in what we do. So it's always a good idea to showcase the client's portfolio. Now, I want you to spend some time to think of how we can display these logos. The HTML section should be pretty straightforward. We'll have to create a new section. We'll have the dev class of content as usual, and then we can use a list to display the logos. But then think of the CSS aspect of it. How are we going to display these logos? We've already done something similar with Meet the Team, where we had 2 rows, but in this case, we'll have 3 rows instead. But it's still going to be the same display, flex, and so on and so forth. So just like with the testimonials challenge I presented to you, if you want to spend some time to try and figure out how we can display this section, by all means, pause the video, go ahead and give it your best shot. At the barest minimum, try to create the HTML aspect. So try to create the section, the divs, the unordered class, as well as the list items for each one of these logos. But let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to head over to brackets as usual. And let's head over to index.html. So down here, we'll just go ahead and create a new section. And okay, we'll give it an ID of clients, just like with the other sections. So clients, and then we'll give it the class of image background, because we do have the background image of 2 people shaking their hands. All right, so let's just create some space. And all right, so we're going to go ahead now and add the very first div of class equals, let's call this content. It's the same old content class as usual. Let's close that one. And then in here, let's add the title, which would be H2. And then it's going to be our clients. Okay, let's go ahead add a new line. And now this is where we'll begin to add the UL. Let's give this a class of our client list. Okay, and then inside of this UL, we'll now have the very first list item, li, and then inside of this list item, let's go ahead and add the very first logo. So we'll use it as a link also. So href equals, we'll just use the hashtag to represent the link. Let's add target equals, and then underscore blank, so that when the images are clicked on, it will open up in a new tab. Let's go ahead and close this. So now inside, finally, of our A tag, we'll now have the image source equals. And now let's get the images. So it's going to be inside of the assets folder, and then you'll see clients, and then you'll have setterhomes.png. So let me go ahead and simply copy the name. Let's copy that. Let's head back over to brackets and right here. All right, so we'll just simply say assets, and then images, and then we'll say clients, and that's it. Setterhomes.png, that's it right there. Let's close this, and let's add the alt text as well. Good for SEO. We'll call this Setterhomes logo. And there you go. So now the only thing we need to do right now is to ensure that we have closed everything. We have the A tags closed. We have the LI tags closed. So we have to close our UL. Let's close the UL. That's closed. The div is closed. The section is closed as well. And I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's head back to our browser. Refresh the page. And there you go. So now we do have our very first logo appearing. So it's going to be the exact same process all over again. I'm going to add the new list items for the remaining logos. So I'll pause the video and I'll resume the video once I have added all of them. Welcome back. And as you can see, I've added all the remaining logos for the remaining companies. So I've already gone ahead to save this. Let's head back over to our browser. Simply refresh the page, and there you go. So we now have all the logos showing up. So really, creating the HTML aspect isn't really that difficult at this point. You should be comfortable creating your sections, your divs, and using the UL and LI elements to display the logos. But jumping into the next video, where we will now take a look at how we can style the client's list. I'll see you then. Welcome back. So now let's take a look at how we can style the clients section. And like I said previously, you should be thinking of things like display flex, maybe the flex direction of row, and then maybe to also remove the list style type, things like that. So it's very similar to what we've already done over here for Meet the Team. So let's go ahead and get the show started. I'm going to grab, first of all, the services part, because we're going to make use of this exact same CSS code to display the background image. So let's just copy this, and we can use that to create a new section for the clients. So I'm going to change services here to clients, and then of course right here we'll change services to clients. Okay, let's go ahead and save this, and let's just make sure that it's working. So refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, awesome. So we have the background image showing. Good. Now let's begin to style the actual UL class holding the logos, and of course that class is the client list, as you can see. So this is where we'll begin to add the display flex and so on. So let's do that. I even forgot to change services here to clients. Let's just quickly do that. Clients. Okay, so let's start off right now with the class of client dash list. And like I said already several times, we're going to use display flex. And then we can also add the flex direction. We're going to go with row. Let's add the flex wrap property. And we'll just call this our wrap as well. And then of course the list style type, remember we don't want any of that. So we're just gonna say none. And we'll just remove any paddings that might be available. Set that to 0. Let's save that. Head on back to our browser. Refresh the page. And there you go. Okay, good. So now it's beginning to take shape. We like this. What we need to do right now, of course, would be to add some background color for the logos. We can also set a width. Notice over here that we do have 4 logos on each row. So we should be thinking of widths like maybe 23% or maybe 24%. We'll have to add some margin as well. You can see we have some border radius also in the mix. So let's go ahead and add those. Let's head back over here. So I'm going to create a new line and we'll say client dash list and then li. And now let us give it the width. I do have 24%. Let's add some margin. I do have 1%. We got 0, 0, and then 1% from the left as well. Let's add the background color. And I'm going to go with an RGBA value here, okay? So it's going to be RGBA 255, 255, 255, and then 0.8. Okay. We do have, don't forget, we have a border radius. I do have 5 pixels. And of course, let's not forget the good old box sizing. Border box. And yeah, let's go ahead and save this and see what it looks like right now. Refresh the page. And there you go. So it's not too bad. I mean, we have the logos displaying quite all right. But you can see right now that it's not quite the same. The logos over here are perfectly aligned at the center. There's plenty of paddings all around the logo. So to achieve this, we'll need to target the A tags themselves, because remember, it is the A tags that are actually holding the images. The LI tags hold the A tags, but it is the A tags themselves holding the images. So if you want to target the images, it's good to target the A tags for paddings, things like that. So let's do this. Like, I'm going to head back in here, and now I'm going to say client dash list A tag. And the first thing we can do here is let's just first of all display as an inline block. Okay, and then we can now add our padding, and we'll go with 20 pixels all around. Let's also give it a width of 100%. 100%. Let's not forget the good old box sizing. Border box. And that is it. Let's go ahead now and save this. And you should see some major improvements. Let's come over here, refresh the page, and there you go. So from a desktop perspective, the images look perfectly fine. They look just as good as what we have over here. However, I was going to postpone talking about this until we go to the responsive section of the course, but let's do this, okay? Let's perform an experiment. I'm going to minimize the window right here, and you can see that when we minimize the length of or the width of our browser, you can see right now that the logos look distorted. However, if we go to our model site, take a look at this. This looks perfect, right? So if this site was viewed on a mobile phone, this is exactly how it would look like. But ours right now would look like this. This is very, very bad. So what could be happening in here? This is where we now have to target the images themselves. So I was going to do this later, but let's just do this right now. In order for us to get our logos to look good and responsive, the first thing we need to do though is to add the overflow property for our A tags. You can see right now that the logos are jumping outside of their border. So let's come over here and simply say overflow, and we can hide that. Okay, let's quickly save this and let's head back over here and refresh. Okay, good. Now you can see that the logos are no longer going outside of their borders. However, in order for the logos to shrink along with the browser, so that as we minimize the width of the browser, the images also shrink in accordance, we'll have to set a max width property of 100% to the images themselves. So let's do this. Okay, I'm going to head in here. I will say client dash list and then image. And now this is where the responsive magic happens. We're going to say max width of 100%. Basically, we're saying just keep on shrinking the image. As you shrink the width of the browser, also shrink the image as well. And then for good measure, I will say display block. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. Head back in here, refresh the page, and it's not working. What's going on? Oh, I'm sorry. I misspelled client. I do apologize, but I get this way when I'm really, really excited. All right, so that's client list. Let's save this. Head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So it doesn't look quite like what we have over here because this is basically 2 columns, whereas in here we still have 4 columns. So this is something we'll deal with much later once we get to the responsive aspect. But now at least you can see that the logos are still retained inside of their borders. That's because we set the max width of 100% and we're also displaying them as blocks. So that is pretty much it for designing the client's section with the logos. So jumping to the next video, we'll now go ahead and begin to add the contact us form. I will see you then. Welcome back. So we're very nearly there. We've pretty much created all the main sections, but last but not least, we do have the contact us section. And obviously this is very, very important because as a business, you want a way for potential customers and clients to reach you. So we're going to build ourselves this form that you're looking at right now, and creating forms is a whole new beast entirely when it comes to HTML because there's a lot to HTML forms. So I'm going to show you exactly how we can build this out. And from a design perspective, you should be thinking about, okay, we might have like a parent div holding maybe the label. In this case, would be name. We would have maybe another div holding the actual field itself and things like that. But we'll talk about that a bit later. Let me show you what I've done thus far. I have already gone ahead as usual to add the section ID, which will be contact, the good old div class of content. I've added the title section, h2, tags, contact us. And then I've also added the intro. Do you have something to ask us? You just want to say hi, blah, blah, blah. I gave that a class of intro. So we'll be doing some styling in there. All right. Now let us begin to build out the actual form itself. Now to create a form with HTML, well, we're going to start off with the tag itself called form. Okay. Now, the form itself has lots of different kinds of attributes that you can apply to it. The first one I'm going to apply here will be called the method. And the value for this is going to be post. Now, there's 2 types of values you can add here. You can either go with get or post. Oh, let me just add equals to here. All right. So you can either go with get or post. I'm going to suspend the explanation of what these 2 are for a while. We'll talk about this a bit later, but this is where most inexperienced developers tend to really mess up. They usually go with get as opposed to post. Don't worry, I'll explain exactly what these are a bit later, but let's just stick with form method equals post. And then I'm going to give it a class very simply of, let's just say contact form. Okay. All right. That's the first tag out of the way. We've created the form. Now let's add the div class of row, because if you look at the website right now, these are essentially rows. So we have 4 rows and kind of like with 2 divs in each row. So one div would hold the label, another div would hold the input field, and so on. So we're going to use the class of row. Okay, so let's do that, row. And now inside of this div, let's add the very first div that will hold up the label. So div class equals, let's call this label column basically. And now check this out. We're creating labels now. So the first one here is going to be the label. And I'm going to say for. So basically right now we are saying, okay, this label is for this particular field. So to do this properly, I'm going to add equals to, And then I'm going to add the ID for the field, which we'll add a bit later. But for now, it is contact-name. This is the ID we're going to use for our name field. So label for contact name. And now I'm going to type in name. Let's add a colon. And let's close the label. Okay, let's close the div as well. Awesome. Now, let's create another div now for the actual input field itself. So check this out. I'm going to say div class equals, and we can call this field-call. Okay, now check this out. Instead of label, it's now going to be input. Input, and now the ID. What is the identification for this particular field? It's the name, right? So it's going to be equals to contact-name. Always ensure that the label for value and the input ID values are the same. So we have contact name down here. Now, when it comes to the other attributes for input, there are many of them. There are probably about between 15 to 20 of them. Obviously, I can't cover every one of them, so I'll just show you the most important and the most popular attributes for the input field. So the first one here, we've added the ID. Let's add a class so we can do some styling. Okay, so this class will be used throughout. Let's just give it field. Okay, now comes type equals text. This basically demonstrates, or it indicates, the type of field this is. Are we expecting simple text? Are we expecting an email? Are we expecting numbers? Things like that. So this is very important, and I'll show you a bit later why it is extremely important. So type equals text, and now let's add the placeholder. So just placeholder, and we can say equals, and then in quotes, let's say your name. Okay, and last but not least, we want to make this field required. You will never find any contact form on the internet where providing your name is not required. It's always required, most of the time at least. So to do this, I'm just going to type in required. That's all that we need to add, required. Okay, awesome. Let's go ahead now and simply close this div. And then I'm also going to close the div for the row. Let's close that. Okay, and let's not forget to close the form also. And there you go. All right, let's go ahead now and save this. I'm going to head back to the browser, and let's see what we have. Refresh the page, and there you go. All right, so we have the first label, name, and then the field, your name. So what I'm going to do right now is, as usual, I'm going to pause the video and add the remaining fields and labels, and I'll resume once I am done. Welcome back, and as you can see right now, I've added the remaining fields. So we have the field for the contact email, we have for the title of the message, and then down here we also have the text area, the message. So let me just go ahead, save this, and let's see what it looks like right now. Let's refresh. And there you go. This is basically how it looks like right now. So let me just walk you through all the code I added. It's pretty much exactly the same thing as with the name field. So we have another row in here. We have the contact email, the class of field, the ID of contact email. The type here, please pay close attention. The type here has been set to email. This is very important because check this out, okay? If I go back in here and let's say I attempt to fill in some nonsense in here and I hit submit, you see right now it says please include an @ symbol in the email address. That is because we have indicated in here that the type has been set to email. If I came in here right now and I change this to text instead, I save, I go back in here, let's just refresh the page. So I come down here, I type in some nonsense again. Now, when I hit submit, it basically submits. You can see we did not get any message telling us that, hey, you know, there's an issue with your email field. Please add the @ symbol. That is because CSS, or HTML rather, at this point, isn't expecting an email input. It's simply expecting text. So this is why it's very important that whenever you're creating your email fields, ensure that the type in here is set to email so that HTML can verify that indeed the person has added an email address in the field. All right, so down here, it's pretty much the exact same thing as well. Over here for the contact title, the type I kept blank because a title can contain numbers. It can also contain text. So it's usually best to just leave this blank and not add anything in there. However, note one major difference. For the message for the text area, we did not use input. Instead, we used text area. So this is a different kind of field that you can create with HTML forms. There are many of them. So whenever you're trying to create your message area, always use text area. And then over here, notice I said rows equals 5. This basically indicates how tall the field is going to be. So if I came in here right now and I changed 5 to, let's say, 10, for example, now this is going to make it a lot taller. So look at the size right now. If I refresh, now you can see it's a lot taller. But it's not often necessary because you can always just click and drag using the mouse in here. So yeah, you can just leave this on 5. You don't really have to go taller than that. And that's pretty much it. Now down here, we do have a special input class for the submit button. And if you pay close attention, I've actually gone ahead to add the classes for button and green. Remember, these were the same classes we used to style the button right up here for the get in touch. So it's basically the exact same styling. That's why I simply added button and green for it. And of course, well, we'll still have to apply some styling in here. So let's just go back in here, and that's pretty much it. So the type here has been set to submit as well. That's why you have the submit text in here showing. And that's pretty much it for constructing the HTML form. So jump in the very next video where we'll now go ahead and begin to style the contact form. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully created the fields for our contact us form, but now we need to do some serious styling. Now, before we jump in there, notice over here that I do have send as the actual text and not submit over here. So submit is the default value that your button would always have. However, if you want to modify the text, all you would need to do is to go back in here where you have the input class equals button green and then type submit. What you could do here is simply provide something known as the value. Okay, so you can use value equals and then just simply in capital letters send. Save this. Let's go back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So now it is sent. So that's how you can customize the text for your button. Okay, let's take a look at the styling that we need to do. And over here right now, you can see that there appears to be some sort of like a max width for the contact us form. Everything is aligned at the center as well. So let's do this. I'm going to head back to brackets. Now remember, we've given the form class of contact form. So let's do this. I'm going to go ahead, grab text, and just come down here, paste that, and we'll just change clients to contact. And so let's get cracking. The class here is going to be contact dash form. Let's open up our curly braces. So we're going to provide a max width, and that max width is going to be 680 pixels. We'll also apply some margin to try to get it to the center, so we can go with, let's say, 30 pixels from the top. Auto, so this will now centralize the form right in the middle. And let's add a margin of 20 pixels for the bottom. And as always, box sizing. And we're going to go with border box. Okay, let's go ahead now and let's save this. Let's head back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, all right, we're getting there. So now it's kind of like aligned at the center, sort of, but we need to stretch the fields, make them a bit longer, and also add a lot of padding. So with the structure right now, basically, with the class of the label-call and field-call, they will have plenty of the exact same properties and the exact same values. So let's do this. Okay, I'm going to create a new declaration in here. So let's call this dot label dash call and then comma. So we can then add the other one, which is field dash call. Let's open up our curly braces. So the first thing we're going to do here is this. Let's add some margins. All right. So I do have 1%, 0, and then 1%, and then another 1%. Okay, let's add some padding as well. So I do have 5 pixels all round. I think that should be fine. Let's go with some box sizing, border box. And last but not least, we're going to do some floating. So let's float them to the left. Okay, but now this is where things get interesting. In order to have them on the same line, we'll have to set widths for them. And of course, let's start off with the label dash call. Now the labels themselves, they're not that long. Let's see. So the labels here can maybe be like, let's say 25% maybe, and then the actual fields themselves would be more like, let's say 70% or something like that. So let's head back in here. So label.call will have a width of, let's go with 25%. Okay. While dot label, I'm sorry, not label, but field dash call will now have a width. We're not going to go with 75% because we want some space. So let's go with, let's say 72% instead. Okay. And let's go ahead and save this and let's see how this is going to look like. Let's head back in here, refresh the page. And there you go. Okay, fine. Now you can see they're now on the same line because we've given them set widths and we've also floated them to the left as well. Okay, now let's go ahead and begin to design the actual labels themselves and also the field. So what I do have here is, let's see, this is kind of big. Let's take a look at what we have. It's a bit big, font weight of maybe 300, color. And then notice something very, very interesting. When we hover our mouse on the label, you see how it now turns to the hand with the finger pointing up. We're going to have to do something like that because right now as it is, we're not getting that. So I'm going to introduce you to a new kind of property. So let's do this. I'm going to head back in here. So let's first of all target the label itself. Okay, the label tag. So check this out. I'm going to add a font size. I'm going to go with 18 pixels. A font weight of 300. Let's add a color of 555, 555. And now take a look at this property called the cursor. Okay, this is how we can change the symbol that appears when we hover on the actual label itself. So the value here is going to be pointer. All right, that's the value right there. So let's go ahead, save this, and let's see. Let's refresh. And now, can you now see when we hover on the label, now the symbol changes from the arrow to the hand. So that's exactly how you can use the cursor property and the value of pointer. Okay, so that's it for the label. Let's look at the fields. So yeah, the fields do have, let's see, kind of like maybe a font size. Let's type in something inside. Okay, the font size, the color, the width as well. We'll have to set a width of, let's say, 100%. Add like a border radius, add some borders as well. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to head back in here. And let's take a look at what we're going to do. Let's add the field class. Because remember, we're using the class of field for all the inputs. You can see class field right here, field, and so on. So let's head back over here. Let's head back to main.css. And let's do this. Okay, the first thing we're going to do will be to add a font size. And for the font size, I'm going to go with, let's say, 17 pixels instead. The same color. Let's stick with the 555, 555. We're going to add a padding right here of 10 pixels and 12 pixels as well. And we do have a border. And the border is going to be 1 pixel. It's going to be solid. And then the color is going to be DDD. Haha, 6 Ds. We do have a border radius of 3 pixels. And let's not forget the good old box sizing, which is going to be border box. Okay, I want to take a look first of all and see what we have. Let's save this. Let's head back in here, refresh. And okay, so right now you can see that the fields are still not going full width. So very simply, we'll just add width of 100%. So this right there should do the trick. Let's go ahead, save this, head back in here, refresh. And there you go. So now the fields are going full width. Awesome. Now let's just style the placeholder. You can see the placeholder right here has its, font weight of 300. It's in italic style, and the color looks like a CCC. So let's just do that very, very quickly. Let's head back in here. And what we're going to do is just very simply, I'm going to type in field. Okay. But now I'm going to add the pseudo element again. And this time it is now going to be placeholder. That's how we can target the placeholder in our fields. So I'm going to open up the curly braces and just very simply add the font weight of 300. The color right here is going to be CCC, CCC. And last but not least, we do have the font style set to italic. Okay, save. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Awesome. So jump in the very next video where we'll now continue to stylize and in fact finish stylizing the contact form. I will see you then. Welcome back. So let's finish styling our contact form. We do have to make some changes to the send button, because right here, notice that it has like a nice border radius, but then also when we hover on it, notice that the background color kind of changes around there. We have like a box shadow. The border color also changes ever so slightly. So let's make some changes to the send button. And of course, the intro text also needs to be stylized. So let's do this. We're going to head back in here. Now over here, in order to style the button for our form, I'm going to add a unique class to it. All right, so I'm going to come in here right now. And where we have the input class button green, I'm going to add submit as an additional class to separate it from the other buttons. Okay, so let's save that. Let's go back in here right now and let's begin to style the button. So I'm going to go with button.submit. Let's open up our good old curly braces. And I do have with me right here a width set to auto. We have margin set to 0 as well. And we're also going to add the cursor. We're going to make it pointer. Okay. And then a border color. And I do have the value for the border color in here set to 7B9. And then A00. And that is it. Okay. Let's quickly do the hover effects as well. So button.submit. And now when we hover on it, let's make some changes. Let's come in here. And we're going to change, first of all, the border color. Okay. Actually, guess what? We're going to stick with the same color, but we'll apply a transition. So let's stick with the border color 7BA900. Okay. Box shadow. We're going to set this to none. So no box shadows for this. And then now this is where we're going to make the actual change. Background color. We will change the background color to ADD247. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and save this. And let's just see the new effects in action. Let's refresh. And okay. So you can see right there that when we hover, it makes a change. However, notice, of course, the transition. This is a lot smoother than what we currently have in here. This is just instant. So let's add our transition. Okay. And I'm going to apply the transition directly to the submit class. So in here, we'll just say transition. And we're going to transition the background color and it's going to be 0.2 seconds, and we'll just ease out. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. That is much better than what we initially had. Okay, all right, so the last thing we need to do right now would just be to style the intro text. So let's do this. I'm going to head back in here. Let's scroll all the way to the top because it's a P class. So that just down right here, we can do the P.intro. Let's open up our curly braces. And okay, so font size, I do have a font size of 19 pixels right here. I have a font weight of 500. And then a color of 777. And I believe the text alignment is also to the center. And last but not least, we do have the margins. Let's apply some margins in here. So I do have 35 pixels, 14 pixels, and then 14 pixels. Okay, let's save this. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page, and there you go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So that's pretty much us styling the contact us form. Now in closing, we've not yet made the form actually active, because right now as it is, if anyone comes in here and fills the form and they hit send, nothing is going to happen. So in order for us to actually make the form active so that we receive the contents of the form via email, we will need to add some extra code, but that will be PHP code. We'll take a look at that a bit later in the course, don't you worry. I've not forgotten that I also mentioned that we do have the two types of form methods, post and get. We'll talk about that a bit later as well. But I also wanted to use this opportunity to invite you to take a look at the HTML forms tutorials on W3 Schools so you can learn more about the other types of input fields. So as an example, we've only taken a look at the email field, the text area field, but you also have access to like the radio field, for example, where the person will have to choose between, we'll actually have to choose just one option out of a set of different options. So for example, in here, what kind of gender are you, male or female? You can use radio buttons for that. You do have access to other types of attributes, which we'll talk about a bit later, especially action. We're going to talk about action much later. But down here where you have HTML form elements, like I said, we've used the input element, the select element, but you also have access to multiple selections as well. Text area we've talked about. You have access to the button elements, which we've used, but then you also have field set, legend, data list. Some of these you may not need to use them as such, but it's still a good idea to familiarize yourself with all these different types of input types. So you have image, you have password, search, and so on and so forth. So I can guarantee you that no matter how complicated the form you're trying to create, you will find the necessary inputs and attributes and elements with HTML. So I will invite you once again to spend some time and just familiarize yourself with some more of these available input types as well as elements. So that's it. We've pretty much finished the entire website. It just remains the footer that we need to create. So we'll do that in the very next video. I'll see you then. Welcome back, and we've come to the final section where we'll have to build out the footer for the website. So let's take a look at what we have. We do have what looks to be like two different menus. The one on the left has links to other pages or external sites, and then the one to the right has the social media icons. And then below we do have our all rights reserved text. Okay, so let's go about and begin to build out the structure. I have already added the footer tag. So in the same way that you would use the header tag all the way up here for your header, you would also use footer for the footer section. I've added the class of content and then also wide. Remember, we use the class of wide also in our header for the logo and for the main menu. So I've applied the exact same class in here as well, just to make the container a bit wider than the rest of the page. So let's do this. I'm going to add the very first div right here, which would be the class of row. Okay, and now let's do this. Okay, I'm going to create the very first class, and this would be for the UL. So for our first list, it's going to be UL class equals, let's call this one the footer menu. Okay, and now let's add the first LI, and then inside we're going to add our A tag, ahref equals. So we don't really have any links per se, so we'll just use the hashtag to replace that. And then we'll also add the target attribute equals, and then it's going to be, of course, blank. And then let's go ahead now and add blog as the text. Okay, so let's go ahead, close the A tag. Let's close the LI tag as well. And there you go. Let me just close the UL as well. So let's just see how this look like. Let's save. Oops, let's save. Head back to our browser. Refresh the page. Oh, sorry, wrong website. It's this one. Okay, refresh the page. I scroll down here and there you go. Okay, so we have blog now appearing. Fine. We can still do lots of styling, which we will do. But then let's also create the first list item for our social menu to the right, which is going to be our Facebook. Okay, so I'm going to head back in here and let's do this. All right, let me just grab everything in here. Let's copy that. And then I'm going to come all the way down here, paste that all over again. Instead, now I will change the footer menu to, let's go with a social menu. Okay, and now in here, this exact same thing, but I'm gonna add an extra attribute in here, and that's going to be the title attribute. So title here will be equal to Facebook. Okay, and we're not gonna have any text in here. Let's just close this as it is. Don't worry, you will see what I'll do a bit later. So let's see, UL class li div. And okay, let's just close the last div right here for the row. Let's save. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and okay, I know you can't see the Facebook, but we're going to use an image to represent the link. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to pause the video and I'll add the remaining list items for the footer menu and also for the social menu as well. Welcome back, and as you can see right now, I've added the remaining list items for the footer menu. We have events, careers, FAQs, policies, and then for the social menu, I've also added for Twitter, LinkedIn, and Dribble. Okay, let's go ahead, save this. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Awesome. Okay. Last but not least, we do have the 2020 Web Impact all rights reserved, and we do have the copyright symbol down there as well. So let's add that. So I'm just going to do this. Let's see. So just right in here, after the UL, I'm going to come in here and simply add a paragraph tag. And then for the symbol for the copyright, that's the symbol right there. So it's going to be copy, semicolon. So this will display the copyright symbol for us. And then I'm going to say 2020 Web Impact dot, and then let's just type in all rights reserved. And I think that's it. Okay, let's go ahead, save this, head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Awesome. So jump in the very next video where we will now begin to style our footer. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully created our footer, but now it is time to do some serious design, and this is the end goal right here. So let's see what we need to do. We need to add a background color for the footer. We need to figure out a way how we can float the first menu to the left and then the second to the right. And then also notice that the menu items, the text items, the text here is all caps lock. They don't have any listing style. They don't have the dots or the circles around them. So these are things we need to do. So without wasting any time, let's head back over to brackets and let's head over to our main.css. I am going to create a new section as usual for the footer. Let's go ahead and paste that. And then I'm going to change contact to footer. So let us add our background color, and we're going to target the footer tag because this is the main tag holding all the elements in our footer. So let's head back to main.css and we're going to type in footer. And now let's go ahead and add the very first property, which is going to be the background color. And I know the value here is going to be 444, 444. And then we also have a color for our text, which is going to be AAA and then AAA. Let me add the hashtag. Okay, one more thing we're going to add will be the font size. So we have a font size of 14 pixels. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. And let's just take a look at what we have and see what has been done. Okay, so we have the background color in there. Now let us try and design the actual list items themselves. We'll have to remove the text decoration, remove the list style type, change the color as well, and transform the text themselves to uppercase, just like we have over here. We'll also have to add a hover effect. Notice when we hover on the list items, the color turns blue, and then we also have an underline. So let's head back to main.css. Now notice over here on index.html, we added a class of footer menu. So we're going to use this class to target the li elements as well as the a elements themselves. So let's head back to main.css. And then right here, I am going to say footer-menu. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is we are going to remove the list style type, and we'll just say none. We don't want any list styling. And then we are going to float it to the left, okay, because it is to the left while the social media icons are to the right. And then let's add a margin of 15 pixels for the top and bottom, and then 0 for left and right. And then padding, we'll set this to simply 0. Okay, now let us quickly go ahead and also target the li elements themselves. So footer-menu li, we'll also have to float them to the left as well, so that they can be in line. And then we'll just add some margin, and I do have 5 pixels as well as 8 pixels. Okay, let's save this and let's see how this will look like. Let's head back over here, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so we're getting there. So now we just need to target the actual A tags themselves. We need to remove the underline, text transform them to uppercase, and so on. So let's head back over here, and we're just going to go ahead and do this. I am going to say footer-menu and now A. So this is where we're going to do some serious design. So first things first here is going to be the text transform, which is going to be to uppercase. All right, we do have a color as well as AAA, and then text decoration. This will be set to none. We don't need any text decoration at all. And let's save this, head back. Let me refresh the page. And okay, so we're very nearly there. The only thing we need to do right now is to add like the hover effect. Notice over here we do have that nice hover effect, and there's also some transition going on. So let's first of all do this. Okay, I'm going to head back over here to footer menu. Let's add a border bottom. All right, it's going to be 2 pixels solid, but then it is going to be transparent. Okay, and now let's add a transition effect. So transition, We're going to change the color. Remember, we're changing the color to like a bluish color. So we'll do 0.2 seconds and we shall ease out. That's going to be the effect. But also now the border color itself. Let's change the border color. And this is going to be 0.2 seconds as well. And then ease out also. Okay. So now let's go ahead and add the actual hover effect. So it's going to be footer dash menu A, and then on hover, let's now add our effect. So the first one here we're changing is going to be the color, the actual color of the text. And this is going to be 40B 7FF. And then now the border color. This is what we are going to change. And that's also going to be 40B 7FF. Let's go ahead now, save this, head back over to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So there you go. Now we have the hover effect when we hover on our list items. So that's it for part 1. Join me in part 2, where we'll now go ahead and style our social media icons as well as the rest of the footer. I will see you then. Welcome back. So the time has come now for us to add our social media icons, but if you notice, we're actually using what might look like images, but these are actually icons, all right? And you'd also notice that over here we do have icons on other sections as well, like with the Why Work With Us, you have actions for the research field, the analyze data, and so on. And over here as well, we do have several icons for the services provided. So in this video, I'm going to show you where you can get these icons from. And this is the website right here. It's called fontawesome.com. And it's basically a website where you can get thousands and thousands of icons for free. And let me show you exactly how you can get started with Font Awesome. All you need to do is basically just go over to the login page. Let me just show you. Let me go back to Font Awesome. All right. So this is the actual first page that you would see. So you will see the Start for Free button right here. Simply click on Start for Free. And then you'll be asked to provide your email address. So you simply come in here, add your email address, and then click on the Send Kit Code. Now, once you've done that, this is the kind of email you'll receive. It's basically a way for you to confirm your email address and begin to set things up. So just go ahead, click on to confirm your email address, and then you will be redirected to another page. And this should be the page that you're redirected to. If you don't see this page, just click on the Start link on the main navigational menu. And then right here, you will have to add a name for your project or your website. So you can either give it a specific name, or you can just add the name of your website and then click on create and use this kit. So you will be presented a link. Let me just show you mine right now. This is the one I got, and this is the name right here. So you will see the link right up here. This is the link we'll have to copy and then paste into our index.html file. I'm going to go ahead now, click on copy kit code, and then let's head back to brackets. And then right here on our index.html file, I am going to add the link right up here in our head section. And there you go. So we're going to go ahead now and save. So this right here, this link is what connects our index.html file to the Font Awesome website. But now, how do we display the actual icons? Well, let's head back to Font Awesome and let's see what they have. So let me just go ahead and close this. So from here, I'm going to click on the 1588 free icons. And this should bring us to a page. So just as an example, if we wanted to display Airbnb, we can click on Airbnb right here. And then you will see the code right here. You will see iClass equals something like that. So this would be the code that would actually display this icon on our website. But we're trying to display the icon for Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Dribbble. So let's do this. Okay, I'm going to head back in here, and where we have the search icons bar, I'm going to search for Facebook. Let's search. and let us see. We're going to have different results. Okay, so we have 12 matching results, but we're just going to go ahead and grab the very first one in here. So I'll click on the icon, and then right here, I'm going to click on this link to copy the HTML. You can see it's been copied. So now I'm going to head back to our index.html. Let's scroll all the way down here, and then where we have Facebook, I'm going to add a new line and then paste the code. That's it. I'm going to go ahead now, save this. Let's head back to our browser. Let's refresh the page, and there you go. Now we have Facebook down there. Let's do the one very, very quickly for Twitter as well. So we have Twitter. And again, we're just going to go ahead and grab the very first one. So let's click on Twitter. And we'll click on this link right there. Go back to our index.html where we have Twitter. Paste that code. Save it. Head back over to our website. Refresh the page. And there you go. So now we have Facebook and Twitter showing up. So what I'm going to do right now is I'll pause the video and quickly add the ones for LinkedIn and Dribbble. All right, so welcome back. I've gone ahead to add the remaining icons for LinkedIn and Dribbble. And of course, if I head back over to my browser, you can see that right now I have LinkedIn and Dribbble displaying as well. So that's it. Join me in the next video where we will now finalize the styling of our footer menu. I will see you then. Alrighty, so welcome back to part 2 of styling our footer. And previously, we've been able to add the content. We have our navigational menu, but we also have our social menu as well. So now let's try to get the footer to look exactly like what we have over here. And let's first of all target the social media icons, and you can see the massive difference, right? The social menu over here is to the right. So we'll have to float the menu to the right, but we'll also have to change the color of the social menu items, increase the font sizes as well. We'll have to remove the default list styling. But then also notice that when we hover on the menu items, you can see that we have a background color that appears. And also we have some colors for the icons themselves. Twitter and LinkedIn are blue, Dribbble is red, Facebook is darkish blue. So we do have to try and figure out how we can get our menu to look exactly like what we have over here. So let us start the process. I'm going to head back to brackets and let's see what we have. We do have a class of social menu, so we can use that one to target our LIs as well as our A tags. So let's do this. I'm going to head over to main.css. And as usual, I'm going to grab footer. Even though we're technically still designing the footer, let's create a new section for our social media. So we'll call this social footer menu. And okay, so let me just make sure that we grabbed everything. We did not grab the /. All right, let's come back. Let's come down here and let's get the show started. So the first thing we're going to do is we'll target the social menu class. Let's open up our curly braces. So let's quickly do this. As you might have guessed, we'll have to do some floating. So we're going to float this to the right. Let's remove any paddings. So we'll keep that at 0. The list style type, we don't want any list styling. So we'll say none as usual. And let's add some margin. We have 7 pixels and then 0. All right, let's go ahead and save this. And let's see what we have. And okay, so fine. Right now, the menu is to the right. Let's now begin to style the actual menu items themselves. So to do this, we're going to head back over to brackets. And let us start off first by targeting the li element itself. So we're going to say social dash menu and then li. And then we will float them to the left so that they can sit aside. So float to the left, and then margins, we'll add a little bit of some margin 0, and let's go with 2 pixels. Okay. Now, let us begin to target the A tag. So we have social-menu A. And what we're going to do here, first of all, let's add some padding, 10 pixels. And then we'll also add the display of the inline block. And then last but not least, we're going to add a border radius of 20 pixels. Now we're adding the border radius because we notice that over here, when we hover on the menu items, you can see the circle appearing around them. So that's because the border radius is in effect, and 20 pixels will get that for us. So let's head back over here. We've added the padding 10 pixels. We have display inline block, but then we also have a border radius of 20 pixels. Let us quickly go ahead and add the hover effect. Okay. Let me close this one. So we have social-menu A and then hover. So the hover effect we have here is the background color. And we're going to add that. We have hashtag FA. Let's go ahead now, save this, and let's head back over here and see what happens. I'm going to refresh the page. And there you go. And then when we hover on the menu items right now, you can see we have the white background appearing in there. So far, so good. But notice that over here, the icons are much bigger. So we'll have to do some font sizing. Keep in mind that these are not actually images. They are font icons. So you can apply regular font properties to them as you would to regular text. So we can apply font size. So I have to make them a little bit bigger. And we also have to add some color effects when we hover on the menu items themselves, on the actual icons. But in order for us to target the actual icons themselves, we will have to create a class for them. All right, so let us do this. Okay, I'm going to head back to our index.html. And then for each one of these icons, we're going to add a class of icon. So let's add icon for Facebook, for Twitter, we'll add one for LinkedIn as well. And then last but not least, we'll add one for Dribble. Let's go ahead and save. Cool. Now we can target the icons themselves. Let's head back over here. We'll say social-menu and then the class of icon. And now this is where we'll begin to do the real styling. So first things first is let us change the color. And the value is going to be AAA. All right, next in here is going to be the font size. Now I know it's going to be 20 pixels. So we'll add 20 pixels. Let's also add a line height of 20 pixels as well, just for some good measure. And then we can also add a text align of center. Okay, let's go ahead and save this and let's see what we now have. Let's head back over here, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so we're getting there gradually. And notice when we hover on the icons, it still looks good, but then we also have to now add the change in the color effect. So let's do this, okay? When we head back to brackets, let us now create the hover effects for each one of them. So we can start by saying social dash menu and then A, and then we'll say hover, okay? And then dot icon dot fa dash Facebook dash F. This is what we're targeting. We're specifically targeting the icons themselves, all right? So, but remember that when we hover on the icons, we're also hovering on the A tag technically. So we have to target the A tag in addition to our icon classes as well. That's why we have this rather very, very long declaration. So let's go ahead and do this. We're just going to add very, very simply. We'll say the color here. We'll change this to 3B5998. And there you go. So basically, when we hover on the Facebook icon, change its color from AAA to this value. So let's go ahead and try that. Let's save this. Let's head back, refresh. And okay, we can't really see because it's dark. Let's quickly try the one for Twitter, okay? Let's just try the one for Twitter real quick. So I'll just grab this. Let's copy that one. Come down here, paste. Let's confirm the class for Twitter. It's actually, the icon is actually FA-Twitter. Okay, so let's come back in here, FA-Twitter. And then the color value here is actually going to be 55ACEE. Let's save that. And now let us see if we'll notice a change. There you go. There you go. So now Twitter is working properly. Let's quickly do the same for LinkedIn and Dribble. So again, I'll just go ahead and grab this code. Just come down here, paste, come down here, paste as well. And let's confirm the icons for LinkedIn. It is FA. In fact, let me just grab this. I might forget because my memory is really, really bad. So let me just grab this right there. Head back to our main.css. And then right in here, I am going to change this to FA-LinkedIn. And then finally, the one for Dribble is FA-Dribble. Okay. So let's do the one as well. Let's paste that. And fine. So the one for LinkedIn, its value is actually 0077B5. And then the one for Dribble is going to be EA4C89. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's head back over here, refresh the page. And there you go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. However, we're not done. We still need to add like a nice transition effect because notice that over here, we do have that very smooth transition effect. So let's do this. Okay, we're going to head back over here. And then where we have the socialmania.icon, let us add our transition effect over here. So we'll say transition is going to be color. And then as usual, let's go to 0.2 seconds. And then we shall say ease out. And there you go. Let's save. Let's head back, refresh the page. And now we have that nice easing effect. However, you might have noticed that the icon for Facebook looks a little bit different when we hover on it from the others. The others have, well, nice rounded circles, as you can see. But the one for Facebook is not quite as rounded. So what we can do in a situation like this is to simply provide a width and a height for our icons, okay? And ideally, you'd want to go with the value you've given the font size. Now, so far, we have given a font size of 20 pixels for our icon. So let's just do this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead now and simply say height is 20 pixels and then width is 20 pixels. This way, I'm sorry, I did not spell width properly. Width. All right. So that this way, the border radius will now have an actual proper circular form. Remember, the border radius here was 20 pixels. So by giving our icons a height of 20 pixels, width of 20 pixels, and then the font size of 20 pixels, it is going to match properly. So let's save this and let's head back over to our browser, refresh the page. And then let's just wait for a few seconds. Let's come down here. And now you can see that Facebook now has the same hover circular effect like with Twitter, LinkedIn, and Dribble. So to round up this video, we still have to design the copyright text and also add plenty of margins and paddings. As you can see, there's a lot of margin and padding between the two menu sections as well as the copyright text. So the first thing we need to do, though, is that we need to fix a slight error. And that's because over here in our HTML file, right here, the copyright text is actually inside of the div class of row. It should be outside. So let us fix that issue. Okay, I'm going to go ahead now and cut this. And then let us paste it outside of the div class of row. Because the thing is, the copyright text stands alone on its own. the div class of row is the one that holds the footer menu as well as the social menu. So if we want the footer text to stand alone as it is right here, it has to be outside of the div holding the footer menu and the social menu. That's why we are making this change. So let's go ahead now, save, and then if we head back to the browser, we should notice an immediate change. And there you go. So now you can see the footer text is all by itself down there. So what do we need to change in here? We need to do some text transform. We need to align it to the center as well, and also add lots of margins and patterns. So let's do this. I'm going to head back to our main.css, and then up here where we have our footer, I'll just come in here and say footer and then P. All right, and then I'm just gonna first of all say the text transform. Oh, let's go with text align first. Text align to the center, and then text dash transform is going to be uppercase. Okay, but we're also going to add some margins and patterns. But let's go ahead and save this first of all and see what it looks like. Let's refresh, and there you go. Okay, so let's try adding some margins and patterns to the entire content, because notice that over here, the footer menu, social menu, they do have some margins from the very top itself of the footer. So what we can do is we can target the main div holding everything, which is the actual div class of content wide. So let's target this class. I'm going to head back in here, and then just after footer, I will now come in here and say footer and then dot content. And now this is where we can add some serious padding. So let's go with padding. Let's go with 15 pixels from the top, 20 pixels left and right, 35 pixels from the bottom. And then margin, for good measure, we'll go 0 auto. Let's save. And we should see some big improvements right now. Refresh. And there you go. So that is pretty much it. There are some slight differences in here. I mean, maybe the top right text here is a little bit smaller than what we have over here, but it's perfectly fine. I don't think we don't need to match this design exactly. But that's it. We've been able to successfully design or build and then style our footer. We've also been able to get icons from Font Awesome as well. So that's it for building and styling the footer. Jump in the very next video where we'll now add the remaining of our icons from Font Awesome. Welcome back. So now it is time for us to add the remaining icons from Font Awesome. Now over here on our model site, notice that we have icons for the who we are, what we do, but notice that they are green colored. And then for our services, we do have 9 different icons, and they're all purple in color. And then finally, in the why work with us, we do have 4 different icons as well. We have one that's lightish blue, orange, green again, and then red. So we need a plan, all right? And what we're going to do here is let's just first of all create classes for each one of these icons, especially using their colors. And then we'll just assign the hexadecimal values for those color properties. So here's exactly what we're going to do. Let's head back over to brackets. Let's head over to our main.css, and let's find a good place to add our icons. And we can do so right here where we have buttons. Let's just grab that. Let me clean up this empty space. And we'll just go ahead now and add a new section, but we'll call these the icons section. So icons. And let us do this. All right, so the first one here is going to be green. Okay, so let's say icon and then dot green. So this particular icon will have the color value, and it is going to be 8CB913. Okay, let's just go ahead and copy this. Let's go ahead and paste. Let's quickly change this to purple. So we have purple, and then the value of the purple icon color is going to be CC72 and then FF. Let's just go ahead and paste the remaining ones for red, orange, as well as blue. All right, so as you can see, I've added the remaining colors for blue, orange, and red. But notice there are two more properties that we might need to add. You might see the font size. We can't really tell how big they are, but I'm going to go with 24 pixels for the icons. But then also notice there is a little bit of some space between the actual text and then the icon. So we can give this maybe a margin right of, let's say, 5 pixels. So let's do this, okay? The icons are actually inside of an h3 tag. Let me just show you this really quick. If we head back to our index.html, for example, up here where we have the who we are, you can see right now it's in an h3. The what we do is in an h3. Web development for the services is an h3. So these icons are going to be placed inside of our h3 tag. So that's why we will come in here, and at the very top we will now say h3 and then space and then dot icon. Oh, I did not spell icon properly. So this will now have, first of all, well, let's give it a font size, and we'll go 24 pixels, and then margin right of 5 pixels. Let's go ahead and save that. And okay, so how do we now display the icons? Well, let's start with the very first one. And this one is actually a chess king. I do like playing chess. I don't know about you, but I love playing chess. So to add the chess king, let's head over back to Font Awesome. Let's go over to the icons page. And over here, we'll just type in chess king. And there you go. So this is the one right here. So we'll go ahead, copy this. Let's click on it. And we'll just copy the code to display it. Let's head back over to brackets. So it's going to be where we have the who we are. This is where we're going to add the class right there. But remember, we still have to add the class of icon and then green because it has the green color, right? So let's go ahead, save this. Let's head back in here to our browser, refresh the page. And there you go. So we can see an icon, but there is a background color covering it. So what could be the problem? Well, if we head back to our brackets, remember that up here where we have the contact, see over here we also have the class of button, but then green, right? So we're using the exact same class for the get in touch button with the icon for the chess king. They're using the same class of green. And if we head back to main.css, remember over here where we have green, we do have a background color of HCB913. So basically right now, the icon is getting the background color from the class of green, which we gave initially for our get in touch button. So to avoid this kind of issue, we'll just make a slight adjustment. Let's head back over here where we have green, and we'll just say, let's go back to index.html first and see. So we have button and then green. So we can just say button and then green for that particular property. So we'll just come in here. Let's now say button and then green. So basically any element that has the class of button and green should have the background color of HCB913. So any other class with just any other elements with just the class of green will no longer have this background color. So let's go ahead, save this, and let us see if that changes anything. Refresh. Let's wait for a few more seconds, and there you go. Awesome. So now we can see the icon right there, while the get in touch, the green background is still intact. So that is an adjustment that we've made. But remember that we also did something similar with the services that has the purple background color, and we're also going to be using the class of purple for the services icon. So let's also make that adjustment. We'll head back over here to brackets. So where we have purple, we'll just also say button purple. That's it. Let's just save that and we should be fine. So what we need to do from here right now is to add the icons for our services list. Let's just do one as an example. So this one right here is basically our code for web development. So let's go back in here. Let's search for code. And let's see what we can get from Font Awesome. And it's this one right here. So it's basically just code. So let's click in here. And let's see, I'm going to go ahead, grab this. Let's head back to brackets. Let's go over to index.html. So let's do the one here for the web development. So let's go ahead, paste that. But of course, we'll now add the class of icon and then also our purple. And let's go ahead, save this. Let's head back to our browser, refresh the page. And there you go, just like that, we now have the icon for purple. So it's basically going to be the exact same process for all the remaining icons. So what I'll do right now is simply pause the video and add the remaining icons to our page. All right, so I've added the remaining icons for the services section as well as the why work with us section. And of course, the remaining icon over here where we have the what we do. So if I take a look at my website, this is basically what it now looks like. You can see we have all the icons right there. So if you're interested, you can easily just get the names of all these icons from the files I've shared with you, the files for the website. You can just find the names right there and simply copy and paste. However, we still have to add the ones for the testimonials. As you can see, we don't have the ones right here. So let me just show you how to add the one for the testimonial. We're going to go back in here and we'll just type in quotes and left. Okay, so that will be the very first one before the actual code itself. So here it is right here. It's code left. So let's click on this one. And here is the code. So let's go ahead and copy that. And I'll head over back to brackets. And let's do this again. Let's look for the testimonials section. And okay, so it's right here. So we're going to add this just right after the class of quote. Let's add that. But then this is going to be the icon class as well. Don't forget, we have to add the icon class and then red as well because the first quotes are red. But then we'll also have to we're going to have to do some design as well. So let's add another class called quotes, which we can use to maybe add some margin and maybe even increase the font size if necessary. So that's it for the first code. Let's head back and let's add the code from the right. So we can just say code right. So let's search. And of course, this would be the one at the end of the testimonial. It's the one right here. So let's click on code right. And we'll copy this. And then we'll just do the exact same thing all over again. Let's come over here just before the div. We add that. And of course, we'll add the icon class, the red class, and then quotes as well. So let's go ahead and save this. And let's see the change that we now have. Let's refresh. And there you go. Okay, so we now have the red quotes. All we need to do right now really is just to add some margin. As you can see, there's quite some margin between the icon and the text. So let's do this. We've already added the class of quotes. So let's head on over to main.css. Let's look for our testimonials section. It is right here. So we can just say testimonial. And then we can add the class of quotes. And we'll just do this, okay? We'll just add a margin. And the values I have here are 5 pixels and 10 pixels. Let's go ahead and save this. And let's refresh the page. And there you go. Looking very, very good. So all we need to do right now is just to add the remaining codes for the green, blue, and orange. So I'm going to pause the video as usual and resume once I have added them. Welcome back. So as you can see, I've added the remaining codes for the 3 testimonials. And of course, if I head on back to the browser, refresh the page, well, there you go. We now have all the icons on our page showing up. So that's basically it for adding icons from Font Awesome. Hope you enjoyed the video. I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. So at this stage, we've pretty much built ourselves a pretty good looking website, but now we need to also add. Welcome back. So at this point, we've pretty much built ourselves a good looking website. We have all our sections, we have all the content, the design is intact, and pretty much everything looks good. However, we can still improve the functionality of our site by adding some navigational buttons, especially the ones over here. Notice that whenever anyone clicks on these arrows, it takes them straight to the top of the page. So this is a great way to enhance the user experience on a website, especially on pages that are very, very long, like the one that we have over here. So rather than the user having to scroll all the way to the top, they can just click on these buttons and it will take them all the way to the top. So we need to create something known as anchor links. Basically, we need to create an anchor somewhere around the very first section in here so that whenever anyone clicks on these arrows, it will take them to that anchor. So we need to create the anchor up here and then link those anchors, or link that anchor rather, to all the navigational arrows that we have in each section, as you can see. So let's do this. This is going to be a lot of fun. Let's head on over to brackets, and the first thing we're going to do right now is to create some space for the buttons to appear. So let's do this, okay? Let's go ahead now and add the very first one here to where we have the ID of about. In fact, let's do this one for the services first, okay? I think about is a bit too close to the top. So let's go one section further down to the services, all right? So we're going to do this. I'm going to add this new A tag because, of course, it's a link that we're clicking on, so we have to use the A tag. So I'll say ahref equals, we'll add quotes for now for the actual link. It's going to be the anchor link, but we'll take a look at that a bit later. Let's add a class because we're going to do some styling. So let's call it button and then to top. So it's basically button to the top. And now let's create a span that will hold the actual content itself. So span, and then we can say class equals, and then we'll just call this arrows up. Okay. I was pointing upwards, and that is it. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Okay, now we need to go ahead and display the arrows, these arrows that we have over here. Now, to display this, we can use something known as a CSS entity. And of course, in here, you can see we have so many different kinds of entities. All these symbols you are seeing over here, these are the entities. And then these right here are the codes with which we can use to display the entity. So the one we're looking for specifically is the, I'm trying to see where it is. Okay, so after spending nearly 5 minutes, I finally saw it. It's the one right here, the 00B, right pointing double angle quotation mark. Now I know that over here, they're actually pointing upwards, but the thing is we don't have an actual entity that does that, but we can apply the use of some CSS to turn the arrows to point upwards. So I'll show you how to do that. So let's go ahead and simply grab the code. So it's 00BB. I think I can remember that. So let's do this, all right? One thing you should also know before we continue is that display entities, you can use the content property to display them. However, the content property would only work on pseudo elements like the before or after class. So as a result, we need to do this. I'm going to head back to brackets. Let's head on over to main.css and let us create a new section. I think just under buttons. Let's do this. Okay, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to say, let's add the new section first. And I will say, instead of buttons, I will say arrows up. Okay. And then button, and then space, and then arrows. And now we'll add the pseudo class of before. Let's open up our curly braces. And now we'll use the content property to display the entity. And we have them in quotes. It's going to be backward slash and now 00BB. So this is exactly how you can display an entity or content. So you'll have to use a pseudo element like before or after, and then simply use the content property / and then the value of that particular entity. So let's go ahead now, save this, and let's see if we might notice any change. And okay, so it's right here. You can see it is right there. So that is the entity displaying, but somehow we now need to get this right over here to the right of our H2 tag. So of course, this is where some CSS styling is going to come into play. So let's do this. I'm going to head back over here. Let's create some space just above here. So we're going to target the A tags holding the arrows. And of course, the A tag here is the button to top class. So we're going to come in here and I'm going to say button and then dot top. To top. And now let us begin to add some styling. First of all, let's just add the color, okay? So the color here is going to be 555, 555. We do have a background color. So let's add that one as well. And what I do have here is just pure white. It's FFF, FFF. Okay. Let's also add some padding as well. So we have 5 pixels, 12 pixels. I do have 5 pixels in here, and then 2 pixels. Okay, and last but not least, let's add a border radius of 3 pixels. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so it's starting to look better. But now, how do we get this guy over here to the right? You should be thinking of the position property and specifically the value of absolute. We'll have to use the absolute property to get this over there to the right. So let's head back in here. And we're now going to say position is going to be absolute. And then we'll simply say right. Actually, I'm not sure about the value of right yet, but let's go with maybe 10 pixels and then we'll see. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Let's come back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so it's right here. So we do need to maybe push it a bit further to the right, and then also we can say top 0. Now, it's a good thing that if you notice the div holding the div class of content, we've already given it the value of relative for the position. That's why we're still able to see the entity right here. If we removed this value of position, you can see right now that it simply begins to go outside of the borders. That's why usually it's a good thing to just add position relative for your content divs, just in case you want to work with any elements inside of those divs that might have the position of absolute. So let's just go ahead now and make a few changes. I'm going to use the inspector tool right here to see. So let's come in here and let's say right 20 pixels instead. And then we'll say top of 0. There you go. That looks much, much better, I feel. All right, so let's do that. Okay, so we're going to have right 20 pixels and then top of 0. So we'll say right 20 pixels and then to the top we have 0 as the value. And then let's also add a border. So it's going to be 1 pixel solid and then the value of D5. That's going to be the value. Okay, let's go ahead now, save this, and let's see what we have. Refresh the page. And okay, so there you go. All right, we need to make some more changes. Notice that the arrows are pointing upwards. They're a bit bigger and they do have some padding as well. So we do need to fix that. So let's head back in here. What we're going to do is we'll have to target specifically the class holding the entity, the arrows, and that's going to be the span class of the arrows, right? Arrows. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to add a new class down here, button, and then arrows. And now we'll add the very first property in here, which would be the font size. Now I know the font size here is going to be 28 pixels. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. Let's take a look at what we now have. Refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so it's looking bigger right now, but the time has now come for us to do some transformation. So we need to figure out a way how we can rotate the arrows so that they point upwards. Now there is a property known as the transform property specifically for such. However, note that the transform property only works on select inline elements like your images. You can apply the transform property on images, no problem. But for entities, regular text, you will need to display them as an inline block before the transform property can work. So let's go back in here and let's first of all just say display and then inline block. Okay, let's save this. Let's head back in here. Let's just refresh. And now we'll make use of the inspect tool to do the transformation. So check this out. Okay, I'm going to right click in here, go to inspect, and then right here, check this out. Okay, let me just minimize this a little bit. Let me drag this over here, drag this one right here. Okay, so this is the class we're targeting right here. So I'm going to say transform, and now we're going to rotate. So it's going to be rotate, and then inside we can now add the degree of the rotation. So in this case right now, we can go with, let's say, 45 DEG. So now you can see it has rotated by 45 degrees. Now it's pointing kind of diagonal down, or we could have gone with maybe 90 degrees instead. Now it will point downwards completely, or we can just go all the way to 270 degrees, and now it is pointing upwards, as you can see. But another value we could simply give instead of 270 degrees would be negative 90 degrees. So this would be like the anti-clockwise movement, I think. I'm sorry, I'm very, very bad at math, but to point the arrows upwards, you can either go with 270 degrees or negative 90 degrees. So that's exactly how you can transform your entities. So while we're using the spec tool, let's also try to add some additional CSS to make this look really, really good. The first thing I'll do in here is to add a line height of, let's say, 20 pixels. Okay, so it looks a little bit better. We can also do something known as the vertical align and then middle, so that the arrows are positioned in the middle of their borders. And what else can we do? We can add some margin, I think. Let's try some margin left. Maybe let's go with 2 pixels. Actually, let's go a little bit more, 5 pixels. I think this looks fine. Yep, I like what we have in here. I do like this. All right, let's go ahead. Actually, 5 pixels is a bit too much. I'm sorry, I'm actually doing this real time. So, okay, I think 3 pixels looks more like it's now aligned right there at the center. So we'll go with margin left 3 pixels. All right, so let's head back in here and let's do this. All right, so I'm gonna say transform, and of course it's going to be rotate, and then in brackets we do have negative 90 degrees, and then we do have the margin left, which was 3 pixels. Line height, let's not forget the line height that we added, and I believe it was 20 pixels if I'm not mistaken. Last but not least, we do have the vertical align middle. Okay, let's go ahead and now and save this. Head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, almost there, almost there. 2 more things we need to do is we do have the hover effect in here, as you can see. So let's quickly add the hover effect. Let's head back in here, and we'll have to target the class, the A tags are holding the arrow. So that's going to be the button to top. So let's come over here, and all right, so right here I'll just say button, and then to top, and then hover. So what we're going to do very, very simply would be to change the border color So it's going to be border color, and then the value I have in here is the 40B7FF. And then we can also add a box shadow just to enhance the effect. So the value here will be 0, 1 pixel, and then we can also add the exact same color all over again, 40B7FF. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and voila. So now you can see we have that nice hover effect in there. But now the question is, how do we create the anchor so that when we click on this arrow, it will take us all the way up here? Well, what we need to do is to create the anchor somewhere around the header section. Okay, so let's head back over to brackets, and right here on index.html, we'll use the header tag because this is the tag basically holding the menu items and the logo. So this would be a good place to add our anchor. So I'll say ID equals, and then I'm simply going to say home. That is going to be the ID of the anchor. So now to link this anchor with our A tags, I'm going to come in here, and when you have the ahref, I'll simply say hashtag and then home. So this now will link to the anchor. Let's go ahead now, save this, head back to our browser, refresh the page. And now if I come down here and I click on the arrow, you can see it takes us all the way to the top. So all I'm going to do right now is just to simply add the remaining anchor links on the page. So welcome back, and as you can see right now, I've added the remaining anchor links, and of course when you click on them, it will take us straight to the top of the page, and that's pretty much it. But I do know that over here on our model side, you can see that the anchor is very, very smooth when it scrolls up. Ours right now is just instant. You click on the link and it goes all the way to the top. So we need to figure out a way how we can make the movement very, very smooth, like what we have over here. So jump in the very next video where we'll now finalize the enhancement of our anchor links. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully added the navigational arrows for our different sections. But the only thing now is that when we click on those arrows, the navigation or the scrolling back to the top of the page isn't smooth. It's not like what we have over here as an example. You see when I click on the arrow, you see it scrolls all the way back smoothly. But over here, it's instant. So we need to fix that. But also, notice that when we hover on the image right here for the logo, it spins around like the Wheel of Fortune, right? But ours does not do that. So in this video, we're going to fix these two issues. Okay, we're going to add a very smooth scrolling behavior for our navigational arrows, and then we'll also add some animation to our logo. But let's handle the scrolling feature first. So it's very, very easy. All we need to do is basically target the HTML tag because we are scrolling on a page. The arrow scrolls on a page. So basically, you're not targeting one specific element. You're basically targeting the entire page because you're scrolling up and down. So we're going to target the HTML tag. So let's do this. I'm going to head over to brackets. And then at the very top, at the very, very, very top, we'll just say HTML. Okay, and then open up the curly braces. And then the property here is going to be called the scroll behavior. Auto is the default, but now we're simply going to go with smooth. Oh yeah, smooth operator. Let's go ahead now, save this. Let's head back to our browser, refresh the page, and now you can see the scrolling effect. Yes, it really was that simple. I'm pretty sure you were probably thinking, oh, it's gonna take quite some amount of code for us to achieve this effect, but hey, it was only one line and that is it. So we've successfully added the cool scrolling effect for our navigational arrows. But now what about the logo? How do we animate the logo so that it rotates when we hover on it? To animate the logo, I am going to have to introduce you to a whole set of new CSS properties that deal primarily with animation. Now they're similar to the transition property that we've already worked with in the past, but now it's going to be purely about CSS animation, and I am really, really excited. But before we get into that, what exactly happened? So when we hover on the logo, it is supposed to rotate, right? So Obviously, we know now we should create the class of hover. When the user hovers on the image, it should now rotate. So let's first of all do this. Let's go back to our brackets and let's look for the logo section. And I believe it should be around here. Okay, so here it is right here. So let's just add it just below brand. So what we're going to do is we're going to say brand, the class of brand, and then hover, and then we'll now say logo, the class of logo. So here is where the magic happens, all right? The first thing I'm going to say is the animation name. You have to give your animation a name, all right? It could be anything. In my case, because we are spinning the logo, I'll just call it spin. Okay, that's going to be the name of our animation. But now we're supposed to provide the duration. How long should the animation take before it starts and then ends? Like the total duration. So I'm going to say animation duration. In this case, let's go with 1.2 seconds. Okay. Then we also have this one known as the animation timing function. Basically, it's the same as transition, where you have linear, you have ease in, ease out. It's basically you're dictating the speed of the animation from start to finish. We want ours to be linear. So it basically starts with the same speed, ends with the same speed, right? But then there is also another property, which is the animation iteration count. Basically, we are saying how many times should the animation repeat itself. In our case, it is going to be infinite because, let's go back in here. You can see right now, as long as the mouse is hovering on the logo, it just keeps on spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning. So it's infinite, right? So that's why we've chosen the infinite value. Let's head back in here. So these are the 4 values that we are going to be using. However, just so you know, we could even shorten this, but I'll show you how to do that once we're done with the animation. Let's come all the way down here. Let's create just a new section, and we can call this the animation section. This is where the real animation now kicks in. So let's change the name here to animation. And okay, now the property I'm going to introduce you to is an extremely powerful property known as the @keyframes property. With this property, we can indicate several animations that the element is supposed to go through from start to finish. It is extremely powerful. So check this out, okay? I am now going to indicate the name of the animation, which is spin. So in order for keyframes to work, you need to have a name for your animation. We've already provided that as spin. So I have spin, curly braces, and now check this out, all right? We can first of all indicate, I'm going to open up another set of curly braces. Bear with me. Okay, so inside the first inner curly brace, we can indicate the start. Okay, in this case right now, it's going to be 0%. This is one way of indicating the start. So we're basically saying at the very beginning, all right, what we're going to do right now is we're going to transform the logo. Bear with me. We're rotating, but start from 0 degrees. Okay? Basically, what we're saying right here is that when we hover on the logo, when somebody hovers on the logo, begin to rotate it, but start from 0 degrees and then start to rotate it. Okay? Now that we've indicated the start, we can now also indicate the end. In this case right now, it's going to be 100%, which is basically now at the very end. And then we'll now say transform. It's going to be rotate again, but now by the end of it, you should have rotated by 360 degrees. I really hope this makes sense. Basically, what we're saying right now is that at the very start, at 0%, when the user hovers on the mouse, start to rotate, but start from 0 degrees. And then by the end of your rotation, you should have transformed by 360 degrees. That's exactly what this has done for us. So, without wasting any more time, let's go ahead now, save this. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. now the logo is rotating and it is infinite. So to better explain this, let me give you some other examples. Okay, let's head back in here, and just as an example, very quickly, let's play with the iteration count. All right, so let's just change this one right here, the infinite. Let's go with 3, for example. Okay, so the animation will repeat itself 3 times. So let's refresh, and now we have 1, 2, and 3. There you go. So after the 3rd time, it stopped. So let's also make another change. Instead of like 0 degrees, we can start with maybe 45 degrees and then end at, let's even say, 270 degrees. So you will now see that the logo will not rotate fully. Let's refresh. So now you can see it's not quite rotating fully. It stops at 270 degrees. As you can see, it starts at 45 and then stops at 270, and there you go. So it's not just the rotate function that you actually have with transform. You can do other ones like skew, scale. In fact, let's do scale. Scale simply means that you're going to make the logo, you're going to make the image big. Then there are different kinds of scale as well. Let's go with the 3D. So from 3 dimensions, let's go with scale by 1.2, 2, and then let's say 2. So you're going to scale 1.2 on the x-axis, 2, y-axis, 2 on the z-axis, and then the same thing here as well. Let's just do the same thing, scale 3D, but now let's say 0.5, 2, and then 0.5. This is going to be insane. I actually have no idea what I'm doing. Let's go ahead and save this. This is going to be a very crazy kind of animation. Let's refresh. And well, there you go. That is the animation right there in effect. So I'll really encourage you to spend some time and check out the other kinds of transformations you can do. You can play around with the animations. And oh, before I go, let me show you very quickly the shorthand for writing your animation properties. So let's head back over to our logo. And where is it? All right, so it's right here. So the way how you can shorten this very easily would just be to say animation. Okay, this will now be the property itself, animation. You start with the name of the property. That will always be the very first one. And then we can say 1.2 seconds, because this of course will be the timing duration. And then we will now say linear, which is going to be the timing function. And then finally, we're going to go with infinite, because that is going to be the iteration count. Infinite. There you go. So this is the shorthand way of writing your animation. There are of course some other animation properties as well, but we're not going to get into that. So let me just scroll down here and change the values here back to what it was. So we did have the rotate, and we had 0 degrees, and of course we had rotate again, and we also had this at 360 degrees. All right, that should do it. Let's go ahead, save, head back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Now, to give you one final example before I round up this video, I have already gone ahead to create a very special empty div class right here called sample. This is just to illustrate to you what's possible with animations, right? So I have this div right here called class of sample, and then right here I created the keyframes and I called it colors. That's why you now have the animation name right here of colors. But now take a look at this. Okay, I have indicated the different kinds of animations that the this particular div has to go through. So at the very start, its background color is red, and then about a quarter of the way through the animation, the background color should change to black. After another quarter, which would be halfway, the color turns to blue. 3/4 of the way, it turns to orange, and then at the very end, it should turn back to red. So right here, you can see the additional properties I've applied: a width of 100% so that the div occupies the full width of the page, a height of 100 pixels, I added position relative, I gave you the background color of red as well, and then right here, the animation duration is 6 seconds, but then I also added an animation delay of 3 seconds. So basically 3 seconds will have to elapse before the animation actually starts. That's what the animation delay property is. So let's take a look and see what's going to happen right here. I'm going to refresh the page. Let's scroll up, and let's do that all over again. Sorry. So right here you can see now it has started. You can see right now it's changing. It's changing back to orange, and now finally back to red. Let's try that one more time. So it starts at red, animation duration of 3 seconds has elapsed. Now the animation starts black, blue, orange, and then finally back to red. So this is just an example of what you can achieve with the animation property of CSS. It's extremely powerful. You can combine different types of properties as well. So you don't have to stick with just the background color. You could, if you're applying this, for example, to let's say text, for example, you could change the font size, the font weight, the line height, all at once using the animation. So I really hope you've enjoyed this video where we covered CSS animations, and also we added the smooth value for the scroll behavior property. So that's it. Thanks so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. In the previous video, we successfully added the scroll smooth effect for our anchor links, and we also were able to animate our logo. But if you paid very close attention, you might notice that over here on our model side, when we hover on the logo, there is a little bit of a blurred effect. You see right there, you see the image, you can see it very, very clearly. But then when you hover on the image right now, there is this small little blurry effect right there. Ours, on the other hand, though, there is no blur. It's clear all the time. So what I want to do in this video very quickly is to show you or introduce you to a new property known as the CSS filter property, where we can add things like blurred effects, brightness, contrast, and so on. So let us do this. I'm going to head back in here, and then right here where we have the hover class for the logo, I will now say filter, and that right there is the property. And then we have different values for our filter. In this case right now, I'm going to go with the blur 1 pixel. That will be the value, 1 pixel. Let's go ahead, save, head back in here, refresh the page, and now you can see that blurred effect right there. So that's how you can achieve a blurred effect with CSS. But of course, there are other values available for filter. So for example, let me go ahead and remove the blur, and let's try something else. Okay, I can say brightness, and we can give a percentage value in here. I can say something like 200%, just as an example. Let's go ahead, save this. And then if I head in here, refresh the page, and there you go. You can see the image now is 200% more brighter than it was initially. You can do other things as well. You can combine, by the way, you can combine values. So let's say with brightness, I can now also say blur, and then 1 pixel. So all you need to do is just add a space between your two different values. So let's go ahead, save this, and now we should see multiple effects. There you go. So now it's 200% brighter, but it's also blurred as well by 1 pixel. Another very interesting value you could add in here, let me remove all of this, is going to be grayscale. This will actually turn your colored image to black and white. So if we say 100%, right now, it will turn black and white once we hover on the logo. And there you go. I'm telling you, CSS is amazing. You would think that you would need some very advanced code to achieve all these effects, but you don't. There you go. We now have that at 100%. Actually, I'm curious to see what will happen if we brought this down to, let's say, 50%. I'm curious. Let's go ahead and save this and see what will happen. Let's refresh. And okay, so that's 50%. Not bad. Not bad at all. So let me just go back in here and just make the change back to what it's supposed to be. So that's filter, blur, and then of course 1 pixel. And let's go ahead and save that. Let's just head back in here, refresh, and there you go. So that's how you can create additional effects on your images using the filter property. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. Woohoo! So that's it. We've come to the end of this project section where we've built ourselves this full 1-page website with HTML and CSS. And I hope you had plenty of fun, and I hope you've learned quite a lot about HTML and CSS. But there is one thing we still need to do, and that is we need to make the site responsive. Right now, it looks great on desktops, but when you view this website on a mobile phone or maybe even on a tablet, you might discover that things aren't quite as they seem. You might see a lot of columns disjointed, maybe some text is a bit too big. It's not going to look quite as good. So we need to tackle responsiveness, and that's exactly what we're going to do in the very next section. I'll see you then. Alrighty, so welcome officially to the responsiveness section, and our goal here is to ensure that our website looks just as good on tablets and mobile phones as it does on a desktop. Now on a desktop, it looks fine. Everything looks perfectly fine as it is. But the goal here is when we begin to minimize the screen size. So for example, right now, just around here, this would be the typical screen size of a tablet. And you can see right now, we're starting to see some changes. We can no longer see the navigational menu, but now we have the traditional hamburger menu. So when you hover on it, you now have access to the items in the main menu. And if I begin to scroll down, you will notice some changes. Services provided now is now 2 columns. Before it used to be 3. Why Work With Us is now 2 columns. Meet the Team is now 3 columns, and so on and so forth. And if I go all the way to the end, to the smallest screen size, this would be the one for a mobile phone. You can see there are lots of changes. Services provided is now 1 single column. Why Work With Us is also a single column. Meet the Team is now 2 columns. Testimonials is 1 single column. It's always been 1 single column. Our Clients is now 2 columns as opposed to 4 columns on the desktop. And of course, some changes in the footer as well and on the header. So the goal here is to show you how you can make your content adaptable so that when the size of the screen changes, the size of the content also changes, the structure changes to reflect that change in the screen size. That's the whole point of this entire section. So sit back, relax, and I hope you find this section useful. Let's get started. So welcome to this new section where we'll be taking a look at mobile responsiveness. And before we start doing any coding, let's take a look at what we currently have. And right now, this is exactly how the website would look like on a tablet device. And let's try to scroll down. So far, the header looks fine. We have a logo, we have the main menu. It's okay. The hero section is fine. About Us section is still fine. Services provided is okay. The why Work With Us section, I think we can improve this by maybe displaying 2 columns as opposed to 4 columns. Same thing with maybe Meet the Team. We can make Meet the Team 3 columns as opposed to 4 columns. Testimonial still looks fine. Client still looks okay. Contact Us, fine. Let's keep going further down. And in fact, let's just go all the way to the smaller screen size. So this would be for a mobile phone. And right here, the footer, you can see that we do need to make some changes in here. Let's go all the way up. Yeah, our clients, we can definitely improve here by maybe displaying the logos on 2 columns each, as opposed to the 4 columns that we have in here. Testimonials actually looks good by default. I don't think we need to change anything for the testimonials, but that's because we're already displaying the testimonials on single lines themselves. They're just 1 column or 1 row, as opposed to the other sections that have maybe like 2 columns, 3 rows, and so on. So definitely, sorry about that. Definitely Meet the Team will need to be improved tremendously at the mobile screen size. You can see right now this does not look good at all. Let's keep going up. Yeah, Why Work With Us looks terrible. The services provided also looks terrible as well. So probably here we'll have to display 2 columns or maybe even 1 single column. We'll have to wait and see. Yep, who we are, what we do will have to be single columns as well. And of course, the header, well, we'll have to make some major improvements in here, mostly the menu, as you can see. And this ideally is what it should look like. So you can see right now we do have the menu, and it just only appears when we hover on the menu item. You can see right now, you can see all the menu items appear. Let's scroll down and see what else we do have. So you can see how the About Us section is who we are, what we do. So services provided, you can see right now, is in a single column each. So it looks much better that way. Same with Why Work With Us. Meet the Team is in 2 columns each, and testimonials and clients. You can see clients is in 2 columns as opposed to the 4, and the rest remains the same. So those are the improvements we'll have to make. But before we jump into the actual coding, let me show you how you can add your screen sizes. Welcome back. So let's now talk about the screen sizes, how we can target the screen size for a tablet, and also how we can target the screen size for a mobile device, a phone basically. So we have this thing called breakpoints when it comes to CSS responsiveness, and a breakpoint is defined by when there is a major style change. So what I'm saying here is this, okay? At this point right now, everything still remains the same, right? Even if I scroll down, you can see that the content is pretty much the same. The structure is pretty much the same as it were at full size. But then if we keep on minimizing the screen size, and then it gets here. So around here, just where you have the hamburger menu up here, this is what we call a breakpoint. This is the particular screen size where a new design change kicks in. And you can of course see the change. We now have a hamburger menu. If we scroll down, you can see right now that services provided is now basically 2 columns in each row. And you do have some other changes in here as well with why work with us and meet the team. So that is what we call a breakpoint. So what we're going to do with CSS responsiveness is that we're going to indicate that, okay, once the screen reaches the screen size, initiate these new design changes. And then if we continue to minimize the screen, let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. No change, no change, no change. No, and then all of a sudden around here, there is another breakpoint because now you can see service provided is in one single column as well as some other sections in here. So that's going to be another breakpoint. So ideally, you should have a minimum of 2 breakpoints. One would be for your tablet screen size, and then the other would be for your mobile phone screen size. But you can go as high as 3 or maybe even 4 different breakpoints. It all depends on the kind of content that you have and how it looks like. So here is the thing. Okay, let's go ahead and add the very first breakpoint for a screen size around this particular range, which is about 1024 pixels. So let's do this. I'm going to go in here. Let's go over to main.css. Let's come all the way down here. And I'm going to grab this content because we're creating a whole new section. I'm going to paste this, and then we can call this, let's just call this the mobile. Let's just call this responsiveness instead. Responsiveness. And now let's create a new line. And here I am going to say, let's add a new comment, / asterisk. And now I will call this the tablet breaking point. All right. So another asterisk / and now here is the actual code to create a breakpoint. We're going to say at media and then only screen, and we're now going to set in the max width. So as long as this content is viewed on a maximum screen size of 1024 pixels, initiate these new changes. We'll have to add the curly braces right there. So that's it. We've created the very first one for tablet, but now we can do the exact same thing all over again. So let me just copy everything in here, copy, come down here, paste again, and then change tablet to, let's go with our phone. And now in here, we can change the screen size to 768 pixels. Now, 1024 pixels and 768 pixels are kind of like the standard screen sizes. A smaller screen size than 768 would be 480. That is, if you want to go, I think that's usually the minimum screen size one can actually target, 480 pixels. But for the purposes of this course, we're going to create 2 breakpoints, which would be 1024 and then 768 pixels. So this would be for tablet devices. This would be for the phone mobile device. So that's it for creating our breaking points. Jump in the very next video where we will now begin to apply some responsive design changes with CSS. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully created our breakpoints for our mobile design. So now let us begin to create our CSS changes for responsiveness. And the first thing we're going to target will be the mobile menu, which is usually one of the more difficult parts of our mobile responsiveness. So this right now is how the menu looks like. It never changes, but what we're trying to do is to get the menu to look exactly like this. So we have 3 bars, and then when we hover on those 3 bars, that's when the menu items now appear. But also note that at full screen size, we don't see those bars. They're not there. It's only when we get to a certain screen size, that is where it's around here. That's where the 3 bars appear, and then the regular menu disappears. So how are we going to achieve this effect? Well, first thing we need to do right now is to create these 3 bars. Let us create them first of all. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let's head over back to main.css. And what we're going to do is let's head over to index.html. And then right here, just beneath the nav class of menu, this is where we'll add those 3 bars. So to do that, check this out. Okay, I'm going to say div class, and let's just call this let's call this handle. Okay, we can call this handle. That will be the name for our hamburger menu basically. Let's go ahead and close that. So now inside of this class of handle, we're going to add 3 divs, 3 empty divs in fact. So let's do that. So that's going to be the first one, the second one, and of course a third one, because we do have 3 bars. That's why we have 3 empty divs. So let's go ahead now and save this. And of course, if we head back to our browser, we are not going to see it because it's empty. There's nothing there to see. So let's head back to main.css. And then from here, let's go all the way to the top and let's look for the menu section. And it is right here. So let us do this. Okay, let's go ahead now and add some styling to those empty divs. And what exactly are we trying to accomplish? Well, let's take a look. Okay, this is what we're trying to accomplish. So each div right now, as you can see, has a background color. It seems to have a set width, a set height, and there is also some margin to separate the 3 lines. So let's do this. Okay, first I'm going to say here is let's target the menu and then dot handle and then the div. All right, so we're targeting the empty divs now. So the first property we'll add is going to be the background color, and I do have my background color here set to E5, 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 and now we have a width. Each div has a width of 22 pixels and then a very short height of 2 pixels. And then let's also add some margin, 5 pixels and 0. Okay, let's go ahead, save this. Let's head back to our browser. Let's expand this. Let's refresh the page. And there you go. Okay, so for some reason this goes full width. Not sure what's happening. Let's head back in here. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not spell width properly. You see, this is the kind of thing that happens when you code and record videos at the same time. I apologize. So with 22 pixels, let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so now you can see we now have the hamburger menu appearing. Awesome. But we need to get the menu items over here to the right. We need to get the menu over here to the right. So obviously right now you should be thinking of float. So we're going to float the menu all over to the right. So let's do this, okay? I'm going to head back to main.css, but now we're going to target the main div holding the 3 divs. And of course, that's going to be the class of handle. This is the class we're going to float to the right. So let's do this. Right here, I'm going to say menu dot handle. And then right in here, just like that, I'm going to say float to the right. Okay, let's go ahead, save this, and let's see how it look like. Refresh, and there you go. Okay, so right now you can see it's over there to the right, but we don't want to display it yet. So we want to hide the menu, the hamburger menu, until the screen reaches the screen size for our tablet. So we'll have to use something like display none. But we're also going to use position relative because we're going to position the menu items, these menu items, we're going to position them absolutely. So we'll have to create an anchor point. So we can add the hamburger menu position relative and make this the anchor point for the list item. So let's do this. I'm going to head back in here. So I'm going to say display none to hide it. And then let's add position for relative, because we're going to use it as an anchor point for our menu items. Okay, that's that handle. Now let's go over to our responsive section. And then right here, we will now say where we have 2024, we will now say display the menu handle as a block. So we're basically doing the opposite now, because right here, this will control the view for the mobile device for our tablets. So we'll simply say block. So essentially right now we're saying once the screen reaches a maximum width of 1024 pixels, display the handle, display it as a block. Now note that unless we come in here for the phone and then overwrite this particular style, whatever styles we include for the larger screen size will automatically be inherited by the smaller screen size, just so you know. So there is no need for us to come in here and also add the exact same thing. There's no need for that. So let's go ahead, save this. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh. And now if we minimize the screen, now you can see we do have the menu appearing right there. You can see it's now appearing. Awesome. However, we now need to get our main menu to kind of float under the hamburger menu, kind of like what we have over here, as you can see. So the thing is, right now, the only reason why we have the menu items by default are block items, but the only reason why they're displaying as inline blocks is because we do have the float applied to them. You'll see right here we have float left. So if we remove float left, now you can see they're now appearing as they should, but we can also apply the property of text align right, as you can see. So now we're starting to look exactly like what we have over here with the list items, with the text aligned to the right and then no float. So let's go ahead and apply those changes in here. I am simply now going to say menu and then li, and then we are going to say float none, but then we'll also have a text align to the right. Let's go ahead now, save that. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page. Oh, sorry, wrong page. Let's refresh this page, and there you go. Awesome. So now we have our menu items looking like block items, text aligned to the right. So all we need to do right now is to figure out a way how we can position them to appear just underneath the hamburger menu, but then only appear when we hover on our hamburger menu. So we'll tackle that in the very next video. Welcome back to part 2 for styling our mobile header. So in part 1, we've been able to do some good work so far. We've been able to get the hamburger menu to display only once it reaches a screen size of 1024 pixels. As it is right now on desktop, it's perfectly fine. But then once we get to the tablet view, this is what we currently have. So what we need to try and accomplish right now is figure out a way how we can hide all the list items from showing. Basically, we're going to have to tuck it under the hamburger menu and then only show them when we hover on the hamburger menu. So, like I hinted in the previous video, we've already made the hamburger menu position relative because we are going to absolutely position our list items. So let's first of all do that. Okay, I'm gonna go in here and then right here, let's say just above in here, I am going to say dot menu and then UL. Okay, and now let's just say position is going to be absolute. Okay, let's go ahead, save that. Let's now see the change, refresh, and there you go. Okay, so now you can see that it is positioned absolutely, but then you can also see that it's basically now going outside of its border. Let me try and open this up. So you can see right now we have to scroll down here to the right in order to see them. So the way how we can ensure that they don't go outside of the border for the hamburger menu is to simply say right 0. So let's do this. I'm going to go back in here to main.css and then right here I will say right 0. So this will lock the absolutely positioned items within the border. Let's go back in here, refresh, and there you go. Awesome. So now we have the menu items absolutely positioned right there at the border of the hamburger menu. Awesome. So the next step right now would be to figure out a way how we can hide the menu items and then only show them when we hover on the hamburger menu. So we can do this. All right, let's head back in here. So we can say that right here where we have our menu UL, we can just say display none. Okay, and now we can say show. So it's gonna be menu, the menu, and then when we hover on our menu, now for the UL, display the UL. Okay, display the list items. Display as a block. All right, so by default, we're going to hide our list item. The handle, notice by the way, the handle class is the one displaying the 3 bars. So that is displaying as a block. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the actual list items themselves, which is the UL class. All right, so that is the one we're saying display none, but then now displayed as a block when we hover on our hamburger menu. That's exactly what is going on here. So let's go ahead, save this. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and let's wait and see. All right, so right now you can see it's gone. The hamburger menu is still there, but then when we hover on the hamburger menu, now you can see we now have the list items appearing just like that. Look at that. Look, that is awesome. There you go. Okay, so we're nearly there, but notice one thing, all right? When we hover on the menu items, do you see the subtle way it appears? It's like there's a transition going on, okay? Do you see that? It's very, very, very smooth. It's not like what we have. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me put that back. It's not like what we have over here where it's instant. So there is a transition effect at play here, but transitions do not work on the display property. So basically we can say transition, display, and then ease in, ease out, stuff like that. No, that's not going to work. So how can we apply the transition effect while still hiding the menu items and then only showing them when we hover on the navigational menu? What we can do is to simply change display to another property known as the opacity. So here where we have display, I will change display here to opacity, and then to not show anything, I will say opacity 0. That basically will hide the menu items. And then right here, when we hover on the menu items, let me change display here as well back to opacity, and then instead of 0 we now have 1. Okay, let's go ahead, save this, refresh the page, and so as you can see right now the effect hasn't kicked in yet because we've not applied the transition, but you can see it's still basically working the same way. The menu items do not show until we now hover on the hamburger menu. Okay, so let's now go ahead and add the transition effect, and we're going to do that right here where we have menu UL. I'll just come in here and say transition opacity, and now we can add, let's say 0.5 seconds, and then the timing function here would be ease out. Okay, let's go ahead, save that. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and now you can see the transition effect appearing. However, you may notice another slight little change in that even before we get to the hamburger menu, you can see the menu items start to display. Basically, once the mouse enters into the testimonials width area, you can see once it gets in here, all the other list items begin to show. So this is something we have to fix. We only want the list items to show when we actually hover on the hamburger menu. So to fix this, I am going to introduce to you the inspector tool once again. So let's do this, okay? Let's first of all ensure that by default, these guys, we don't even see them. What am I talking about? Let's do this, okay? I'm going to head back in here to the LIs and actually the UL, sorry. Let's do this, okay? I'm going to remove the opacity so that they're always showing by default. But now let us try and hide these list items underneath the hamburger menu. What we can do is to introduce a top position, but then a negative one, let's say 100 pixels as an example. So right there you can see we no longer see about. So if we keep on going, increasing, you can see they're disappearing. Let's go all the way to, let's see. Okay, let's just stop at 400 pixels. So negative 400 pixels will by default hide the menu items. All right, let's do this. Okay, I'm going to head back in here and let's do this. I'm going to say top negative 400 pixels. Okay, let's go ahead now, save that, and then I'll head back in here. Let's refresh the page, and now notice that when we hover around here, we no longer see the menu items displaying because we've already pushed them all the way to the top outside of the browser. However, even when we now hover on the hamburger menu, we still don't see them because they're still at negative 400 pixels. So now we have to say, when we hover on the hamburger menu, change the top position of the UL class. So let's do this. I'm going to introduce the inspector tool once again, and let's do this. Okay, I am going to go over to the class of menu, and then right here where you have hover, I am going to click on hover and then simply force the hover state. Okay, so this will now show all the CSS available when we hover on the menu, and we're specifically targeting the UL element. So right here where you have top 400 pixels up here, this is where we are hovering on the UL. I'm now going to say top, let's say maybe 20 pixels. Okay, so now you can see that 20 pixels will in fact display the menu items properly. So 20 pixels, maybe 25 pixels. No, I think 20 is just fine. So just like that, when we hover on the hamburger menu, change the top position from negative 100 pixels to 20 pixels. So let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to head back in here, and very simply, just right here, I'll just say top 20 pixels. Let's go ahead, save this, head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. We have successfully created the hamburger menu that we have over here, as you can see. Sorry about that. Let me put that back in here. And that's pretty much it. So the only major difference here is, of course, the margins. You can see over here, we don't really have any margins. So maybe we can also change the margin, maybe also push down the hamburger menu a little bit. You can see it's a bit higher than the logo. So let's apply some changes in here. I'm going to head back and just very simply target the menu class. So I'll say menu, and then let's just add a margin top of 32 pixels. Now I've tested this value, so I know this works. So 32 pixels, let's go ahead, save, head back to our browser, refresh the page, and there you go. Now you can see the hamburger menu has shifted downwards further and is now aligned with our logo. Okay, a few more changes. Notice that when we hover on the menu items right here, you can see that the cursor turns to a pointer, and then our list items don't have any margin. So let's just go ahead and fix those two very, very quickly. I'm going to head back in here. Let's first of all go all the way up here where we have the handle, and I'm going to say right here, cursor will be our pointer. Okay. And then let's come all the way down here, and we're going to remove the margins from our list items. So margin set to 0. However, let me save. Notice now that when I refresh the page, let's first of all test the cursor. So the cursor works, but now you can see that because we've removed the margins, the menu items are now bumped up right there at the border of the hamburger menu, the third bar of the hamburger menu. So we need to push them further down. So let's see what value we can give them. Let's go back over here to the UL class. So okay, so instead of the 20 pixels, let me just do this real quick, because instead of the 20 pixels that we have over here, maybe we can bring this down further to, let's say, 30 pixels, right? I think 30 pixels would be just fine. So let's just go ahead and change that. So I'm going to change 20 pixels over here to 30 pixels, save, head back over here, refresh the page, And there you go. Whew, we've finally been able to finish building out the hamburger menu. It only took us more than 20 minutes to achieve this, but hopefully you've now seen the techniques involved in creating yourself a hamburger menu. Thank you so much for watching the video. And as always, if you have any questions about anything covered so far, do let me know. I'll do my best to answer them as quickly as I can. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. So let's continue with the responsive changes. And previously we've been able to create the hamburger menu and it looks good. I think this looks good on all screen sizes. That's perfectly fine. However, let us begin to scroll down and take a look at what else we can change. The hero section looks perfectly fine. I don't think we need to change anything in here. Let's scroll down. About Us section looks fine also. No need to change. Services provided looks okay. Let's try to make this a little bit smaller because remember we are targeting a range. So let's try to take this as close to 760 pixels as possible. Notice the width size of the screen right there as I am minimizing. So we're going to get as close to 760 pixels as possible. And you can see that right about around here, it starts looking pretty bad. Around the 790 pixel range, it starts looking really bad. So what we can do is we can create or change the structure to become 2 columns as opposed to 3. Okay, so we need to make a change for services provided. While work with us, definitely we need to change as well to maybe 2 columns as opposed to 4. Meet the team can go to 3 columns. Testimonials is fine. Clients should go to maybe 2 columns or maybe 3 columns. We'll see. And contact us is perfectly fine. So let's change, first of all, the services provided. All right. So to do this, I'm going to head in here. Note we are still under the tablet section. So right here, let us add a comment. And I'm going to call this the service list. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're going to target the services class, and then it's going to be dash list. And now note or remember that back in the services section, note that we're trying to target the Li elements directly inside of the service list class. These are the Li elements, the ones at the top. Like, we're not targeting the child Li's here. These ones are inside of another UL. We only want to target this particular Li's because these are the ones holding the actual content. You can see they hold the H3, the title of each particular service web development, and then the child list items under each one. So these are the Li's we want to target. This particular one right here, this one, and so on. So we'll have to use the greater than symbol to directly target the LIs that are under the service list class. So we're going to head back in here and we're going to say greater than LI, and now we'll just change the width to, let's go with 49%. We do need to be careful though, because I believe we added some margins as well. Let's scroll all the way up here to the desktop view and see. All right, so this is the services section, and right here you can see the initial width was 32.3, and then we have margins at the top, and then left we have 1%. So to be on the safe side, let's go with maybe 48.5 as opposed to 49%. So let's go with 48.5%, so we have enough room for the margin. Let's go ahead now, save this. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page. Let's scroll down here, and there you go. So now it is looking much better, and even if we go very, very close to 760 pixels, it still looks perfectly fine. We do have one column staying alone on its own, but there's nothing we can do about that because we do have 9 columns. So there's no way how we can divide 9 columns equally. It's just not going to happen, but this is perfectly fine as it is. All right, let's go down in here. We do have the why walk with us. Okay, this needs to change. We need to get each column in here to go maybe 49 or maybe 48.5%. Basically, 2 columns in each row. That's what we're trying to target in here. However, if you remember over here, where we have the y_us, we use the call-1-4 class. And we gave this class, I believe, a width of 24% or something like that. So all we really need to do here is just to change the width of this particular class to maybe 48.5%, and we should be fine. So let's do this. I'm going to come back in here, and then just above the service list, let's create another section, and we'll call this layout, changes, aesthetics. So we're going to target call-1-4, and now we'll change the width again to 48.5%. Just to be on the safe side, let's go ahead, save this. Let's head back in here, refresh the page. Let's scroll down here. And okay, so let me just show you a common mistake that developers make. Let's try to expand this a little bit further to the 1024. Okay, so right here, right now, this looks perfectly fine, right? And you might think to yourself, oh, it looks good on this particular screen size, so it should be fine now, right? However, when it comes to testing responsiveness, you should always test the ranges for each breakpoint. So in our case right now, our breakpoint currently is 1024 to about 760. We should test our design at both endpoints, right? So at 1024, which is about around here, this is 1024, it looks good, right? But then as we begin to get closer to 760, we now begin to notice a major issue right here. Notice now that the third column, execute efficiently, is now further down. If we keep on going, minimizing, again, all of a sudden, it's now back to where it's supposed to be. But then if we now get as close to 760 as possible, we have the issue yet again. So what's happening here? Why is the height fluctuating? Why is it going up, going down, going up, going down? Well, it's simply because at these different points, the research field has an additional line of text compared to the analyzed data column. Notice that right here, right now, for example, we progress further on is the additional line of text. But then if we make this bigger, now you can see the number of lines for research field and analyzed data are the same. That's why these two right here are kind of balanced, right? But then you expand, and then again around here, the exact same thing happens again. So the reason why we're having this issue, in addition to this additional line, is because we are floating the columns. Keep in mind that when you float a column or you float an element, there is always the possibility you might break the natural structure. But remember, we've also talked about the clear property. We can use the clear property to prevent such issues from happening. But here is the thing. How do we know which of these columns we're supposed to target? It's not going to make any sense for us to just come in here and say, okay, well, let's just target every column in this section, because in that case, none of the columns would be floating. But we want some columns to float while we want others not to float. So here's exactly what we're going to do. We would have to target the columns to the right, in this case, to the right of those whose structure is being broken. In this case right now, column 4. Oh, by the way, I think I said earlier that execute efficiently was the third column. It's actually the fourth column, my mistake. Plan ahead is the third column. So in this case right now, you can see that the fourth column is the one being affected. As such, we want to clear the column to its right. So basically, we are going to clear the third column, which is plan ahead. And also, in the future, if we decided to add additional columns, maybe 2 more columns, I can guarantee you that there is a possibility that the 6th column would be affected. So in this case right now, you'd want to target the 3rd column, the 5th column, the 7th column, 9th column, 11th column, and so on and so forth. Those are the columns you would target in this particular kind of scenario. But how do we do that? How do we target the 3rd column, the 5th column, 7th column, and so on? Well, I'm going to introduce to you a new selector known as the nth child selector. Let's go over here. And here's exactly how it's going to work. I'm first of all going to say call-1-4. and now colon, and now nth child. This right here is the selector we can use to target specific elements in any structure. But we're going after the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and so on. So I'm going to introduce to you this formula 2n plus 1. I know this sounds like Greek, but don't worry, I'll explain this to you right now. Basically, what's happening here is that we've created a loop. You see this n right there? It will start with a value of 0. So basically, the very first element we're going to target here would be 2 times 0 plus 1, which would basically be 0 plus 1, which would be the very first element. That's fine. But then n will now turn to 1. So now it will be 2 multiplied by 1 plus 1, which will be 3. N will turn to 2, which will be 2 multiplied by 2 plus 1, which will now be the 5th element, and so on and so forth. So this right here is a way how we can target the odd numbers, the odd columns in our structure. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to come in here, and just to prove to you that this actually works, let's just change the color first, okay, to red. Ideally right now, it should only be the 1st and the 3rd columns whose color turns to red. Let's go over to our browser. Let's come in here, refresh the page, and right there you can now see that both the 1st and the 3rd columns, the color has changed to red because we're targeting all the odd numbered columns in our structure. So with that being said, I will just come back in here right now, change color to clear, and we'll just say both. Let me make sure this is correct. Both. And there you go. Save. Head back to our browser. Refresh the page. And there you go. So we no longer have issues with the columns stacking up on top of one another. So that's exactly how you can fix this kind of issue, by using the clear property and targeting the odd numbered columns in your section. So that's it for part 1. Jumping in part 2, where we will now tackle the Meet the Team as well as the our clients sections. I'll see you then. Welcome back to our responsive design. And all right, so far so good. Services provided has been taken care of. Why work with us has also been taken care of, but now we need to change the structures for Meet the Team as well as our clients. So let's just do this. For Meet the Team, we can go with 3 columns. I think that should be fine. So let's try going with 3 columns in here. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to go over here and just after service list. In fact, let me just grab this entire code. Let's copy that. Come down here, paste. And of course, we will now change service list to our team. Team list, maybe. Let's call it team list. So what we're going to do is we're just going to change the list. And the class here is the team dash list. Let me just confirm that is the case. Let's head back to index.html. And where is it? Okay, so you can see, yep, it is team list. Okay, good to know. So we have team list, and then there is no need to use the greater than symbol because there are no child li elements. It's just one single li element in the structure. So the width here, we'll change the width over to, let's go with 32.5%, because again, the LIs also have margins, so you have to keep that in mind as well. So let's go ahead, save this, and let's see what we now have. Let's refresh the page. Let's scroll down here, and okay, so it does appear 32.5 might have been a bit too much. Let's inspect and take a look at what we have. Li. Okay, so you can see we do have margins to the left, which is 1%. So, I'm sorry, that actually goes beyond 33%. I'm an idiot, because if you add 1% for the left to 32.5, that becomes 33.5. So that would not work. So what we can do is we can maybe change the width here to 31.5% instead. So with 31.5, we now have this particular structure, which is good. It's okay. It's very, very similar to what we currently have over here, as you can see. So 31.5% will do the trick. So let's change this back to 31.5%. Awesome. And then finally, we're taking a look at the clients section. It is the one right here. So what do we have here? We do have the client list, and then we have our LIs. Okay, pretty straightforward. Let's do this. I'll come over here and I'll just grab all this code all over again, copy, paste, and then we'll just change theme to client. And then the class here is going to be client list. Client list. And of course, the width, we'll just keep the width at 31.5% as well, just to maintain some consistency. So let's save this. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page. Let's scroll all the way down here. And there you go. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Client list now looks pretty dope. So that is it for the tablet. Let's just scroll down here, make sure that, okay, so the contact form still looks good. The footer looks good. Let's go all the way to 760 and see if there's anything that needs to be changed again. Okay, so at this point right now, we're in fact right now in the 750 range. So this is how things would look like when viewed on a mobile phone, and it's actually not too bad. Anyway, we'll take a look at that in the very next video. I just wanted to confirm right now that for the tablet view at 762, everything looks perfectly fine. So we are pretty much done with the tablet view, and then we can now move on to designing the site for the phone view. So that's it. Jump into the next video where we will take a look at that. I'll see you then. Welcome back to the final video in our responsive section, because now we are going to target the smallest screen size at 760 pixels. And to be honest with you, it's usually by far the easiest to fix, because all you really need to do is usually just set all columns to go full width most of the time. And then columns that were 3 columns before, you simply set them to go 2 columns. So you give them a width of maybe 48%. So it's pretty easy. Anyway, let's just go ahead and target the very end. So this is as small as it gets, and the header still looks fine, but now the About Us section definitely needs to be changed, as you can see. So we need to go full width for each of these individual columns. So let's take a look at the structure. Let's head back to our index.html, and right up here, so this is where we use the call-1-2 class. We didn't have to target this in the tablet view because it looked fine, but now for the mobile phone view, well, we do need to make some changes. So let's head on over here, and of course we're going to go all the way down here. Let me just remove all these empty space. Okay, so right here inside of the max width 768 pixels for the phone, we are going to say .call-1-2, and in this case we'll just set the widths to go basically full width. So we'll just go with width 99%. Actually, let's go with 98%, because remember we do have some margin. So let's go with 98%. Let's save, head back over here, refresh the page, and there you go. Right now it looks perfectly fine. Awesome. Services provided, I think we also need to set this to go full width, because at 2 columns it doesn't look that good. I think over here we set it to 1 single column. Yep, you can see right now this is 1 column. It looks much better. So let's change that. So I'll just go over here, grab the services list entirely. Let's copy that, come down here, paste that all over again. But now we'll simply just change the width for the service list from 48 to 98.5 cool FM. Let's go ahead, save this, head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Just like that. It looks good, looks much better, but like it. Okay, why work with us? Also would need to go full width. As you can see, this is not looking all that great. So let's just do this again. I will grab the layout changes. Let's copy that. And in fact, let's paste it right here at the top. Okay, let me move that line. All right, so column -1-4, we're gonna go with 98.5%. Save that, head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So like I said, it's very, very easy. All you really need to do at this point is just change the widths of your columns. Meet the team, definitely. I think we can go with 2 columns here instead, as opposed to 1. I think 2 columns will be fine. So let's also fix that one. Team list, let's go ahead, let's grab this. Let's come all the way down here, paste, and now we'll just simply change the team list, the width from 1.5, and we can go with 49, actually not 49, but 48.5%. Save that, head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Looking good, looking good. Let's come all the way down here. Our clients. Okay, this can definitely go 2 columns as well. So let's do that. Let's grab this, copy, come down here, paste, and then simply we'll just change the client list here from 31.5 to 48.5 as well. Let's save. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So that looks beautiful as well. And then last but not least, all the way down here, contact us looks fine. There is no need to change anything in there, but the footer does need some changes. As you can see right now, the social media icons are to the right, and then we have the navigational menu to the left. So this looks kind of distorted. So what we can do here is just basically set them to go full width, and then maybe just text align them to the center. So let's take a look at the current structure for the footer. So you can see we do have UL class footer menu, and then UL class social menu. And if we go to our main.css, let's go all the way over here, you will notice that, okay, we did float the social menu to the right, and we also floated the footer menu to the left. So maybe we can just remove the floats, and let's see what would happen. So let's do this. I'm going to create a whole new section for the footer. Let's paste that, and we'll just change client list here to footer, and then simply we'll just change the class here. So we have footer dash menu, and then we can go with a comma, and then class of social dash menu. Let me just confirm that these are the actual classes. So we have social menu and then footer menu. Okay, awesome. So let's go all the way down here, and now basically we'll just say float none. Float none. Let's see what happens. Let's save this. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page, and there you go. Okay, so no more floating. But now you can see that we still have the social media icons kind of like on the same line with the footer menu. So the reason why this is still happening is because the LIs in both menus are also floating to the left. If we go back to our main.css and we scroll all the way up here, you can see right here that we do have, where we have the footer, you can see we do have the footer menu LI here floating to the left. We also have under the social menu, we do have the social menu LI floating to the left as well. So we can just remove the floating from them and simply display them now as an inline block. So check this out. I'm going to go back in here, and let's just grab all this code. Let's grab that, copy, come down here, paste, and then we'll just say footer menu LI, social menu LI, and now float none, But then if we don't float them, they will display as a block. But to ensure that they don't display as a block, we'll just now say display as an inline block. Okay, let's go ahead, save that, go back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So right now they no longer float, but we've been able to display them inline because we're using them as inline blocks. If we did not say display inline block, they'll display as blocks stacked up on top of one another. The final thing we need to do is just to text align them to the center, basically. So we'll just come in here, and under the footer menu and social menu, we'll just say text align center, comma, colon, save that, come back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So there's actually different ways how we could have fixed this particular issue, but I just wanted to show you this other way of displaying your list items as inline blocks as opposed to floating them to the left or to the right. So that is pretty much it for the responsive part for the phone view. Thank you so much for watching, and of course I will see you in the next class. So there you have it. We've come to the end of this section where we tackled responsiveness, and at this point you are ready to begin to build websites because you know HTML, you know CSS, and you also know how to make your content and the structure adaptable to different screen sizes. But you can always learn some new things, some new additional things, and in the very next section I'm going to show you how you can further optimize and enhance both the design and functionality of your website. I'll see you then. Alrighty, so welcome to this section where we're going to tackle site optimization, and our main goal, the main objective in this section is to get our website live on the internet. So far, we've been building locally, but now it is time to transfer all our files over to the internet. So I'm going to show you how you can get yourself a domain name, how you can get web hosting, and of course, how you can finally launch your website live on the internet. But before we do that, it's also important that you tackle some really important aspects of web development, such as SEO, search engine optimization. So I'm going to show you how you can optimize your HTML website for search engines. And of course, we'll tackle speed as well. It's not going to matter if you've created the most beautiful website. If it's slow to load, people are not going to like the website. So you want to ensure that your website loads as quickly as possible. And I'm going to teach you all the tricks that you need to know to ensure your site loads as quickly as possible. So this is kind of like the complementary section to the product section, but nevertheless, it's also a very important section. So without further ado, let's get started. Alrighty, so let's talk about the basics of SEO for our HTML website, and most of it is going to come down to us optimizing for the keywords that we're trying to target. So when I say keywords, I mean the kinds of words that people will type into Google in order for them to find us. So we are a web design company, but let's assume we are based in New York. All right, so we should be thinking, all right, how would people find us on Google? Typically, they might go to Google and type something like a web design company in New York, right? Let's go ahead now, press enter, and let's just take a look at what we have over here. So down here, you can see that we do have our Big Drop Incorporation, we have Max Burst, we have Blue Fountain Media. So let's imagine we're trying to get web impact to be on the first page of Google. How are we going to do this? Well, like I said, it starts with the keywords. So the keywords we're trying to optimize our web design company in New York. So here's exactly what we can do. We can go back to our index.html, and then right here where you have your meta section, I'm going to go ahead now and paste this code, and there it is right there. So we have meta name, description, content, and then we have meta name, keywords, and then the content. I'm just go ahead and actually remove this content because this is not what we're trying to target. So let's start off first of all with the one underneath, keywords. The keywords in this case right now is going to be a web design company in New York, right? These are the keywords we're trying to target. So this is exactly how you would indicate the keywords that you're targeting with your HTML document. Now, the description, this is where we now provide further details about who we are and what we do. And you can see the meta description for all these companies. For example, Big Job has, it's not much of a description. It just says web design company in New York, website development, Big Job Inc. Okay, but Max Burst has a much better description. They say, at Max Burst, we provide comprehensive website design, development and web marketing services for various size businesses and so on. So this right here is what we call the meta description. So it's a great way to further optimize and rank for the keywords we're targeting, but it's also a good way to provide more information to prospective clients. And you can see the other links right here have something similar. Blue Fountain says a digital agency creating experiences that connect, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's go back in here. So what we're going to do here is for the meta description content, we can say something like award winning and now web design company in New York. Okay, and then we build fantastic websites at affordable prices. And of course, you can go and add a little bit more, but you typically don't want to go beyond 160 characters. That's usually the maximum. So, but right here, we've added the keywords again, web design company in New York, but we've also provided some more information about us. So we are an award-winning web design company, and of course, we build fantastic websites at affordable prices. So that's going to be our meta description, but we've also added the keywords we're targeting, which is web design company in New York. So that's typically step one. Step two is now going to be the actual title itself. You see the title tag right here? This represents the title of our page. Right now it says Web Impact, build amazing websites. Okay, that's fine, but we could optimize this by adding our keywords right in here as well. So instead of saying Web Impact, build amazing websites, we can say Web Impact and then award. Actually, let's just say Web Design Company in New York again. All right. So at this point, we now have our keywords in 3 different places. We have them in the actual keywords meta. We have them in our description, but we all now also have them in the title of our page. So this right here is already a very, very good start for our SEO. But the other SEO now deals with the structure of our page. Google and other search engines, they love structure. They want to see us having H1 tags, H2 tags, H3 tags, because that shows structure. This is one of the reasons why the very first main text we have on our website, which is of course the one right here, which is the level up your business, build an impactful web presence. If you notice, we used H1 tags for them because they are right there at the very top of the page. That's why we used H1. Now, technically, we could come in here and also try to add the exact same keywords again. So instead of saying level up your business, build an impactful web presence, we could just simply say web design company in New York. However, you don't want to overstuff your page with the keywords because Google can actually penalize you for that. So be careful, use your keywords. I mean, you really want to optimize for them, but don't begin to how would I say this, don't over optimize them. Basically, if you have them in your description, in your keywords, and then your title, that's fine. Okay, that's perfectly fine as it is. Okay, let's keep scrolling down. So we've talked about the keywords, we've talked about the structure, which is fine as it is. However, one other thing we could do to further optimize our HTML document for SEO is something we've actually already done, and that's going to be the alt tags for our images. Remember, we talked about the alt tag. The alt tag is very, very important because it helps software used by blind people to indicate to them what the image is all about. So let's take a look at some of the images that we have. We do have the image right here. For example, for the team members, you can see the alt tags are right there. You have Rusty de la Cruz, Brent Phelps. Basically, the alt tags here are the names of the team members. But then further down here as well, where we have clients, you can see the alt tags all have descriptions. For example, Cedar Homes logo, Grocery logo, Hyperarchitect logo, Finance Log logo, and so on. So one other way to really optimize your site for SEO would be to optimize your images by simply providing them with alt tags. Google loves this, and you really want to ensure that all images on your site have alt tags. One final way of optimizing our HTML website will be to improve the speed. Make sure the speed is as fast as possible, and that's something we'll cover in the very next video. So let's talk about optimizing our website's speed. And speed is important not just for SEO, because Google and other search engines love it when your site loads very, very quickly, but it's also important for the user experience. When people visit your site, you want them to have a good time, and one of the ways how you can ensure they have a good time is by ensuring that your pages and your content load as quickly as possible. So websites, one of the best ways to optimize their speed is by optimizing the images on their site. And in this video, I'm going to show you how you can optimize your HTML images. Right here on our site, we have lots of images. We have backgrounds, we have images for our team members, or we have images for our clients as well, the logos and so on. So generally, when it comes to optimizing your images, the most important thing is trying to ensure that they are as small in size as possible. Now, the reason why you want your images to be as small as possible in size is because the smaller the image is in size, the faster it would load. An image that is 10 kilobytes in size will load much, much quicker than an image that is, let's say, 500 kilobytes in size. So the very first tip here when it comes to optimizing your images is to simply use JPEGs as often as possible. Now, you typically have either PNGs or JPEGs for your images. And if we take a look at our folder, you see right here, notice that the 5 icon is in the PNG format. The logo is in the PNG format. However, the hero image is a JPEG. Our team members are all JPEGs, as you can see. And then background, all the background images are in JPEGs. But then finally, the clients, the images, the logos rather, are in PNG formats. Now, if you didn't know this, the PNG format of an image is typically has better quality than the JPEG format, but with the better quality comes a trade-off. Better quality means the image is going to be bigger in size. So as such, PNGs typically load slower than JPEGs. They are of better quality, but they load slower. So as a result of this, you want to ensure that most of the images you use on your website are JPEGs. Use PNGs for your logo, for your 5 icon, and for other kinds of logos on your site, because like I said, PNGs tend to be of better quality. So for your own logo, the logos of your clients, you want them to be of good quality. That's why we used PNGs as a result instead of JPEGs. But then for the backgrounds, for our team members, we don't need the images to be that great in quality. That's why we used JPEGs as a result. So that's going to be the very, very first tip here. Use JPEGs for most of your images, use PNGs for logos, and then for the 5 icon. Now, with all that being said, one other way to reduce the sizes of our images is by ensuring that we don't upload oversized images in the first place. Now, what am I talking about? You see, if we take a look at the Meet the Team section as an example, let's take a look at our CEO, Mr. Rusty de la Cruz. I'm going to right click right here and I'm going to inspect. Okay, check this out. So right here, you can see we do have the link to the image, but do you see two separate dimensions? The first one is the 224 by 200, but then in brackets, we have intrinsic 950 by 850. Intrinsic indicates the actual size of the image in our folder. That is 950 by 850. However, we are actually displaying this particular image at a dimension of 224 by 200. Do you see the massive discrepancy right here? we uploaded an image that is 950 by 850, but we're only displaying that image actually at 224 by 200. So in such a scenario right now, the image for Mr. De La Cruz is oversized, because typically you want the uploaded size, the original size of the image, to be as close as possible to the dimensions which we're going to use to display the image on our website. So you want to ensure, or rather we want to ensure, that the uploaded size is as close to 224 by 200. But before we do that, don't make the mistake of thinking that, oh, images at the desktop view are at the biggest. No. If I reduce the screen size right here, let's go back in here. Let's go all the way to the tablet view. Okay, let's keep on going. All right. So around here right now, you can see the image now appears to be a little bit bigger, because now they're in 3 columns as opposed to 4 columns. If I right click and inspect, notice now that the image is now being displayed at 258 by 231. Okay, let's keep minimizing the screen size. And then around here, notice now it's now at 2 columns. So if I go back and right click, right here right now, you can see it's now been displayed at 303 by 271. So let's keep on going and see if it gets any bigger. And no, it appears to get only smaller as we shrink the screen size. But around here, this is where the image, or our images for our team members, are displayed at their largest dimensions, at roughly 304 by 272. So before you begin cropping your images, make sure that you figure out the largest dimensions with which your images will be displayed in on your website. So in this case right now, it's around 304 by 272. However, before you begin cropping your images, let me just notify you that we do have high resolution screens, and these are typically the ones from iOS, from Apple computers, Apple devices. So the recommendation is that you actually crop your images to ×2 of the largest display dimensions. So if we assume the largest display dimension right now is at 304 by 272, then we should crop our images to around 608 by 544, if my math is correct, just so that they would also look good on Apple devices. So when it comes to cropping your images and changing the size, it really all depends on what you're using. If you're using a Mac, I do know that you do have like an inbuilt tool for that, so you can use that one. I am on a PC and I do have my good old Paint. I'm going to use the Paint tool to simply resize. So I'm going to go over here to simply click on resize, switch from percentage to pixels. So we're going to go with 610, and so it's going to be 610 by 545. Okay, let's go ahead now, click OK. So what I'm going to simply do right now is I'm going to save the image, and I'll upload the image to the Teams folder. Alright, so as you can see right now, I have uploaded the new Rusty image. It's called Rusty-new, and you can see right now that the original image, the size here was 118 kilobytes, but because we've reduced the dimensions, we now have the new size at 62.4 kilobytes. So what I can simply do right here is just to go ahead now and delete the old image, and of course make sure that the name of your new image is the same name used in the HTML file. So it's rusty.jpg. So if you'd like to optimize the remaining images for your team members, please go ahead and do so. You could do the same for the clients, but the truth is these images are already very, very small in size. You can see this one is 8.6 kilobytes. This one is 12.5. So they're all already really, really small, and there is really no point in you trying to further reduce the size of such images because they're already very, very, very small. So you can simply just ignore these ones. However, a group of images that we might need to optimize would be the background images, because these ones are a little bit bigger than all the other ones. You can see clients is at 600 kilobytes. Services is at 451 kilobytes. And then the one for team is at 328 kilobytes. Now, instead of us reducing the dimensions, what we can do is we can try to compress the images. And to do so, we can make use of this tool called the imagecompressor.com. It's actually called Optimizilla. So you go to imagecompressor.com, and right here, you will see the green button to upload files. I'm going to go ahead now, upload the files. Let's go over to background, and let's just go ahead now and upload the 3 of them. Let's upload them. The first one has uploaded, second, and then the third one has uploaded. Okay, so right here, you can now begin to see the possible results. The ones for clients, as an example, the original was 601 kilobytes, but then if we compress them, it now falls to 468 kilobytes. Now, because the quality of these images are not that important, what we can do is right over here with the quality, we can further reduce the quality. And by reducing the quality, we are also able to further reduce the size of the image. So we put it down to 88. Let's see what will happen. Actually, let's keep on. For some reason, it's taking a bit longer for us to see the new results for the compressed image at 88% quality. Alright, so it's been more than 5 minutes now, and I'm still stuck on this page, and it appears to be some sort of a bug. I don't know why this is happening, but each time I try to reduce the quality of the image, you simply have this spinning wheel and nothing happens. So maybe when you try yours, you might be successful. Maybe they might have fixed the issue. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I don't know. But nevertheless, even with this error, we've still been able to optimize the images. You can see clients was reduced in size by 22%, services by 24%, and team by a measly 1%. But I'm guessing the team background image was already optimized. That's why. So I can simply go ahead now, click on download all, and this will provide me with a zipped folder. I can save the zip folder and then simply unzip the folder on my computer, and then simply replace the compressed images with the ones already on the HTML file. So that's pretty much how to optimize your images. Again, use JPEGs wherever possible. Only use PNGs for your logos and your favicon. Try to reduce the size of your uploaded images to match the, or not match, but be ×2 of the largest dimensions with which they'll be displayed on your website. And then, of course, you can also use the imagecompressor.com to compress your largest images. So that's it for speed, optimizing your website for speed part 1. Join me in part 2, where we'll optimize our code. Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying our site optimization adventures. And what I'm going to show you next is how you can optimize your CSS code. And just like with images, we can also compress our CSS code, and we can use a tool called the CSSminifier.com. So what this does is that you simply provide your CSS code, you run it through the engine, and you'll have a optimized version of your CSS code. Now the thing here though is that you typically want to do this when you are ready to launch your website, because it's not going to make any sense for you to optimize your CSS code and then you begin to add some extra code later. No, you want to optimize the final product. But you also want to wait until you're about to launch, or when you're ready to launch, because the output we're going to get, it's not going to be easy to read. So what I'm going to do right here is just to provide you with an example. I'm going to go ahead and simply grab some, not all, but some of the code that we have. So let's go over to our main.css, and I am going to grab right here from number 1. Let's go all the way to 133. That was a very random number. Let's go ahead and copy that. Let's head back to our browser. So I'm going to go ahead now, paste that, and now check this out. I'm going to click on Minify, and there you go. So right now, this is the compressed version of what we have over here. And you can see right now, this is a lot smaller in size, but notice that the code right now is practically unreadable. This is going to be very, very difficult for us to read, but that is the trade-off. If you're going to compress your CSS code so that it loads faster and your website loads faster, the trade-off here is that the CSS code is going to be more difficult to read, which is why, again, you only want to do this once you are ready to launch your website. So I'm not going to go ahead and minify the code because we're not ready yet to launch our website, but I just wanted to show you this so that in the future, if you wanted to launch your customer's website or your own website, just before you do so, you can optimize for speed by using the CSS minifier tool. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. Alright, so we're almost close to launching our website on the internet, but before we do that, let's quickly talk about fav icons. And if you don't know what a fav icon is, it's basically the icon you see on your browser tabs. So right here, up here, you can see this is the fav icon for our website. I do have other websites I've opened up. We do have Amazon. You can see the A and the yellow sign right there. You've got Mars. If you don't know Mars, they are specialists in SEO. Be sure to check out the website. But you can see their own favicon is an M with a blue background. You also have Lab Cyber with the black and green shield. And it's not terribly important that you must have a favicon, but it's good to have. It shows professionalism. It also shows class. Now, we already have a favicon, but I haven't shown you how you can actually create yours. There are several tools on the internet that you can use. One of my favorites is going to be the real favicon generator.net. So what happens here basically is that when you go here, you simply click on select your favicon image and simply choose the image you want to use. Now, they recommend you going with an image that is about 260 by 260, or at least one that is 70 by 70. Notice that they are squares. The dimensions are squares. So please, whatever favicon you want to use, make sure the image is in a square format. So I'm just gonna go ahead and use the logo that I have, and let's go ahead now and upload it. Now, if your image isn't up to 60 by 260, you will see this message telling you that, hey, we recommend 260 by 260. I'm just gonna go ahead and ignore this and continue with this picture. All right, so right here, you can begin to see the results, how our icon would look like on different tools and browsers. So in here, you can see this is for desktop and Google. It looks fine. If we scroll down here, this is how it will look like on iOS. You have the black background color there with the icon. That's okay. You've got the one for the Android Chrome as well. You've got the one for Windows Metro. In this case right now, I don't like this background because I think it's kind of overlaps with the light color. So we can go with, let's say, dark blue as an example. So right now you can see it now looks so much better. So let's keep scrolling down. And yeah, so really that's all you need to do. At this point right now, you will have the final step where you'll have to choose where you want to display them or where you'd like to have the favicons located. In this case right now, you do have the option of saying I will place the favicon files at the root of my website. It's recommended, but I don't recommend you actually do this because what this means is that you are going to have your favicons inside of this particular folder, in the exact same folder holding your index.html. And I would rather have my favicons in a folder called favicons inside of the assets folder, if that makes sense. So here's exactly what we're going to do. Okay, I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to say, I do not want to place it in the root of my folder. Instead, I am going to place it in the assets and then the fav icons folder. Let me just confirm that I'm spelling assets correctly because I'm terrible at spelling. So it's, okay. I knew something was wrong when I saw this. All right, that's not the spelling of assets. All right, assets, A-S-S-E-T-S. Okay, I have to remember that. All right, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to place the favicons inside of this directory. We'll have assets and then favicons. All right, so let's go ahead now, click on generate your favicons and HTML code. And that is it. All right, in the meantime, I'm going to head back in here. All right, now inside of our assets folder, I'm going to go ahead now and create a new folder. And I'm going to call that the 5 icons folder. Okay, so let's go back to our browser. So right here, it says download your package. Okay, and then insert this code in the head section of your pages. I'm just going to go ahead right now and just grab this code first of all. So let's grab that copy, head back to Mr. Brackets. So let's do this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and now remove the original 5 icon that we had the link. I'll remove this one. Let's create some space. And now I'll just go ahead now and paste all that code. Let me ensure that all these links are tabbed correctly. There you go. And okay, so let me just remove these empty space. Remove the last empty space here as well. Okay. Let's go ahead now. Save. Head back to our browser. So now I'm simply going to go ahead and download the 5 icon package. All right, so as you can see, I have downloaded the package. Let's head over to my folders, and it's right now inside of the 5 icons folder. As you can see, this is the zip file. So what we need to do right now is to simply extract. I'm going to go ahead now and extract all the files. And now you will find another folder with the actual 5 icons. So we have to go in here and then remove. Again, I'm going to cut all these and then ensure that they are actually inside of the 5 icons folder. So I'm going to go ahead now, paste them in here. Let's remove the zip file and also the package folder. So this is it. So make sure that if you're doing yours similarly, make sure that the 5 icons themselves are inside, directly inside of your 5 icons folder. So with that being said, everything should work properly. But if I go back to my browser right now and I refresh this page, you would notice that we no longer see the 5 icon. Now, I'm not sure why this doesn't happen locally, but I've already tested this, and I know that if we launch our website live on the internet, you will see the 5 icon. And in fact, let me quickly do this. I'm going to go ahead now and open up one of my sample sites, and you can see this is the exact same code that we have. But notice that this is an actual live website, taskrepeater.com, and right there you can see we now have the 5 icon showing, and I've used the exact same code that we have over here. So there is something, I don't know what it is exactly, but when we go ahead to launch our website live on the internet, the 5 icon will appear. So that's it for 5 icons. Hope you enjoyed the video. I will see you in the next class. Alrighty, we are almost ready to now finally launch our website. But before we do so, it is important that we verify that all our code has been checked and has also been optimized. Now, we've already talked about the CSS minifier previously. Don't forget to do this just before you're ready to launch. So you come in here, input all your CSS, get the minified output, and then copy the minified output over to your style.css file. Don't forget to do that if you want to optimize the speed of your site. It's not compulsory, it's not necessary, but it helps to boost the speed of your site. All right, I'm going to go ahead and close this, but that's for the CSS. Now for the HTML document that we do have, there's another service called the validator. And basically what this does is that it checks our HTML file to ensure that there are no errors, there are no broken links, and it's just a very, very good tool to use just before you launch your site live on the internet. So right here, there are the various ways how you can check. What we're going to do is we're going to go validate by file upload. So I'm going to click in there, and then I'm going to choose our index.html file. Let's go ahead, open that, and let's click on check and see what we have. And oh wow, we actually have 3 errors. Wow, okay. I wasn't expecting this, to be honest with you. Okay, let's see. So we do have a bad value for attribute type on line 491. Okay, let's head over to our index.html file and let's see. So it says on line 491, and it's the one down, where is it? Okay, so over here, line 491. All right, so what's the problem here? Let me go back in here. It says bad value for the attribute type on element input. Okay, let's see. Okay, I see what the problem is. So right here, we didn't specify the type of field the title is supposed to be. So in this case right now, it's just going to be text. Okay, text. Let me just go back in here and see what else the other two were. So number 2 is also line 491. It says placeholder is only allowed when the input type is email, number, password. Oh, okay. Okay, because we've specified type to be text, this should be taken care of. And finally, required is only allowed when, okay, so the only issue we had here was because we forgot to specify the type of field this is supposed to be, and as a result, that was the very first error. And secondly, you can't add things like required for any kind of field that doesn't have a type. That's why we had the error messages. And you also can add a placeholder for any fields that don't have a specified type. So merely by specifying that this field right here is a text field, I think we should be fine. Let me go ahead now, save this file. Let's go back in here. I'm going to go back and choose the same file all over again because this is the saved version. Let's open that and let's check. So, okay, as you can see right now, we no longer have any errors at all. So as it is, our HTML document is good to go and we are ready to upload all the files to the internet. So join me in the very next video where we will now go ahead, buy our domain name, get hosting, and finally launch our website live on the internet. I will see you then. Okay, so we are ready to launch our website live on the internet, but we do need two things. We need a domain name and we also need some hosting. Now, there are several hosting companies out there, and one of my favorites is SiteGround. I have been hosting with them for many years now, and they are, in my humble opinion, one of the very best hosting companies in the world. If you want an alternative, I do also use Cloudways. The main difference here is that Cloudways specializes in cloud hosting. So the hosting here is much faster, but it's also a little bit more expensive. Now, SiteGround also offer cloud hosting, but their cloud hosting is a bit more expensive than Cloudways, all right? So one reason why I would recommend, first of all, that you start with SiteGround is because in addition to having cloud hosting, they do have the regular kind of hosting, which would be the shared hosting. So let me just show you an example of what I'm talking about right here. They do have different packages. They have the startup hosting, Grow Big, and then Go Geek. So the major difference between these three, of course, is the amount of functionality being offered. Startup, for example, offers you just one single website. Grow Big offers you unlimited websites, so does Go Geek. But then the big difference between Grow Big and Go Geek is that Go Geek, of course, offers you more space. It can handle 100,000 visits per month, while Grow Big can only handle 25,000 and so on. So the thing is, if you are launching an actual real website, I would recommend that you either go with the startup package or Grow Big. Now, as your website begins to gain more traffic and you feel the need to upgrade your packages, you can always go over to Go Geek, or if you prefer, you can end up switching from SiteGround and go over to Cloudways for cloud hosting. Don't worry, you can always change all these deals and packages later on, but I would recommend, of course, start with SiteGround and go with either the startup package or the Grow Big. Now, before we go with the hosting, we need to buy ourselves a domain name. Now, to do this, I'm going to go over to services again, but right here, I'm going to switch over to domains, and I'm going to click on register domain. So here you have the basically the domain extensions. You've got the US, .com, .net, .org, .biz. Ideally, you want to go with .com. .com is by far the best because when people hear the name of your website, they automatically assume it's going to end in .com. They will never assume, oh, it should end in .net or .org. No. The only other times where you might not want to use .com is if, let's say, you're building a website for school, for example, then .edu might be a lot more appropriate. .org will be for like organizations and so on. But most of the time, 90% of the time, you want to go with .com. So right in here, you do have the option of typing in and searching to see if the domain name you want does exist. So in this case right now, the name of our business is Web Impact. So I'm going to type in Web Impact and I'm going to choose .com. And let's see if this exists. I'll be very, very shocked if it is. So you can see right now that it is not available for registration. So I'm just going to go ahead and switch the C to K. And let's see, I'm going to go ahead now and search. And hopefully that one will be available. And it's also not available. So what I'm simply going to do right now is I'm just going to go ahead and add a C. So it's now impact.com. Let's go ahead and search for that one. And this is available to register. Now, the thing is, this is not a real website. So I really don't care about the actual domain name itself. But if you are building or you're launching a real website, please do spend some time to come up with a domain name that will match what you're trying to offer and would also make sense. Don't go in and begin typing in random words and just so you can get yourself a domain name. Make sure your domain name makes sense and also in a way is related to what your website is about. So in my case right now, I'm going to go ahead now and select webimpact.com. All right. So right here, I'm going to go ahead now, click on add. So it's added. Now down here, a lot also depends on the hosting company you're going with. Some might offer you additional services, some might not. So in the case of SiteGround right now, they do offer additional web hosting. They offer domain privacy. So if this is the first time you're going with SiteGround, I can recommend you click on add. So you can go with the domain hosting, web hosting package right here. So you can simply click on add and then you can then choose which plan you want to go with. But I already have a hosting plan with SiteGround, so I don't need this. So all I'm going to do right now is I'm going to come down in here and simply pay for the domain name. Now, one thing I should mention is that when you buy yourself the domain name and your hosting, you'll have to do some verification. So you'll have to provide them with a phone number with which they can then either call you or send you a text message. Then that's the first step of verification. The second step is that they will perform a small bank transaction. They will charge your card with a certain amount of money. So you'll have to go to your bank account and verify, tell them how much they actually charged, and then they'll verify your identity. It's important for security reasons, obviously. So you can see right now I have verified my identity. So now I can go over to the home page, and the next thing will now be to set up a website. Now let me just go ahead and close Cloudways. So like I said, you need domain name and you also need hosting. And I said earlier that I wasn't going to go into hosting because I already do have a hosting account with SiteGround. But let me show you how you could take advantage of the 1 month free trial that SiteGround offers my students. So you can go over here to click on setup site, or you could also just go to services. You can come over here to services, and then you will see the get free hosting link. You can click in there. So I'm going to go with the startup plan. I'm going to click in here, select plan. And now this would be important. Make sure you choose the data center that's closest to your own physical location. So if you're in Asia, you'd want to go with Singapore. If you're in Europe, you can go with Germany or Netherlands and so on. I'm going to go with Asia, Singapore. I'll click on confirm and I'm going to click on order now. And all right, so let's see what's going to happen. I think I'm going to get an email confirming the processing of the hosting package. So let's wait for a few more seconds. It typically doesn't take too long for the order to finish processing. Or maybe it does. All right, I'm going to have to pause the video and I'll resume the video once the order has finished. All right, so it took roughly almost 2 minutes for the entire process to finish, but now you can see it says you're all set. So now I'm going to click on setup site. All right. So right here, you can see it says new domain, existing domain, temporary domain. Now we already have a domain that we've just purchased. So I'm going to click on existing domain and I'm going to come in here and go with webimpact.com. I'm going to click on continue. And that is it. All right, so what I'm going to do right here is I'm simply going to click on skip and create empty site. So let's click in there. And these are extra services which you can go for. They're not necessary. So I'll just click on finish. And so basically this will mean right now that SiteGround is creating the necessary files for the domain to exist. It's creating the databases as well. So what I'm going to do right now is pause the video once again and resume once this process has finished. All right, so as you can see right now, it says you're all set. I'm going to click on go to site right here. And basically this is what you would see. You would see something like this just saying that, hey, there's an awesome website coming to this particular domain name. And I'm just going to go ahead and close this. And I'm going to go over to manage site now. So the next step we have to go through is we have to upload the files that we have in our folder for the website. I'm talking about the index.html, the 5 icons, all the images. We need to upload all of these files over to our website. So right here, this is basically the back end for SiteGround. And let me just stress that every hosting company you go with, in fact, most of them, they will have something very similar to this. So even if you're not going with SiteGround, it will still be similar to what you might find with your own web hosting company. So what you want to do is you want to look for a particular function called the file manager. I'm sure you'll find it somewhere in your backend. Mine is over here. So I'm going to click on file manager, and it is this file manager that will allow us to upload our files over to our website. Now notice that when I expand this folder right here, you will see this folder called the public.html folder. It is inside of this folder where we're supposed to add all our files. So please always do that. Always ensure that the files making up your website are inside of the public_html folder. So right here up here, you can see I do have the option of uploading a file or uploading a folder. So let's just go ahead and upload the index.html file first of all. So let's go ahead, upload that one. And then next, I'm going to go over now to folder and upload the assets folder with all our images. So it says this will upload all files from assets. Yes, go ahead and upload that. It's not a problem. So all of the images have been uploaded, our logos, the images of our team members, the 5 icons, and all, of course, the CSS file. How can we forget that? Okay, so that is pretty much it. All right, so all 37 files have uploaded successfully. And now the moment of truth. If I go ahead now and visit the site, let's just go ahead and go to webimpact.com. There you go. It's loading. Now there it is. We now have webimpact.com live and direct on the internet. And there it is. So that's exactly how you can upload your files over to your web server. Just a few pointers. If you have plenty of files and you'd rather not upload them one by one, what you can do is you can simply add all of them to a single zipped file, upload that zip file, and then extract the zip file. In my case right now, there is an extract button. It's the one right here. So you can extract those files, but make sure that your files are in the root directory. Okay, make sure they're directly inside of your public_html folder. If they're in another folder, you might have 1 or 2 issues with that. So last but not least, I would encourage you that if you're having any issues trying to upload your files or something isn't working properly, I would recommend you first of all contact your web hosting company. If they are a good company, they should be able to help you. And since it's their own system, they'll be in a very, very good position to advise you on how best to upload your files. But that's it. We've successfully added our website live on the internet. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. Alrighty, congratulations. We've successfully launched our website live on the internet. But now that it is on the internet, you might begin to notice 1 or 2 issues, particularly concerning the speed of your website. You see right now, if I decide to refresh my page, notice that it's going to start taking a little bit longer than usual, especially when you begin adding additional code and maybe you get code from Google or from other service out there to add something to your header.php file, things like that. You might begin to notice your website slowing down just a little bit. One way to ensure that your site is as quick as possible is to manage your scripts. Now, what am I talking about? If I head back to our site tools and I opened up the index.html file, notice that right here we're calling a script from the Font Awesome. It is Font Awesome responsible for displaying all these icons on our page, remember. However, this script right here is in our head, it's in the head section of our website. One way how we can further improve the speed of our site is to move scripts like this to the footer section. So what you want to do is you want to grab this script, and then I'm going to go ahead now and cut this. I'm going to come all the way down here, and just after the footer section, I am now going to paste the script right there. I can go ahead now and save this. And of course, if I head back to my browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So basically, the point here being that whenever you have scripts, unless it is explicitly stated that those scripts must be in the head section of your website, you typically want to move them down to the footer. Because right now, or rather before, when the scripts were in the head section, what will happen is that the browser starts from the top of your file and goes all the way down. So in this case right now, before the browser gets to displaying the logo, the contents of your page, it will meet the script first of all, and it will have to execute that script. Executing scripts takes longer than executing normal content. So rather than having whoever visits your site wait for the browser to execute the script, the person can at least see the contents of your page, and then down finally, once the browser has gotten to the footer section, it can then execute the script to display those icons. Those icons, these icons in here are not as important as the actual content of the page. So once again, unless explicitly stated, always add your scripts in the footer section of your website. So that's it. Thank you so much for watching, and of course I will see you in the next class. So that's it. We've come to the end of this section where we've built ourselves a real-world interactive responsive website with HTML5 and CSS3. And from the bottom of my heart, let me just say thank you so much for making it this far, and I hope you've learned a thing or two along the journey. Now, if you've loved the course so far, I would encourage you to leave a review for the course, please, because reviews really do help me a lot, and I would really appreciate a written review from you. Now, if you're interested, I do have more content. I do have 2 other sections where I show you the basics of web design and also the basics of PHP. So if you're interested, be sure to check out those 2 bonus sections. Otherwise, if you're satisfied with what you've learned so far, let me just say thank you so much once again, and let me just wish you all the very best in your HTML5 and CSS web projects. Thank you so much, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Welcome to this very special bonus section where we're going to tackle web design. And it's one thing to know HTML and CSS, but it's quite another to be able to design a website. Basically, think of the kinds of colors you're going to use, the kinds of images you're going to use, how you're going to space out the content, how you're going to design the structures, things like that. So it does require some training to be able to do things like that. Web design and web development are actually 2 different things. Think of a website as a house, right? Imagine a house was a website. The architect is the person who designed the house. In this case, the architect is the web designer. The web developer is the actual bricklayer who goes on to now begin to put the bricks and do the whole building itself. So that's the difference. So a lot of people are web developers, but they're not web designers, meaning that even though they can build a website, they need someone else to design the website first, and then they'll look at the design and then build it out. So what I want to do right here is to show you how you can also take the role of a web designer and come up with ideas to design a website and then eventually build it. Let me make one thing abundantly clear. I am more of a web developer than a web designer. So this section is not an advanced section by any stretch of the imagination. This is just the pure basics of web design. If you're more interested in learning about web design, there are other courses out there that you can take. This section is all about the basics, just teaching you enough to be able to come up with good designs for your websites. So I hope you find this section very, very useful. Let's get started. All right, so welcome to this new section where we're talking about web design. And the very first thing I'd like to talk about is going to be the general structure of your website. And let's start by talking about the header. Now, the header typically contains the logo as well as the main navigational menu. And most websites have this particular formula where you would have the logo on the left and then the main menu on the right, as you can see right here on webimpact.com. LabCyber has a very similar structure. Moz has something similar, except that in addition to having the logo on the left, you do also have this small mini menu right next to the logo, but then on the right, you now have like the main navigational menu. Now there is Outreach Plus, which has something similar. Right here, you do have the logo on the left. You do have the main menu right next to the logo, but then over here on the right, you do have a mini menu where you can log in or try their product for free. Box.com has something similar where you have the logo on the left, the main menu right there on the center, but then another mini menu right there to the right. So it really comes down to the kind of website you are building, but in most cases, you will have the logo right there on the left. And if you need to have more than one menu in your header, you can either go with having the very first menu right next to the logo, and then the second over there to the right, like what you have over here on Mars and Outreach Plus, or you could decide to have the logo on the left, the main menu right here in the center, and then the second menu to the right. That's typically how you want to go. However, there are other instances where you might have a different header design where you would have the logo right there in the middle at the top, and then the main menu underneath the logo. Now, this kind of design is perfect for restaurants, cinemas, massage parlors, spas, basically service-oriented websites, if that makes sense. But as you can see right now, this makes perfect sense because in between the main menu and the logo, you do have like the phone number, which of course makes perfect sense because this is a restaurant. Okay, people might want to call in to maybe book a reservation, maybe order some food to have it delivered, things like that. And of course, they also have their opening times, when they're opened, when they're closed, which of course makes perfect sense for this kind of website. So again, it all depends on the kind of website you're building. If you're building regular websites for businesses, then you want to go with the logo on the left, main menu on the right. Or if you're building for restaurants, massage parlors, spas, things like that, you could go with having the logo right there in the center and then the main menu underneath the logo. Let's take a look at two websites that do not follow this design concept. And the first one here is going to be neilpatel.com. Now, even though he has his logo in the header, he doesn't have his menu in the header. In fact, it's in the footer down here, as you can see. But the reason why this design works well is because of the kind of page or website this is. This is kind of like Google's search box, right? You come in here, you type in a domain you want to compete against, and then you click on search, and then he shows you how you can outrank that domain in Google and other search engines. So the point here is that people are not really interested in navigating around the website. They just want to come in here, type a domain name, and then see how they can defeat that domain. It's kind of like Google. When you go to Google, you're not looking to navigate around. You just want to search for certain keywords and then find out more information about that particular keywords or topic. So again, it all comes down to the kind of website that you are designing. Sometimes you might need the menu. Sometimes you may not need the menu. So be flexible. And finally, let's take a look at techcrunch.com. Right here, they have the logo on the left, but then they have their own menu directly underneath the logo on the left as well. This is a design that you are not likely to see many times, and it's not the best in my humble opinion. I mean, I love TechCrunch. I think I read some very, very nice articles on the website sometimes, but personally, I'm not a fan of this kind of design. Why not just have your logo on the left, right, and then have your main menu right here on the header as well, but to the right? I believe this will look much better than how it currently looks like. This is not great in my humble opinion. So I just wanted to point that out. You might see some websites with this kind of design. All right, with that being said, let's move on to the very next section, and I want to talk about the main headline. Now, the main headline is designed to immediately convey to a visitor what the website is all about. In this case right now, Web Impact says level up your business, build an impactful web presence. So anyone coming in here for the first time will see that, oh, okay, looks like these people specialize in helping businesses improve their presence on the internet. That's basically what this is all about. Now, if you go to Neil Patel, it's basically the same thing. Learn why your competitors rank so high and how you can outrank them. He tells you immediately how he can help you. LabCyber does something very similar. They say cybersecurity knowledge made easy, and they also provide some more information in here. Moz is the same thing. There's a smarter way to do SEO. You go to outreach, send personalized cold emails that get replies. And then finally, box.com, simplify how you work, secure collaboration with anyone, anywhere, on any device. So the point here being that right after your header, where you have your logo and your main menu, you want to have a main headline describing what your business is all about or what the website is all about. That's basically what you'd want to do. All right, let me just go ahead and close these other websites because we don't need them anymore. And let me just close Baltimore. All right, so the next thing I want to talk about here is going to be the sections. All right, so right here you can see that we do have a section for About Us. We have services provided, why work with us, and so on. But if you notice, the backgrounds change. So About Us has a plain white background. Services provided has an image background. Why work with us has another white background as well. Meet the Team has its own background. Testimonials has its own plain background again. Clients has a different background, and so on. The point being here that one way to separate sections is by adding different backgrounds for them. It's not going to be good if you have the exact same background for multiple sections consecutively. You could, in a way, kind of get away with just having like a plain white background or a plain background color of another type, maybe. But in most cases, you want to have different backgrounds for your different sections. This way, it conveys to the user that, okay, this is a different section, and it just makes your website look a lot more attractive. Over here at LabCyber, you can see that right in here, I do have a plain white background for what is LabCyber, and then Meet Your Instructor has the green background, while LabCyber has a white background, Course Library has a green background, and then you have this video that has kind of like a blackish background, Cleanse has a white background, FAQs has a green background, Subscribe has a black background, and so on and so forth. So you can see right now that with each new section, you have a new background as a way to separate it from the previous section. So that's one thing I wanted to talk about as well. Try adding different backgrounds for your sections. You could go with a plain background color, or you could go with a background image. Now let's come all the way down here to the footer, and generally your footer is where you could have your social media icons. You could also have them in your header if you wanted to, but down here in the footer is a good place to have your social media icons. And then you could also have like a second navigational menu or a third navigational menu depending on the website that you have in the footer as well. So typically in here, the menu you will have in your footer will point to pages that are not the most popular. In this case right now, for example, policies, careers, events, these are not quite as popular as the others right here, like why us, services, testimonials. These are kind of like the pages that are more in demand. So for the pages that are not as frequently demanded, again, like I said, like policies, FAQs, things like that, you can have them in the footer menu. And of course, don't forget to have your copyright text right there in your footer as well. 2020 Web Impact, all rights reserved. The footer is a great place to have your copyright text. Last but not least, I would just want to quickly talk about animations. All right, Now, I know animations can be fantastic. They make your website look very, very, very exciting. But try as much as possible to limit the number of animations that you have running on your site, because animations take a lot more power to process. So the more animations you have running on your website, the slower it will become. So try to minimize having animations or sliders or even videos. Try to minimize them as much as possible. Try to go with regular images and text. But then in instances where it's very, very important that you do have a video, by all means, you can show the video. But like I said, try to minimize the animations, the sliders, and so on your website. So that's it. Thanks so much for watching the video. I will see you in the next class. So let's talk about a very, very important aspect of web design, and that's going to be fonts. The fonts that you choose are extremely important because they tend to reflect the tone of your website. Fonts are the best way to indicate the kind of personality your website embodies. So it could be professional, it could be a blogger kind of personality, or maybe even comedic in nature. Now, to demonstrate the importance of fonts, let me just give you some examples. So right here on our website, we're using the rather safe Mont font family, right? But then if I decide to come in here and change the font family from Mont to, let's go with maybe something like cursive, right? So if I came in here right now and I change this to cursive, you can see right now that the tone almost instantly changes. Right now, even the headline, it has this kind of font that you would normally associate with like movie websites or stuff like that. It no longer reflects that professional business tone. And over here on CBR, which is a comic book website, you can kind of see the font family they're using in here. It's already similar to the cursive that we have over here, but that's because this website is about comics, comic book news, TV shows, things like that. But take a look at the Washington Post. Okay, this is a website, it's a magazine website for news. And you can even see from the logo itself, you can see it has this very artistic kind of like feel towards it. And of course, the headlines in here, you can see this is very, very similar to like Times New Roman. And the body text itself, it's a lot more professional than cursive or what you have over here on cbr.com. And here is a website that I was actually privileged to work on. It's the lemonadeshaking.com. And of course, this guy is a comedian. He's a showman basically. And you can tell right here from the fonts being used in here, it reflects the tone. It reflects the tone of the website. You can see down here, we're using kind of like a comic kind of a font. And if I scroll down in here, you can see in here the fonts being used. You will never find professional fonts like say Severat or Times New Roman being used on sites like this. You will find something more related towards Comic Sans or cursive or something like that. So again, the fonts that you choose have to reflect the tone of your website. Now, when it comes to the font size, you typically want to go with a size between 15 pixels and 22 pixels for your regular text. Now, the reason why there is a range is because not all font families are equal when it comes to their sizes. So a Montserrat size of 15 pixels might be bigger than a Lato size of 15 pixels, but usually between the range of 15 pixels and 22 pixels, you'll have something ideal for the font family that you are using. Now, headlines H1s to H3s should be bigger than your regular text. This is standard. So here is kind of like an example of what you might have. You might have maybe your H1, which would be the biggest at 40 pixels. H2 might be 34 pixels. H3 would be 24 pixels. And of course, your regular text represented by the P would be 18 pixels. Here's kind of like an example of the font sizes you would have for your headlines and your regular text. Now, when it comes to choosing the actual font family itself, there are two major types, okay? You've got the sans serif and you have serif. You may have heard of these before. Serif simply means that the text has a decoration at the bottom of each letter, and you would typically see this especially on like the A's, the T's, and maybe even the S. You will see it, you can see right here, it has that kind of like swag or sway, or I really don't know how to describe it. But look at the bottom, the sans serif means the text has no decoration at the bottom of each letter. You can see right now that sans serif basically it's flat. There is no artistic design, nothing of the sort. It's just basically flat. So this is generally the major difference between your sans serif and your serif. So when it comes to choosing your font family for your text, you typically want to go with the sans serif. Sans serif because it's a lot easier to read than the serif. Now, when it comes to choosing the font families, I can recommend these 5 from Google Fonts. These 5 are usually the very, very best, and they are the safe fonts you can go with for your regular text. You've got Open Sans, you have Lato, you have Montserrat, which is my favorite, you've got Railway, and you also have PT Sans. Now, with that being said, I'm not saying these are the only 5 you can choose. There are many, many hundreds of other fonts out there. But the point here being that if you're ever stuck and you don't know which font family to go with, just go with one of these 5 and you will be fine. So when it comes to the font styling, you want to go with one font for your headers and another for your regular text. It's a great way to differentiate between your headlines and your regular text. You already have the font size to indicate the difference, but it's often a good idea to have another kind of font family specifically for your headers, one for your regular text, and then optional, you could choose to have a third font for your links. It's not necessary, but you could do that as well. But you don't want to go with more than 3 font families on your website. So that's it for fonts. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. So let's talk about arguably the most important aspect of web design, and that's going to be colors. Colors are extremely important because just like with the font families, they also reflect emotion and tone. The colors you choose will dictate the emotion or the tone associated with your website. Now, look at these 2 circles, right? You've got the very first one, which is bigger. There isn't any color in there except gray, black, and basically it looks lifeless. But then you add in some shades of red and all of a sudden the circle now becomes a bit more lively. This is the impact of colors on your website. But now the thing is, even though we know applying colors is very, very important, applying way too much color can also result in your website being very, very tacky and not very, very good to look at. So it really comes down to you striking a balance when it comes to choosing your colors. But obviously the question you might have right here is, how do I choose the colors for my website? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to give you 3 basic steps to help you solve this challenge. So the very first step right here would be to choose a dominant color. What is the color associated with my brand, with my logo, with my website? This is going to be your dominant color. I want to give you the second step here, which would be to create 1 or 2 accent colors to create a color scheme. So you choose your main dominant color, and then from that color, you choose 1 or 2 accent colors to complement that dominant color. And then finally, in step 3, you choose a background color. Those are the 3 basic steps. But let's go back to step 1, which is the dominant color. Your dominant color, like I said, is your brand association. It basically dictates what your brand or what your website is all about. Here are some examples. We've got Coca-Cola, right? The dominant color here is obviously red. Anytime you think of Coca-Cola, you think of the color red. But you also have Animal Planet. It's not a coincidence that here they used green as opposed to red. You'll soon see why they chose green in here. Here's another example from Best Buy. If you live in the United States or possibly even Canada, you may have heard of Best Buy. You basically buy electronics from there. And the dominant color here is usually orange. Again, you will see why they chose to use orange in here. So when it comes to colors, colors have different kinds of emotions associated with them. Red, which is very, very, very common, represents energy, danger, vibrancy, urgency. You typically would see red when you have the website trying to inform you of something very, very important. Maybe there's a countdown, something like that. So it basically urges people to take action. Now you've got one that's very, very similar, which is the orange, but this represents friendliness and creativity, but it's also used to urge people to like buy something or subscribe. It's not a coincidence why on Best Buy you do have like kind of like that orange yellowish color associated with them. So let's move on. You've got green. Now remember Animal Planet using green as the main dominant color. That's because green is used to represent nature. It represents health. It represents wealth. And also It is the second most preferred color by both men and women. I actually did not know this. I only found out when I was doing the research for this particular lesson, but green is actually the second most preferred color. Do you know what the first color is? Do you know the most preferred color? You will find out soon enough. So green, like I said, represents health, nature, wealth. You've got yellow, which represents youthfulness and cheerfulness, and it's used to grab attention instantly. I guarantee you, if you go to a website and you have a button that has a background color of yellow, you will notice that button first before any other button. And now in here, you've got black. Black is used to represent power, luxury, elegance. That's why many times you will find black associated with brands that evoke strength and professionalism. You've got purple. Now, purple is used to represent wealth, royalty, wisdom. It's used in beauty products and even airlines. Actually, Thai Airways, I believe Qatar Airways as well. I believe maybe KLM or Lufthansa. I don't quite remember, but I know quite a few airlines actually use purple as well. And now we've got gray, used to represent neutrality, logic, futuristic technology. That's why it's associated with brands like Apple. Apple, they do have gray as one of their main dominant colors. So it's used to represent technology, competence, sophistication. And finally, you have blue, which represents trust, security, stability, used in businesses, banks. And blue is actually the #1 most preferred color by both men and women. All right, so basically, you have to choose a dominant color that represents what your business or what your website is all about. So you might want to spend a few minutes to think about that. And then basically you can use your dominant color on your backgrounds, your buttons, as well as areas you want to draw attention to. That's where you would use your dominant color. But then you've also got the accent colors, all right? You can use this also on backgrounds, buttons, and links. If you want to figure out how you can create an accent colors from your dominant color, make sure you check out the PDF book I have with this course. You will find a section there where I talked about colors. You will find a link there to where you can find or where you can create accent colors for your dominant color. Basically, you can go with Adobe. I believe Adobe Colors has a tool that can allow you to create accent colors from your dominant color, or you can just simply do your research on Google. Just type in your main dominant color and find out what the accent colors associated with that dominant color are. And then finally, you've got your background color. There isn't any particular rule associated with your background color, except make sure that your text is always easy to read. It's no coincidence that most background colors on websites are typically white, because the color of the text is usually black, and black goes very, very well with white. So when you're choosing your background color, just make sure that the text is easily read by users. So that's it for colors. Thanks so much for watching, and of course I will see you in the next class. Let's talk about icons in relation to web design, and I thought I'd use live examples rather than a slideshow to talk about this particular topic. So icons are used nowadays on many websites. I'm over here on uber.com, and right here, pay close attention to this particular section. You've got icons just on top of some particular pieces of text. So you've got eat, right? And of course, you've got the fork and the spoon representing eat. You've got the car representing ride. You've got these bars representing earn, which, by the way, you could also use these bars to represent signal strength, maybe even frequency. Personally, I would have used maybe the pound sign or the dollar sign, but this is also perfectly fine. And of course, you can see the other icons in here and the text they are associated with. So when it comes to using icons, rule #1 is you want to make sure that the icons accurately represent the text that they are associated with. It's not going to make any sense if, for bike as an example, rather than using an actual bike, you end up using the car. It's not going to make any sense. So rule #1, again, make sure the text and the icons match. But then where exactly would you use your icons? You can use your icons in columns. You can also use them in tabs. For example, this is a tab right here. If I go to, I can click on earn, and then you have the earn box appear. I can go to business, the business box appears. So you can use icons to represent your tabs, but you can also use them in columns, like down here as an example. You've got the about us column, newsroom column, global citizenship column, And of course, on top, you've got the icons. It's also why on our website where we have services provided, I used icons to represent what the particular category is all about. Again, you can see the icons accurately reflecting the text they're associated with. Quality assurance with the check mark, cloud with the cloud icon right there, cybersecurity with the shield, and so on and so forth. So, like I said, you can use icons in your columns, in your tabs, but there is another rule associated with icons, and that is the fact that icons should not be the spotlight. They should be very, very small, and they should be used to just basically complement or improve the design of the column or the tab they are associated with. They should never be the spotlight. One more thing I'd like to mention regarding icons is when you use them in your navigational menu, make sure it is in a situation where there is enough space for them to be used. In other words, they don't make your menu look cluttered. In this case, for example, with Uber, notice that on the left where they have the actual main menu, they don't have icons representing any of the text. But over here on the right where they only have the language, products, login, and then sign up, they are able to use icons because, well, basically the icons can fill up a bit more space in here basically. If you remove the icons in here, the menu will still look okay, but just these three icons, the ones representing language, products, and login, they do plenty of wonders. Over here on our web impact, it would not have made any sense for us to have icons right here in our main navigational menu because again we have already like 7 items in our main menu. So adding additional icons will just make this look very, very, very clustered or cluttered, and it will not look good. So again, if you're going to use icons on your menu, make sure there's enough room for them to appear in. So that's it for icons. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. Let's talk about another important aspect of web design, and that's going to be background images. The kinds of images you use are very, very important. Now, what I want to do here is to demonstrate the various ways how you can apply your background images as well as the effects that you can apply to them to make them look really, really good. Now, the first one here is you have this background image, you have a logo, and you also have some text. So this doesn't look all that great, right? It looks, you can hardly see the logo, you can hardly read the contents of the logo, and even the text itself, even though you can read and you can see it's blogging made easy, it kind of blends in a little bit with the laptop because the laptop is also white, so it's not really visible that well. However, if we now apply some opacity with a background color of black, now you can see that the logo is more visible as well as the text. So this right here is the most popular way of applying our background images, especially when you want to apply text on your background image. You can go with some opacity of maybe 0.5, 0.6, make the text more visible, make whatever images or other logos that might be on that background are more visible as well. The second one here is going to be with gradients. Now, gradients basically involves combining colors, and right here you can see, for example, you do have kind of like a pinkish, reddish kind of mix on the left towards the center, and then on the right you have something more grayish green in a way, right? You can see it right there. And here's another example. Again, you have something like purple, bluish right there on the left, and then towards the center on the right, you have something more lemony greenish in a way. To be honest with you, I've never been a fan of gradients. I hardly ever use gradients on my web designs, but that is not to say that they're not good. They're awesome. You can use gradients to create really, really beautiful effects on your website. But here's another one that isn't very, very common, but is actually pretty good as well, and that's the blurred effect. So right there you can see in the background we do have the image of a man holding a mobile phone, but you can see that it's blurred. And the reason why it's blurred is because we want the text social media addiction to be more visible, to be more enhanced. So here's another kind of style you can apply to your background images. You can make them a little bit blurred in order to have the text on that background be more visible. So one more thing I want to show is going to be when you add text boxes, right, with some text. In this case right now, you can see that we do have the text box with the words, how to make text box overlays for photos in Photoshop. One really awesome way to design your background images like this is to have some opacity on the actual box itself. Now, if you look closely, you can still see that through the box, we can still see the stars out there. It's not opaque. It's kind of transparent. You can see parts of the background as well. So this is another cool way to add text boxes on your website. When they're overlaid, when they're on top of a background image, try to make them a bit more transparent so that the user or the reader can still see the background through the box. So in general, avoid uploading images that are too small to avoid stretching. Remember, we talked about the cover sizing property as well as the contain. If you're going to use cover, remember the cover will stretch the image to ensure that it always occupies the full width and height of its container. If you use images that are too small, you might end up stretching the image and they will look blurred and they're not going to look all that great. So avoid uploading too small images. But at the same time, avoid uploading oversized images. The detriment here is that when you have oversized images, they will take longer to load, and as such, the speed of your website will suffer as a result. So try to upload images that are no more than twice their actual display dimensions. Remember, we talked about this in the project section. You want to go with no more than ×2 because really ×2 is what will accommodate high resolution screens like the ones you'd find on Apple devices. Anything more than that is just too much. Now, just to give you a quick recap between PNGs and JPEGs, remember PNGs are of better quality, but because they're of better quality, they are bigger in size, and as a result will take a bit more time to load than JPEGs. JPEGs are of inferior quality, but the trade-off here is that they're smaller in size and they will load much faster. So use PNGs for your logos. They're great for logos, possibly even icons, but then use JPEGs mostly for your regular images on your site. So that's it for images. Thanks so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. One final thing I'd like to talk about before we round up this section on web design basics is going to be spacing. Now, we already talked about the general layout, but I didn't talk about spacing, and spacing of course is very, very important. Generally, you want there to be enough spacing between your sections, your columns, as well as your headers and the regular text. As you can see right now on our live site, we do have lots and lots of spacing, and of course it allows the content on our website to basically breathe. But now imagine this exact same website but now without any spacing. Here is the result right here. You can see the About Us section now looks horrible. It looks like all the text is like molded up against one another. You can see the services provided section as well. Why work with us? Everything now looks like a mess because there is no spacing. So spacing, like I said, is very, very important. Make sure there's enough spacing between your content. Use your margins, use your paddings appropriately. But of course, don't go overboard. Don't start using margins of like 200 pixels or paddings of 500 pixels. Of course, you don't want to go crazy with your margins and paddings. Just make sure that there is plenty of space between your sections, your columns, and of course, between your H1s, H2s, H3s, and the regular text. Make sure you use your margins and paddings for them. So that's it for spacing. Not much to talk about in here, but thanks so much for watching, and of course I will see you in the next class. So that's it. We've come to the end of this bonus section where we tackle the basics of web design, and hopefully you now understand the importance of choosing the right colors, how you can work with background images, how you can apply text on background images, how you can work with icons, spacing, things like that. So like I said earlier in the preview, this section isn't about advanced web design concepts. If you're more interested in web design, I'm pretty sure you can find advanced web design courses out there on the internet. But if you are only interested in learning the basics, this section hopefully has provided you with such basics to go out there and begin to design beautiful websites. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed this section. Thank you so much. And of course, I will see you in the next section. All right, the time has come and I hope you are ready, because together we are going to build ourselves this full one-page website called Web Impact. Now, Web Impact is a fictional business company. Well, they're a business. They specialize in web services, internet services, basically. So they offer things like cybersecurity services, web design, web development, applications, things like that. So this one-page website is all about promoting the company and describing what the company is all about. So as you can see at the header, we do have our logo. We have our main navigational menu. We also have this section where you have like the main headline describing who they are. You can see the background image basically blends into the background because the logo and the navigational menu are on top of the background image. So I'll show you how you can achieve that. You have the two buttons right there. An About Us section, services provided section as well. Why work with us? Very, very important. A Meet the Team. There are 8 of them. Testimonial section, a client section, of course, and then finally a Contact Us section with a form. And of course, there's going to be a footer with some more links, social media icons, and of course the all rights reserved text. So as you can see, this is a full one-page website, but it's not just about the content and the sections and the columns. There's also going to be some animation. You can see right now, you see this button right here to the right. Most of all these sections have this particular button, these 2 arrows. When you click on that arrow, it takes you all the way back to the top, which is useful, very, very useful for one-page websites. So I'll show you how you can achieve that. The logo also has a little bit of an animation. You can see when you hover on the circle, it begins to rotate continuously. So I'll show you these other little additional skills that you can apply to really make your website stand out and make it very, very exciting. So far so good. You've learned about HTML, you've learned CSS, but it's quite another thing to be able to combine both of them to build a full website. So this is exactly what you're going to learn in this section. You will learn some more HTML, and of course you will learn a lot more CSS as well. I hope you're as excited as I am, because now this is the real deal. Now we're getting our hands really, really dirty. We're building something real. So sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy this section. Let's get started. Alrighty, welcome to the PHP section, and what I want to do here is to introduce you to a PHP statement or function known as include or require. Now, what exactly are these two? Well, let's take a look at our website, right? Currently, it's a single page. You click on any of the links right here, it takes you down to the respective section and so on. But what if we wanted our website to be like other traditional websites where you have multiple pages? So when you click on testimonials, for example, rather than bringing us down here to the testimonial section, it takes us to a separate page specifically for the testimonials. That's typically how most websites are. We can use PHP for such. However, let me show you something. Okay, let's go over to w3schools.com. Notice that whenever I click on any one of these tabs right here, 2 things are always consistent across every one of these pages: the header and the footer down here. The content never changes. In between the actual page itself, the content changes. Yes, if you clicked on Java Math, for example, all this right here changes. However, the header and the footer is always the same. You will always find the logo on the left. You will find this menu on the right, or rather this text on the right. You will find the main navigational menu right there. It doesn't matter which tab you click on. It is exactly the same over and over again. As such, if we were to create a separate page for any one of these menu items, we would want the header to be exactly the same. We will want the logo to be there on the left, the main menu on the right, and then down here, of course, we want the footer to be exactly the same across all pages. With that being said, if we were to create a, let's say, a testimonials.html file, we would have to include the exact same HTML code for the header and the footer all over again without PHP. But with PHP, we can simply go to the testimonials.html file and simply say, hey, call the contents or retrieve the contents for the header or retrieve the contents for the footer with a single line of code. You don't believe me? Well, check this out, okay? What I'm going to do here is this, okay? I'm going to go over to our public.html folder, and right here, I am going to create a new file, okay? Let me right click around here. Let me just first of all close this. Let me close index.html. All right, so in here, I'm going to right click on new file, and I'm going to call this footer.php. Okay. Now, notice I called it .php and not .html. You'll soon find out why. I'm going to go back to index.html. I'm going to open up this file. I'm going to come all the way down here. And what I'm going to do is I am going to grab the contents of the entire footer section. So right here, I'm going to come all the way down here, grab all of this, grab everything. I am going to cut this. Now I'm going to open up footer.php and I'm going to paste all that code in here. Let me go ahead now and save. I will also save the index.html file. Let's save that one as well. Now, if I go back to the browser and I refresh the page, notice that we no longer see the footer. Even though right now we do have a footer.php file, however, in the index.html file itself, there is no code, there is nothing telling the browser or the server to retrieve the contents of footer.php. As such, we now have to include a PHP statement in our index.html file to say, hey, retrieve the contents for footer.php. And this is where the magical PHP statement is going to fall in. So right here, just above the body tag, I'm going to say $PHP include, and then in quotes, footer.php, and then colon, and then greater than symbol. This right here is the PHP code telling the server to retrieve the contents of footer.php. And of course, we just said footer.php because footer.php and index.html are in exactly the same folder. So make sure the path is always correct. So I'm going to go ahead now, save this. But now if I go back again in here and I refresh the page, notice that we're still not seeing the contents of the footer. Why? Because right now our file is still called index.html. If you want your server to process PHP code, you have to name your file .php and not .html. Notice that the PHP code right here is all in black. They're not highlighted like the HTML code that's in blue, red, and so on. So what I'm going to do right now is I am going to simply rename the index.html file. I'm going to rename this to index.php. Let's confirm that. And now notice that all of a sudden, the PHP code right now is now highlighted because we have now saved the file as a PHP file and not an HTML file. If I go back to the browser and I refresh the page, you will now notice we now have the footer appearing. So, the icons have now finally appeared. I was waiting for the icons to display, but you can now see that the footer is now displayed fully because over here we have the code calling the contents of footer.php. Footer.php has the HTML code for the footer, and of course we've also renamed our index.html file to index.php. Now, you might be wondering, okay, so I've shown you how to use the include statement. However, there is another statement that's very, very similar, which is the require statement. What exactly is the difference between include and require? Both of these will retrieve the contents of your file correctly. However, one is more secure while the other is less secure. What do I mean? Keep in mind that whenever you're dealing with PHP code, you're also dealing with a web server. As such, There might be situations where there is a breakdown in communication between your browser and that web server. Maybe the web server refuses to respond. Who knows? When such errors occur, the statement that you choose will indicate how the server will respond in such a scenario. In the case of include will continue to output code even though there is an error, while require will no longer display any more code. It will simply stop. To demonstrate this, let's do something, okay? I'm going to come down here and let's head over to index.php. I'm going to come down here. Let me just add some HTML code right here. So let me call this h1 and let me just say hello. Let me close this h1 tag as well. Okay, I'm going to go ahead now and I'm going to save this file. However, I am going to change the name of footer.php. I'm going to rename this to, let's say, footer1.php. Let's confirm that. Okay, so right now, over here where you have the include footer.php, we no longer have the footer.php file because it is now footer1.php. So there should be an error right here. But notice what's going to happen. If I head back to the browser and I refresh the page, notice that yes, we no longer have the footer because it's now footer1.php. However, we still now have the hello tag, the h1 tag displaying hello, because that is what that's what include does. Even though there was already an error here because footer.php was not found, include still went on to output the h1 tag of hello. However, if I change include now to require, what's going to happen? I'm going to go ahead now, save this. If I head back to the browser and I refresh the page, notice that the h1 tag no longer displays. That's because with require, as soon as there is an error of any sort, the rest of the code will no longer be displayed. That's why it is more secure. You typically don't want to keep on outputting code if there is an error. There are many scenarios where it will not be a good idea if to keep on outputting code even though there is already an error message. Hackers can take advantage of this and really mess up your website. So to be on the safe side, you typically want to go with require as opposed to include. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead now and simply remove the h1 tag. And of course, I will save the file. And then I will go back in here and of course also simply rename the footer1 back to footer.php. Let me confirm that one. And there you go. Okay, I'm going to go back in here, just refresh the page and make sure everything is fine. And so that is it. So thank you so much for watching the very first video here on the PHP section. Join me in the next video where we'll now create our header.php file. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully created our footer.php file, and we were also able to use the require statement to retrieve its content. So what I'm going to do right now is to very simply create a new file, and we'll call that file the header.php. So let me close this index.php file. Let me create a new file, call it header.php, confirm. And all right, I'm going to open up header.php. Let's also open up index.php. So grabbing the code for the header.php is going to be a bit more complicated than the footer.php. The reason is that even though we only want the logo and the navigational menu, the featured background image, as well as this text and these two buttons, are all included inside of the header section. It is right here. Notice this is the div, the header ID home, and this header section also contains this div right here of class of hero and all this other content. So it's going to be a bit more tricky, but I'll talk about this in more detail in the very next video. So just to keep things simple, for this video, I'm going to go ahead and grab everything all the way to where you have the HTML tag on top. So I'm going to cut this and then head over to header.php. I will paste all that code. Let's save it and then go back to index.php. And of course, right here, let me just remove this empty space. Right here, I am going to say $PHP require, and then quotes, and then header.php colon $greater than symbol. Save that. Let's head back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. So header.php is now working, as well as the footer.php. So that's it for creating the header.php file. Join me in the next video where we will now attempt to create a separate page. Welcome back. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to create a separate page for, let's say, the contact section. Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is, as usual, I'm going to head back in here. Let's open up our public.html folder. I'm going to right click in here, create a new file, call this contact.php. Let's confirm that one. I'm going to open it up. First of all, come on, open up. Okay, I'm going to head back to index.php. Now let's grab the section for the contact us. So it's going to be right here, section ID contact. I'm going to grab everything all the way down here. I'm going to go ahead now and cut this, head on over to contact.php, paste all that code. Let's save it. I'm also going to save our index.php as well. Let's save that one. Let's head back in here. Let's refresh the page. And okay, so if I scroll down here, we no longer have the contact section. We still can't click on the contact link right here because we've not updated the menu link. But what I can do is I can go over to my URL and then simply say contact.php, press enter, and there you go. Now you can see we have the contact page without the header, without the footer. So let's go back to our contact.php and now let us include, or require rather, the header and the footer. So let's do this. I'm going to open up a new line right here at the very top where you have section ID. And I'm just going to open up the PHP tag, PHP require quotes header.php. Let's add a colon, close the PHP tag. And then of course, I'm going to just copy this one as well. And then it will come all the way down here and then simply repeat the process, but this time change header to footer.php, save. And now I'm going to head back to the browser, refresh the page, and there you go. So now we have our header being called. We also have the footer being called as well. And notice our contact us form is now also styled because we are calling the header.php that also has the link to the CSS file. So that's it. Join me in the next video where we'll now go ahead to update the menu links. I'll see you then. Welcome back. So in the previous video, we successfully created our contact.php file. However, over here on the main menu, when we click on contact, it doesn't do anything because we've not updated the link to point to the contact.php page. So to do this, very simple, I'm going to head back to the header.php file because this is the file holding our main menu now. And then all we have to do is go to the navigational section, look for the contact section, and of course right here, the A tag is what we want to tag it because that's the link. I'll just come in here right now and simply say /contact.php. That's all we need to do. I'm going to go ahead now, save this. Let's come over here, refresh the page. And let me just make sure that I am on the homepage itself. Okay, so from here right now, if I click on contact, it now takes us to the contact.php page. It's as easy as that. So if you're going to create other pages, just go to your main navigational menu and update the A tags to point those links to the new pages. However, notice now that even though we're on the contact.php page, we have no way of going back to the home page. One solution might be to create a new menu item called home and then simply point that item to the home page. However, a better way and a more modern way of pointing or creating a link to the home page would be to add the link on the logo. Many times you go to websites, you will not see a home page, but if you click on the logo, it will take you back to the home page. So let's do something very, very similar here. I'm just going to go back to the header.php file. Let's look for the logo section. And of course, it's right here where you have brand, logo wrap, and then the name. So very simply, where we have the image displaying the actual logo, I'll just add the A tag, href, equals, and then in quotes, you might be thinking, how do we point to the home page? It's very, very simple. Just add a /. That's all you need to do. So now I'm going to go ahead, close this, and of course at the end right here, I'm also going to close the A tag once again. And there you go. I'm going to go ahead now and save this. Let's go over here, refresh the page. And of course, notice that we're still in the contact.php page. However, if I now hover on the logo, especially the circle right here, when I click on it, it takes us back to the home page, to the index.php file. However, this text itself is still not a link. So all you need to do right now is you can just come in here and do the exact same thing. So I'll just grab this A tag with the /, come in here, paste it for the span class containing the text, and of course at the end in here, just go ahead and simply close the A tag, save, go back in here, refresh the page, and there you go. Now the entire logo is clickable. Let's go to the contact.php page, click on the text right here, it takes us back to the homepage of index.php. So that's it for updating our menu links. And of course, I will see you in the very next class. I want to use this opportunity to present to you a bit of a challenge if you are up for it. So far, so good. We've been able to update our menu links. However, on the contact.php, notice that we're still seeing the background image as well as this hero section, when ideally all we should be seeing would be the logo, the navigational menu, and then the contact form. Kind of like what you have over here at the WebMonkey Academy. This is the home page, but if you click on contact, you can see right now that you no longer have the hero section. All you have is just the text as well as the form. It is only on the home page where you have this hero section with the background image and the text. Likewise, I want you to try and recreate something similar over here on our website, so that when you click on contact.php, you no longer see this background image, you no longer see this text, any two buttons. All you will see will be the logo, the navigational menu, and then the content for the contact us form. So I'm going to give you a few hints. If you go back to the header.php file, this is the div we are trying to remove from the header.php, this div class of hero. So you are going to simply remove this text, put it inside of the index.php file, and then you'll have to do some styling, because once you remove this section, your current header of the logo and the navigational menu will no longer have the background image as its background. So you'll have to use some CSS to apply maybe a background color of black or maybe another kind of color. So that's the challenge. I invite you to try it if you're up for it. And of course, if you run into any challenges, let me know. I'll be more than happy to assist you. So that's it. Thanks so much for watching, and of course I will see you in the next class. Welcome back. I wanted to show you a quick way, or rather a quick welcome back. I want to show you a better way to output the date in our footer, where we have the all rights reserved copyright text. Right now we are manually outputting the date with HTML, meaning that when the new year comes in, we'll have to go back to our code, and then change 2020 to 2021. But with PHP, we can actually do this automatically. PHP will keep track of the year, and then when the new year comes in, it will automatically change 2020 to 2021. So how do we do this? Well, we're going to make use of a function called the PHP date. Basically, PHP has a lot of functions, like pre-built programs that can output data for us. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my footer.php because that's the file that has the date. And right here, I am going to remove 2020 first of all, and then I'm going to introduce the opening PHP code, PHP, and then I'm going to say echo. Echo is basically used to output data. It's kind of like printing out content. So when we echo, we're asking PHP to display some content. So we want to display the date. So as a result, I'm going to say echo and then date, and then in brackets, and then in double quotes, I will add the code, capital Y, and then my semicolon, and then I'm going to close the PHP code. What this is doing right now is we're saying echo the date, and Y, the capital Y, represents the year. So let me go ahead now and save this, and I'm going to go back to my browser, refresh the page, and then if we scroll all the way down here, you can see we now have 2020 being outputted. But how do we know it's actually working? Well, if I come back in here and I change the capital Y to, let's say, L. L in this case will represent the day. So I'm going to go ahead now, save again. I'll go back to my browser, refresh the page, and now you can see today is Tuesday. So now you can see PHP is actually working. So this is the general code, right? You have your opening PHP code and then echo to output, and then the function is called date. But the thing about date is there are a lot of variables with a date, right? You can have the time, you can have the day, you can have the month, you can have the year, and so on. So each of these variables have their code. So L in this case represents the day. And if I wanted to display, let's say the month as an example, I'll remove L and use capital F instead. Let's save this and let me show you. I'm going to refresh the browser, come all the way down here, and now you can see it is June 2020. Actually, let's go ahead and output the month and also the year. So that's going to be F and then space and then a capital Y. Go back in here, refresh, come all the way down here, and there you go. It is June 2020. Note, by the way, that these letters, they're actually case sensitive. A small letter F will not output anything. It will only output the actual letter F, while a small letter Y will output the last two digits of the year. So in this case right now, if I saved this and I came back in here, it will now be 20 as opposed to 2020. So keep that in mind. Let me just go back in here, change everything back to Y, save, and there you go. So that's how you can use the date function to output the date, or rather the current year. And if you want more instructions, you can go to php.net and then simply search for the date function. In here, you'll find all the various variables that you can use, like S, capital N, you can use Z, you can use W, and so on and so forth. So that's it. Thanks so much for watching. I will see you in the next class. Alright, so welcome to the very final video here in our PHP section, and what I want to do here is to show you how to get the PHP form to work. We currently just have it as a styled form. We've got HTML, CSS, but nothing more. There is no functionality behind the scenes. Now, I have already created all the necessary code, so what I'm going to do right now is to walk you through the code and explain to you how it actually works. So I do have my contact.php file open right here, as you can see. And over here, this is where the form actually begins, right? You've got form method equals get. Now, there are two types of values you can provide in here. You can either go with get or post. Post is the much better value because it's more secure than get, and I'll show you exactly why. What I'm going to do right now is I'm simply going to go ahead and save these two files. Don't worry about them. I'll explain to you exactly what's happening, but I'm going to go back to my browser and let me just refresh. Now, note that we have get as the value right here where we have the form method, right? It's set to get, okay? So if I come in here right now and I filled in my name, email, title, and let's type in some message as well, and I'm going to hit send. All right, basically we're having an error message, but it's not necessarily because of that get. Actually, well, it's because of we changed the value to get, but it's something else. I actually wanted to show you what happens in the URL when you use get. You see right here, we have the name of the person sending the email. That's Alexander Roni. We have his email address, we have the title, we have the message, all outputted in the URL. This is what get does. It will output the contents of the form in the URL, which is very, very bad. For security reasons, you want to go with post instead, because with post, you will not see these values at all. So let me just go back in here and change the form method from get to post. Now, the reason why we're actually having the error message is because in the actual form, doing all the processing, we're using post, and so on. So if we wanted to use get, we'll have to change some of the values in here. That's why we actually had that error message. But going back in here, I've got the post for the value of form method. And now in here where you have action, this is very, very important, because right here, this signifies to PHP what exactly should happen when a user hits send. Right now we're saying, okay, go to contact-form.php and get all the necessary processing code from there. This right here is now the contact-form.php file. This is the actual PHP code working behind the scenes to output the form and the contents and do every other thing that's necessary. So what exactly is going on here? A couple of things, quite a lot of things actually. Let me just refresh this page. All right. Right now, let me just show you something. If I attempt to send this form without filling out the title, guess what it says? Please fill out this field. Even if I fill out the field and I say hello and I hit send again, it also says please fill out this field as well. Basically, we've told PHP to confirm that the sender has actually filled out all the necessary fields. And how do we do that? Well, we did that over here. Let me just walk you through the initial beginning. So right here, this is just to confirm that there is actually data in the form. And if there is no form, if there is no data, just say, hey, there is no post data. That's basically what this does. This right here, this is where we begin to confirm that the user is actually filling out the fields. You've got this filter function, filter sanitize, string, email. All this right here is just to confirm that the user is actually filling out those fields correctly. And then right here, you can see it says returns field error messages. Basically, if the name field isn't filled, or the email field isn't filled, or the title field isn't filled, or even if the message field isn't filled, we're going to output this message saying one or more required fields are empty. I know this looks complicated, but it's basically PHP. It's not that complicated. Don't worry. And then over here, if for one reason or the other, a user filled out all the fields, but did not fill out the email field correctly, well, it's going to say the email format is incorrect. That's exactly what this particular function is doing. And you can see this if. So basically it's condition. It's all conditional. If the user filled out the forms but didn't fill out the email field correctly, output this message saying the email format is incorrect. That's exactly what all of this code right here is basically doing. It's confirming that the user has filled out all the fields correctly, and if the user hasn't, output an error message. All right. Now, before I go on, right here you have name, email, title, message. It is important that you add a new variable to the form fields. And that's exactly what I did in here. That variable is called the name. You can see right here under the contact name, we have name equals name. For email, we have name equals email. And then also for title, we have name equals title. And then finally for the message, we have name equals message. In order for PHP to properly sanitize each of these fields, they need to have the name variable. So please, I'll go ahead and do that. Don't forget to do that. Going back to the contact form. So right here, basically what's happening right here is that, okay, so what happens if the user has filled out all the fields correctly? Send the email, right? That's basically what this does. Right here, you have the tool, and this is the address where the email will be sent to, where the contact form will be sent to. So you can come in right now and change this to the appropriate email. Right here, right now, we are creating the actual message itself. When the email is sent, how will it be presented? Well, we have the subject, okay, the subject value. And of course, right here, we have the name and then the title. So basically, when we receive the email or from the contact form, the title of that email will have the person's name as well as the title. That's basically what this line does. The subject will produce this line, and then the actual message of the email will now have the name of the person, the email, the title, and then the message. That's what all these does. You see this /n, /n. These are like the line breaks, the BR tags that you have in HTML. This is just to ensure that each of these will be in a separate line. But all this right here, we're just outputting the values of all the fields. We're outputting the value of the name, email, title, and then message. And then, of course, your email has to have the headers in place. So the header right here will be from Web Impact Contact. And then in here again, you want to confirm that this actual email right here is correct. I've set mine to be the exact same one that I set it to right here. And then, of course, reply to, and then the post email. So we want to reply to the email that was filled in the contact form, which is why we have our post and then email right here. That's exactly what this line does. And then, of course, you have the sent equals mail to subject message headers, basically. And this is just the final function to send the email finally, which will, of course, again, will have the email address it's been sent to, the subject, the message, and of course, the necessary headers. That's exactly what this function right here does. And then finally, if the email was sent successfully, echo this message saying the message was successfully sent, thank you, or else say there was an error, the message was not sent. That's basically what this final piece of code does. So, like I said, I'm going to share the code with you, and you're more than welcome to test it out, try it out, and that is pretty much it. So if you have any questions about this, do let me know. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you in the next class. Well, there it is. We've come to the end of this massive mega tutorial on HTML5, CSS3, and web design. I hope you've enjoyed the course, and if you did, don't forget to give this video a thumbs up. Share this video with anyone who may feel might benefit from it, and of course, if you have any questions, comments, put them in the comment section below. I'll do my best to answer as many of them as I can. And just a gentle reminder, if you'd like to get a certificate proving that you now have the knowledge, I've talked about the process in the introductory video for this tutorial, so please check out the video, check out the link in the box below, buy the course for $10, send me an email and I'll send you the certificate. So that's it. My name is Alex. It's been a pleasure. Hope you enjoyed this tutorial. If you're new to the channel, please do subscribe and hit the bell so that you're notified whenever I upload a new tutorial. So stay safe out there, and I'll see you soon. Bye.